The guy visits his sister in the hospital. He tells her that she has always enjoyed going against him, and now she does not react. Even when he mocks her, it's not even interesting. He was hiding something from her. She is not the only one in their family who has awakened abilities. He also woke up, and his ability is stealing. He can steal from their other abilities, and he decided to steal the ability from his sister. The system told him that the ability theft was complete. Ability D rank. Title: Mental Explosion. Description: abilities, sends a mental charge that attacks enemies. The evaluation of the colon's ability, although weak, is the sister's ability, so it is of particular importance. The guy read all this information and asked, is it really a rank D ability? If she was stronger, then his fairy sister would not instantly turn into an ice statue from an unintentional attack. But is it true that it was unintentional? The distance to the fairies of the fairies was so far away. There were screams in the corridor. The guy's father shouted that he was a murderer, to which the men told him that didn't he save more people. They must calm down, because it is impossible to control everything at once. It's a coincidence that Miss Yan was in that store. They also didn't want this to happen, because the heroes are not gods. They are already trying their best to fight the monsters. Sometimes they can accidentally harm others when they are fighting a monster. The father threw the documents and shouted that he would never sign these documents. They should take their stinking money and get the hell out of here. Then a guy came out of the room and picked up these documents. His father asked him what he was doing. Does he really want to exchange life and fairies for money? The boy stood up and, grabbing his father's shoulder, told him that Fei was in a vegetative state. They need money in order to provide her with everything she needs. The father was shocked. The guy turned to the man and said that, however, he wants to add additional conditions. The man told him to voice them. The guy said he hoped the hero who hurt his sister apologized in person face to face. The man hesitated and asked if he could apologize on his behalf, and the Kunlun company should also issue a formal apology. The guy said that he wants this hero to come here in person. The man apologized and told the guy that they should know that the rank hero's schedule is overloaded. Bing Chu and JR would like to personally apologize, but he is too busy fighting. He cannot come here in person. They are also willing to pay 100,000 more in compensation. The guy grinned and told the man to take the papers, because he had already signed everything. The man accepted the papers and said it was good, and thanked him for his understanding. When the man left the hospital, it was already evening. He called on the phone and said that he settled everything, only he had to add another 100,000 as compensation. Bing Chun Jr. said it was only 100,000. He praised the Wang's lawyer and said that he would tell his secretary later to send them the money. Their conversation ended. Lawyer Wang said that the hero likes to rest, if only he could also awaken the ability. The guy again came to visit his sister in the hospital. He told Fei not to blame him for signing the contract. After all, she knows the situation of their family, but she should not worry about it, because he will find out the truth. He does not believe that all this was unintentional. Some awakened ones are unworthy of being called heroes, and he will change this world. Chapter 2. His name is Yang Zai and he is a trainee reporter, a person who was unintentionally harmed by an rank hero. It was his sister and Yang Fei. To implement his plan, he moved out from his parents and came here, Mingyu area. Yang Zai moved into his new apartment, where he was greeted by two girls. One of them greeted him and said that her name is Ding Lan, and this girl who is sitting on the sofa is called Zio AI, and there is another neighbor who has not returned yet. Zio AI also greeted him. Ding Lan asked Yang Zai what is his name. Yang Zai also introduced himself. Ding Lan said that in their time, new housemates rarely come, why don't they celebrate this event? Zio AI said that she is a younger resort girl who entered this year, so she will be in the library tonight, and they can go without it. Yang Zai went to his room and said that it was not necessary. He just arrived here and is also a bit tired, so he wants to rest. He went into his new room and lay down on the bed. He took out his phone and said that the video, where heroes fight monsters, has become quite popular. So, a lot of videos with explanations of abilities. Yang Zai does not remember exactly when it started, but all over the world, dark portals suddenly began to appear through these portals. A monster arrived on their planet. The planet could stop the invasion of these monsters only thanks to the possessors of the abilities. And these possessors of abilities were called heroes. In order to prevent hunters from abusing their abilities, an ability law was passed, according to which only hunters who passed the test and received a hero certificate could use their abilities. Yang Zai turned on that video and said that this is the video in which Yang Fei was injured by this hero. He exhaled and said that at the moment he did not find anything suspicious, but tomorrow they will study this video again. Then he looked at the time and said, "What the hell? It's already 2:30 in the morning." He must quickly brush his teeth and wash, because tomorrow he still has a lot of work. He left his room and saw a drunk girl. He thought that it means that this is the very last neighbor. He decided to say hello to her. The girl told Yancy that if he didn't mind, could he let her use the restroom. She went into the bathroom, she vomited. Then she fell asleep in the toilet. Yancy approached her and asked if she was okay. Should he help her in some way? To which the girl replied. To which the girl told him that men should not get too close to a girl when she is in such a state. Therefore, Yancy headed towards Ding Lan's room. He knocked on her door, the girl opened it for him. Ding Lan asked him why he was not sleeping yet, because it was already so late. Yancy apologized for the trouble, and he said that the other roommate was drunk and in the toilet, and asked how about to help her, since she is also a woman. For a man like him, he is not a very comfortable type to help her with this. Ding Lan told him that he should just leave her there, because this is not the first time. And it's pretty late, she has to work tomorrow, and Yancy should also go to bed. Then she slammed the door. Yancy said that it seemed like he was the only one who could help her. He approached the girl again and asked her if she could get up. But the girl did not answer him, so Yancy apologized in advance. He took her in his arms, and the system immediately sent him a notification that the ability to overload the brain was detected. Yancy said that this girl also has an ability. Then the system sent him a full description of this ability. It was an F-rank ability. Title: Brain Overload. Description: puts the brain in a state of overload for a short period of time, greatly increasing the brain's computational abilities. Rating of this ability: good potential. The owner doesn't seem to know that she has this ability. Yancy laid this girl on the sofa and covered her with a jacket. He said that this girl seemed to think she was very smart. If she studies well, she can become the best. But he still takes her abilities, but in the future he will somehow pay her for it. The system said that the brain overload ability was successfully stolen. Yancy asked, wondering what effect it would have on him. The system told Young 11 that brain overload and mental attack both belong to mental abilities, and she asked him if he wanted to unite them. Yancy made the decision to combine these two abilities. The system said that the merging of abilities is complete. This is a new D+ rank ability. The name of this ability: Superbrain. Ability description: automatically sends mental attacks, a significant increase in the ability to calculate and deduce. Evaluation: this is a double-edged sword and must be used wisely. Yancy, after reading all this information, said that he might be able to find some clues in the video of the incident in which Yang Fei suffered. The next day, someone knocked on Yancy's room. He woke up and asked who was there. He opened the door and saw yesterday's girl. The girl returned to him his coat, with which he then covered her and thanked him for helping her last night. She said her name was Lin Nexu. Yancy took back his coat and thought it was the same girl from last night. Now she looked so innocent, and he told her that without any problem. He just extended a helping hand to her and said that his name was Young 11. And he remembered something and thought that yes, he had taken her ability last night even though she didn't even know she had a pull ability. So he decided to ask her if she was okay. Do they feel uncomfortable anywhere? Lin Nasp smiled at him and said everything was fine. She's already used to it, so don't worry so much about her. Yancy said. Then a man broke into his room and called him and said that this is how he lives here now. But this man noticed Lin Nexu and asked Yancy that he had started dating someone behind his back. The young man told him not to talk nonsense. After all, this is Lin Nexu, his neighbor with whom he lives. The guy was in shock, thought that it looks like he was too impulsive when he rented an entire apartment. After all, renting an entire apartment is not very profitable. He smoothed his hair and greeted Miss Lin Nexu. He said his name was Fan Peng and he was Yancy's friend and colleague. Lin Nexu shook hands with him and told him to just call her Nexu. Then Fan Peng told her that he was the possessor of abilities. His ability is to be able to take pictures and videos with his bare hands, so if she wants to take a couple of beautiful photos. But then Yancy intervened and told Lin Nexu that Fan Peng had moved to take him to the editorial office. They are with him just the same on the way. Fan Peng tried to break through the Yancy, telling him that he had not yet finished talking about where he was in such a hurry. Publishing company Lugan. Yancy came to the publishing house and began to revise that one again. Video. He activated the deduction of the superbrain, and I started watching that video again and again. While watching this training video, Yancy said that this movement is very strange, it looks like. But he was prevented by Fan Peng, who shoved him with his elbow and asked him why he was not interested in flirting with girls, and especially with such a beautiful girl like Lin Nexu. If Yancy is not going to, then he will. To which Yancy replied that they were just neighbors, his friend should not go too far. Then Fan Peng said that from flatmates to bedmates, it's very easy. By the way, he can teach him if he doesn't know how. Then they heard screams that a monster had appeared. They got up from their chairs and went to the window. There really was a monster. It was a one-eyed killer. The government made an announcement to the people that a monster had appeared. And this monster ranked disaster. People should go to the nearest shelter, and the heroes are on their way. One of the heroes appeared and said that the citizens should not be afraid. After all, the superhero Spicy and Sour Noodles is already here. He will not allow anything to happen to the city of Lugano. When people saw him, they were very happy and said that these are her heroes B-rank Superman of Spicy and Sour Noodles, and he came to save them all. Meanwhile, Feng Pen, after zooming in on the picture of the one-eyed assassin, said that the one-eyed assassin not only has strong defenses, but they also have a psychopathic melee ability. The 18 spiders that work together will have a very hard time dealing with this monster, and the Spicy and Sour Noodle superhero might not win at all. Feng Pen turned around to repeat all the Yang 11 information again, but he was no longer there, so he said that Yang runs very fast. He continued to watch through the window again and said that people are usually so weak, so it's time to earn some money with his ability. In the meantime, a hero from the rank of a fiery butterfly arrived in time and asked the elder that he needed help. The superhero Spicy and Sour Noodles said that she was just in time to hold this monster, and she should attack him. The fire butterfly said she understood. The heroic live broadcast has begun. The hosts were Director G and Mao Huang. Director G said that superhero Spicy and Sour Noodles is a melee hero, and he was very selfish and narcissistic when he first appeared. Mao Huang asked the director why he gives the superhero Spicy and Sour Noodles such a review. Director G said that in order to activate his ability, he needs to eat a bowl of spicy and cysts of noodles, so he usually appears after Togo, when the other heroes have already pretty exhausted the monster and kill him. Mao Huang smiled and said that, as expected of Director G, he always divulges information that other people don't know. Director G told Mao Huang to stop talking and continue watching the live broadcast of the battle. Meanwhile, the battle with this monster continued. The fire butterfly asked the Spicy and Sour Noodle superhero to step aside. Then she hit this monster with her superpower, and the TV presenters continued to comment on their battle. Mao Huang said that this monster's life is coming to an end, to which the Director G said no, it might not be so. Mao Huang was very surprised and asked why he thinks so, to which Director G replied that monsters are also smart. He has not yet seen a single sign of anxiety in this monster. After the fiery butterfly stopped the flow of its fiery power, everyone saw that the monster was not only not defeated, it was not even injured. The superhero Spicy and Sour Noodles said that this monster has evolved and now his body has a fireproof shield. The awesome butterfly was in disarray and, turning to the superhero of Spicy Sour Noodles, asked him if he could hold out even longer. After all, before the arrival of other heroes, some more time will pass. At this moment, the Spicy Sour Noodle hero remembered his conversation with the director. He then told him that superheroes Spicy and Sour Noodles had already entered the narrowest point of his career as a professional hero. If he wants to break through and become one of the most famous stars of the company, then he can no longer afford to lose. Once he fails as a superhero, his fame will decline, and the company will direct all its resources towards younger heroes. From such information, the superhero Spicy and Sour Noodles was horrified and thought that he could not lose his place as a senior in the company. Can't he let this happen? So now the superhero of Spicy and Sour Noodles decided to eat some strange pill. Yang Zai was watching all this and thought that he seemed to have already seen this blue pill. At that moment, the monster grabbed the fire butterfly. The fiery butterfly began to call for the help of the superhero Spicy and Sour Noodles. Lev brought to the main screen a frame of how this monster grabbed a fiery butterfly. Started writing comments about it. A user under the name 3 Lives 3 Idiots wrote that as they all already know, the superhero Spicy and Kitty Noodles has only 15 minutes of real male power. Another user named Yin Pupu wrote that let any hero come and save their Yongda from death. 3 user, under the name of Mysterious Anonymous Cowards, wrote that if he were a hero, he would have already killed this thing in one fell swoop. A 4th user named Jitch AI commented on the post of a user named Mysterious Anonymous Underpants said that a showcase hero has appeared upstairs. Meanwhile, the fire butterfly still being captured by this monster was trying to get out of there and screaming that it didn't want to die. At that moment, someone tore apart one of the monster's tentacles, thus releasing the fire butterfly. It was a superhero Spicy and Sour Noodles. The TV presenter named Mao Huang slammed his fist on the table with joy and said that it was excellent. Superhero Spicy and Sour Noodles can only be in combat form for 15 minutes. But this time he broke through, he's stronger than before. From joy, Mao Huang jumped up from his chair and said that the hero had not aged yet. Director Ji said calmly that this was rather unexpected. How did he? But he was interrupted by an agitated Mao Huang and said that he was not a one-eyed assassin who was attacking the hero of Spicy and Sour Noodles. Meanwhile, the hero of Spicy and Sour Noodles stopped right in front of the one-eyed monster and told him that it was time to end this battle. The one-eyed monster directed all of its tentacles straight at the Spicy and Sour Noodle hero. But the superhero managed to hold his tentacles and asked, "Is that really all he is capable of?" At some point, the superhero was covered with stones, but gaining strength, he got out of there, tearing all the tentacles of the one-eyed monster. The one-eyed monster was defeated, but the hero of Spicy and Sour Noodles also ran out of strength. Blood came out of his mouth and he fell to the ground. A fiery butterfly rushed towards him. He looked at the fiery butterfly, and she was very much afraid of him. "It's a pill, how did you change it?" The fiery butterfly grabbed his shoulder and asked him what was happening to him. And the superhero Spicy and Kitty Noodles thought he had to control it. After that, he smiled at the fiery butterfly with all his teeth and said that he was completely fine. He just used too much of his powers. The fire butterfly told him that he scared her very much. Meanwhile, people began to rejoice. They shouted that the heroes are so reliable. It's just unbelievable. Superhero is Spicy and Kitty Noodles are so cool. And also everyone began to confess their love to the fiery butterfly. Yancy was watching all this from afar, and he said that everything seemed to be over. He will need to prepare news for them when he returns. But he doesn't remember the blue pill at all. Well, then he turned to the corpse of a one-eyed monster and saw how a small monster got out of it, and Yancy asked what was it really a small one-eyed killer, a clone. This little one-eyed killer was very disturbed. He got out of the body of the one-eyed monster and rushed towards Yancy. Yancy said that this monster was moving towards him, and he thought that his physical and elemental defenses are so high that perhaps a mental attack would be his weak point. The little one-eyed killer said that he would get revenge on this Spicy and Sour Noodle when he found the owner and absorbed enough energy. And noticing the nearby young 11, the one-eyed assassin said that this young man looked very appetizing. Now he will be his master. Yancy looked at him and asked, did he just send himself here? He adjusted his glasses and said, well, now his ability will be his. After that, he absorbed the ability of this little one-eyed assassin, and the monster fell down dead. The fire butterfly felt this and turned around, and thought that someone was using their ability. Yancy, picking up the corpse of this little one-eyed assassin, said that it was good that he was just a weak clone. Even if his weakness was mental attacks, then his D+ rank mental attack could not kill him instantly. He began to extract an ability from this monster. When he extracted an ability from him, the system sent him a notification saying that this ability was B rank. Name, Fire Shield. Description, immune to fire attacks below rank B, and also significantly increases physical defense. Rating, a very useful tanking ability. Yancy, after studying all this information, said that is, it is like an invisible shell that covers the surface of the body. No matter how strong her ability is, she always has a weak spot. This phrase, popular in the world of abilities, is similar, does not work on him. Meanwhile, the fire butterfly went looking for this person and asked who is there. Yancy hid behind a building and thought that it was not yet time for them to find out about him. The fucking butterfly landed near where Yancy was hiding, and said that it was strange, because she felt a sharp influx of psychic energy here, and a video of someone here. Then a man came out from behind the building and asked the fiery butterfly that she was looking for him. The fire butterfly turned around and asked this man, what was it he had just used his ability? The man stepped towards her and said, this man was Young 11. He just put on a mask so that the fiery butterfly would not recognize him. The fiery butterfly asked him that he was also a hero. She doesn't remember seeing him before. Yancy threw the trail of the little one-eyed killer at her feet and said no, he was just a passerby who helped her clean up. The fire butterfly looked at the corpse of this little killer and asked if it was a clone of the one-eyed killer. And she herself thought that this person could finish off such a strong and dangerous monster in an instant. But he's not a hero, he shouldn't use his powers without permission. Yancy was about to walk past the fire butterfly to get out of this place, but the fire butterfly stopped him, and told him that he illegally used his ability. Now he will have to follow her to the Hero Association, to have it checked. Then Yancy asked her what, did she think she could stop him? To which Fire Butterfly got angry and said that his actions were contrary to the law of ability. By law, she has every right to take action against him, which is what she was about to do. Yancy remained as calm as ever and asked the Fiery Butterfly, "Is this really how heroes should treat ordinary people?" He grabbed one of her little fire butterflies and crushed it in his hand, after which he walked past her and asked that now it was his turn to attack. The Fiery Butterfly was very frightened and flew away from there, shouting to him, "I'm sorry." She said it was entirely her fault and asked him not to kill her. When the Fiery Butterfly flew away, Yancy said that superheroes are spicy and sour noodles and blue pill, and what the hero was doing the other day on the glacier must be the same thing. Yancy took off his mask and said that he would definitely find out the whole truth. Evening had already come and Yancy was riding in the metro of the city of Luhansk. Yancy sat on the subway and thought that for now, he should stop collecting abilities and focus on developing his brain reboot. He also needs to find information about the blue pill. Yancy passed by some man and asked for his forgiveness. After this man passed, Yancy patted the seat next to him and realized that his backpack was gone. He asked if someone had stolen it. He immediately jumped up and got up from his seat. He began to look around and said that the hell is the rooster costume in the same place? Was it really the guy in the jacket? Has he disappeared? But they had not yet reached the station. He could not have gone far from here. Could he be someone with the invisibility ability? But then what about his smell? Yancy used the ability to reboot the brain, enhance the senses. Yancy used the ability to reboot the brain, enhance the senses. After he used this ability, he said that the smell of the backpack came from that guy. But his aura and clothes are completely different. So it's not invisibility, but maybe it's some kind of ability to change appearance. Yancy smirked and said that this ability that came into his hands on its own is quite useful. Even when Yancy got off the subway station, he continued to follow that man. This man said that today is harvest day, but he doesn't understand why he's feeling nervous right now. This man turned around and saw Young 11, and I thought this guy. Yancy just waved his hand, and the man thought, what and when did he manage to understand that it was he who was pursuing him otherwise? Yancy called out to him to stop, and the man ran away and said that today he was hit by a hard stone. The man ran to a public toilet and hid there, but Yancy tracked him down and asked him if he was going to use all the tricks of the middle classes, hiding in the toilet when he was too weak. He must leave immediately. But when I switched on the light in the public restroom, this man was not there. Then he asked that this guy really went into the women's room. Yancy went to the women's restroom. He knocked on the booth and told the man to get out because he knew he was there. The men from the booth called Yancy a pervert and asked him what he was trying to do. Then I stood on the blue and said that it means he likes to do everything in a bad way and drank the door to the booth. The man screamed and said that there was a pervert here and threw toilet paper at Yancy. Yancy, removing the toilet paper from himself, said that this man's ability is very unusual. She even changed his voice. The men asked Yancy for forgiveness and said that it was his first time. To which Yancy replied that, unfortunately, this ability cannot change his body and appearance. The man exhaled and said that he was unlucky. And I turned to Yancy. He took out his backpack and said that here is his backpack and his things. Yancy grabbed his backpack and decided to make sure everything was in place. But the man was ahead of him and said that things are still there. Then Yancy asked him if he looked inside his backpack. What are the men for? He replied that he swears he did not even open it. Yang said it was good then. A man should find a normal job for himself, and in the future he should be a good person. The man said yes, he would never steal again and thanked Yancy for sparing him this time. To which Yancy replied that did he say that he was going to spare him? The man turned pale with fear. After some time, Yancy had already extracted this man's abilities and, as he was about to leave, said that he was not going to collect abilities anymore, but he could not resist such a temptation. It was an F-rank ability. The name of this ability is to change clothes anywhere. Ability description. You can change clothes with a single movement of your hand. The set also includes storage space. Yancy tried this ability on herself and changed her clothes. Now he was wearing a suit. He came out of the closet and thought it was a very handy and useful ability. Then 2 policemen came up to him and greeted him. They told him that they had received a message from a citizen that someone was screaming in a pervert of women's toilets and asked him if he had not heard this. Yancy told the 2 policemen that he heard and saw a pervert in disguise there who was acting very suspicious. The men groaned and told each other to go and check. Yancy watched the scene of 2 police officers carrying this pervert out of the women's restroom and said that some ability holders do not deserve their ability, but he will definitely fix it. 1 week later, Yancy arrived by taxi and was met by his friend at Fan Peng. Fan Pen waved his hand to him and said that at last he was here. But I still remained as serious as ever and asked his friend what he wanted to tell him, that he even had to call him. Fan Pen approached him and hugged him and asked him to guess who he had just seen at the nightclub. Yang Zai asked what whom. Fan Peng smiled at him and said that he had seen his girlfriend Lin Nexu there. She was there as an attendant. Yang Zai told his friend that she was not his girlfriend and why he was telling him all this at all. They were already approaching this club, and Fang Peng told Yang Zai that he could already stop this pretense in front of him. He can see for himself and understand everything. They went to this club, and Fan Pen invited him to sit in that place. Lin Nexu noticed Yang Zai and, embarrassed. Yang Zai and Fan Peng had already sat down at the table and ordered a cocktail. Fang Peng decided to cheer up Yang Zai and told him not to be so sad, because there are still many beauties on earth. Today he is here in his territory, so he should just sit and enjoy. Then he called the girls. 3 girls came up to them and greeted them. Fang Peng introduced the young 11 of all 3 and said that this 11, Tian Tian, and Pao Pao are all 3 of his wonderful little sisters. He introduced his friend to these 3 girls and said that Yang Zai is his best friend, and asked them what, isn't he handsome? The girls sat next to Yang Zai and said that brother Zai is so handsome. Another girl offered him a drink together, placed nearby. There were also 2 men and 3 women at the next table. One of the men said that he was unlucky as hell today. If his brother hadn't taken his McLaren, he wouldn't have lost to that brat Gao Zhen. Li Yan told this man that he lost the race, so he should just admit it, and don't blame the car for everything. This man's name is Liu Yuan, and he was already very drunk. He told Li Yong that he couldn't get through to his father's side, so he became his bodyguard. And I asked him what it was because of the fact that he did not keep his mouth shut. Li Yan told him that it really bothers a normal person like Liu Yuan to be limited to a hero with a rank like Li Yan that much. Liu Yuan didn't like it. He got up and punched the girl in the face, after which he said that they were fucking assholes. Are they just here? And what is this shitty alcohol? How dare she make him drink it? After that, he approached this girl, who fell to the floor from his blow, and poured all the alcohol from the bottle on her. Zai Yong caught this and almost took off, but he was stopped by Fan Peng, who told his friend that he should not act recklessly. This young master's name is Liu Yuan, and he is the second son of an A-rank hero of the Kunlun Company's mechanical hero, and this bodyguard is a hero C-rank fiery fist. But Yang Zai did not listen to Fan Pen and only told him to let him go. Fang Peng said that a normal person like Yang Zai is no match for him. Yang Zai said that he knows this, he just goes to the restroom. Meanwhile, Liu Yuan had already sat down on the seat again and was surrounded by 2 girls. Liu Yuan hugged them and said that they know how to apologize. He ordered to kill this girl and then he will spare them all. At the same moment, a man began forcibly pouring alcohol into the Lin Nexu. Yang Zai, wearing a mask so as not to be recognized, hit this man, and he said to Liu Yuan that he had heard that the son of a mechanical hero was present here. But Liu Yuan was already too drunk, so his bodyguard Li Yan stood up for him. He asked Yang Zai what he was. Liu Yuan, pouring another bottle into himself, said that it was most likely another person who wanted to die. Yang Zai said that he was just someone who wanted to make a deal with brother Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan asked him what the deal. What other deal? Li Yan told young master Liu Yuan that he thinks it's already quite late. It's time for them to leave. Liu Yuan threw a bottle at him and sent him away saying he was a piece of shit. He should back off. Can't he see that there is someone who wants to make a deal with him? Li Yan was furious. Liu Yuan called out to Yang Zai and asked what kind of deal did he want to make with him. Li Yan put his hand on Liu Yuan's shoulder and told him that he was already too drunk. He should sit down and rest, and he himself will talk with this actor. Yang Zai sat on the sofa and held a glass of liquor in his hand. He asked Li Yang what. Does he want to attack him? After all, in general, he is against violence, but he prevented him from talking about important matters with his master. Yang Zai put his glass on the table and stood up, after which he said that so he was going to teach him a lesson now. Li Yan told him to come. They will see who will teach whom a lesson. Li Yan prepared his fiery fists, and told Yang Zai that he had a lot of bad luck today, otherwise he would not have provoked him. Yang Zai thought that the fire elemental attacks were C-rank. A crowd gathered around them. Someone said that Yang Zai was so brave, but dared to challenge an A-rank hero disciple. The Zai sisters approached Lin Naizu and said that she would help her wash off the alcohol. Lin Naizu thanked her. A question was heard from the crowd. Do they know why they are fighting now? Someone asked that doesn't his mask look like a chicken? She seemed so mysterious. Will he be able to defeat the fiery boxer? Li Yan had already pounced on Yang Zai with his fiery fists, but seeing his reaction, because why doesn't he try to dodge? Maybe it's a trap. When he approached the young 11, he asked, what is that all? To which Li Yan said, how naive that is. Since the day he became a hero, no enemy or beast has been able to withstand this attack. Then he attacked him. Now people were already scared. Someone said it would definitely burn someone. But when the flames dissipated, everyone saw that Yancy was still fine. Li Yan was also surprised and thought that he was safe and sound. And Yancy used a mental attack, after which he knocked out Li Yan. Liu Yuan immediately jumped up and said that Yang 11 is strong. The fiery boxer was slain with just one blow. After his victory, Yancy used extract ability again. It was an ability from a rank. Title, Flame Strike. Description, can form flames on hands. Rating, the most for the cook. During this time, everyone had already fled, and Liu Yuan was left alone. He was also very scared. He immediately came to his senses and asked what the hell happened here. Did this moron lose so quickly? Then he realized that he had no choice and asked Yancy what deal he wanted to talk to him about. How much money does he need? Can he translate them to him right now? But Yancy did not listen to him and grabbed him by the throat. Liu Yuan said no, didn't he know who his father was? Yancy is cold, replied that his father is a mechanical hero, so what? Liu Yuan told him that if he killed him, his father would not spare him. Yancy pulled him closer and said that he would not kill him. But does he know what he wants to share with him? Liu Yuan cleared his throat and said what? Yancy asked him if he wanted to have the ability. Liu Yuan was shocked and asked again, what ability? Yancy let him go. Liu Yuan cleared his throat and asked him if he really thinks he is a god. Does he really think this is something he can just give to someone? Yang told him that if he wants to receive it, he must come to this address alone in 7 days, and threw him a piece of paper with an address. After all this was over, Yancy called his friend. Fan Peng was very worried and said that he already thought he had fallen into the ground and asked him why he didn't call. Yancy said that the bar was too noisy. He went outside to take a breath. What is it? Fan Peng said he missed a good show. He will now come out to him to show him everything that has happened, and ask him if he wants to eat barbecue. Yancy said that he would eat anything. Yancy thought that part 1 of his plan had been completed. Now all that remains is to wait for Liu Yuan to bite on the hook. If he starts checking from within the Kunlun Company heroes, it will be much faster. He promises his sister Fairies that soon he will know the whole truth. Meanwhile, all the heroes gathered in the Hero Association and watched a video that showed what happened in the bar. The mechanical hero asked what they had finished and what were everyone's thoughts on it. The ice adventurer said that the masked man used his hand like a knife to take down the flaming boxer in 1 second. He is most likely taller in the Yaranga. The lazy swordsman said, no, what killed the Liang was not a hand. Li Yan lost the moment the masked man moved his hand. Mo Long put a piece of paper on the table and said that this was the assessment of the injuries of the fiery boxer from the identification department. They should all take a look at it. When everyone looked at this information, they were horrified. Everyone asked in chorus that the ability of a fiery boxer was really gone. The mechanical hero said it seemed. The lazy swordsman asked where did this guy who can erase other people's abilities come from. Mo Long said that as far as he knew, only S-rank heroes had this ability. The mechanical hero asked him what did he think it was him. The glacial adventurer jumped up from his seat and said it was impossible. The transporter is an old man with 1 foot in the grave. How could he appear now? Mo Long said that Kunlun Co. would not be able to deal with this matter on its own. They must report it. About this in the Association of Heroes. The lazy swordsman said that such a possessor of special abilities, how could he, depending on what company he was in, be used as a killing machine? And no one will tell about it. The mechanical hero suggested to everyone that they would not be the first to report this, it would be their company secret. Liu Yuan's estate. Liu Yuan lay on his bed. He kept thinking about what Yancy said to him. He thought about abilities and asked himself if he could even get one. That guy told him that this was a deal. But what does he want from him? He again took out a piece of paper with the address, but then crumpled it and said that in any case, a couple more days and he would have the ability. And he doesn't care about the rest. Fan Peng asked Yancy why he suddenly invited him to the museum. To which Yancy replied that he wanted to learn more about the monsters so that it would be easier for him to run away if he met them. And he himself thought, I wonder if he can extract the ability of a rank S monster. When they entered the museum, Yancy told his friend that it seemed to him that he was not trying to find out about the monsters, but to pick up girls. Fan Peng answered him that everyone knows that only beauties come here. Yancy pointed out the monster to him and said that he came here for it. It was an electric dinosaur monster S rank. It is 7 meters high and 12 meters long. A monster that appeared early on. It spewed out electricity and caused many disasters, due to which the entire city of Lugan was paralyzed. Because of him, 5 heroes of A rank, 13 heroes of B rank, and 27 heroes of C rank died. The two of them approached the statue of this monster. Yancy told Fang Peng that he was planning to write an article about the monster invasion. He returned on a demonstration of his power, how he sends electricity. Fan Pen was delighted and said that this monster is so powerful. Young Silhouette thought for a moment that if he could extract that fearsome ability, then Yancy reached out with his hand towards that monster, but the guard stopped him and asked him what he was doing. Yancy greeted him and said that he was a journalist and wanted to write an article about monsters, and handed him his identification card. The guard made his card and asked what journalist. If he wants, then let him write his article. But here you can only look with your eyes and not touch with your hands. Yancy Fang Peng looked at each other. After that, the Fan Pen distracted the guard and said that it was okay. They won't touch him. And he turned to the guard and asked him what. Can he ask where the cutest chicks are here? The guard asked him again, what are cute chicks? Is he crazy? Fan Penny said that how to go, not very special and rare. When Fan Peng distracted the guard, Yancy reached out to this monster to extract its abilities. The system said ability extraction activated. Yancy thought that he could sense this ability, but why is it so difficult to extract it? But after some time, he still managed to do it. The system said that the extraction is complete. Yancy received this ability, but when he decided to view the characteristics of this ability, he was shocked. After all, the system did not provide any information about this ability. But later, the characteristic of this ability nevertheless manifested itself. And Yancy was even more surprised. He was even annoyed. It was an E rank ability. The name of this ability is electricity. Description: can create an electric ball. Rating: can be used to charge your phone. Yancy was very disappointed and said that he had just extracted an E rank ability from an S rank monster, and he wondered if his ability had weakened because he had been dead for a long time. But could it be that last time he was able to extract an ability from a monster because the monster was still alive? He decided to walk around the museum and he said to himself that it looked like he was not getting anything useful from the museum. But it cannot be that he came here in vain. He must continue his search. In the evening, when he returned home, he sat down at the table in his room and said that he only received 3 low-rank abilities and walked around the entire museum in the process. F-rank ability. Name: cloning. Description: can be used to create a clone that lasts for a minute. Rating: can be used to turn on the light. The next ability he found was an E-rank ability. Its name is an electricity. Description: can create an electric ball. Rating: can be used to charge your phone. The 3 ability he found was an F-rank ability. Title: human control. Description: can make any person show interest in you. Evaluation: you are not going to use it to commit unethical acts, right? After reviewing all the information about these abilities, Yancy said that the power of these abilities is so weak that it scares him away. Since abilities can be combined, but can they also be destroyed? Well, he decided to try it with C-rank fire ability anyway. He tried, but it didn't work the first time, so he decided to try again. After some time, he still succeeded, and the system said that the ability was destroyed. Ability level was 1. Name: dark energy. Description: base substance. Rating: perfect and indestructible square. Yancy took this dark square in her hand and asked what is dark energy. Could it be that abilities are made from these cubes? That is, it can actually destroy the ability. Ability can be decomposed into the most basic components. These are cubes of dark energy. Then, accordingly, can he use these dark energy cubes to enhance abilities? He decided to try it, and he succeeded. The system said that the ability to improve. It has now become an E-rank ability. Title: human control. Description: you can mentally approach the target. Evaluation: the ability to deceive people. Now you can start scamming. Yancy was delighted and asked if she had really improved. If that's true, then would he be able to create S-rank abilities himself? Screams were heard in the corridor. Someone asked them to leave and not touch him. Yancy thought, did Liu Yuan come to Lin Naizu? Lin Naizu's father said that she was crying and crying. All she can do is cry. Her father sat on the couch in her room and smoked. He told her that they were not trying to deliberately deceive her. Yancy entered the room. Did the father tell his daughter that if they didn't, she would gladly send them money? At this point, their mother also intervened in their conversation, who said that her brother needed money to buy a house and a car, as well as to have a wife. In total, this will amount to about $1 million. Where do they get such money from? Lin Naizu could not stand it and asked that they really deceived her when they said that her father was very sick and he needed to urgently send money. Do they have any idea how desperate she was when she found out her father was ill? She worked 4 shifts from morning to night just to earn this money as soon as possible. Father just said that they thought she'd just go as far as she could first, and he'd find ways to get the rest a bit later. The lineage of their Lin family cannot end with them, right? Lin Naizu asked if this was just a way to bring her home and sell her a man she didn't even know. Mom approached her daughter and said that even if this person did not receive a higher education, he is honest and kind, he will not treat her badly. At this point, Lin Naizu could not stand it at all and asked what was wrong to treat. How do they think? Where did the 50,000 she sent them a week ago come from? It's that she was the bartender and wait staff. She became an escort, do they understand that? Her parents were horrified by this information. Father got up from the couch and asked what she had just said. She ruined the reputation of their family. He called his daughter names and, waving his hand at her, said that he would beat her. Lin Naizu told her father to hit her because those clients hit her harder than he ever did. But Yancy came to her aid, who told her father that everything could be discussed because she was still their daughter. The father was simply furious and asked that who was he to get into their family showdown. He punishes his daughter, who is he to stop him? Yancy thought that her father did not regret it at all. But I looked at her mother and realized that, it seems, her mother regrets this. He would help her a little and see if she could help Lin Naizu. He activated the ability to control a C-rank person. After that, Lin Naizu's mother hit his father and said enough was enough. She said that his daughter even became an escort because of him. Is his heart made of stone? Mother went to Lin Naizu and hugged her. She told her daughter that her mother hurt her, but she was always her dearest child. The father also remembered his mistake and sighed. He said okay, then her brother will earn everything on his own. Lin Naizu said that everything is fine as long as people understand it in time. Besides, who in this world would not feel sorry for his own family? With these words, Yancy remembered his sister, who was in the hospital. The next day morning at the railway station, Lin Naizu saw off her parents. She told them to be careful. On the way back, she will visit them for the new year. Mom told her that it was good and told her to take care of herself and not do more stupid things. When her parents left, Lin Naizu thanked Yancy for seeing her off. And now they have to go back. Yancy handed her the coffee and said that he hoped her brother would understand. After all, it will be much more useful than any amount of money that she sends him. Lin Naizu winked at him and told him to come over to her as she wanted to tell him something. Yancy was confused and asked what. Lin Naizu herself walked up to him and kissed him on the cheek, and thanked him again for his help. At night, Yancy put on his suit again and was now outside. He thought that, as befits a monster corpse processing center, their guards are extremely strong. This place holds a huge number of monster corpses. This can make it easier for him to gain new abilities. It seems that he can only choose a special way to get inside. A large car drove by, and Yancy dived under it and grabbed it there. But he was not alone there. There was already a girl who gestured for him to be quiet. He thought, what is it? Is this person also trying to get into the center? And she is a girl. Yancy decided to greet her, and he said what a coincidence. The girl, apparently, was not very happy with this and said that what a coincidence. She was so unlucky that she ran into him. Then they will act according to the rules of the field and rely on their abilities. She is the representative of the Fanhai Kyan Dodo Chamber of Commerce, and she asked Yancy, who is he? Yancy briefly introduced himself as Yu Jai. Kyan Dodo said that they would soon reach the unloading area. But wait, she can't get off the truck with him like that. Then Yancy told her to hold on tight. Then he grabbed her, and together they jumped out from under the van. Yancy cleared his throat and asked Kyan Dodo that, how long is she going to hug him like this? Kyan Dodo blushed all over and was very embarrassed. She quickly got up and told him that if the situation didn't call for it, then who would even want to hug him? They snuck into the monster corpse processing room. Kyan Dodo asked Yancy why he looked like he had never seen anything like it. Maybe he's new to this business. Yancy said that yes, he would be under her supervision and called her the eldest. Kyan Dodo told him that since he was so sincere, she couldn't stop him from following her. They entered the room and found the corpse of a huge monster there. They approached him and Kyan Dodo said that the boss needed white hair on the chest of the werewolves, so he would have to carefully cut them off. She took out a small box and, turning to Yancy, laughed evilly and said that her ability of this storage bag can store many things in it. It's cool, right? Yancy thought, what a disgraceful name for space ability. Kyan Dodo said that they should go to the next processing room. As she turned away, Yancy extracted that werewolf's ability. It was a rank D ability. Title, Metal Transformation. Description, can change the appearance of any metal. Rating, the dream of any car service owner. And then the alarm went off. They both started. Kyan Dodo said that no alarm went off. Have they been discovered? Here the door opened from which a man in a white coat stepped out. he would be very scared and say that the monster is not dead. After that, the monster declared him to be its tentacle and dragged this man along. The man asked for help. Yancy and Kyan Dodo hid in the next room. Kyan Dodo grabbed the young 11 and asked what was that just now, and she asked Yancy that he could not support her a little, otherwise her legs were completely weakened. But then one of the tentacles touched her and dragged her away. Yancy decided to use force fire. Kyan Dodo yelled at him to save her, but the force fire ability did not help him. Yancy ran after this monster and thought that this syntax is very fast. As he held on to it, he noticed that all the metal posts were here, everywhere one metal, and he decided to use rank D abilities, metal transformation. He severed one of the monster's tentacles, and Kyan Dodo fell to the ground. Yancy ran up to her and asked if she was okay. Kyan Dodo freed herself from the remnants of the tentacle and said that these tents had hooks, and it hurts a lot. Her t-shirt was almost completely torn. The two of them looked in the direction of the monster and Kyan Dodo asked what kind of monster it was. How could he come back to life? To which Yancy replied that they would find out after they saw it for themselves. They got closer to this monster and saw what it looked like. He was very scary. Instead of a head, he had a huge skull with giant fangs. He also had a lot of captives who begged for help. Yancy and Kyan Dodo, when they saw all this, were horrified. They were speechless. They didn't know what to say. This monster had tentacles that even popped out of its eyes. When Yancy still managed to get out of his stupor, he decided to use the metal transformation ability. Thus, he tried to defend himself against that monster's attack. Kyan Dodo told him that this number was becoming less and less popular. He must think of some other way. But Yancy did not yet know what exactly to do. Kyan Dodo was already very frightened and said that she would definitely die now, they would eat her. Yancy looked around in hell, thought that it can't go on like this, but it looks like he just saw some cans of gasoline. He told Kyan Dodo not to be afraid, because he had an idea, he would protect her. Kyan Dodo asked what kind of idea, but Yancy did not answer and used his ability to make the gas canisters go towards the monster. After that, he used his ability, with the help of which he blew up gasoline. The freed people took to their heels, and someone shouted that they had to run while they couldn't. Yancy and Kyan Dodo did the same. Kyan Dodo wanted to grab this monster again, but then some old man appeared and cut this tentacle. The old man was very angry and told them that so they are the guys and there are thieves who revived the monsters to attack this place. Kyan started arguing with this old man. She asked him who is he, and why did he start to carry some kind of nonsense as soon as he appeared. The old man put away his weapon and said what a disrespectful child she was. When he was in his prime, she still drank milk. Kyan Dodo was furious and told him that he was being very disrespectful as an old man. Yancy thought that this is really Duan Shualu, the hero who defeated King Kong Berserker 10 years ago. Yancy stepped forward, blocking the Kyan Dodo and turned to the old man and said that the senior Duan. The elder Duan said that Yang 11 is more respectful. He will deal with him when he finishes dealing with this monster. Yancy thought he was a rank hero, but why is he here? In a cadaver center, Old Man Duan rushed to attack the monsters and used the North Star attack, style 1 greedy wolf attack. Yancy, watching all of this, said that, as expected, from the legendary inherited power called the North Star attack, each one is an advanced technique. Even those with S-rank abilities would have to take a few steps back. Kyan Dodo was also fascinated by this technique and said it was so cool. But the monster got even more mad, and it became such, were 2 times faster. But the old Dua did not lose his head and applied the attack of the Polar Star, style 2 Hunger for Heaven. And then I decided to finish off the monsters and use the abilities of the Water of Heaven. Now the monster has been defeated. After Dongyu, an old man, dealt with this monster, he again went to those two, and pointing at them with the ball, he said that after he dealt with this monster, now it's time to deal with him. Yancy thought, what intense eyes that are filled with determination and murderous intent. Yancy told him that they were indeed not the ones who revived this beast. But the old Duan was not going to believe them and said that this was nonsense. They have very suspicious personalities. Do they think he will believe them? Kyan Dodo asked Yancy if he was sure that he would defeat this old man. Yancy told her that he couldn't and asked her what she wanted. Kyan Dodo told him that no, she just wanted to lend him a weapon. She gave this weapon and, as she ran away, told him that it was an armor that was made from the materials of a B-rank monster. She is sure that it will give him the help he needs. She will root for him. Yancy put on this armor and thought it was just crazy. It reminds him a lot of the fairy sister of the fairies. At this time, the old Duan had already pounced on Yancy, told him to taste it. But Yancy managed to defend himself. He thought that this armor could withstand even the attacks of a senior Duan. This armor is really very powerful. They started fighting among themselves. Yancy used the ability to reboot the brain, and I thought that after activating the brain reset, his attacks seemed to be slower. But this is not enough to defeat him. The old man Duan attacked him again and said that he had opened. Yancy at this time thought that he would not be able to dodge now, and that's why he used the ability to control a person. Duan old man asked Yancy that he really stopped his movement, to which Yancy replied that he would be in danger if he did not. The old man Duan asked him that, are these tricks really all that petty thieves are capable of? Then Yancy decided to make himself a semblance of a sword with the help of the metal transformation ability, and they crossed their blades. Yancy thought that each of his attacks was very strong. He can use a person's control to stop him for a short time without being cut in two. They gathered an audience that watched their battle. One of the guys said that he was fighting Duan Shualu. In that case, could this guy be a rank 6 hero of the weapon god zone? Yancy overheard their conversation and thought, who is this weapon god anyway? Duan old man told him that judging by his attacks, he is most likely not a thief. He put away his sword and told the people who had gathered to watch their battles to leave this processing area. After all, he has something to say to this guy. Some guy asked again that they all really need to leave. Duan old man was very angry about this, and he asked what? Is he not going to listen to the order of the manager of this center? The whole crowd was frightened and rushed to their heels, saying that they were leaving. Tian Dodo told Yancy that she would be waiting for him outside. When they were alone, Yancy asked old man Duan what he wanted to tell him. Duan old man told him that he knew that he was not a weapon god. His skills can't compare to those of a weapon god, only his metal ability was similar to him. But he still has several abilities, so he can be considered a strong person. Someone like Yancy would never come here just to steal some fur. Therefore, the old Duan decided to ask him, what, did he really come here in search of a world secret? Yancy did not understand and thought that what kind of world secret was he talking about? What is this old man talking about? But he decided to try to get more information from this old man. So he decided to tell the old man that, yes, he had come here in search of the secret of the world. Duan old man laughed and said that he was young and ambitious. It would be great to tell about this to such a strong person as he is. This is very good. He patted his shoulder and said that the real purpose of this center was to open a one-way tunnel to the monster world, the so-called white hole. Yancy asked what? Then the old Duan began to tell him everything. He said that 15 years ago, the white hole of the city of Logan was successfully opened. The Hero Association sent a small team of highly ranked heroes on a special mission to infiltrate the monster world. He was on that team himself. During this mission, many rank S heroes died. Only he and 2 other people were able to return from there because they risked their lives. In fact, every monster corpse processing center is built on the weakest points of the earth. As long as they continue to burn monster bodies at these weak spots, they will be able to open a white hole that leads to the monster world. Yancy listened to his story and asked, what then? How about that revived monster? Duan old man said that this is something they can't say to the outside world. In fact, this is a mutation of a monster that rubbed a white hole. They people on this planet are like animals that are trapped by beasts. Only when they gather the strongest forces of humanity will they have a chance to defeat them. After the story, the old man turned around and told Yancy that he could go. After all, no matter what organization he is in, they must remember, they are all part of humanity. The next day in the office building, the woman reported to the director that it was old man Duan Shualu who continued to do stupid things. How could he even tell such things to the outside world? To which the director replied that even if he had not told this, sooner or later other organizations would have known about it, and it is impossible to keep the world's secret only between them. The woman asked him that the video conferencing from the headquarters is here. The woman on the video call said that more than 25 people are already participating in it, and they have already fulfilled all the necessary conditions for the consideration of the Category S case. Further on what the Association of Heroes of the City of Lugan reports, they need to start a conference. Should they tell the truth to the hero owner associations that raise a rank? Yancy visited his sister Yang Fei again in the hospital. He asked her what did she know. He was told one harsh truth today. After talking with the old Duan, he left. Everyone started whispering. Someone asked what happened inside. Had he really defeated the old Duan Shualu? Hyan Dudu called out to him and asked if he was okay. Yancy thought that he couldn't let other people know about his abilities, and said he was fine, and he asked Tian Dodo to look into his eyes. Tian Dodo asked, what is it for? Yancy used the ability to control a person. He told her to forget that he used the powers of fire and metal, and she should remember that he brought her this armor, and he also owes her 10,000. After that, He snapped his fingers and pulled up until he came to his senses. She ran and said it was good that he was fine. Yancy told his sister the whole story and said that this Tan Dodo is very similar to her. She is cute and loves money. Maybe after he avenges his sister, he'll find a way to wake her up. That same evening, in his room, Yancy used his metal transformation ability again. He made himself a star absorption ring. He took the ability medicine and said that he couldn't let people know his real ability. He must use these two things to deceive Liu Yuan, and of course the snake. He used the transformation ability and created new clothes for himself. Yancy said that this set of clothes would be called Snake. His abilities will be different from those of Yu Jai. He will have C-rank electricity, and he can also use fire attacks when necessary. Due to the fact that Yancy has become a part of this, an organization will appear that consists of many of it, and it will be called Judges. Its main purpose is to judge those heroes who have fallen. Yancy came to meet Liu Yuan. When Yancy arrived, he saw Liu Yuan sleeping. Yancy approached him and told him to wake up, and kicked him. Liu Yuan jumped up and asked how dare he wake him up. Does he really want to? But then I realized who it was and apologized to Yancy, saying that he was sleepy. Yancy thanked him for coming here as he wanted. It seems that Liu Yuan believed his words. Liu Yuan named Yancy as Yu Jai's boss and said that if he could give him the ability, he would get whatever he wanted in money, girlfriend, and status. Otherwise, hug Yancy and cry. Yancy pushed him away and said that he was not interested. Getting the ability is very easy. He just has to look into his eyes. What Liu Yuan did. And then Yancy used the ability to control a person. After Yancy used this ability, he told Liu Yuan to tell him what he knew about the blue pill. But the mesmerized Liu Yuan remained silent. Yancy thought, what is going on here? Didn't he succeed? He then ordered Liu Yuan to slap himself. But Liu Yuan still didn't do anything and just remained silent. Yancy thought that he had taken the initiative in vain. Could it be that he already has the ability? A higher C-rank ability that renders a person's control ineffective on them. Then Yancy decided to use his mental attack ability. He thought he hadn't attacked him the last time he was at the bar. But it doesn't look like Liu Yuan has any ability. But in any case, Yancy should try. And he managed to extract Liu Yuan's ability. Yancy was very surprised at this and said, what the hell? Does he really have the ability? Liu Yuan had an A-rank ability. The name of this ability is Resurrection. Description: only once after death can a person with this ability be reborn and go back a day. Grade: A-rank ability, but it can only be used after death. How stupid is that? I couldn't be more surprised and asked if this guy actually has an A-rank ability. This ability will undoubtedly turn the tide of events. And speaking to Liu Yuan, who was still passed out, told him that he would be kind to him after he took his ability. And he thought that now he would put a pearl into it, which he received at the corpse processing center. After he did so, he commanded Liu Yuan to wake up. After that, Liu Yuan jumped up and asked Yancy to give him the ability. But then it dawned on him, and he asked when did he manage to fall asleep? Yancy told him that it was fine, he was just too tired. And he asked him if he saw this ring. Liu Yuan looked at the ring in Yancy's hand and said yes. Yancy said that this star absorption ring, which was made by the Liu Yuan organization, could use it to steal ability factors from others as well. Liu Yuan was shocked and asked if it could really do that. So, what is next? Yancy said that the organization uses special methods and turns these ability factors into a medicine, an ability that can empower ordinary people, and showed him a bottle of filling. After that, Yancy threw the bottle into Liu Yuan's hands. Liu Yuan asked what is so special about it, but does Yancy deceive him? To which Yancy replied that he could drink it, then he would know if it was true or not. Liu Yuan began to examine these bottles and thought, could it be poison? But if he wanted to kill him, he wouldn't drag it out until today. So Liu Yuan made up his mind and drank the contents of this bottle. Yancy chuckled and told Liu Yuan that he would soon know the power of ability. Liu Yuan's appearance began to change, and he said that his whole body was on fire. Yancy looked at him and thought that it really had nothing to do with medicine. It is he who controls the pearl of ability at a distance. For a moment, Liu Yuan turned into a werewolf. He asked what is it? Yancy will answer him that this is the ability to transform, and asked him what he thought about it. Liu Yuan asked, is this really the ability? And his brother can turn into a dragon. Is he weaker or stronger than him? To which Yancy replied that his brother had an A-rank ability, while he only had an E-rank. Liu Yuan was furious of asking that E-rank. But between rank A and E there is a difference of 3 ranks. Yancy cleared his throat. Zai told him not to worry as he had just joined the organization, so they could only give him F-rank medicine. Liu Yuan made a pitiful expression and began to choke back tears. Seeing his expression, Yancy thought that this Liu Yuan had turned into a werewolf. But why is he so stupid and cute like a husky? Yangzai told him that since he would have to work together, he changed it to an E rank for him. Liu Yuan, after listening to Yangzai, thought that it really follows from this that they have other abilities in the organization. But then doesn't this mean that one day he himself will become stronger than his father? Liu Yuan joyfully hugged Yangzai again and, calling him father, asked him if he could change it to a rank for him. Yangzai, trying to fight off his strong hands, asked who was he calling his father. Liu Yuan told him that he would then call him his godfather. He had never before met a man who was so kind to him. Yangzai told him that he didn't have one, even if he called him godfather. His organization has its own rules. Liu Yuan can only get it when they make enough achievements. Liu Yuan let him go and said that the godfather was good and asked him what kind of organization they were. Yangzai asked him to listen carefully and said that the name of their organization is Judges. It was created by one powerful man. Under the boss is 12 zodiac leaders, and he is a rooster from the 12th zodiac. Liu Yuan asked him if someone as powerful as a godfather was just a leader, then how powerful is the boss? Yangzai told him not to try to guess it. After all, the boss is not someone who often shows his face. He is very mysterious. Then Liu Yuan asked Yangzai that how can he quickly earn his achievements. Yangzai told him that, of course, this is done by completing the tasks given to him by the organization. Yangzai just now has a task for him. Liu Yuan will use his identity as young master of the Kunlun company to search for information about the so-called blue pill. Liu Yuan asked what kind of blue pill is this. Jansenese said that it seems to be a pill that can increase one's strength, and he came to Lugan just the same in order to learn about the forces behind this thing. Liu Yuan's eyes lit up as he asked if this pill could really increase someone's strength. What is this wonderful thing? To which Yangzai replied that he should not harbor evil ideas. There was already one such hero who used it and accidentally harmed an innocent person. Liu Yuan made it clear that he understood this. Liu Yuan took his true shoulders and asked who harmed an innocent person. Yangzai said that it was a rank hero of their company, and his name was Glacial Adventurer. Liu Yuan was very surprised and asked if it was a canyon. But he always acts so cool, but in fact he is a drug addict. Yangzai told him that when he finds useful information, they will meet here again, and then he will give him a rank D ability. Liu Yuan said good. Yangzai was already heading towards the exit and said yes, as if he forgot to tell him something. The effect of the medicine lasts only a week. Liu Yuan's time is very limited. He must complete this task within a week. Liu Yuan was horrified and asked what. The next day, Yangzai was walking around the city, but he noticed some kind of announcement, decided to come closer and see it. It was written that he was wanted. They are looking for Uncle Yu Jai. He is alone in a black cloak with a white mask on his face. If anyone has any clues, they should call Tan Dodo, and she gave her phone number. Yangzai was shocked by this information that even spat on this announcement. The man who was in this booth called him names and asked what he was doing. Yangzai apologized to him. Yangzai took this ad and walked along the road, saying that he really didn't think that this girl had something like that in her sleeves. But he noticed that a company of people was coming around the corner, and looking at them closer, he saw their Tian up to Togo and asked if it wasn't she. But what happened to her? And he decided to follow and eavesdrop. A group of 3 surrounded the Kyan Dodo, and she asked them who are they? The pierced man said that she had better listen to them and give the young master's blade back. Tian Dodo said she had no idea what they were talking about. And what is a blade? She doesn't even have one with her. The masked man could not stand it and told her to stop this performance. She played with their young master because he was too naive and used false jewels in exchange for his blade. The man with the piercing told her that she'd better give it up if she still wanted to live. Yangzai eavesdrop on them. I think, is it really Muramasa? It's an S-rank legendary weapon. Is it really in the Kandudu? Kandodo at this time thought, does that mean that this blade is actually something good? If so, she took out her little box and, starting to play her next performance, told them what a young master. She had never heard of anyone like it. They must have been wrong. Yangzai, listening to her, thought what a poor argument this was. Anyone can deduce once they hear her that this greedy girl got the blade but doesn't want to give it back. The girl who was standing with those 2 guys said that there was no need for this chatter, they should already start to act. After that, the pierced man used the army-style ability of triple knives, and the masked man used the doppelganger shadow-style ability. Seeing this, Yangzai said, are these 2 hereditary type abilities, and are they both above C rank? Kyan Dodo said she was not the type to be easily intimidated. She took out a weapon and ranks from her backpack, which is called a kametachi. Then she threw them all away. And when she left this place, Kyan Dodo laughed and said that there was no rule that could force her to return things after she received them. At the bottom, there was still the girl who used the rank snow woman ability, Kyan-Dudu, who wanted to get out of there already. She asked why it snowed all of a sudden. At this time, Yancy used the ability to change clothes, and the girl was already chasing the Kyan-Dodo and used the Snow Typhoon ability. Yancy was very frightened for Kyan-Dudu and called out her name. Reporters have already arrived at this place, and one of the reporters, a man, said that there was a fight going on right now on Changting Street. If there is at least one hero nearby, then he should come to the rescue as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Tian-Dodo got caught in that girl's Snow Typhoon. She fell very hard and said that it hurt a lot. That girl approached her and asked her if she would now return a thing that did not originally belong to her. But Tian-Dodo was very brave and said it was good. Then she can ask her what kind of blade she lost, silver or gold. This is very strong, angered the girl, and she, using her ability, pinned the Tian-Dodo to the ground, and told her to advise her to be more honest, otherwise she would tear her frozen legs into small pieces. But Tian-Dodo was very serious, and she told this girl that she would never fall for her tricks. She got this blade thanks to her skills, she would never throw it away just like that. And she threw this blade into the hands of Yancy and told him that this blade is now his and he gets it for free. Yancy caught that blade and said, Tian-Dodo that, as expected, from her. She had already noticed him, and he thanked her for the blade. But what the hell? No one would want such a worn-out blade, even if Tian-Dudu offered the man money. Tian-Dodo became embarrassed and said that she didn't even think that they would go after her because of that blade. Meanwhile, the girl shouted that these two people were allies from commanding her men to grab Yancy. Yancy surrounded 4 men. One of them attacked the Yancy and called him names and told him to taste it. At that moment, Yancy realized and thought that this blade he was holding in his hand was absorbing his mental power. Is his body moving on its own? He, without putting any effort, cut this man in half. He himself was very shocked and asked what the hell was going on here. Behind him was a man with a piercing who pounced on Yancy, but Yancy neutralized him with this blade. The pierced man fell to his knees and asked his teacher to save him. Yancy extracted the ability of this pierced man. It was a C-rank ability. The name of this ability was 3 styles of blade, sun and moon. Description of this ability: 3 blade styles allow you to activate the power of the blade in order to fend off enemies. This ability rating, with rank, it's like holding a blade in your mouth doesn't look that cool. Yancy was already shaking with weakness. Bones said that this blade was taking too much of his mental strength. He couldn't take it anymore. Meanwhile, behind him was the girl who turned her ability on him. I told Nosy that it looked like he would have to use the rebirth ability today. Then someone came to their rescue, and the whole sky lit up with green. People were very surprised and asked, "What is it?" Yancy asked, "Is this the light of despair?" Kyan-Dodo was also very surprised and asked, "Is this really a lazy swordsman?" Along with the lazy swordsman came the hero Mo Long. Mo Long told the girl that they can forgive their Heyday group for being arbitrary in the 6th region. But are they guys brave enough to sow rebellion in the 1st region? The girl told him that they were here to return what originally belonged to them. They were abusing their powers. Kyan-Dudu pointed her finger at this girl and told them to stop. After all, it was her master who gave her the blade, and this blade is completely hers. This girl thought that 2 rank heroes had arrived and she had no chance of winning. She must first of all ensure her own safety. Tian-Dodo tensed because she thought that this girl was up to something. She did not lose. She continued to freeze her feet further. The girl turned to the heroes and said that even if they killed their people, if they returned to them what originally belonged to them, then she would leave the city of Lugam and save the life of this girl. Mo Long chuckled and told the girl that no one had said that she could leave this city of Lugansk. Do they really think that the 1st region is the place where you can just come and go at your own will? And he turned to the lazy swordsman, to whom he said that this girl was his, and he would go and test Yu Jai's abilities. To which the lazy swordsman told him that the company intended to get him for himself. He should not overdo it. Mo Long had already gone to attack Yu Jai and said that, naturally, he was only helping his brother resolve issues between them. Yancy decided to defend himself with this blade. But when Mo Long hit that blade, Yancy flew very far away. Tian-Dodo was very worried about Yancy. And Mo Long asked, "Is that really all?" The girl said that if this happens, she may die, and she used the absolute 0 ability. Then the lazy swordsman used his ability, which was called the Blade of Strong Wind. Thus, he repelled all the attacks of the girl and even hit her herself. But the lazy swordsman said he didn't hit it. Tian-Dudu said that's not true, didn't she just crash? To which the lazy swordsman told her that it was just an illusion. She's escaped, but she still has to be somewhere nearby. But then they noticed that Yu Jai's brother was also missing, and Yancy himself hid behind the corner of this building and thought that the damn blade. He didn't leave his body a drop of strength. And how will he cope with this threat now? But wait a minute, if this is a weapon from a monster, will he be able to extract an ability from it? He tried to do this, and the system said that an ability extraction had occurred. Yancy also received 1,000 units of dark energy. Yancy arranged the blade into black cubes. He said that even though he couldn't extract the pearl of ability, but he got a bunch of dark energy cubes. The materials from which the blade is made must be from an S-rank monster. What kind of ability does he need to improve in order to be able to go against the dragon? He took the ability sphere and the system sent him a message that the evaluation of this ability, D-rank abilities. Ability name, Metal Transformation. Yancy said to try this one. He got an A-rank ability. Ability name, Metal Control. Description, abilities, it is possible to control all metals within a radius of 1,000 meters. The maximum weight of the controlled metal is 100,000 tons. Ability assessment, the person who has this ability is probably now an Iron Man. That girl felt it too. Yancy said that he feels every object made of concrete and metal. He feels those cars, planes, buildings. Finally, he had the opportunity to fight with someone normally. Then the girl decided to attack him from behind, but Yancy felt it and repelled her attack. But the girl wasn't going to give up so quickly. She kept attacking Yancy, and Yancy repelled all her attacks. The girl was horrified and asked that how is this even possible? Yancy grabbed her. The girl commanded him to let her go immediately, to which Yancy told her not to move. He would be more gentle when it comes to girls. The girl asked him what he wanted to do, but Yancy didn't answer her and extracted her ability. It was an A-rank ability. The name of this ability is Snow Woman. A description of abilities summons a snow woman to help in battles. Also, a person can choose to merge with God, which enters his body. Yancy said that he thought it was just an elementary ability, but he had no idea that it was a summoning type. This is literally the main dream of all men. The girl assumed her true form and fell to the ground, but NCI picked her up. Then the lazy swordsman and Mo Long appeared from around the corner. Mo Long asked the lazy swordsman that was it really the passerby he knocked down. The lazy swordsman thought that had his aura changed. Yancy put the girl down and said that she was not a passerby, she was a snow woman. But he had already dealt with her. Mo Long was furious, and he asked Yancy if he was really mocking him. How can such trash, how can he defeat a snow woman? To which Yancy calmly replied to them that they could fight him to make sure of it. And he asked them which of them would be the first to attack him, or would they both attack him. Meanwhile, a male reporter went live, and asked if he hadn't misheard. This guy wants to go up against two, despite the fact that they are both A-rank heroes. Why? Their evil dragon is able to take down this guy with just one finger. But do they look like he's bluffing? One of the people who watched this report said that he had already become a fan of that guy in the black robe. And someone said that this guy is very intimidating. The male reporter was very enthusiastic, and asked, what does it mean? Is there really going to be an exciting 1 versus 2 scene? Mo Long said that despite the fact that the audience is trying to inflame this topic, he will not team up with a lazy swordsman in order to defeat him. After all, this will lead to the fact that the heroes of A-rank will lose their dignity. Yancy said what a pity. After all, a battle of 1 against 2 would be very exciting. Mo Long told the lazy swordsman that in order to defeat the opponent, you need to understand him. But the lazy swordsman did not listen to him and said that he knew it. Mo Long paid attention to Yancy's hand and said that this ring on his hand is very strange. Most likely, the secret of the missing ability may be related to this particular thing. They should be as careful as possible. The lazy swordsman told his partner not to worry. He just wants to see how he defeated the snow woman. The lazy swordsman came forward and told Yancy that if he won, the evil dragon would naturally take him on. But Yang 11 didn't answer him, and then the lazy swordsman attacked him. But Yancy repelled his attack. After that, Yang 11 very quickly moved behind the back of the lazy swordsman, from where he attacked. But the lazy swordsman was also very fast and stopped his attack with his sword. Yancy almost hit the lazy swordsman, but the lazy swordsman drew attention to his ability and asked him if he was really controlling his sword. Yes, he was dreaming. After which, the lazy swordsman hit Yancy and Yancy bounced off him. Yang 11 thought that the lazy swordsman's sword was made of monster materials. They are considered metal. Apart from this sword on his body, oddly enough, there are no other items. At this rate, Yancy will lose in any confrontation. But what should he do now? Yancy needs to upgrade another ability to a rank, otherwise it will be very difficult to defeat a lazy swordsman. And that's not to mention that there's still an evil dragon looking at them menacingly. Yancy took 2 abilities. One of them was the A rank ability of the Snow Woman, and the other was the E rank ability of Human Control. And he mixed them up. He got an A rank ability. The name of this ability is Control of Puppets. Description of abilities: can perform illusory interference in A rank targets, and can also brainwash targets below B rank, including in ranks. It will also be possible to turn on their power for 10 years, and you can enter the body of a puppet for 2 hours every day. At the moment, the number of puppets is 0 out of 3. Ability score: extremely shameless ability. Yancy, after learning the new ability, said that he would not use this ability for shameful acts. Then the lazy swordsman shouted to him, asking him what he was doing there because they were still fighting. To which Yancy told him not to be so impatient. After that, he used his new ability, and the lazy swordsman saw a woman who asked him if he really decided to point his sword at his sister. The lazy swordsman fell into a stupor, but after Yancy dispelled this illusion, the lazy taper asked, "Is it really mental abilities? Yujai really has a double ability." Yancy told the lazy swordsman that he found out about it too late. He also didn't expect that a lazy swordsman who wields the intent of a storm ball would have such a weakness. The lazy swordsman was furious and, pouncing on Yancy, told him that yes, that he knew. Was it his late sister? He couldn't do it. The lazy swordsman is already exhausted. Seeing this, people were shocked. They were very scared. Someone shouted at him to get up, and the other man said that it's over. The lazy swordsman lost, and now we can only hope that the evil dragon will be able to defeat him. Another man said that he defeated the lazy swordsman so quickly that he almost became one of his fans. The man who led the live broadcast said that the lazy swordsman was sitting stunned on the ground. But could the man in black use a mental attack? The lazy swordsman was on the alert against the metal ability, but he didn't expect the other country to hide its mental ability, as both of the lazy swordsman's hands are shaking. It seems that victory is already a foregone conclusion. Giant Dudu, who was standing next to the man, told Yancy by a reporter that he was doing well. She already thought that this lazy swordsman would kill him, but if he died, then who would return her 10,000? Young 11 thought, is someone really complaining about him? Mo Long came up to the lazy swordsman and told him that he had done a very good job. He made him use his last one. Now the lazy swordsman should leave everything to him. The lazy swordsman told him that he shouldn't look him in the eye. If he did, then the person he cared about the most would appear before his eyes. Mo Long went to fight with Yancy. Yancy, seeing him, asked if the evil dragon himself had finally appeared. The evil dragon told him that, in his opinion, this battle is of great importance, and offered Yancy to make a bet. Yancy said it would be very interesting to know what he would put on. The evil dragon said that how about if he loses, then he will tell him the secret of this ring. Yancy said that, of course, he should come and pick it up himself, if, of course, he could do it. And he himself thought that fortunately the evil dragon is not stupid. He was showing off here just so that everyone would pay attention to the star absorption ring. The evil dragon did not wait and immediately rushed to attack Yancy. Yancy was even surprised and thought, what kind of speed is this? An evil dragon is even faster than a lazy swordsman. But Yancy managed to bypass the evil dragon's attack. But the evil dragon still managed to hit him. The male reporter continued to broadcast live and said that the metal controlled by the man in black could not keep up with the speed of the evil dragon. The evil dragon asked Yancy, is it really a double ability? But this is hardly acceptable. Yancy stood up after being hit by the evil dragon. He cleared his throat and thought that this guy has a very high speed and a strong attack. And the scales of the evil dragon on his body have a high level of protection. An evil dragon can also spit fire, it's so illogical. The evil dragon told Yancy that it wasn't bad, he had a pretty strong bone. But Yancy didn't answer him and used the puppet control ability. And the evil dragon fell into this trap. He saw his brother Luke Yuan, who was telling him that it was very painful he had to save him. The evil dragon grabbed his head and told Yancy that yes, how dare he turn into his adored brother, he was sick of him. After that, the evil dragon turned into an earthen dragon of black flame. Yancy was very surprised and asked if the illusion had been destroyed, and it even angered him more. And the man continued to conduct his live broadcast and said that today they unexpectedly saw the second phase of the transformation of the evil dragon. And this man has no choice but to admire this masked man. After all, he actually forced the evil dragon to come to this. Meanwhile, the evil dragon attacked Yancy, but Yancy tried to stop him. Then the evil dragon asked him if he really thought he could stop him with these metal spikes. Yancy chuckled and asked the evil dragon, did he really become a drill? Then let him try to catch up with him. And Yancy rose up with his ability. The evil dragon asked him if he really thinks he can escape from him by flying. And the evil dragon himself rose into the sky. But Young 11 didn't plan to give up so easily either, and he managed to grab the evil dragon and tie him up with his iron bars. The evil dragon was very shocked at first, but gathered his thoughts and asked Yancy if he had already forgotten about his black flame. The male reporter, continuing to conduct his live broadcast, said that the black flame of the evil dragon had already melted metal before, and surely this time these metals would not last long. Giant Dodo slapped the reporter for this and said that Brother Ujai is not only strong, but his tactics and strategies are also outstanding. He won't do useless things, but everything was not playing in favor of the evil dragon. He tried to melt these bars, but he didn't succeed. He asked if he couldn't melt it down, and Yancy at this time thought that this is a fire-resistant shield of rank B. It will not melt if he burns it only once. Well, now, Yancy began to attract metal from everywhere. The evil dragon was very shocked and said that it was the same. But Yancy will interrupt him and said that this is metal control. Yancy, I appeal to the evil dragon, said that he should fall, the fist of Titan. People were very scared and tried to escape from there. The evil dragon was also scared and asked if he would really die like that. After that, Yancy brought down all the metal he had collected. Everyone started running away from this place. The male cough reporter said that now that the dust has finally settled, we need to see if the evil dragon has survived or not. People crowded around the fragments of this metal and began to reason. One of the people said that, most likely, the evil dragon is already dead. Another said that it was simply impossible to survive in such a situation. And who noticed it? Who are you in the sky? And asked, what is it really not a cute fiery butterfly? Meanwhile, the fiery butterfly, crying, kept looking for the evil dragon, asking that where is he? The mechanical hero told the fiery butterfly to move away from there. The mechanical hero scanned this mechanical pile. People noticed the mechanical hero and told them to take a look, because this is a mechanical hero of a rank. Thank God he's here. But still the lazy and the swordsman of the dragon fracture managed to survive. The lazy swordsman said that he was still alive, but only thanks to the Psy wall. He sincerely regrets that he made the company lose face. To which the mechanical hero told him that everything was fine as long as he was alive. A fiery butterfly peeked out from behind the mechanical hero and asked if they needed help. The lazy swordsman looked at the evil dragon and said that then he would have to bother her with him. Meanwhile, Yancy had already reached home and healed his wounds. He sprayed himself with some kind of medicine and said it hurt so much. This evil dragon knows no mercy. The meeting with the snow woman and the evil dragon last time was quite expected. His main goal is to focus on the blue pill. Currently, there are only 2 leads. One lead is a glacial adventurer, in this case Yancy handed over to Liu Yuan. The second clue is the heroes in rank, the hero of spicy and sour noodles. A hero who is going to hold a fan meeting in the near future. Yancy should definitely go take a look at it. In the future, he will attract even more danger. He can no longer share an apartment with other people. He must prevent their involvement. Then Lin Naizu came into the apartment and said that she was finally home. Since I didn't expect to meet her at this time, he was very scared. Lang Naizu also didn't expect to see him here and asked what he was doing in the living room. Yancy said nothing. His foot hit the corner of the table, so he just rubs it with medicine. She came back just in time, because he wants to tell everyone that he's moving out. All 3 girls gathered and asked him if he was really moving out. Yancy said that being a man, it's not very convenient for him to live with them. He didn't have any money then, but now he's got a raise and his salary has increased, so he decided to move out. Xiao pointed at Lin Naizu and asked Yancy, what about Lin Naizu's sister? Yancy covered his face with his hands and asked, what about Lin Naizu? He has nothing to do with her. Xiao told him that in that case they wouldn't stop him. And since they already know each other's contact numbers, then let him not forget to call them when he is free. Yancy said yes, then he would treat them to a good meal. Let them think that this is their farewell dinner. Lin Naizu apparently was very angry with him and went to her room, slammed the door very hard. Yancy thought, did he say something wrong? Yancy said that if they were going to go out to eat, it was better to go all together. Xiao asked Yancy that after all, Lin Naizu's sister is so beautiful and so kind to him. Why doesn't she deserve to be with him? Why does he communicate with her like that? Young 11 wanted to answer her something, but the girls did not listen to him, and turning to their rooms, Xiao added that they would go and take a nap. They will have lunch after Yancy settles everything with sister Lin Naizu. When they left, Yongzai said that saying he didn't like Lin Naizu would be a lie, but he really didn't want to drag innocent people into danger. After that, he decided and knocked on her door. Lin Naizu said that the door is not locked, he can enter. Yang Siwo Shu and saw the girl on the bed. He asked her for forgiveness. Lin Naixu asked him why he was apologizing. Didn't he say he had nothing in common with her? Yongzai told her that she knew that wasn't what he meant. Lin Naixu couldn't stand it and started screaming. She asked Yongzai that he didn't like her past, right? Yongzai said no, she misunderstood everything. Then Lin Naizu asked him why didn't he like her? Is she ugly? Yongzai said no and asked Lin Naizu to calm down. And I asked her that can't they just stay friends? Lin Naizu asked what friends? Yongzai just has to ask himself already, does he like her or not? Yongzai thought that most of Lin Naizu's kindness towards him came from insecurity, because her relationship with her family was being destroyed. She just wants to put her heart into another kind of attachment. And since he didn't answer her, she naturally took it negatively, believing that her past and her life experience are what makes people look up to her. She looks like a fragile porcelain doll that can break even at the touch of someone who cares about her. How could he possibly hurt her? Yongzai said that he was actually, but Lin Naizu interrupted him and said that maybe he was speaking correctly. She was too impatient and thought that after the kiss, both of them had already found each other in their hearts. But even if it's not the time yet, she doesn't want them to become strangers, and ask him if he can become her first official boyfriend first. Yongzai exhaled and said that well, he promises it. The glacier adventurer was already very drunk and was in Liu Yuan's apartment. Liu Yuan watched him from the doorway and thought that if it wasn't for the Godfather's assignment, he wouldn't have spent so much money to invite him here to frolic. When the glacier adventurer fell asleep, Liu Yuan decided to search him. But when he found some strange box, the glacier adventurer woke up and asked him what he was doing. Liu Yuan was sweating with fear and said he was just looking for a light. Did he lose his lighter? Glacier adventurers gave him a lighter and asked where the girls had gone. Liu Yuan said the girls were waiting, and asked the glacier adventurer which one of them he liked tonight, and he will ask her to take a bath with him. The glacier adventurer said that the one who wears a jumpsuit. In the evening, when Liu Yuan invited the girl that the glacier adventurer liked, and they went to the bathroom, he began to search the glacier adventurer. He rummaged through his things and said that where did he put this thing? But soon he was able to find her and said that here she was. He opened this box and took out one cube and asked if it was really sugar. But it's not the smell of gum. It's something that smells good, but weird. He wants to eat it so much. But still, he overcame this desire and said that there was nothing in this thing. Is it really a blue pill? Then there were screams from the bathtub. Liu Yuan looked back and looked at the doors. He thought it scared him a lot. Is the glacial adventurer so raging there? He took the blue pill and said he would steal one of the hidden ones. Then he went to the bathroom and knocked on the door. Liu Yuan asked the glacier adventurer, what is he like? Is he okay? The glacial adventurer furiously opened the door. Liu Yuan looked through it and looked at the girl, and asked that this girl is she okay? The glacial adventurer quickly jumped out of the tub and began to pack his things. He said the girl was dead. Liu Yuan told the glacier adventurer that everything was fine. He should go first, and he would ask the people from the company to sort it out. The glacier adventurer said it was good. When the glacial adventurers left, Liu Yuan exhaled. He said it scared him so much to death. If the glacier adventurer found out, then he would have died. The glacial adventurer, sitting in his car, was very angry. He threw down the box of blue pills and cursed. He asked that how many times has it already been? Ever since he started taking this remedy, he can't control his strength at all. This is very bad. He needs to calm down. He drew attention to the pills and asked why one was missing. But then he gave up on it and said that there were only a few days left until the next batch anyway. It doesn't matter if you lose this one for one or get it. Fan Peng asked Yongzai if he was crazy. Any other normal guy wouldn't even think about moving out of this apartment. Yongzai told him that these were just illusions. And I asked a friend if he knew how uncomfortable it was to live with a bunch of girls. Fan Peng said that this alleged inconvenience is the beauty of it. Yongzai told his friend that sometimes he becomes a real pervert. When they arrived at their destination, Vang Peng asked his friend that where did he get the money to rent such a nice apartment. To which Yongzai replied that his adopted son had given it to him. Fan Peng said it was nonsense. When did he manage to adopt a son? Yongzai probably just won the lottery. Now he has to treat his friend somehow. Yongzai said that he actually told him the truth, and he didn't believe him. When he finally unloaded all his things, he lay down on his new bed. He said that he was so full. But at least now he is finally alone, although now he is a little lonely. But by the way, after the fight with the evil dragon, Yongzai has not used the summoning ability yet. This is the ability of the Snow Woman. even though he spent some of the dark energy to improve the puppet's control ability. But the remaining energy is still a C rank ability. Well, now Yancy will see what kind of scary sister she is. He told the snow woman to appear, but when he saw who it was, he was shocked and said, "Wait a minute, why is she a loli?" Yancy is freezing very much in his new apartment. The little girl asked Yancy, calling him master, if he was okay, but Young 11 shouts at her not to come any closer. Then the girl told him not to worry. After all, snow won't hurt him, but the temperature might be a little low. Yancy asked, "What is snow?" She said, "It's a little cold in here." But then something dawned on him, and he used his flaming fist ability. Snow said it was fire, and asked your master if she can come closer to him. Yancy asked her that wasn't she afraid of fire. Snow said no, she likes warmth. She approached the fire and said it was so warm. The owner is so cool. Jansen, watching the little girl, thought that, fortunately, the cold air that snow creates is only a passive effect. Otherwise, the ability is from the rank. A flaming fist wouldn't be able to withstand the cold air. Snow began to fall asleep and said that the owner was also warm. She fell asleep right on his leg. Yancy pulled away from her a little and said that she was a little brat. But still he didn't drive her away and said that so be it, since she was so cute. He covered himself with a blanket with her and said that only this time there would be no next time. The day of the fan meeting with the hero of spicy and sour noodles has come. A huge queue formed. Everyone shouted that the superheroes of Spicy Kitty Noodles, they all love him. Yancy was also there with his sign. He thought that today he was masquerading as an ardent fan in order to get closer to the superhero of Spicy and Sour Noodles. But the crowd was very huge. Someone stepped on his foot and started pulling his hair. Some plump woman came on stage and said that the superheroes of Spicy and Sour Noodles were ready and asked the audience if they were ready. Everyone shouted in unison that they were ready. But the women asked them to shout louder. Then everyone started shouting that they loved the superhero of Spicy and Sour Noodles. Then the superhero of Spicy and Sour Noodles appeared and told them that they were safe now. After all, because all dangers will be crushed by his iron fist. At that moment, someone pushed Yancy, and it turned out that he was pushed into the first rows, where he inadvertently fell. But the superhero Sharp and Sour Noodles managed to catch him. The superhero told Yancy to be attentive, even though he caught it this time. Young 11's eyes sparkled, and he apologized and said that he had been careless. After the superhero Spicy and Sour Noodles put him on the ground, and Yancy thanked him again and said his name was Young 11. They shook hands, and the hero of the Spicy and Sour Noodles said that it was nice to meet him, and the fans were just delighted. They shouted that the superheroes of Spicy and Sour Noodles are so adored by their fans. They are very jealous of this guy. Yancy didn't just shake hands with the superhero of Spicy and Sour Noodles because he had a plan. After shaking his hand, Yancy said to the superhero of Spicy and Sour Noodles and hello, he is his fan. The woman who opened the fan meeting said that this damn fan meeting was finally over, and I told my boss that he had done a great job. The boss said that, of course, but it was a little difficult. Shaking hands with so many people is messy and exhausting. She should let him disinfect her hands as soon as possible. He got into the car and told her that she was going and let the ride. And while he takes a nap in the car, he still has to participate in another show in the evening. The woman said that it was fine and asked him if his whole body could stand it. The boss, slamming the car door, said that he had to do everything, even if it was very difficult. Also, she should not forget to release his schedule for the next weekend, because he wants to celebrate his daughter's birthday. The woman said she understood and went to eat. Left alone in the car, the boss said that the debt he owed was like a homeless pit. He has to deposit another wad of money to completely close this hole. Was it worth it for him to go to all these gambling games again? But no, he has to gamble more. Then Yancy appeared behind him and asked, "Isn't it exhausting to live like this?" The man turned around and said that he was the same Yujai who fought the evil dragon and the others. But how did he get here? Yancy mentally answered this question to him and said that there was a pearl of ability in his body, of course. He could know its location. But I told him not to be afraid, because he was just here to ask him a few questions. The man thought that he could single-handedly defeat such heroes as the evil dragon and the lazy swordsman. He himself has no chance of winning. He just has to say whatever he wants to know. The man said that even though he himself and the evil dragon and the others belong to the same company, this does not mean that they have the same positions. He asked Yujai for forgiveness and told him not to take offense at him. Yancy told him that he misunderstood everything. Perhaps he is the only one who knows about this problem. He just has to look him in the eye first. When the man did this, Yancy used his puppet control ability. Yancy got into the inner world of a superhero. When he got there, he asked, "Is this really the inner world of the superhero of spicy and sour noodles?" He looked around and saw some shots from life, and he said that it was all his past, but where are the memories of the blue pill? But then he found some strange frame and saw a man whose face is not visible. Blue pill. But who is this person? He came closer to this frame and started watching it. The man handed a blue pill to this man who was sitting in the car and said that he could reach the top of his career. He will pay off his debts. Finally, he will return to the family. The man who was sitting in the car said, that is it really true? Then he should give this pill to him. But the mysterious man said he wanted to exchange it for information. The man asked what other information. The mysterious man said that, for example, about the secrets of some heroes. The man then began to tell him everything. He said the dog hero was secretly playing with ellipsis, and this crazy hero, Topora, secretly holds children captive. Yancy asked if that was scandalous information about the one he needed. Is it possible to get a blue pill for information? Are there any other deals? He started leafing through his memories and asked if they had really met each other not once. There is also a second, a third, and a fourth meeting. At the next meeting, the mysterious man asked the man who was sitting in the car that he had recently heard that a new owner of the Ujai ability had appeared. The man said yes, and he not only bullied the chairman's son, but also defeated the evil dragon with a lazy swordsman. Then the mysterious man asked him if he had any information related to his ability. He has to tell him everything. The mysterious man said that this man should tell him everything about this Ujai. The man was very excited and said that he only knows that he seems to be able to erase the abilities of others, but he never showed his face in public. That's why he doesn't know what he looks like. The mysterious man asked what he was, did he not know his face, and he could erase abilities. It is very interesting. The mysterious man threw those pills into the hands of another man, and, leaving, told him to collect all the information about him by his daughter's birthday next week, and then let them come to him. The man said yes. After reviewing these memories, Yancy said that it seems that the reason for the appearance of the blue pill is to catch the weakness in many ability holders, and then use the blue pill to corrupt and control them. They turn out to be secret. They control so many heroes. What is their true purpose? After some time, the men in the car woke up and with the words, "A real hero knows how to forgive." He turned around and didn't see Yancy in the backseat and asked that where did he go. By that time it was already evening. Lai Yuan waited for Yancy to ask, why hasn't the godfather come yet? Mosquitoes are biting him to death right now. Then Yancy appeared behind him and asked what was he talking about. Liu Yuan was very happy and ran to him, saying that the godfather had finally come. He had been waiting for him for so long. He took out a box of blue pills and told his godfather that he had made a huge effort. Finally got it from a glacier adventurer. And I wore it, looked at the blue pills and thought that the colors of the qualities are the same as the one that the superhero has, spicy and sour noodles. It should be the same pill. Liu Yuan told him that it was because of this pill that the glacier adventurer accidentally killed one person. And I asked him if the side effect of this blue pill was really so terrible. Yancy told him that in the pursuit of power and fame, these depraved heroes are capable of anything. Will they be afraid of these side effects? Liu Yuan shouted that yes, what the godfather said is true. These people don't deserve to be called heroes. Yancy asked him, what then, in his opinion, should a real hero be? Liu Yuan thought about it and thought that just a minute. Does this issue carry the weight of the organization's expectations regarding it? And after a little reflection, he said that he thinks that the more powerful a person is, the more responsibility he bears. And heroes should make saving humanity their life's duty. They should not betray their faith for the sake of power and glory. Young 11, apparently, was not very pleased with this answer, thought that he was stupid, that he trusted him. From which movie did he copy this remark? But he told Liu Yuan that he was doing well, including the organization's funds that had been deposited earlier. It was enough even to exchange them for a rank D ability potion, and threw him a potion with filling. Liu Yuan caught her and asked what? Is it really just a D rank? Yancy told him that he should improve his skills slowly. He should not strive for instant success. If he does not need it, then he should return it. Liu Yuan said what was needed and thanked his godfather, saying that this red color is so beautiful. Then I drank it, and when he drank, he asked why it tasted like ketchup. Yancy patted him on the shoulder, thinking that he should first connect 2 E-rank pearls, and he told Liu Yuan that it was most likely his imagination. At that moment, he combined 2 abilities and received a D-rank ability. Ability name, Werewolf Power. Description, now he is not dependent on moonlight and can freely transform into a werewolf. Assessment, this is not a husky. Liu Yuan said it was strange, he didn't transform this time. And Yancy thought that naturally, he wouldn't transform unless he activated the pearl ability. and grinned, told him that maybe he needed to warm up a little to figure it out. Liu Yuan tensed up and asked the godfather what is he going to do. Yang Zai hit him in the face and told him to be patient. In order to make him stronger, the godfather must be ruthless. Liu Yuan said that the patient asked the godfather for mercy. Liu Yuan turned into a werewolf and told the godfather that, as expected, his ability had improved. He feels that he has more strength. Yang Zai told him to cancel his ability, and I asked him, isn't it exhausting to maintain this form? Liu Yuan turned into a human again and said that he had turned back. Yang Zai said that okay, now he should continue to keep an eye on the blue pill. People who use the blue pill are emotionally unstable. Liu Yuan should be careful. Liu Yuan, putting on his jacket, said that he understood and thanked his godfather for his care. Yang Zai added that also in the second task he will have to collect information about the heroes who secretly commit bad deeds. Liu Yuan asked what is this for? Does the organization really want to gain followers? Yang Zai said that not everyone can join their organization. These heroes are just raw materials for them. Liu Yuan asked, what is the raw material? Is the organization planning to absorb their power? Already leaving. Yang Zai said that, otherwise, where did the potion of abilities come from? Liu Yuan has to work hard and collect more necessary materials for his abilities from the rank. Liu Yuan was very surprised and thought that it turned out that after half a day of work, he was promoted only to C rank, and he shouted after his godfather that yes, he swears he will fulfill this mission. Meanwhile, Yang Zai reached the deserted beach and took off his mask. He said that a deserted beach in the middle of the night is the most suitable place to train the ability of a snow girl. He summoned the snow girl with his ability. Little Snow appeared and, running to her master, said that she missed him very much. Yang Zai shouted at her to stop, and I told her that now is the time to train her abilities. She needs to have a training fight with him. The snow girl said she didn't want to hurt her master. Yang Zai told her that she was just a summoned spirit with a rank, she wouldn't be able to harm him. Hearing this, the snow girl said that then she starts attacking. Yang Zai told her to attack. Then he noticed that another dimension had opened up behind the snow girl. A monster came out of there. This monster is called the Pumped Frog. Description of this monster: a humanoid beast that likes to train its muscles and has a pair of strong arms. Rating and rank. After seeing the Pumped Frog, Yang Zai said that it was a monster invasion. It was good. At least it was just a D rank invasion. But then another monster appeared from there. This monster is called the Predatory Unicorn. Description: the water-type beast is extremely good at running on water. Yang Zai was very tense and shouted at the snow girl from behind. The snow girl turned around and was very surprised. But then some light appeared and Yang Zai asked, what is it? It's so dazzling. But when the light cleared, he saw that Snow had matured. The grown-up Snow told the monsters that are they really looking for death. The Pumped Frog crawled out of the ground. The snow girl called her a damn frog. Young 11 called the snow girl and said that she had grown up. Then the snow girl told him that this was her combat uniform. Yang Zai examined her completely and was very confused and said that ferocious is cruel. However, as always, the snow girl froze the Pumped Frog. Yang Zai had already put on his mask and asked if he was really dead now. The snow girl said not yet. Then this Pumped Frog jumped out and broke the ice. Yang Zai applied his ability called Plasma, but the frog turned out to be very resourceful. Yang Zai shouted at the snow girl to stop him. The snow girl said yes, the owner. And the snow girl nailed this monster to the ground. Yang Zai went down to this monster and extracted its ability. It was a D rank ability. Ability name: Physical Training. Description: physical endurance and other indicators will be constantly strengthened through physical exercises. Assessment: it is necessary to become stronger and try to remove the limiter, and it is unlikely that he will be able to hold out for a long time. The snow girl also went down to Yang Zai and called out to him. Yang Zai said it seemed like they had lost someone. They looked around and Yang Zai asked where the horse had gone. The snow girl looked at the city and said that she thought this monster was heading to the city. Yang Zai said he understood they needed to go after them. And I asked the snow girl what was happening to her. The snow girl said that she just went out for a while. And did he really want to regain control of her body again? It's so unfair. Yang Zai was very worried and asked her how she was. Then the snow girl told her master that her name was Lin Nai, and she was not a snow girl. She grabbed hold of him and said that he should not even think that he would succeed. She should be one who. She reached out to kiss him, but then she assumed her true form. Yang Zai picked her up and asked that she was that Snow, right? The snow girl asked Yang Zai if she had just been swept away. Yang Zai patted the snow girl on the head and asked her, what, does she not remember what just happened? The snow girl said absolutely nothing. But wait, didn't they just train? Yang 11 thought that Snow had as many as 2 personalities, and they were not connected by a common memory in any way. The Snow Girl was very happy and said that the owner patted her on the head. "Let the host hug Zio you now." Yang Zai said that, however, they both like him. The Snow Girl asked Yang Zai, "What is he talking about? Is she so sleepy?" Yang Zai asked what to sleep. "Then let her come back and rest." The Snow Girl said goodbye to her master and said that she would miss him. Then she disappeared. Yang Zai looked at the water and said that that monster, as expected, headed for the mountains. Meanwhile, Liu Yuan was driving along the highway. He said that he is a wolf that rushes across the field predator. And he noticed the water, saw that you were strange and asked what it was. But when he looked closer, he saw monsters there and was very scared. He stopped the car and ran to the beach, where there were people. He started shouting at them, calling them a bunch of cretins and told them that there was a monster. Let them stop eating. A girl saw him and told everyone to look, because someone was waving at them. The guy who was sitting next to the girl said that, well, this one has a sports car, so what? He really wants to attract attention, just to show off in front of them. The other girl started listening to his words and told them all to shut up, because he was shouting something. When they figured out exactly what he was shouting, they all looked at the water, and they saw a giant monster there. Liu Yuan didn't know what to do now. Did they really need him to save them? But still, he rushed to their aid and said that he had not been so responsive before. The short-haired girl who heard Liu Yuan's words was floundering in the water and asking for help. A chubby guy grabbed her by the arm. He told her to hold onto the log. The girl with the short haircut, whose name is Lulu, told the guy to grab too. The guy also went to the log and said that it was so great that she was fine. He wanted to say something, but did not have time, because his monster grabbed his hand and bit it off. At this time, Liu Yuan swam to Lulu's aid, who told her to come to him as soon as possible, and he would help her get to shore. But Lulu told him that Puffy was dragged into the sea and asked Liu Yuan to save him first. Liu Yuan told her that he would do it after saving her. She should swim to him faster before this monster came back again. Lulu clung to Liu Yuan and said no, she was afraid of the monster. Liu Yuan grabbed her in his arms and dragged her to the shore and thought, my god, she looks so thin, but why is she so heavy? Then he heard the sounds of a helicopter. A helicopter flew to the rescue, from which a woman looked out and said that the station had received many reports of a monster and huge waves on the shores of Lugang. They should check the condition of the victims. She looked closer and saw 2 people on the shore, said that it seemed that these 2 miraculously escaped death and successfully escaped from danger. But they took a closer look and said, look, this is the guy who saved the girl. He's an internet celebrity, young Mr. Liu Yuan. Is he really ready to die for the sake of flirting with a girl? At this time, the evil dragon and the lazy swordsman were training together. The evil dragon said that the hero Bing Chuan followed his father and went to a meeting of the Association of Heroes. The lazy swordsman asked if anyone was jealous. Does he really think that Li Kangyong has taken his place? The evil dragon asked that he was jealous. This is much better than licking the ass of this bureaucrat. The better for his strength he does not want. Then the lazy swordsman shouted to him to watch the live report as soon as possible. A monster appeared on the shore and his younger brother is also there. The evil dragon came up to the TV and said that he must have made a mistake. This kid will be terribly scared if he meets a monster. He would have run away, why would he suddenly stay? But when he looked closely, he said that it was simply impossible. The woman who was sitting in the helicopter said that these monsters would catch them. She really hopes that the hero will arrive on time. The evil dragon grabbed the TV and asked why the fuck is this jerk Liu Yuan acting like a good guy? He should just leave this woman and get out of there. But the monster was already catching up with Liu Yuan. The lazy swordsman said he was finished. The evil dragon was very worried and said that Liu Yuan was his cute little brother. But then Lazy Sword didn't shout for him to wait to panic. After all, it turns out that his brother also knows how to transform. The evil dragon asked that did his little brother also have the power of transformation. At this time, Liu Yuan had already saved the girl. The girl was very grateful to him and called him her hero. To which Liu Yuan told her not to be obsessed with him, because he is just a legend. And she rushed to attack this monster and said that a real man does not run from danger. He will kill this monster. And Yongshai managed to save that chubby guy and said that it was good that he saved him in time. Otherwise it would be a tragedy. Well, now they will see how his godson fights. Lai Yuan caught up with this monster and grabbed the hoof and said that he was waiting for him to use this thing. He began to spin this horse and then sent him on a long flight. Liu Yuan said that when the monsters invaded, he stopped being a person who runs away or hides until rescuers arrive. He has to surpass Big Brother and the old man, and become an S-rank hero. Yang Zai watched him and told him that it was a great job. He changed his mind about him. Her 2 friends ran up to Lulu. The guy said that it was so good that she was sending. She scared him to death. And the girl asked her that where is there a chubby. Lulu said he was dragged into the sea by a monster when he was trying to protect her. Two of her friends were shocked and asked what. Lulu pointed her finger at Liu Yuan and said that this hero said he would help her save Chubby. Meanwhile, Liu Yuan began to suck in water and he asked what was going on. Damn it, and why can't he move? That monster did it all. He ran away and pierced him with his horn. And the girl from the helicopter continued to conduct her report. She said that Liu Yuan was wounded in the back and suffered a lot of damage from a double hoof strike. He's at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the evil dragon gathered himself and ran to help his brother. The lazy boy asked him if he was really in a hurry to get there. He is very worried about him. And I asked him to take care of the others as well. Meanwhile, Liu Yuan kept fighting this monster and wasn't even going to give up. He said it was painful. But the horse attacked him again and Liu Yuan asked what again. The woman said that it was very bad because the monster had gone berserk. Liu Yuan hit the introductory funnel again. He couldn't breathe, and this time he was pierced halfway through. But then he saw Yancy and shouted to him to save him. Liu Yuan asked his godfather for help. Those who watched this picture were shocked. Someone said they would refuse. The monster devours young master Liu Yuan. Is he going to die? Lulu shouted for her heroes to hold on. Then Yancy couldn't stand it and put on his mask and went to help Liu Yuan. Everyone saw him and said that reinforcements had finally arrived. This is Lord Yu Jai. The woman who was doing the live report said that my god, the mysterious Yu Jai who appeared on television a while ago. He reappeared. Yancy told Liu Yuan that he helped him a lot when he revealed his abilities and played the role of bait. It remains only to find out if the blue pill will absorb her. Yancy is looking forward to it. He used his ability and made a blade, which he soon directed at this monster. The mysterious monster was defeated. The woman said that the mysterious Yu Jai knocked out the monster with just one of his abilities. Liu Yuan fell onto Yang Jai's board and returned to normal. Yang Zai went to this monster and told him that who ordered him to do such vile things. Now he has to give him his ability. Yang Zai stole this monster's abilities. It was a D rank ability. Title: Surf Master. Description: allows you to walk on water and control its flow in order to attack. Note: convenient to use for washing dishes. Yang Zai turned to Yuan and told him that he had helped him a lot to attract attention. Blue pills, and he will let him take all the laurels. Yang Zai headed towards the shore. He brought Puffy and Liu Yuan ashore. Lulu said that he was processed early on time, and now their lives are no longer in danger. Then Liu Yuan jumped up and said that it hurt. He wanted to say something else, but he was hugged by Lulu, who was very glad that he was alive. She said that he saved Puffy and came back alive and thanked him again. Liu Yuan was very happy to be hugged by such a girl and said that it was all a trivial matter. And he called her a cutie and told her not to hug him so tightly because she was pressing on the wound. A crowd gathered around him. Someone asked him why he had changed so much. After all, they write on the internet that he is a good-for-nothing son from a rich family. Liu Yuan said it was all just a false rumor. Liu Yuan is a hero of justice who protects humanity as the Lord of Yu Jai. He looked after the departing Yang Zai and thought that he was very grateful to the Godfather for saving him. From now on, he will do his best to serve him. Someone from the crowd said that Da Yu Jai is a real god. He quickly appeared, dealt with the monster at the moment and did not even accept praise. He fully lived up to his name. Here, pushing all the people, a man appeared, whom everyone calls a grumpy crank. He told Mr. Liu Yuan that he had violated the rules for using abilities, and he asked him to follow him to the Hero Association. Someone from the crowd asked, "Who is this guy anyway?" And two guys started whispering among themselves, and one of them said that he examined the clothes of this man. Is there a sign on it that belongs to the Association of Heroes? Are these people from the Heroes Association? They're always poking their noses into their own affairs. They are too persistent and always follow the rules. Well, they called him the Grumpy Scissorhands because he does disgusting things with special reverence. Liu Yuan told this man that he was just saving people, to which this Grumpy Scissorhands told him that they didn't care about the reasons. He doesn't have permission to use his abilities in public places. He broke the law, so he has to go with him. But then an evil dragon appeared, who said that this issue would be decided by the Kunlun Company, and he would look at someone who dared to send his brother for questioning. One of the people was delighted, said that it was an evil dragon, a notorious hero, a demon dragon. The dragon demon landed next to his brother. Liu Yuan asked him why he was here, to which the demon dragon told him that it seemed that the wolf man had a very good regeneration potential. His wounds were almost all clamped, and I asked my brother not to cause any more problems next time. Liu Yuan said yes, he knows everything. And this man grumpy Sisor hands turned around and said that if so, he hoped that the company would be able to give the Association of Heroes exhaustive explanations that they would accept. The dragon demon, watching his brother from afar, thought that Liu Yuan had never had a hint of having abilities. Why did he wake up so suddenly? The next morning at Yang Zai's apartment, Yang Zai had already taken a morning shower and was sitting on his bed. He said that the ability of the water element, he has quite a lot of abilities that are related to the elements. He took out the ability of flame, plasma, metalokinesis, and surf master, and he said he wondered if he could combine them. Then it will be quite interesting. He had fun on the couch and, addressing his sister Fei Fei, said that he had tried a lot of abilities, and now that he feels their power, maybe he will try to find a healing, then he will be able to cure her. But where can I find information about a person with such an ability? Now Yang Zai can only try to get into the body of the sour spicy hero and look for some useful information. That's what he's going to do now. He used his control ability, and he moved into the body of the man he met in his car. Yang Zai examined his new body and said that the control ability allows you to successfully capture bodies. He decided to try to activate metalokinesis, but he didn't succeed. Yang Zai said that it seemed like the ability remained in his real body, and she couldn't move with her soul, that he surfaced some sort of showdown. The girl, addressing the senor, said that if he did not go with her, then he should not blame her for what would happen if he tried to use force. The man started hitting on the girl and told her not to misunderstand him, but if she wants to join the company of the divine dragon hero and undergo training, then she must follow the rules of their company. He grabbed the girl by the hand and asked, "I wonder which girl doesn't have a pretty face and a sexy body." He told her to please him and their boss, the reverend lord of their organization. His boss has excellent healing abilities, and he is also very good at such things. Yang Zai heard this and thought to himself, what is the healing ability? After all, God himself helps him. This man started tearing the clothes on the girl. The girl started crying and said she didn't want him to go away from here. Then Yang Zai came to the aid of this girl and threw this guy into the bushes. The guy got out of the bushes and asked who it was. What kind of freak dared to kick him? Yang Zai said that he was his karma, and now he would bring down retribution on him. The man got out of the bushes and asked if it was really a sour spicy hero. Who does he think he is? Why does he mind his own business? To which I replied to him, a sour spicy hero, defending the girl, that if he had a younger sister or daughter, and he would be blackmailed or sexually harassed, how would he feel? The guy asked him what was being harassed. Yes, this girl has been quietly doing an internship in their company for many years, and do not think that she really suffers so much, because in fact, with all her heart she wanted to get this chance. Then this girl couldn't stand it and shouted that she would stop talking this nonsense. She would never. The sour spicy hero stood up for her and told the guy to think carefully. After all, once started, it will never end. And he turned to the girl and told her that if she wanted to become a heroine, she should focus on her goal and dedication. The girl stopped crying and told the sour spicy hero that now she understands everything and thanked him for saving her. The sour spicy hero is actually a very good person. Then she turned to this guy, called him trash, and then ran away. Are these two guys left alone? The guy thought that they say that this guy has to eat something sour or spicy in order to transform. The effect lasts no more than 15 minutes, but where does he find this sour and spicy food? After that, the guy got bolder and said that the sour spicy hero was a jerk. He let this girl escape and destroyed everything he worked for. He knows what the consequences will be, right? Sour spicy hero asked him what are the consequences. After that, the guy attacked him and told him that he would make him an invalid. But the sour spicy hero took his pill and announced an acutely spicy transformation. The guy was very surprised. After that, the sour spicy hero punched him in the stomach. The guy told him that he had completely forgotten that he could eat a compressed capsule, but he knows that his transformation will only last 15 minutes. And when the time runs out, he will beat the hero until he begs for mercy. The sour spicy hero asked what 15 minutes, and Yang 11 himself thought that the ability cannot move with the body, but it increases the inner strength, and since he is connected to the soul, after he collected so many abilities, his inner strength became insanely frightening. Due to the fact that powerful abilities directly depend on inner strength, the sour spicy hero is able to last no more than 15 minutes. He cannot control the energy and spend it more often until he reaches exhaustion. Using the spiritual power of the octopus amulet, Yang Zai can release his power in an instant. Therefore, its transformation may take longer. The sour spicy hero used his power and saw where that guy was hiding. He told him that only weaklings hide. Then he grabbed the guy by the collar. The guy was very surprised and asked how he found it. Is he really a B-rank hero? To which the sour spicy hero replied that maybe he didn't know, but he was hiding his true strength. The guy said that he lost today and asked to let him go. He will call his divine dragon company, and they will offer him a financial reward. The sour spicy hero told him that only if he wouldn't cause trouble and seek revenge after he let him go. However, he reminded him of something. The guy was very scared and asked him to stop, asking what he was going to do now. Is he gay? The sour spicy hero just grinned. The guy asked the sour spicy hero not to do this. He suggested that he just talk without violence. Yancy at this time thought that he could not only teach the scum a lesson, but also exclude resentment, hatred, and persecution from other people. After this incident, they will only find trouble with the sour spicy hero. After that, the sour spicy hero grabbed this guy by the leg and dragged him into the bushes. The guy in the bushes started shouting that he was begging him not to undress, let him not take off his clothes. He must spare him. After some time, when the sour spicy hero finished all his business with this guy, he assumed his true form and walked on through the park. He said that after these photos, this garbage will not harass girls or a sour spicy hero. There was a message on his phone that new photos in the phone could not be deleted so that the forest ranger would not create problems for him. The sour spicy hero, after reading this message, said that it was a reminder he should understand. Okay, he has already received the necessary information. He can leave this body. Yancy then applied the control ability and deactivated it. The sour spicy hero came to his senses. He looked around and asked if he was still in the park. Was he asleep or something? He read in his phone that new photos in the phone cannot be deleted so that the forest ranger does not create problems for him. And he asked, "What is this photo?" But when he looked at the photo, he was very shocked and asked, "What the hell is this?" Meanwhile, at the branch of the Association of Heroes in the city of Lugang, a mechanical hero and other heroes came there to talk. The leader of the Hero Association branch in the city, Lugang, whose name is Wu Zai, was present there. And also there was his co-leader, whose name is Yan. Wu Zai said that planning stage 1 defense requires their help. The scale of the depression is very high, they have to be very careful. Yan said that after planning this period, everyone will create a role model of the attack and force the monsters to return to their world. They, the guys, should portray those who drove the monsters away. The two guys who were sitting listening to it all were very inspired. One of the guys said that they are obliged to support the Association of Heroes. They will even risk their lives for it. Another guy said that yes, he would destroy the heroes. This is their main task. The mechanical hero thought about it and thought that this time the purpose of the association is to allow each organization or company to send a rank hero to the core deviation center and strengthen control over the depressions. Their intentions, of course, are clear, but assuming the guise of a monster hunter, someone can earn a lot of money. And the most important thing is this information that the monster world has the ability to improve items, equipment, or weapons. And this is the most important reason why the hero is so eager to do this job. Here the word of the strongest has the greatest weight. Having the owner of a powerful ability is the key of an organization to becoming invincible and gaining a high position. The glacial adventurer was also thrilled and homesick to improve the special element ability. It was already evening and Yancy was doing cloning in his apartment. He created his clone, and after examining him, he said that the clone, in general, had learned, but he looked at him strangely. He began to do something again and asked how he needed to combine these abilities. But first he needs to take apart the low-level metal kinesis, and then he will be able to improve the plasma to a level. And he also needs a B-grade auxiliary ability. Combining all this, he got the ability to rank. The name for the ability was Shadow Substitution. Details of this ability, shadow clones in the amount of 3 can be changed during the battle. Their location is able to create weapons for attack from shadow matter. Evaluation of this ability, one person is not enough to assemble a basketball team. Yancy directed this ability to his clone, and I told him that he was so cool and domineering, and he had to stay cool. After that, he used the transformation ability and changed his appearance. Yancy ordered his new self to go and stand up 2 saints that will reap the abilities. It was his turn. Yancy flew to the 2nd district of Shaju City. He came out of the airport and said he didn't think it would be so hot here. He walked over to the taxi. Taxi C lowered his window and asked him if he was really from District 1. And where is he going? After that, Yancy got into a taxi with him. At that moment, a message from Liu Yuan came to him on his phone, who wrote to him that he had sent the data that he asked him to find out about the members of the Organization of Saints to his email. He wishes his godfather a speedy success. The taxi driver told Yang Zai that the most developed area in the city is the gaming business. He strongly advises to visit Sambo Casino or Alibis, so the Congress ensures that after a major victory, Yang Zai will be able to safely return to the hotel. And he added that, by the way, since he is so handsome and young, maybe he can recommend him another good place. Yang Zai asked him, what is this place? The taxi driver said that this is the dreams of Paris, a place where girls are full of enthusiasm. And it's not that expensive. Yang Zai thought that even such a thing works here without problems. Shaju is really a city of chaos. Soon they arrived at the Heaton Hotel. He gave him a price and said that he would charge 500 Azure coins. Yang Zai was shocked. He thought that did the price increase by 5 times. And he asked the taxi driver that maybe he had calculated the price incorrectly. The taxi driver said no, everything is correct. The rest is a fee for an explanation. Let Yang Zai think that this is a lesson for a simple boy who came to the 2nd district for the first time. The taxi driver took out his gun and presented it to Yang Zai. He told him that he didn't think it was worth hesitating to choose which was more important than life or money, right? Yang Zai said that of course he would not hesitate, but only he needed a lesson here. After which, he used his puppet control ability. He went into the hotel and approached the reception desk, where he was given a key card of his room. And he was also told that if he needed help, he could call their staff. Yang Zai said thank you. His things were carried by the same taxi driver. Seeing this, the girl at the reception began to whisper. One of them said that it was just incredible, and she did not expect that this gentleman would be able to get this uncivilized taxi driver to help him carry his luggage. The other girl said yes, or maybe he still wants to invite her to dinner. Yang Zai had already walked up to the elevator and told the taxi driver that he still had things to do, and he could leave as soon as he brought his things to the room. To which the taxi driver replied that as he ordered. They went up to the 37th floor. At this time, Yang Zai was looking at some kind of hero. In the phone it was written that the Organization of Saints is the owner of the ability with rank, a hero in a mask. His current location is the Heaton Hotel, 37th floor, room 441. Yang Zai has applied his transformation ability. He disguised himself as a snake. After that, he made his way into the room of this hero. He was having fun with 2 girls there. One of the girls, he told her to come over here and give herself a hug. Then this girl behind his back noticed something and screamed. This hero turned around and asked who is here. At that moment, Yang Zai had already attacked him. This hero called 2 girls and asked why they didn't close it. Yang 11 grabbed these 2 girls, and these girls started cursing this hero. The hero told Yang Zai that he didn't care who he was, but since he allowed him to absorb the fear of these girls, then he will not live, and attacked Yang Zai. But Yang Zai didn't let him attack him. The hero asked, is it really the ability to control shadows? You must have used the shadow to sneak in here, right? But Yang Zai didn't answer anything. He thought it was quite difficult to behave coolly and ruthlessly, but he is very sensitive to this matter. And at this time, the hero thought that if it wasn't for the power that these girls gave him, he wouldn't have had a chance. Yang Zai attacked the hero again with his shadows, but the hero managed to dodge them, and asked Yang Zai, who is he anyway? Doesn't he know that he's from the Saints organization? If he reports the whole organization, they'll skin him. But Yang Zai didn't answer him. Then this hero got even more angry and said that he had asked him a question. Was he deaf or something? And he himself thought that he would not be able to dodge his blow. Now victory will definitely be his. But Yang Zai passed his fist through his head. After which, this hero from all shook with fear and asked Yang Zai not to kill him. Otherwise, the priest will not leave it so easily. He gives up and begs for mercy from him. Yang Zai pulled off his mask and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he called him garbage. Otherwise, extract abilities from it. He extracted the ability from the rank. The name of this ability was the Mask of Fear. Description: absorbs fear and makes the owner of this ability stronger. Assessment of abilities: for a horror movie, this ability is the very thing. The hero asked him what he had done to him. Where did his ability go? He must give it back to him immediately. Otherwise, the priest will definitely kill him. To which Yang Zai replied to him that then let him look at this priest, whom he is always talking to with the help of a puppet control, and use the puppet's control ability. He plunged into the memories of this hero and began to watch footage from his life. Yancy said that his memories show that he participated in the War of Abilities. And is he really dead? He started watching this moment where this hero was already at death's door. A man came up to him and said that he could bring him back to life, but he had to swear allegiance to him. Then the hero replied that he swears, after which he got up and asked if his parents had disappeared. Did he really survive? He began to bow to this man and say that he swears allegiance to him. Calling him the priest of light, Yancy applied the control ability, and in the body of this hero went to the port. He turned around and saw a red bunker. Yancy said that something about the red container had slipped through his memory, and he began to remember exactly what he had seen there. The woman, nicknamed Bloodthirsty Rose, said she had heard that a swordsman had infiltrated his secret production area. It's true. The masked hero said that Lady Rose would have no problems with her. She only has to order, he will kill her immediately. The commander of the Deep Sea Army said he would kill. She's a rank hero, why did he think he could do it? The Magus of the Great Earth said that a rank and so what? The disciples of the saints should not be afraid of some kind of a rank hero. All three went to the holy priestess, and he told them that they were ignorant. They should bring her here, he wants to enjoy this swordswoman. All three said they understood. The masked hero said that then this brat is waiting for a well-deserved vacation. The commander of the Deep Sea Army ordered the masked hero to come here. The masked hero turned around and asked the commander of the Deep Sea Army that what was his order. The commander of the Deep Sea Army said that the goods arrived at the port on Site 1, which is in a red container. The masked hero should go there tomorrow and find out if there is any information about this girl. If so, he should report it immediately. And yes, every damaged item will be fine. If you take everything responsibly, the masked hero should not miss the chance given to him. Remembering this, Yancy asked that he wondered if he would be able to get inside. And what kind of product is this anyway? He came closer to the container and saw that he needed to put his finger there. And he said it was a piece of cake. He used his plasma ability and managed to get inside the red container. He started down the stairs and said that he did not think that the container would be just an illusion, and the real goods would be hidden deeper. And he asked what kind of stinky smell, is it really this blood? He went down to the final floor and saw a man sitting at a table there. He thought, is it really security? This man saw him and stood up and greeted the masked gentleman. The masked hero was a little embarrassed, said that, and asked what had happened today. The man told him that he probably didn't know, but a very valuable product had recently been brought. How did he get tired of these creatures already? Yancy thought, what kind of creatures? Is that really it? And he told this man to show him this product already. The man led him past the cameras with young children who were crying. Passing by one of these cameras, the man could not stand it and told one of the children to stop going out already. After all, if he angers the masked gentleman, then he will whip him like that. The children fell silent, and Yancy thought that yes, these saints keeping children in such a place is just terrible. But it seems that these children were abducted from different corners of the earth, and they are so young. The eldest of them is 15 or 16 years old. He couldn't stand it and shouted that they were a bunch of idiots who were just ready to say goodbye to their lives. He will make everyone involved pay. In one of the cells, a man told a guy that he would whip him to death. How dare he bite him? And swinging again, he said that it was like that for him. Then a man in a mask came and told him to stop right now. And I asked him, what, is he really in trouble because of this guy? The man said yes. The masked gentleman suddenly attacked him and bit off his ear. Yancy looked at this guy and thought that his eyesight was not bad. And I asked the man, what is the reason? The man hesitated and said that the reason. But he was interrupted by the suddenly appeared preacher of the Organization of Saints, whose name is Mantis with a two-handed sword. He said that there was no other reason, because it was obvious what was on his mind. I wanted to do something with this kid's sister. Yancy was horrified and asked what. He saw a girl in the corner. The Mantis with the two-handed sword said that what a pity she was scared to death. Yancy was still terrified and thought it was a bunch of jerks. A Mantis with a two-handed sword approached the masked gentleman and told his brother that he thought he was enjoying his vacation with might and main, and asked him what brought him here. How does he like the two blondes he recommended to him? The masked gentleman said they were good, of course, but today he came here to help the commander of the Deep Sea Army check the condition of the goods. He ordered to release this guy, because they can pay a large sum for him. A Mantis with a two-handed sword approached this guy, grabbed him by the face and asked if he was really saving his life. He doesn't mind. Even if this brat from the first territory loses all his teeth, he can still be sold at a high price. The guy said in another language that he would kill them all. The masked gentleman told the guy to be patient a little more, and soon he would fulfill his wish. A Mantis with a two-handed sword asked him if he really understood their language, to which the masked gentleman replied that, and not only, he promised to fulfill his wish and started he came here in vain. Doesn't he think so? After that, the masked gentleman pierced through the Mantis with a two-handed sword. The Mantis asked his brother why, to which the masked man replied that because they are similar to him, they come from the same places. Then the Mantis with the two-handed sword realized that he was not a masked gentleman, But it was too late, because the masked gentleman cut off his head. All this was watched by the man whose ear was bitten off by the guy and the guard who brought the masked gentleman here. The man asked what happened, and the guard called out to the masked gentleman. The masked gentleman told them that they would all die here. Then he killed them all. Yancy received their abilities. The guy said his name was Yufan and asked the masked gentleman who he was. Yufan asked the masked gentleman who he was, to which the masked gentleman replied that he was the one who came to save him. Yufan said that he had heard that he had bullied the children here not long ago. We in the mask said that he would soon find out how it would turn out, and he cut the chains of his power, thereby freeing Yufan. The masked gentleman told him to wait here for a couple of minutes, but first he needed to deal with the people outside. Yufan got up and went to his sister, who was already dead. Seeing this, Yancy remembered his sister. He came out of the cell and someone shouted that they needed to grab him. The masked gentleman was surrounded. He shouted at them to die and called them garbage. Then he chopped them all into pieces. The Lord of Sound appeared behind him, who said it was impressive, and greeted the spearman. He told his companion that they were surrounding the masked gentleman together and would see if he could escape. The spearman said it was good, and he told his friend that he would attack first. The Lord of Sound said that before the music starts, he used his ability, and everyone began to have a terrible headache. Yancy thought that his music might provoke a nervous breakdown in people, but fortunately his nervous system is strong enough. But these children will definitely not stand it. We need to get rid of it as soon as possible. He pretended that he was defeated. The Lord of Sound said that no one can resist him, and he told the masked gentleman to burn in hell. But the masked gentleman used Yancy's force and disappeared. Then he appeared in another place. He appeared above the Lord of Sound and kicked him in the back. The Lord of Sound coughed up blood and shouted to his friend to save him. Then the spearman threw his spear at him. But even this did not overcome the masked gentleman. After that, the masked gentleman killed the Lord of Sound. The spearman was shocked and asked if he had really killed him, and asked the masked gentleman that why does he attach their organization. The masked gentleman asked what for the sake of these children and in the name of justice. The spearman asked him again, what in the name of justice? Does the masked gentleman think he's doing better? But even after defeating him, he cannot escape from here. The spearman is forced to inform him that the commander of the deep sea army is already on his way here. The masked gentleman asked if they really wanted to die. After all, he will kill every one of them. The spearman used his power and called the masked gentleman an idiot, and told him that if he came up, he would kill him. The masked gentleman repelled his attack, thereby killing the spearman. The masked gentleman exhaled after his victory and said that it was painful. The boy who watched the battle from behind the bars said that his brother was wounded. The masked gentleman said it was nothing, all for the sake of their salvation. He opened the cages and told them to get out quickly and not push. They need to get out of there one at a time. Then Yufan came around the corner and carried his sister. Yufan was very serious and said he didn't want to suffer because of his own weakness. He wants to become as strong as the masked gentleman, and asked him if he can become his teacher. The masked gentleman said that of course, but he must swear eternal loyalty to him. Is he ready for this? Yufan said he was ready. He would become his most devoted disciple. Yancy used his puppet control ability and handed the pill to Yufan, saying that he should take it. Yufan asked, what is it? It was a pill, the power of a mantis. The masked gentleman said that this is an ability that will allow him to turn his hands into balls, as the mantis did. Now Yufan will be able to ensure his safety for a while. Yufan thanked his master. Then he left. When Yufan left, the masked man said that he had to deal with the corpses next. Did he start pulling abilities out of them? After he did this, the masked gentleman said that last time he had to make a lot of mistakes before he managed to get 2 balls from a frog and wavy horses. And now he has managed to collect so many of them. People and monsters are so weak. To begin with, he decided to improve the ability to exchange shadows to a rank. And now it should be easier for him in the battle with the priest. He combined the abilities, and he got an A rank ability. The name of this ability was Shadow Exchange. Description: shadow cloning a maximum of 5 pieces during the battle. One of them can move into place. The shadow of another person is able to create a shadow weapon to attack. Assessment: when bored, you can play with your own shadow. When the masked gentleman finished all his business there, he came out of the red container. But then he was met by a woman who poked him with her sword. She asked him who he was and where all these children came from. He must answer her immediately. The masked gentleman asked what and who is she. Then the kids gathered around this girl and began to say that this Sister Blanche. They were very happy to see her. One of the children told Sister Blanche that this hero had saved them. Another boy picked him up and said yes. This hero injured himself when he tried to protect them. She must not misunderstand him. Then Blanche was very embarrassed and, addressing the masked gentleman, said that since this was the case, she apologized to him. The masked gentleman said that everything was fine, and I asked her, what, is she really the heroine of the rank swordswoman Blanche? Blanche said that yes, she had received information that people were being trafficked here, so she rushed to rescue them. She really didn't expect the masked gentleman to do it before her. Blanche sat down and patted Yufan and apologized for being late. Then something started happening, and the children were terrified. The masked gentleman asked what was going on here. Children began to be dragged down by plants. They shouted to their brother and sisters to save them. The children were very scared, and everyone was calling for help. Yufan called out to his master. The masked gentleman told Yufan to wait here and he would save them. The bloodthirsty Rose asked him what would really save him. Let him not make her laugh with these statements. Did he think he was a hero? Their commander called out to Bloodthirsty Rose, the commander of the Deep Sea Army and the Wizard of the Great Earth. He told them to show this bug the power of the saints, and applied the ability of the powers of magical healing. Bloodthirsty Rose said that using abilities with such a large range is definitely very tiring. But with this power, which was given to her by the High Priest, and their abilities will be restored in a moment. The High Priest turned to the swordswoman Blanche and said that she was not allowed to touch the goods of the organization of saints. She must surrender now, and then he would spare her life. Therefore, he turned to the masked gentleman and said that as for this traitor, he should die here. Yang Zai thought that if they really die, they will still see which one of them will die. Swordswoman Blanche thought that if he was just a B-rank hero, then she would be able to handle him. But with a rank fighter like priests, there would be big problems. And she told the High Priest that the Association of Heroes was already on its way. They should immediately let go of their weapons and they are destined to die in case of disobedience, so they should surrender as soon as possible. The High Priest only sighed and told Bloodthirsty Rose, the commander of the Deep Sea Army and the Wizard of the Great Earth, to deal with the swordswoman Blanche as soon as possible. They must catch her before the arrival of the Heroes Association. Swordswoman Blanche took out her sword and activated the power of the seal. The masked gentleman was very surprised and said that she was able to release such a dangerous ability as befits a rank heroine. The Wizard of the Great Land used the ability of the Sand Magic Circle to stop the swordswoman Blanche. But that didn't stop Blanche. She rushed at the commander of the Deep Sea Army, activating the Seal Force. The commander of the Deep Sea Army used the ability to establish the flow, and Blanche used the ability to dissect the sword. But then she was surprised by a bloodthirsty Rose, who decided to blackmail the girl and grabbed one of the children. Bloodthirsty Roses laughed and said that now he would become her victim, and use this child as a shield to stop the swordswoman Blanche's ability. Blanche was very angry and said that Bloodthirsty Roses used the child as a human shield. How disgusting it is. To which the Bloodthirsty Rose replied that kindness was her weakness. She has a lot of prisoners and now they will see how she will act. The commander of the Deep Sea Army began to turn into water. Then he appeared behind Blanche and attacked her, but it was covered by Yang Zai. The commander of the Deep Sea Army was very shocked, and Yang Zai said he almost broke his two masks. Yang Zai pulled out his blade, after which he fatally wounded the commander of the Deep Sea Army. Swordsman Blanche wanted to finish him off, but Yang Zai stopped her. The High Priest applied his ability called Holy Healing. After that, the pressure on the neck of the commander of the Deep Sea Army tightened. He laughed and said that with the High Priest they are immortal. After that, the High Priest applied the ability of improvement, and improved the abilities of 3 of his soldiers. Yang Zai said that the bad thing is that a priest can improve their characteristics, because all their abilities will rise to a rank in a very short time. The Wizard of the Great Earth began to conjure. Swordswoman Blanche shouted that he was generating energy, and if the force acts, the destructiveness of his spell will reach a rank. Yang 11 thought that a long-range attack could harm children. He simply has to prevent it. Then he told Blanche that these 2 were on her, and he would deal with the others. Blanche looked very worried and asked him what it was possible to cope with the spell of the Wizard of the Great Earth. What about the kids then? Yang Zai answered her briefly so that she would just trust him. Blanche wondered why does he look so mysterious, but at the same time reliable? She really believes him. Then she told him that she would clear the way for him. After that, she activated the seal and rushed to the captain on the Deep Sea Army. The captain of the Deep Sea Army stopped her attack, but the girl turned out to be much stronger than he expected. The captain of the Deep Sea Army called the Bloodthirsty Rose and shouted to her to help him already, to which the Bloodthirsty Rose replied to him that how many times would he have to repeat so that he would not call her that. After that, she used the Rose spell ability, and the power of the swordswoman Blanche began to weaken. The Bloodthirsty Rose said that her body craves love can awaken this desire in her. Does she feel that it has become somehow hot? Captain of the Deep Sea Army used the power of cloning, after which he appeared behind Blanche and giggled nastily, asking her how is she? Does she want her older brother to pamper her? After that, Blanche gathered all her last strength and used the Mind Seal ability. The bloodthirsty Rose was very surprised and asked what. She had never seen a swordswoman possess such an ability as a Mind Seal before, to which Blanche replied that she had recently mastered this ability. It allows her to be reborn in a critical situation. After which, she cut the bloodthirsty Rose in half. Blanche added that it seemed that this effect had a good effect and would thank his bloodthirsty Rose for awakening her desire. The Wizard of the Great Earth saw it all and activated his release ability. He turned into a huge dragon. When the children saw him, they were very scared and screamed even more. Blanche also fell into a stupor. Yancy reappeared, who saved her again. There was a lot of fog, and the Wizard of the Great Land was behind the Great Priest. The Wizard of the Great Earth cleared his throat and thanked the High Priest for saving him with a healing gift. After all, if it wasn't for the High Priest, the Wizard of the Great Earth would have suffered from this explosion. The Supreme Priest said that there was no benefit initially. They would have easily coped with the sword, but instead that mysterious man intervened. The High Priest even lost 2 members in rank. The Wizard of the Great Land told his master that although the saints were defeated, but do not worry because the High Priest is still alive, and he believes that the organization will recover quickly. The High Priest said that he was right. As long as she was alive, the positions of the saints in Shaju would remain the same. And the most thought that this masked man could repel an attack of a rank, which has a growth effect, with a single blow. He's even stronger than him. Now it's just necessary to retreat. Then they all left. Yancy asked, what are they avoiding? He will give them a few more minutes of life. He approached the defeated captain of the Deep Sea Army and said that his pay abilities belonged to him. Then he extracted his ability. Was it a B rank ability? The name of this ability was the Ghost of the Depths of the Sea. Description: enhances the water in the human body, significantly increases its speed. It can also create a wave and a water clone, as long as there is at least a small amount of liquid nearby. Rating: Almighty Water. After which, Yancy said that the next one would be Bloodthirsty Rose. He walked up to her and told her that the sword seal was ruthless, and extracted her ability. This ability was also in the rank. The name of this ability was Bloodthirsty Rose. Description of abilities: summons vines and adults with the help of the owner's blood, which is able to emit a powder that increases the characteristics in order to attack enemies. It can also be fraught with loss of control over the vine. Assessment: Rose has a lot of thorns. After collecting these 2 abilities, Yancy thought that he would first need to destroy these abilities to F rank, and then add the previously acquired skill, so he can create another A rank ability. What Yancy did, he got an A rank ability. The name of this ability was Superbrain. Description of abilities: improves vision, hearing, sense of smell, touch, taste, and sixth sense. It also increases coordination. You can release a wave that paralyzes the nervous system for a successful attack. Assessment: brother, are you really going to buy the whole pack? Yancy applied this new ability and said that the shape, sound, smell, and taste of all these sensations were so sharpened. Then the swordswoman Blanche will wake up. She immediately asked Yancy what rank his abilities were. Does he really know how to create a huge explosion? And what's his name? Yancy said that he is from the judge's organization and his factory is Ujai. Blanche asked again, what is it? She has never heard of such. You are the socialization of heroes. Then she looked around and asked him to wait, asking where all the children were. To which Yancy replied that he was right behind her. Blanche joyfully ran to her arms. They were still very scared, but glad that they were saved. Blanche said thank God they were okay, and she asked that how did they manage to escape. To which one of the boys replied that the shadow of the master had saved them. Another said that yes, there were a lot of shadows. Blanche asked again, what is the shadow of the master? The boy said that at first he ordered her to cut the vine unnoticed and take them to another place. When the explosion occurred, he used the shadow to create a protective ring that protected them all. Blanche listened to them, but was a little confused. She wanted to ask what kind of master they were talking about, but then it dawned on her and she turned to Ujai and said that he was so smart and thanked him. But he was gone. Blanche asked where he had gone. Meanwhile, the Heroes Association arrived by helicopter. Someone shouted from the helicopter that the Hero Association had arrived and they were taking control of the area. Everyone should refrain from rash actions. The helicopter landed, and reporters came out of it. The girl journalist turned to her boss and said that she was being interviewed live for the first time as a journalist, and she asked what she should ask about. The men told her to question the seal swordswoman. The journalist approached Blanche and greeted her. She said she was a reporter from the Hero Association and her name is Lin Naixu, and asked Blanche if she could ask her a few questions. Blanche said that of course she is a heroine of a rank from the same organization. Her name is Swordswoman Blanche. Comments appeared at the bottom. Someone was delighted and said that this is the heroine of a rank Blanche. Another said that the live broadcast has started, it's just incredible. This is his favorite goddess. 3 person said it looks like she has injuries, but he hopes she's okay. Another person noticed that the new journalist is so beautiful. Lin Naixu said that the Hero Association received her message and arrived at Shaju port. It is completely destroyed, and could Blanche tell us exactly what happened here? Blanche apologized for making everyone worry and said that she came here to save these children, which the organization of saints intended to illegally sell. The comments were horrified. Someone asked if such a thing really still exists. Another said that God his brother had been missing for 6 months. Someone asked what about the children there? Are they finally saved? Lin Naixu said that she has also heard about these criminals. They are located on the territory of Shaju and are engaged in illegal activities. She very much hopes that the government will be able to investigate this case. Blanche just shook his head negatively and said that nothing would work out between them. After all, they have been doing this for a very long time, and she put a lot of effort into getting in there and getting information. In the end, she managed to save these children. People who watched the live broadcast said that poor children, but it's good that they are now saved. The Association of Heroes is simply obliged to punish this organization as well. Blanche went on to say that if she had fought alone in the battle with the High Priest, she would have failed. But, fortunately, a masked man appeared who helped her. Lin Naixu asked, "What is the masked man?" Blanche said that his fighting skills surpass her in their ability. He was able to destroy the enhancement effect, which is only available to a rank heroes. People started asking questions. Someone asked that maybe this is the Supermaster whose name is Yujai. Another asked, who is he? They should tell them about it as soon as possible. Blanche told them to pay attention to the scorched area, it was his doing. He had a strange mask with a snake pattern on his face. And this guy said that he represents the organization of judges and his name is Snakes. The people in the comments started arguing again. Someone asked everyone to wait and asked that didn't Mr. Yujai awaken the golden gift. Another said that he definitely used the lightning ability. Someone didn't understand what was going on here at all. And someone said that people with a rank or even higher should be accepted into the Association of Heroes. Lin Naixu looked around and said that it seems that this person is not here. Blanche said the High Priest had escaped. She pointed in the direction where Yancy ran away and said that the masked man also went there to catch up with him. At the same time, the High Priest, along with the Wizard of the Great Earth, were heading to the parking lot. They had already gone down there, and the High Priest told the Wizard of the Great Earth that he had already spent the remains of his abilities on him. His power of sand, after all, is able to get rid of this jerk, right? The Wizard of the Great Earth said that, yes, he filled the environment with his magic, and even if he uses plasma to attack them, it won't change anything. The High Priest told him to find them a car because they needed to go far away. Hence, lie low. At this time, Yancy was eavesdropping on them. He thought, are they really going to avoid? But they will not succeed, because this place will become their grave. And then, just at the wrong time, he got a phone call. The phone vibrated very loudly, and the High Priest, along with the Wizard of the Great Earth, turned around and asked who it was. Yancy was sweating all over and thought that who needed him so much. And the phone kept ringing. The High Priest and the Wizard of the Great Earth came closer. Yancy took out his phone and asked, is this really Lin Naixu? Why was she calling him at such a time? Yancy's phone kept ringing. The High Priest and the Lord of the Great Land came closer. The Wizard of the Great Earth asked who it was. At this moment, Yancy applied the ability to change clothes, and turned into himself. He answered the phone and came out of the corner. He asked Lin Naixu what was wrong with her. The Magic of the Great Earth asked, is it really a civilian? The High Priest told him not to be so sure about it, because he needed to find out. Lin Naixu asked Yancy, calling him dear so that he could guess where she is now. Yancy squinted at those two and asked that where is she? Isn't she at home? Lin Naixu had already interviewed Blanche flying in a helicopter. She told Yancy that she was in Shaju. Yancy tensed up and thought, is it really in Shaju? What is she doing there? And he himself said that there is unrest in this city now. What brought her there? Lin Naixu said that yes, everything is fine. She just wanted to share that she recently found an amazing permanent job. Yancy asked what the job was. Lin Naixu said that she was accepted into the Heroes Association with your journalist, and she had just interviewed a seal swordswoman named Blanche, and now she was going to question the masked man. by the name of Yuzhai. Yancy was very surprised and asked what, and he thought that with the help of the Hero Association, Lin Naisu would quickly find him. And he told her that it was great. They will need to celebrate her new position today, and now he will go for a gift. Lin Naisu said that Yancy is so cool, and he said that she would wait well. After that, Yancy went into a dark corner and dropped the phone. The Wizard of the Great Earth said that he was just talking to his beloved. He was so jealous of him. After that, Yancy used the ability to change clothes again. The High Priest said no, they had been deceived. He had come for them. Yancy ran out of the darkness dressed as snakes. The Wizard of the Great Earthsea also used his ability and told his animals to kill him. Yancy dodged their attacks. The High Priest said that they needed as many of these agile earth creatures as possible in order to cope with him. The Wizard of the Great Earth said that each of them can compete alone with the hero of a rank. The enemy simply will not have time to react. But after they noticed that Yancy was fine and wasn't even injured, after which he appeared behind the High Priest's back and pierced him through with his ability. He did the same with the Wizard of the Great Earth. The High Priest was horrified and asked how such a thing was even possible. Doesn't he have an electric type of magic? Yancy, calling them idiots, asked them what, who said he could only use electricity. The Wizard of the Great Earth said that he is a rare owner of the magic of 2 elements. He refuses to believe it. The High Priest told Yancy that if he allowed him to live, he would not remain in his debt. To which Yancy replied that he was saving people's lives, not at all for his own benefit. In most cases, this is done in the name of justice. After that, he decided to finally finish off these 2, but the High Priest grabbed the blue pills and ate them. Yancy jumped away from him and asked if he had taken a blue pill, to which the High Priest told him that he had forced him to do so. But he not only knows how to heal, he also has something else. He took a weapon out of his mouth. Yancy Foul Stupor said that he felt about the same from Blanche's sword. Meanwhile, the High Priest had already taken out his spear and, laughing, said that he still had a spear left. It's unexpected, isn't it? After which, he activated his Sacred Rebirth Spike's ability. The High Priest activated his Infinite Spears ability, combining. A lot of craters formed throughout the room, from which his spears began to come out. The High Priest ordered his weapons to do justice to the criminal, after which, his spear flew at Yancy. Yancy tried to dodge and run away from them. Running from the spears, he thought that they would not leave him alone. And at that moment, one of the copies of the Supreme Theft kept his leg. The High Priest was very pleased with this. He laughed and told Yancy to keep running and jumping, calling him a parasite. He's going to die at his hands anyway. Yancy stopped to catch his breath and thought that this was very bad. Even such a light attack was able to injure his limbs. Then he noticed these funnels and thought that the light had spread all over the ceiling, allowing him to mentally determine his location. Well, now they'll see who's faster. The High Priest asked him, which is faster? Is something capable of surpassing the speed advice? But then Yancy used his superbrain ability. He grinned and asked, what's the light? After which, he instantly moved and activated his ability to quickly and shadow blades, and ordered the High Priest to surrender. Now, all of his weapons that he had aimed at Yancy were aimed at himself, and pierced him. The spiritual priest said that the spiritual attack. Does he have 3 abilities? Yancy noticed that the High Priest was beginning to heal. He approached him and said that it was useless to be treated, because he would have to die again. After that, he stole the ability again. Yancy stole the Supreme Illumination ability and gained a rank ability. The name of the ability was Heart of Light. Description: Recovery gives the ability to heal physical wounds of owners in rank and below. Improvement increases the characteristics of abilities and rank. Invisibility allows you to hide the owner of a rank and below. Holy Healing gives the ability to heal oneself or a target of rank and below. Spear of Justice can use light and create a large number of spears that can destroy the enemy. Ability Assessment gives you the opportunity not only to defend, but also to attack a very rare ability that is inherited. After that, Yancy used this ability on himself and healed his wounds. He said he didn't expect him to have a blue pill. He almost died. After that, he approached the Wizard of the Great Earth and also stole his ability. He said sand magic was pretty good. He got the ability and rank. The name of this ability was the Wizard of the Great Earth. Description of abilities gives the ability to change the landscape through the use of sand. Summon an attacking sand monster. Assessment of abilities has a trace of the ability to create a whole zoo. Then Yancy heard someone shout that the Hero Association had arrived here, and they are taking this area under their control. Yancy immediately applied his shape-shifting ability, and he became himself again. He withdrew and said that he would leave everything as it is. After some time, reporters also arrived. Lin Nae-soo said that the sound they had heard earlier indicated that the walls and floor of this building had cracked, and it seems that a fierce battle was taking place here. They went inside, saw the dead high priest. Lin Nae-soo was very surprised and asked what. They started making mouth skulls already, and Lin Nae-soo said that the leader of the organization of saints in the city of Shaju, whose name is the Supreme Priest. Someone wrote in the comments that God, what a pitiful death it is. Someone asked that why is everything blurry on the chest, and someone was very happy at all and wrote that it was cool. He finally died after such bad deeds. Once in a while they weren't going to ask the snake man, where is he now? Then someone shouted for them to look, because someone else is here. This is one of the subordinates of the high priest. What Lin Nae-soo saw made her feel sick. She ran to the corner, threw up there. The man who helped her told her that she needed a rest. Then someone handed her a bottle of water and asked her if she was okay. She took the bottle and asked if it was really Yancy. What was he doing here? Yancy said he was just nearby when she called him. And when he saw how much noise the Association of Heroes had made, he realized that she would be here too. Lin Nae-soo was embarrassed and said that Yancy is never around at the time of her brilliant interview, but constantly finds her in awkward situations. She explained it and said that how embarrassing is her first broadcast. Young 11 began to calm her down and said that everything was fine. She was beautiful, no matter what she was doing. And he himself thought that he should have acted more wisely, at least to clean up this place. Then this man came up and asked Lin Nae-soo if she was feeling better already. But I saw her hugging her boyfriend and was also embarrassed. He said the rescue team had found the girl who had been abducted by the Saints organization. They're going to interview her now. Lin Nae-soo looked at what was going on there and told Yancy that okay, she had to go, but he has to wait for her. This man looked at Yancy, thought that it turns out he never had a chance. After that, Lin Nae-soo started interviewing that girl, and Yancy was watching it. He took out the Heart of Light ability and said that very soon he would be able to return to save his sister Fei Fei. And I thought that now he has gathered all the elements together. It's wind, sand, fire, and water. And also high rank abilities are light, darkness, sand, lightning, and metal. But soon 3 unknown person from the organization of saints should appear. Yancy decided that he would call him Dragon. The central hospital of the city of Shaju. All the children were brought to this hospital by ambulance. The doctor told them to get down and get in line and follow him. He will need to examine them all. Yufan was still sitting in the ambulance with his sister. He said he hadn't seen the teacher since, but he appeared Yancy. Yufan was very happy to see him, but Yancy gestured to him to be quiet. He used his control ability to infiltrate them. Yancy is next to Yufan and said that his sister. But Yufan interrupted him and said that he knew she was dead. He wanted to take her home. He couldn't let her stay in that place. Yancy said no, it was good that he took her with him, because it seems to him that she is still alive. She's just very weak. Yufan was very happy to hear and asked what really. Young 11 then applied his new holy healing ability, and the girl woke up. Yancy told Yufan that he also needed to recover, and later he would take them away from here, until he had to let them all know that his sister was cured so quickly. The boy was very happy about it and even cried and told his master that yes. Yancy told Yufan to call him teacher and give him money from their organization. He said that his sister is still very young, and therefore he should let her live an ordinary life. About his wives wants to ask only one thing. He has to get into the eye of the heroes of Yanjing University. Yufan said that then he would need a lot of abilities, because but he was interrupted by Young 11, who said that he should not worry about this. He must take this ball with the ability of imitation, and later use it together with the previous Manti's powers. This should be enough to enroll in Yanjing University. After that, Yancy gave him a C rank ability. Ability name, Imitation. Description: 5 senses that simulate the improvement of strength and dexterity, but no more than 10 times the original talent. Assessment: a 3-fold improvement is quite enough. Yufan told his teacher not to worry, because he wouldn't let him down. Yancy told him to live a nice life, not to try to find him, because he himself would periodically contact him. Yancy then got out of the ambulance and changed his clothes. Then Lin Nae-soo called out to him. Yancy was very surprised to see her here and asked her, is it really her? The girl came up to him and asked him, where did he run off to? She had to look for him for so long. Yancy hesitated and said that he was helping children in the hospital and asked her what happened. Lin Nae-soo said there is nothing. She exhaled and said that they were finally saved, and the Heroes Association should now contact their families. Yancy asked her what about homeless children. Lin Nae-soo said they would be sent to a shelter and they would live there. Yang Zai said that the orphanage is like a big family, and he really hopes that they will grow up healthy. And then Lin Nai-su kissed him. After that, she told him that he had been working hard these 2 days. Then Lin Nai-su shouted that see you later. Lin Naek-su told Yang Zai that she still had a lot of work to do. They will see each other in Luhansk in a few days. Yang Zai was very embarrassed and thought that damn, they had deprived him of the opportunity again. After all this, it was already evening, and Yang Zai headed to the airport of Shashu. Already at night he came to his sister's room. He took out his new ability and told her that he really hoped that the holy healing would work. After that, he used this ability on her. But sister Yang Zai didn't react in any way. Yang Zai was very surprised by this. He started to dump his sister by name, but she didn't wake up. He asked if it really didn't work, but how is that possible? Then he noticed something in her face and asked what it was. He touched these blue balls and said that these blue balls split instantly, but at the same time they become stronger. Don't they really feed on energy? Well, it seems that the Heart of Light will not cope with this blue radiation. But Yang Zai won't let them feed on her anymore, otherwise Fei Fei will never wake up. Now it's time to stop acting slowly and confidently. If Yang Zai really wants to solve the problem of his sister Fei Fei, then he must come face to face with the one who gave the sour spicy hero this blue pill. He took out 3 of his abilities, which were called transformation, cloning, and metal control. When Yang Zai took them out, he said that first of all he needed to become even stronger. He needs to improve these 3 abilities, which he did. After all the manipulations, he got the ability from the rank. The name of this ability was transformation. Ability description gives the ability to be alarmed in 0.01 seconds. It can also slightly change the physique, appearance, voice, and personality. She improves acting skills. Assessment of abilities. Life is like a performance, because it is based on actions that come from the state of the soul. He also gained another ability from the rank called cloning. Description of this ability creates a clone that is 8 times weaker than its owner. The duration of its life is only half an hour. Evaluation. If the owner of this ability is brave enough, then he will be able to gain new experience. After that, Yang Zai combined 2 of these abilities. He said that with all the accumulated abilities, he would definitely be able to advance to S rank. After which he fell to his knees and finally succeeded. He received an S rank ability called Metal Control. Ability description. Capable of controlling metal within 10,000 miles, maybe meters, kilometers. There should be a unit of measurement, but there is none, which does not exceed 100,000 tons in weight. Evaluation. The owner of this ability is a real master of metal. Yang Zai held this ability in his hands and said that it was an S-rank ability, and he was increasingly impatient to meet this person. That same night, he used his control ability again and possessed the body of the superhero Sour Spicy Noodles. The man whose face is not visible came to meet this hero. He told the superhero that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and asked him something. Did he have any new information? Yang Zai, being in the body of this superhero, said that of course. Doesn't this man want to know about Yu Jai? He just has something. Will he have enough money to buy this information? What are men for? He was told that if it was reliable, he would pay twice as much. Then Young 11 began to tell that a couple of days ago the organization of saints was destroyed in the city of Shaju. This man must have heard about it, right? The man said that, of course, he did it, and the seal swordswoman Blanche from the Heroes Association. Yang Zai said that, however, during the report Blanche reported extremely interesting information. She was helped by an unknown person who appears to be the name of the snake. The man said that yes, he also knows about this. Yu Jai and Snake are both from the judges' organization. Isn't this a well-known fact? But Young 11 kept talking and asked the man if he knew that both Yu Jai and the snake had 2 abilities. The man asked what 2 abilities. Maybe they accept their organization only such heroes. Yang Zai said that no such people are very rare, and he does not think that such a thing is even possible. The man asked Yang Zai that he leads to the fact that Yang Zai handed him a bottle with some kind of supplement and asked the man if he had seen it before. It's an elixir of abilities. The man asked, what is the elixir of abilities? And pulled up to pick it up. But Young 11 pulled back his hand and said that yes, after using it, a person will be able to acquire a new ability, and a user without superpowers will become their owner, and those who already have one ability will be able to get additional strength. The man said it was just nonsense, complete nonsense. How can he prove it to him? Yang Zai opened the bottle and said that he probably knows that his superpower is body strengthening. He will now demonstrate this effect. Then he drank the contents of the potion, and showed the power of the fiery fist. The man was very shocked and asked if it was really a fire-type ability. Yang Zai told him that he had previously made a deal with Yu Jai. That's where he got this information from. Thanks to the blue pill that this man gave him, he verified the existence of such things. The man said that it was just incredible. But in that case he should know what this elixir is made of. Yancy said he didn't know, but told the man everything he knew. The man said that this was very entertaining information and threw him 15 blue pills. Yancy stopped him and said that he needed to ask him something. The man told him to talk already. Then Yancy said that recently he discovered how his body began to be covered with light blue spots in places. Is this the effect of the blue pills? What is happening to him now? The man was already leaving, said that it was just an unremarkable side effect. He shouldn't pay any attention to it, and he is looking forward to the next meeting with the sour spicy hero. Then the man left. Young 11 assumed his true form and said that even after discovering the effect that entails loss of vitality, they call it an unremarkable side effect. What is their plan? After that, Ian Heath moved to the exit. Then he heard the sour spicy hero's child calling him. Well, now the sour spicy hero was still out. Young 11 walked up to him and threw those blue pills and told him that if he was doing this for his daughter's sake, he should stop taking those pills. The choice is always his. After which Yancy left. The daughter of the sour spicy hero looked out from around the corner and saw her father. She asked why he was sleeping on the roof. The sour spicy hero woke up and asked his daughter, whose name is Tian Tian, for forgiveness and said that her father just accidentally fell asleep. Tian Tian went up to her father and said he was lying when he said he would keep her company on her birthday. Then she saw these blue pills and asked, "What is it?" The father quickly grabbed them and told her to give it back, because it's not a toy. And I thought myself that he definitely came here to meet that guy and get pills. But why can't he remember anything about what happened here after the deal? It's very strange. He got to his feet and told his daughter that she needed to go home and eat a cake. Tian Chan was very pleased with his words. Meanwhile, at Lai Yuan's house, it was already night, so he was going to his room to sleep. He said he couldn't take this treatment anymore. It is impossible, and this is when he will be released from here. He saw that the light was on in his father's room and asked that it was so late, why was the old man still in the study? He looked in and told his father to go to bed early. But when he entered the room, he realized that his father was not here. He entered the room and decided to look around. He saw some strange paper on the table and decided to take a closer look at it. Liu Yuan picked up this paper and said, "What is so valuable that can make old bones work late into the night?" He started reading and read that several requirements for the deployment plan. There is no Baitian in the city of Lugansk. Liu Yuan was shocked by the information that was written in this paper. He asked, what is the white area? Is it really located here? He will definitely go. He did not expect this. This is almost the best chance for him to become a rescue hero. The next day, Yancy headed to work. Then someone called out to him and asked if he still remembered that he had a job. Where has he been all this time? Yancy at this moment recalled yesterday's conversation with Liu Yuan, who asked him if he was really friends with Fan Teng. He's an acquaintance of his and he has to help him. Therefore, Yancy said that a woman came to the newspaper bureau, who asked to publish an ad about a missing person. He showed a paper of missing person announcements, where it was written that a 7-year-old boy named Lai Yitian was wanted. This is the announcement of Xiao Fang Teng, who asked that boy, by the name of Lai Yitian, has anyone ever heard of such a thing? Yancy told him that he could absolutely say that this was the code he should go away, not distract him from his work. At this moment, an announcement was made that an invasion of rank disaster monsters had been detected. Citizens should immediately go to shelter, and heroes of rank and above must come to Mingyu Street to resist. Everyone is very strong. They got scared and started panicking. Fan Teng asked what was going on, and Yancy thought, is it really Mingyu Street? Isn't it next to the apartment they share with Lin Na Su and the others? Yancy quickly dialed Lin Na Su and asked that where is she now? Lin Na Su could only say that there was a monster in the apartment. Fan Teng asked, did something really happen to Sister Lin? But Yancy didn't answer him and ran to save Lin Na Su. The English phantom shouted to him that where was he running off to? He's not a hero. What's the point of him going there? Yancy had already arrived on this street and was on the roof. He used the shape-shifting ability and thought that he couldn't lose Lin Na Su. Here he met a huge rank monster. The name of this monster was the Soul Eater Rat. Description of the monster, it can attack the enemy by making a cry. It has very thick skin all over the body. Usually her attack is blocked with great difficulty, loves to devour people and is a very scary monster. Score monsters, rats are very cunning, and they are not easy to defeat. Young 11 thought in order to defeat this rank monster, he would need at least teams of 3 or more rank heroes and above. But now, there were 2 heroines. One of them was in the rank, which is called the Green Storm. 2. The heroine was from the rank, which is called the fire butterfly. When these two heroines arrived to help, the soul eater rat sensed their battle and immediately attacked them. Green Storm shouted to the fire butterfly to make her dodge quickly. After that, the Green Storm saved her friend. She asked her why did she come here at all? After all, she is a heroine with a rank. This is cannon fodder in the battle with her. To which the fire butterfly replied that she was nearby and saw the Green Storm fighting alone, so I decided to help her. Then they heard cries for help. Turning around, they saw two girls, one of whom was hanging, and two were holding her. It was Lin Nai-su and her friend Hyun. Hyun asked her sister Lin Nai-su for help. She said she didn't want to die, she wanted to live. Lin Nai-su tried to calm her down and said that she would save her now. But Hyun continued to cry and told her to hurry up, because she didn't want to die. Then a piece of stone broke off from above and fell directly on Lin's hand on Sue, thereby severely injuring her. After that, both girls broke down. Hyun caught a fiery butterfly. In the arms of the fiery butterfly, Hyun asked if she was really saved. The fiery butterfly winked at her and said that citizens who were unlucky enough to get into trouble, they should not be afraid, because the heroine of the rank, the fiery butterfly, is here to save them all. At this time, they were broadcasting live. People who saw this picture said that it was cool not to take your eyes off. Someone said that he also wanted to be saved by a charmingly fiery butterfly. The girl who led the live broadcast told them to wait. Where are the two girls? Lin Nai-su was still falling, but then something very fast rushed by. People who watched the live broadcast asked what had just happened. What just flew by? It flashed by in the blink of an eye. What's the matter? Did this girl fall? The girl who was broadcasting live, addressing the audience, said that right now something rushed through the air, but they can't say what exactly, but the girl was saved. Then the Green Storm shouted to the reporter to leave immediately. After all, this rank monster was aiming right at them and was going to attack them. But still, the Green Storm, using its blinding explosion ability, was able to save a helicopter with reporters. Meanwhile, the one who saved Lin Nai-su was Yancy. He brought her to the park and put her on a bench. Did he ask her for forgiveness? After all, he came, in his opinion, too late. He used his healing ability to heal her wounds. After he did this, he covered her with his cloak and said that she was fine now, nothing would hurt her anymore. Yancy was about to leave, but that Lin Nai-su opened her eyes and asked if she was still alive. When she saw this hero, she grabbed his hand, asked him to stop and asked him, why is he pretending to be a bad guy or a good guy? Was he the one who saved her? Yancy told her that he was just nearby, and he himself thought that he was very sorry, but he could not reveal his identity to her, otherwise she would be in great danger. Put it on your board. He told her to take a break and go to the shelter, because she needs to evacuate from here. Then he flew away. Lin Nai-su, looking after him, said that it was strange that she was seeing him for the first time, but for some reason he seemed very familiar to her. In the air, Yancy used his other ability called cloning. He told his clone that his abilities would be the Heart of Light and the Power of the Snow Queen. They allow you to create ice and heal other people, and it's better for him to stay in the image of a girl. He used his ability, Transformation, and made a girl with a mask out of his clone. After that, he told his clone that the third member of the judges' organization was born and her name was Rabbit Mao. Yancy told Mao Rabbit to go there and save those who are in danger and not let the number of victims and injured increase. Rabbit Mao said yes. After Mao Rabbit left, Yancy, looking at the monster, said that now it was only necessary to deal with this rat thing. But then he noticed someone on the roof and asked what it was, who he was. There was a girl standing on the roof. She was a heroine called Explosive Fist. She said she never thought she would have to face such a creature right in the middle of a vacation. Now the security of the city of Lugansk is under threat. The girl who is reporting said that is it really the famous heroine of a rank, who was last seen in Lugansk a few years ago. People started writing comments. Someone wrote that hooray she's back in her youth with her. Another asked that wasn't she lighter before. Someone wondered why her skin was so tanned. And someone did not understand at all that who she was. Can someone explain to him that it's a girl from behind? He was told that this was a heroine nicknamed the Fiery Fist. The heroine of the Fiery Fist waved to everyone. People in the comments perked up again and started writing that the heroine is female, who fights in this style. Truly unique. And the girl Fire Fist asked if anyone else remembers her. Yancy also saw her and said that since there were heroes who were ready to take everything on themselves, with their permission, he would just observe the situation and assess their strength, and then make his own decisions. The Fire Fist girl looked at the monster and said that what a huge rat, she was probably quite strong. She is a great punching bag, which is suitable for warming up. After that, the monster decided to attack this girl. The green storm shouted to the fiery fist to take care, because the strength of its sound wave is too great. Fire Fist said that if she didn't try, how would she know if she could handle it or not? After that, she repelled the attack of this monster. The journalist said that it was just incredible, because the heroes and heroines of the explosive fist could easily return from the attack of the Soul Eater rat. But she chose to meet her face to face, as expected from her fighting style. The monster was already beginning to rejoice, because he thought that he had defeated this heroine. But it was not there. The Fire Fist girl gathered herself and hit the monster with all her might, after which, this monster fell to the ground. The Fire Fist girl also landed on the ground and grabbed this rat by the tail and began to spin it. She said it was a lot of fun. It's really funny. After the girl unwound this monster, she let her go. The Green Storm, which is directed, Watch This Duel, said that for a crazy girl, her destructive power is not inferior even to a monster. Meanwhile, Rabbit Mao was looking for people who had suffered. This monster, by order of Yancy, she saw one guy who was being hit by a huge rock, and saved him. The guy was very confused and thanked Rabbit Mao for his help. He asked her what kind of heroic organization she was from. He had never seen her before. Rabbit Mao let the guy go to the ground and said that her name was Rabbit Mao and she was from the judges' organization. The guys started whispering behind her back. One of them asked who she was such a hot girl. The other guy said she was also young. And the third guy said that another goddess from the judges' organization. It's just full of cool guys. Then Rabbit Mao noticed Lin Naisu's friend and the fire butterfly. Noticing them, she asked if the customs butterfly was together with the neighbor Lin Naisu. Then she hurried to their aid. The girl who was next to them said that they had fallen from a height and suffered serious injuries and asked Mao Rabbit if she could cure them. Rabbit Mao immediately began to heal them without further ado. The people who watched it were delighted. One of the people said that their wounds seemed to have disappeared. What kind of ability is this? It's just amazing. This girl is kind, beautiful, and also with such a powerful healing power. Rabbit Mao said that everyone should go to the shelter as soon as possible in order to avoid further trouble. But then a monster appeared. Everyone's ears hurt because the sound was terrifying. The girl said that this sound has changed. Now it seems to her that her brain is about to explode. The Fire Fist girl said what it was. Is this some kind of berserker? Yancy said it was bad. This monster consumes the souls of people who are nearby. This monster began to absorb the souls of people who were nearby. The Green Storm, addressing Lady Fire Fist, asked what is it? The Fiery Fist replied that this creature absorbs the soul energy of people who have already died. And she heals her wounds, too. The journalist leading the report asked if all her wounds were clamped. Will the best fighter be able to go now to cope with the Soul Eater rat who met her face to face? But where are the rest of the heroes from the resistance squad? The Fiery Fist told the Green Storm to retreat. After all, it seems to her that this monster will be just ruthless. Without waiting for the response of the Green Storm, Ocean Fist decided to attack this monster again. She attacked him with words to make this monster burn in hell, calling her a stupid rat. After attacking the monsters of the oceans, the fist exhaled and said that this time it should work, right? But it wasn't like that. The monster was much more cunning. He attacked the girl not with a fist from behind his tail and punched her through. Fire Fist started bleeding and said it was a very dirty trick. How disgusting. After that, this monster threw the Fire Fist girl far to the side. People began to write in the comments that they are so scared and their city of Lugansk is now in danger. Someone wondered if the Fire Fist girl was going to die now. Someone should rather help her and everyone else at the same time. But the Fire Fist girl was not going to give up and was writhing in pain. She said that she could not die here, because she needed to get rid of this monster as soon as possible. Then the Green Storm came to her aid. Fire Fist was very surprised to see her here and asked her what she was doing here. Did she really want to die? The Green Storm of crying said that her duty as a hero is to protect people. She can't just run away. When I met the monster, the journalist was also very surprised and said that everyone saw her as a noble heroine who saved the city of Lugansk. And the monster was advancing on them. But at the last moment, they were saved by Yancy, who threw a metal thing at the tail of this monster, thereby nailing its tail to the ground. The journalist began to conduct a live broadcast even more actively, said that wow, at the moment when they needed him the most, a super rank hero named Yujai appeared. But who is such a nice girl next to him? Then the comments came to life. People began to write that Mr. Yujai is their hero. He came to save them. And they asked that who is the hot lady in the mask next to him. Everyone wanted to know more about her right now. Someone wrote to just look at her mask, similar to is also a member of the organization of judges. Fire Fist asked, what are they doing? The green storm told her that she had no idea, but they were probably saving them. Yancy in the sky was creating more and more metal spears, which all punched and punched through the dense skin of this monster. The girl Fire Fist said that now it is clear. This rat is treated when it absorbs the energy of other people. It is not easy to overcome. And what is most important, how to block this ability of hers. The green storm asked what to block. Why doesn't she just shut her mouth then? The fiery fist hit the green storm on the head and asked her what else she could think of. Meanwhile, Yancy lifted this monster high into the sky. The monster was also not going to give up and sent its shockwave at Yancy and again. But Yancy used his ability to block her kick. Yancy turned to Mao Rabbit and told her not to let this monster open its mouth. Rabbit Mao said it was fine. She used her ability called Snow Tornado. People were all looking at the sky with great curiosity and telling them to look. This girl froze this monster. Oh, but he's so huge, how could she do that? And she must have a high rank. Fire Fist asked if this monster was healing again. Yon 11 lifted this monster into the sky again and told him not to even think about feeding on other people's energy again. From such a height, he definitely won't be able to move to a single corpse. And, accordingly, it will not be possible to apply the soul absorption spell. Yancy then used his Metal Storm ability and killed the monster. After that, he stole his abilities. It was a rank ability. This ability was called Soul Eater. Description of abilities: it can absorb the soul of people who have already died in order to restore the owner's village. But by doing so it provokes characteristic mental disorders. Ability assessment: the owner of such an ability should be extremely vigilant when using it. After receiving this ability, Yancy said that a soul eater, he differs from the heart of light in that he requires energy from the souls of other people to recover. But, however, they are similar to your healing ability. A helicopter with reporters kept flying over the buildings and telling citizens not to panic. The journalists said that now they will disperse the clouds in order to show everyone what situation Mr. Yujai is in now, in real time. When they dispersed the clouds, they saw that Mr. Yujai was right next to them. The journalist waved her hand at him and said that they really wanted to interview him. A lot of comments poured in. Someone said that wow, Mr. Yujai took this creature with him to the sky, then she disappeared. Someone else asked if he had killed her above the clouds. So that's the strength of a real A-rank hero. Another person wrote that several heroes could not cope with the Soul Eater and were injured. But now, a few minutes later, she's gone. Fire Fist said that his strength is many times greater than the Soul Eater rat. He must be an S-rank hero. Then Mao Rabbit came down behind them. Green Storm and Fire Fist turned around together. Fire Fist asked her what she wanted from them. After that, Mao Rabbit directed his power at them, and the Green Storm darted to protect Lady Fire Fist. The Green Storm thought that it was definitely over now, but it wasn't as bad as they thought. The Green Storm, addressing Mrs. Fire Fist, said that they really heal early. Fire Fist asked if this was some kind of rare healing ability. But who is she? Rabbit Mao introduced herself and said she was from the judges' organization. A helicopter with reporters flew near them, where the journalist said that the new heroine, who came with Mr. Yujai, is also a member of the judges' organization. She has the ability to heal and is healing the wounds of other heroes right now. Everyone wrote comments very actively and admired these two heroes from the judges' organization. Fire Fist turned to Rabbit Mao and said that the organization of judges is some kind of new heroic agency. She had never heard of such a thing before, but thanks to them, they together prevented this catastrophe. Rabbit Mao said that without any problems, her abilities are also worthy of respect. After that, they headed back together with Yancy. The journalist said, addressing all their fans and those who watch this live broadcast, that superheroes once again protected the city of Lugansk from the invasion of monsters. And the greatest contribution to the victory was made by representatives of the organization of judges. And they sincerely congratulated them all. And they thanked me for my help. Green Storm started admiring Mao Rabbit and said she was so beautiful. And the heroine of the Fiery Fist was a little upset and said that they took all the glory for themselves. Yancy said that his godson had asked him for a meeting. I wonder what kind of information he wants to tell them now. Then Mao Rabbit told him that her time was running out. Yancy asked if the clone's lifetime was already running out. The clone's abilities returned directly to him, and this is very convenient. In the future, Yancy will be able to create them in order for them to perform tasks instead of him. Even her memories have come back to him, and those lustful glances in her direction are just disgusting. Now it will definitely not create girls. In what clothes are girls comfortable communicating with each other? This sucks and is nonsense. Liu Yun was already waiting for his godfather with might and main. He asked himself that wasn't the girl's smile much cuter. Yang Zai was watching him and thought what an idiot his godson was. Is it really so difficult to take care of yourself? He paid attention to the forest and thought that did Liu Yuan not even know that he was being followed. Then he landed on him and asked if he had got anything. Liu Yuan would be very happy to see him and said that didn't he even want to meet his godson. Then the two of them heard some rustling in the bushes. Liu Yuan turned around and asked, "What is that sound? Who is sitting there?" Yang Zai coughed, told him to give him these documents first, and he would check the information. Liu Yuan gave his godfather the documents, and he began to read them. Yang Sissy said that it turns out that the Heroes Association had recently planned the opening of Beikang in the city of Lugansk, and he thought it would take them a lot of time. Liu Yuan told him that he had heard that there were special items or equipment in the world that could increase the level of strength. They should get these things into their hands as soon as possible. Yang Zai told him that the information was very valuable. He had done enough to exchange his merits for a C-rank ability, after which he took out a bottle of filling from his pocket and gave it to Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan happily snatched this bottle and immediately drank it. After that, he thanked his godfather. But when he drank this medicine, he started spitting and told his godfather that this medicine tastes like banlangen with powder that is mixed with the sourness of dark chocolate. Yang Zai patted him on the back and said that good medicine is always bitter. After which, Liu Yuan turned into a werewolf again. Now he had a C-rank ability. The name of this ability was still a werewolf. Description: abilities. Endows the owners of this ability with the powers of a hereditary werewolf. Every night during the full moon, the transformation will take place abnormally, but at the same time it will give the owner of this ability double the power. Assessment of abilities: escaped husky. Liu Yuan was very pleased with his new ability and told his godfather that he was already feeling stronger and stronger. Yang Zai told him that at this rate, his becoming an experienced S-rank user was just around the corner. In the end, everyone aspires to it, right? After which Yang Zai said that the mechanical hero. Liu Yuan asked the godfather what he had just said. After all, his old man is probably drinking and bathing with a large group of beauties right now, and he just doesn't have time for it. But then a mechanical hero came out of the forest and said yes. But before they start talking, they have to let him chop this bad boy into pieces. It was already evening. Liu Yuan was pressed against the wall and asked, "Is it really serious?" He asked his father if he wouldn't even feel sorry for him, to which the mechanical hero replied that he was just a cheeky child. Come on, can he call his godfather already? He's leaking all the information, and now he wants to beat him to death. Yang Zai told the mechanical hero that he didn't even expect him to chase him personally. They made a deal with his youngest son because he really wanted to get the ability, so he shouldn't scold him for it. Liu Yuan told his father that he had had enough beating already. From now on, he will not divulge family secrets, and he should not worry about his connection with the godfather. The mechanical hero shouted at his son and said that he shut up and stood further against the wall. And already turning to Yang Zai, he said that this impudent was born without the ability, and he just gives him superpowers. Yang Zai thought, is it really without abilities? Apparently, he doesn't know his son well. He is a rank ability user, Rebirth. He's his ace up his sleeve. Yang Zai told the mechanical hero that it's a small matter. Giving him 1, 2 or even 3 abilities is easy. Liu Yuan was shocked, asked the godfather that he could really get other superpowers. The mechanical hero asked Yang Zai that could anyone even be a rank hero like himself. Yang Zai thought that the same cunning person can't cope with what he already has will pull even more, but this is a normal reaction. People who crave power will try to become stronger at any cost. And he said that, of course, but the price for a rank ability would be very high. The mechanical hero asked him to tell about it in more detail. Then Yang Zai threw him a blue pill and asked him if he knows what it is. The mechanical hero examined this blue pill and said that he had never seen such a thing before. Yang Zai chuckled and told him that he was not even aware of the fact that some people in his company were already using these blue pills. It is worth the hero to eat one such pill, and his power will increase 3 times. The mechanical hero asked him if he was also from the organization that produces them, to which Yang Zai said that no, he was from another country, but he was cooperating with Liu Yuan in order to get information about their organization. The mechanical hero turned to his son and told him to calm down and tell him everything he knows. Then Liu Yuan began to tell that Lai Kangyong is the hero, Bing Chuan. He ate a lot of this drug in order not to get rid of many naive people in direct ways. He saw it all with his own eyes. The mechanical hero was very surprised and asked if such a small pill really had such strong properties. He was wondering how Bing Chuan was provoking all these accidents. Here he finally got to the truth. And after all these words, he wants the mechanical hero to find out everything about their organization. Yang Zai told him that not only did he still need his help in order to enter the White Realm plan, but as a reward, he would give him a rank pill that would give a twofold boost. The mechanical hero asked him if he really wanted to join the White Area plan. Let him think that he did not tell him this, but the White Area is a very dangerous place. People die, enter there and never come back from there alive. Yang Zai told him not to worry about him. He just needs to use this ring in order to collect hyena abilities. The mechanical hero asked what are the genes of abilities. Then Yang Zai began to tell him that this is the most important ingredient in the manufacture of the elixir of abilities. Criminals take them from weapons, which turned out to be the body of monsters from materials and so on. And the White Area is full of monsters who are waiting for their death. The mechanical hero asked what he would do to prove that the elixir of abilities is so effective. Yang Zai said that his very existence is the strongest confirmation of this. If the mechanical hero believes that judges cannot be trusted and cooperate with them, then this is his right. Then Lai Yuan, who had already turned back, stepped in and told his old man that it was not necessary. He is still afraid that his father might interfere with his advancement. The mechanical hero couldn't stand it and hit his son on the head and said that they were a family. If his father had meat, did he really think that they would feed him meat soup? And already addressing Yang Zai, he said that it was good. He agreed to cooperate. He will deal with the hero Bing Chuan. Yang Zai already said on the flight that this was a wise decision, and he very much hopes for a successful partnership. He is looking forward to their next meeting. It was already late in the evening and Lin Naisu was returning to her room. She said the apartment building collapsed, and she didn't even expect to spend the whole night in the hospital. But when I entered the ward and saw Yang Zai and was very surprised, I asked him why is he here? Yang Zai approached her and said that he had been looking for her all day. He had heard that all the wounded from the shelter had been transferred here, so here he asked her what was wrong with her. Was everything okay? Lin Naisu said that she received a small skin injury. There is no longer a house and she has nowhere to live. Yang Zai told her that what was the matter. She could move in with him. Lin Naisu was very confused and asked him what did he really mean by living together. It's too early. Yang Zai was also embarrassed after her words and said that he wasn't talking about that. Lin Naisu pouted and rushed to the window and said no, he should forget about this. She doesn't want to live with him yet. Yang Zai wanted to tell her something, but she didn't listen to him. Lin Naisu came to the window and said that she was still thinking about her chicken. Yang Zai asked her what she said. What kind of chicken? Lin Naisu turned to face him with a big smile and told him whether he knew that she almost died today. This mysterious Yoji appeared and saved her. He is so beautiful, and I thought that it would be necessary to interview him and inform the public about his good deeds. Then Yang Zai couldn't stand it and grabbed her in his arms. Lin Naisu asked, what is he doing? Yang City walked over to the bed and threw it on top of her. Lin Naisu was confused and asked him what he was going to do. Lin Naisu looked at Yang Zai questioningly. She told him that you can't do this in the hospital. After which Yang Zai lay down next to her. They covered their heads with a blanket. Yang Zai hugged her and told her to go to bed, and tomorrow he would help her with the move. Now she will live with him. Lin Naisu said it was fine. And she thought, is that really all? Is that all? The next day, Yang Zai boarded the plane. He talked on the phone with Lin Naisu. Did he ask her what the frying pan had checked in the kitchen cupboard? Lin Naisu told him that she had already searched the entire kitchen and couldn't find a single grain of rice there. How can you be so sloppy? Yang Zai had already boarded the plane and was packing his things. He said that yes, this is how he is. She can take his card, which he gave her yesterday, and buy everything she needs. Lin Naisu said that okay, she would wait for him until he returned from his business meeting. She would prepare a surprise for him, after which she meowed to him. Yang Zai sat down in his seat and also meowed to her and said that they would answer her as soon as he got off the plane and said goodbye to her. The man who was sitting next to Yang Zai heard this and said that oh, these animals. When the plane took off, Yang Zia looked around and saw Tian Dodo there. He thought that he was going to Shaju to make a deal with the Fanhai Chamber of Commerce, but he did not expect to fly on the same flight with Tian Dodo. However, in ordinary clothes, she is unlikely to recognize him. The men from the other seats also began to look at them, to think that two lovely ladies are with them today. The girl who was sitting next to Tian Dodo asked the stewardess if she could pass her a towel. The stewardess said that, of course, she would give it now. Then Tiandu saw how Yang Zai was looking at her and said that he was staring at her like that. Have you never seen beautiful girls before? She called him a criminal and a pervert. Yang Zai thought that if she had known that he was her beloved Mr. Yu Jai, she would not have been so angry at him and would not have shouted at the whole salon. Meanwhile, the stewardess had already brought a towel and wanted to give it to the girl, but Yang Zai saw that the towel had fallen. The stewardess asked for help. Yang Zai looked up and asked that someone had hijacked the plane. The man who presented the gun to the stewardess said that he was out of place. They should all put both hands behind their heads. The other hijackers of the plane also started shouting that they all put their hands behind their heads. Yang Zai paid attention to the weapons they were holding and thought that the weapons they were holding were made entirely from mutated beasts. The man noticed that Yang Zai was looking at his weapon and asked him what was he looking at, and ordered him to quickly put his hands behind his head. Yang Zai thought that those with a gun were users of at least the rank of what kind of organization dared to hijack a plane in broad daylight. But he can't reincarnate as Yu Jai in front of such a crowd. He just needs to come up with something. Meanwhile, the man ordered the stewardess to open the cockpit immediately. The stewardess said that it was fine, she would open it now, only she asked to let her go. The man entered the cabin and told his friend that they should act according to the plan. The stewardess asked this man, "Is the plane really on manual control? Where are they taking their plane?" The man, presenting the gun to her head, said that, of course, they were flying to the tallest building in Shaju, the Zhubai Tower, and they will all die together with their Class 2 workers. Then the man fired. The man sitting next to Yang Zai said that this was his last flight in his life, but it was worth it to see such beauty. Yang Zai thought, is this old man really thinking about girls before his death? And he asked, where did these kidnappers come from? Tian Dodo said that he said they took control of the plane in order to shoot down the White Tower, but they surely hate the 2nd District. If that's the case, then they've probably been on their own since the 35th. Yang Zai asked her what really happened to the 35th District. Why does she think that? Tian Dudu asked him if he still hadn't heard about this story. Then Yang Zai said that when Azuristar was just founded, people from the 2nd District invaded the peaceful 50th District. After defending the peaceful 50th District, the 35th District demanded from the Government Council, forcing the 2nd District to publicly apologize for the invasion of that year and compensate for the losses along with the damage caused. But the arrogant chairman of the Parliament of the 2nd District rejected this decision and abandoned it. Undoubtedly, but their actions are very arrogant and cruel. But times are changing and such terrible terrorist methods cannot solve the problem. Tian Dodo agreed with him and said that yes, only they civilians would suffer from this. One of the terrorists will hear their talks. He approached Tian Dudu and asked them what the two of them were talking about. Tian Dodo told him that she had apologized to him about nothing and said that she would not do it again. But the man did not believe her and, grabbing her by the hand, asked if there really would be no more. And he thinks that it will be like that. He grabbed her and carried her to the door from the plane. Opening it, he said that if she wanted to die, he would immediately throw her down. Tian Dudu was very scared and told him not to dump her. There is no need to do this and began to call for help. Here Yang Zai withstood and stormed out of the place, saying that this terrorist was a scoundrel. But then two heroes appeared, one of whom saved Tian Dodo and told her not to worry, because he would take her back. Then the rank hero, whose name is Star Cloak, appeared and said that, forgive them, they were a little late. The man who saved, pulls up to, was also a hero of a rank and his name was Captain Cigar. After seeing two heroes, people began to rejoice. They said it was the rank hero, Captain Cigars and the Star Cloak. Now they are all saved. And Yang Zai exhaled and thought that now everything should fall into place. Star Cloak went to deal with the terrorists. Seeing how he was defending himself, Yang Zai thought that his cloak was a spiritual weapon that had a strong self-awareness. It is very difficult to underestimate his combat power. One of the terrorists said that really it's him, it's not bad. The Star Cloak in the video of them and said that only they and the guys were left. Don't they still want to just lower their weapons to escape? The terrorist was furious and said that all the people from the 2nd District are insidious and cunning, but do they really think that's it? After which they applied the fruit meat bomb ability. Star Cloak was very shocked and said that it was bad. And the cigar captain even dropped the cigar itself out of his mouth. After the terrorists used this ability, the plane began to fall. Civilians were terrified. Captain Cigar shouted to them to put on oxygen masks faster, and he has already turned to the Star Cloak and asked if he has any useful abilities. For example, he can use crying to lift a plane. Star Cloak didn't like it and asked if he really thought he was an S-rank hero. All the passengers are ordinary citizens, and he can lift only a few of them at best, but no more than that. This was heard by civilians, and they begged him to take them with him. Someone told him to take it with him, and he would pay for it as much as he wished. Yancy thought that they weren't going to pay right here, were they? A real farce has begun. People began to argue on the count of who the Star Cloak would take with him. Captain Cigar told Tian Dudu to return to her seat and fasten her seatbelt. Tian Dudu said that it was fine and said that the cigar captain was very kind. She ran up to her friend. My friend said that she was very scared, to which Tian Dodo told her not to be afraid, because she had already returned. Then the Star Cloak came up with something and told the captain of cigarettes that he had an idea, so he should follow him. Captain Cigar asked him what he was going to do. They can't abandon the passengers. Star Cloak. He was told that he needed to trust soon, otherwise it would be too late. And they both stood on his Star Cloak and climbed to the top of the plane. Then it dawned on Young 11, and he thought that he could also create clones outside the plane. After all, even with only 10% of the creator's power, this clone will surely be able to save the plane. Which Yancy did. He used his shadow clone ability and created his clone outside the plane. Star Cloak told Captain Cigarettes to use his ability and create a large parachute in order to slow down the plane's fall. Captain Cigar said exactly how he hadn't thought of it before. Star Cloak was smarter than him, and the cigar captain used his cigar smoke ability. After what you did, he exhaled and moved, saying that it was very tiring. Now he is almost exhausted. But it turns out that the Star Cloak has something else in mind. He was now standing behind Captain Cigar and told him that he was very grateful to him for his hard work, because it's so hard to be a good person. Captain Cigar looked at him and said that it was his duty as the owner of superpowers. Then a clone of Yancy arrived, who said that something seemed to slow down the plane. Did those two rank heroes who came to the rescue do it? Meanwhile, the Star Cloak made a spear out of his cloak and pierced Captain Cigar with it, saying that he was already sick of saying that forever. Yancy was very surprised and asked, "What the hell is going on here?" And the Star Cloak told Captain Cigar that he was better than him, but every time he went on a mission, he took all the glory for himself when he made him less popular, and because of this the sponsor did not want to cooperate with him. The cigar captain, writhing in pain, wanted to say something to him, but because of the severe pain he could not do it. Star Cloak turned his back on him and said that since he was all so good, then let him die for these peaceful citizens. And he will also tell the press that Captain Cigar Pope died in a plane crash when he tried to save people like a real hero. After that, the Star Cloak left. A clone of Yancy came to the aid of Captain Cigar, told him to hold on, because his ability should heal him. He used the Ray of Light ability, but Captain Cigar said it was useless, because he had wounded him with a spiritual weapon. Such injuries are no longer treated. Yancy was shocked and asked what. Captain Cigar said he was too naive. He didn't think he hated him so much. His poor son is still waiting for him at home to play football with him. Meanwhile, the Star Cloak returned to the plane. People were very happy to see him, and someone said that the Star Cloak was back. Are they really saved? But where is the other hero? To which the Star Melting replied that Captain Cigar threw all his strength in order to cover up the wreck, but he himself could not completely stop it. He asked his peaceful citizens for forgiveness and said that he could take only a few of them with him. After that, the Star Cloak grabbed the most beautiful girls. Tian Dodo's girlfriend also fell into his clutches. She said no, she wanted to stay with Dodo. After that, the Star Cloak flew away. The people who stayed on board the plane were in a panic. The man asked if they had really been abandoned to their fate, and the woman who was sitting next to him said that they were all finished. Now they would all die. And Yancy stole Captain Cigar's ability and said that when the time comes, he will definitely avenge him. It was a rank ability whose name was Cigar Smoke. Description of abilities: materialize absorbed smoke, which can only be used in an oxygen-containing environment. Assessment of abilities: smoking is harmful to health, so you need to get rid of this habit. Then, through the window, people saw that Mr. Yujai seemed to be there. Had he come to save them all? Yancy used the metal control ability to delay the plane's fall. Meanwhile, the plane was getting closer to the ground and eventually crashed. And yet the plane was saved, and all the people survived. The civilians were happy. Were they all jubilant? They landed in the desert. Who caught me asking that where is the rank hero whose name is Captain Cigar? And where did Mr. Yujai go? He just saw him. Tiandu said that she was scared to death. She already thought that she would definitely die here. Surviving under such circumstances is not very pleasant. Then she remembered about Mr. Yujai, started looking for him with her eyes and said that, by the way, yes, since Mr. Yujai is here, then why doesn't she see him? Then 3 ambulances rushed to their aid, and in front of them was the Star Cloak, which said that it was necessary to move faster because the captured plane crashed. Dozens of wounded are waiting for them to rescue them. Journalists and reporters also flew here. The journalists said that they would keep all people informed of what was happening here at the crash site of the stolen plane in real time. But no one seems to have been hurt there. Starcloak jumped off his cloak and said it couldn't be. Where did all the victims go? He saw with his own eyes the fall of the plane, how they managed to save all of mine while not getting a single scratch. Then Tiandudu came up to him and started shouting at him, asking what he had done to them. Where did he take Sister Ron and the others? The journalists said that they do not yet know what exactly happened here, but the plane landed safely before the plane crashed. Some have seen Mr. Yujai, who is able to control metal. Perhaps he saved them all, together with Captain Cigar. However, they did not see where they disappeared together. Starcloak said that Captain Cigars is his partner, with whom they participated in the rescue operation together. Then the journalists came up to him and asked him if he would tell them what had happened here. Even for the sake of verisimilitude, Starcloak let out a tear and said that when the moment of the crash was very close, Captain Cigar threw all his strength to slow down the fall and died from lack of strength, and he was able to save only a few passengers. Taking this into account, he realized that a catastrophe was simply inevitable, so he called an ambulance as soon as possible in order to save the victims. But he did not expect at all that they would be lucky and all would remain intact. Then Mr. Yujai arrived and told Starcloak to stop pretending. Does he not know that there was this luck or not? Yancy went down with the cigar captain, whom she was holding in her arms, and told Star crying that here was his partner. Yancy approached Tiandodo and told him that everyone says he saved this plane. Is it true? Yujai put the captain's cigar on the ground and said, pulling to the point that he only helped a little. And the true hero here is not him, but Captain Cigar. Tiandodo asked that did Captain Cigar really die from overwork when I used too much of my strength? But where did the hole in his chest come from? The rest of the passengers on the plane said that there really is a huge hole here. What's going on here? It seems that Captain Cigar died not from overwork at all, but from someone stabbing him. Yancy turned to the Starcloak and asked, so what really happened here? Starcloak shouted at him not to ask him about it. After all, he has no idea what happened to him here. Yancy said that okay, in that case, let everyone know what really happened here. And addressing all the people who gathered here, he said that the Starcloak lured Captain Cigar out of the plane under the pretext of saving people, and then he forced him to use all his strength and killed him when he weakened. And the evidence of this fact is right on his cloak. There are blood stains, the fallen general. It is enough just to conduct an examination of the blood, and everything will immediately become clear. People paid attention to the cloak of the Starcloak and said that God, yes, there is actually blood. He wouldn't kill his partner, would he? Could he really have done that? But if everything is not as described by Mr. Yujai, then what can explain the wound on Captain Cigar's body? The journalists asked the Starcloak to comment on Mr. Yujai's accusations. Is he telling the truth? And will the Starcloak allow a blood test on his cloak? Starcloak said he was stupid. He did not expect that his carefully thought out plan would destroy this scoundrel who appeared out of nowhere. He does not understand the appearance at all. The figure is luck. In what way is he worse than Captain Cigar? Why is he more popular than him? Yancy said that those people from the 35 region were surprised when they saw the Starcloak, and betrayal was read on their faces. Yancy believes that the Starcloak secretly made a deal with them and arranged for the hijacking of the plane, right? The Starcloak rose into the sky and, laughing, said that did he really find out that too? That's right, he's also from the 35 region. I had to sacrifice so many brothers, and all in vain. He created a sandstorm, said they were dumb assholes from the 2nd region. Now they have to die. Starcloak began to tell his story. He said that as a child he had a favorite raincoat that his mother gave him before her death. She said that all superheroes who save the world wear such cloaks. The Starcloak was born in the 35th region, where the sun does not shine, where only ashes are around. Flowers were treated as saints, worshipping them. Although they had to dig in the trash in order to survive, Starcloak was happy when he thought that the whole world was like that. Until one day he accidentally got into Region 2. Then he first learned that water can be delicious, flowers capable of blooming grow everywhere, that the sky is blue and the clouds are white. But the locals were just awful. As soon as he knew that he was from the 35th region, they began to look down on him, laugh at him and even beat him. Starcloak thought that he had done something bad since he was treated like this. But as soon as he began to get to the truth, he discovered that it was not him at all, But these usurpers who steal resources, offend the weak and behave arrogantly towards others. When Starcloak realized this, his cloak awakened its spiritual power. Then he forged a passport in order to stay there and in secret traded information with people from 25 regions. He provoked them to commit terrorist acts and then became a hero and saved people. Thus, the Starcloak slowly turned from an ordinary resident into a respected rank hero. These stupid pigs started treating him with respect, honoring his might. He enjoyed it, basking in the glory, until the cigar captain appeared and all the attention shifted to him. Starcloak couldn't stand it, so he tried his best to kill people, but he saved them again and again. But it's so much fun. All those stupid pigs and 2 regions, Captain Cigar himself, as well as these stupid rules deserve to die. They all have to die. Kyan Dodo said that Starcloak was crazy and said that he was not himself. Who has he become and how does he differ from the usurpers he was talking about? She turned to Mr. Yujai and said that he had completely lost his mind. He was going to kill everyone. Yang Zai noticed one strange thing in this typhoon. He saw some kind of portal there. And I thought that this spiritual equipment depends entirely on the emotions of the owner. And after so many murders it was pumped up to S rank. Tian Dodo took out her bag and started digging in it. She asked what is really S rank. She really wants it for herself, but she's in ellipsis. But there is nothing in her bag that can compete with S rank equipment. What should they do? And ask Mr. Yujai that he can handle it. She looked at his hands, saw that they were shaking and asked him that his hands were shaking from fear, if even he was afraid of him. Then what would happen to them? Yang Zai asked her if she thought he was a coward. He's not scared, he's just excited. Yang Zai turned to the Starcloak and said that according to his stories, he secretly killed the civilians of the 2 region to let off steam. Didn't he? Starcloak said that yes, he had killed many, and those fans who turned out to be there. The random person he saved turned out to be a professor at his university. He saved them all, their lives should belong to him. Yang Zai shook his head and said that the rank hero of the million audience turned out to be a crazy jerk who kills the weak and constantly rushes from destroyer to rescuer. When a victim becomes an abuser, then all her motives become obscene. She does not deserve pity. Starcloak laughed hysterically and said he sounded just like Captain Cigarette just fine. And as a reward, he will give him 100 seconds in order to escape, and then he will die. After which he started the countdown. Yang Zai applied his metal control ability. Starcloak opened his eyes and said that he was not so patient. Let's see where he ran. Well, when he opened his eyes, he didn't see him and asked where he had gone. Where did he run off to? But he saw Yang Zai rushing towards the portal and laughed, saying he was a dumbass. The hurricane that created the Starcloak began to dissipate. The people who were inside it began to fall. Starcloak was very surprised and asked what happened. Why did he disappear? What did Yujai do with his cloak? He found his raincoat and saw that there was a patch on it and it was pierced in 4 corners. Yang 11 thought that this was the first time he was using S-rank abilities to face a spiritual weapon of the same degree. He didn't expect that spiritual power was so hard to control. He shouted to Kyan Dudu to come up with a way to save the falling people. Kyan Dodo shouted at him not to worry and to rely on her. And she started digging in her bag. She found 4 eggs in it and threw them. They began to increase in size. Kyan Dodo didn't really want to use them since these beast eggs cost 30,000. They are too expensive to save people with them. The eggs cracked and liquid flowed out of them, which began to spread on the ground, where people fell. Starcloak was beside himself with anger and, taking the cannon, said that no, they could not survive. They all had to die. Yujai must return his cloak. And he started shooting at him. But Yang Sil deftly dodged his bullets. But it was not there. He turned around and saw that the bullet was coming back. Yang Zai asked if these were homing bullets. Therefore, Yang Zai had no choice but to cut these bullets in half. Meanwhile, the cloak of the Starcloak flew to him. Starcloak said it was all his fault. He was too careless when he let it fall into his hands. Then the cloak fell back on his shoulders, and then he went to attack Yujai. At that moment, Yang Zai lost activity and one of the Starcloak's bullets grazed him. Yang Zai accepted Zai to use his holy healing ability, but nothing worked out for him, and he thought that, as expected, Captain Cigar was right, saying that the damage that is inflicted by the spiritual weapon, this jerk is not treated by the healing ability. Seeing this, the Starcloak laughed and said that he was probably wondering why his wound wasn't healing, wasn't it? Due to the fact that his cloak is a spiritual weapon, he attacks the enemy's mental power directly, which is why treatment is impossible. Yang Zai was a little surprised and told Star crying that he was getting great equipment in his hands. Why should good go to waste? He doesn't mind if he takes it for himself, does he? The cloak of the Star Cloak didn't like it very much. After that, the Raincoat began rummaging in his jacket and took out blue pills. Young 11, watching this, thought that absolutely all the lost heroes used them. Spiritual weapons of S rank. Intensely blue pills become much more dangerous. Young Zai can't beat him now. Meanwhile, the cloak began forcibly pushing these blue pills into the Star Cloak. But the Star Cloak doesn't want to eat them. Yang Zai thought that it seemed that with the increase in the power of the spiritual equipment, his master was also losing control over him. Now it can act consciously. Star Cloak told Yang Zai that he had to eat this stuff again because of him. And his raincoat became just a giant size, and Yang Zai thought, wow, this raincoat is just huge, he won't be able to take off from here. Then the cloak covered him. Yang Zai said he was trapped. Star Cloak told him that fortunately for him, he was unable to control it. Only he is able to cope with it, so he must die both in grief and despair. Some stars began to cling to Yang Zai. He asked what the hell was that? Why are they all sticking to him? And then the stars began to light up. They started getting hotter and hotter. But are they really bombs? Then there was an explosion. Tian Dodo was very worried about Mr. Yu Jai. The Star Cloak told her not to scream, because it had already exploded and turned into ashes. Tian Du, before I started crying, I said that this could not be. But then, when the cloak opened and ashes flew out, appeared, and a huge iron thing, in which Yang Zai sealed himself in order to survive. Star Cloak said that it was simply impossible how he survived after such a thing. Yang Zai started to shake himself off and said that he had let his guard down and almost died. Civilians began to rejoice. They said that, as expected from the magnificent Yu Jai. Tian Dodo shouted to him that she knew he wouldn't die so easily. Yang Zai told her that she always knows what to say. Yang Zai turned to the Star Cloak and said that he got it from Captain Cigar. Star Cloak was confused, after which he decided to attack Yang Zai. But Yang Zai used the ability of resistance and, addressing the deceased Cigar Captain, said that he would avenge him. And he began to absorb the stars. After that, nothing remained of the Star Cloak. Yang Xing said that he had pulled all the metal out of his body, and now he would turn into dust. And his former cloak was slowly falling towards Yang Zai. It was a Star Cloak. Its description, it has self-awareness, is a spiritual weapon, can attack directly the mental power of the enemy, is immune to a rank abilities, and it has incredible elasticity. Skill, Star Rain, stars explode, dealing damage to the enemy. Evaluation, the spiritual weapon dreams of becoming stronger, so it has power. This area should be careful and use it carefully too. Yang Zai told his new weapon that he was a good weapon. His old master is dead, now he will have a new one. To link them, you need to change its appearance. A raincoat and made a heart. It is interesting that Yang Zai replied that in order to keep such a weapon under control, he needs to be stronger than it all the time. Otherwise it will absorb him sooner or later. Then Mr. Yu Jai was hailed by civilians and asked him if he could save them. They are stuck in this liquid. Tian Dudu said it was egg white, and it was her doing, but she can't go back to the way it was. Yang Zai stood on his board and flew away, telling them to stay here and he would leave as soon as the resistance squad arrived. Tian Dudu fell to her knees and begged him not to leave. The backyard of Captain Cigar's house, where his son played football and kept waiting for his father. Then Yang Zai came up to him. The boy, laughing, asked him if he wanted to play football with him. To which Jan replied to himself that no, because he didn't come here at all for football. But when he saw him, he immediately wanted to play. After that, Yang Zai created a likeness of his father. The boy said he looked like a cloud. Meanwhile, Jan Blue noticeably placed cigar smoke in the boy and told him to start playing, and he would join in. Tian Dudu, along with his girlfriend named Yu Rong, were walking down the street and discussing what had happened. Tian Dudu said that, and then they were all saved by Mr. Yu Jai. It's a pity Yu Rong didn't see it. The battle between Lord Yu Jai and the Star Cloak was simply incomparable. Mr. Yu Jai took off, dodging the homing missiles of the Star Cloak, then beat him with one left. Yu Rong said that those who took the Star Cloak were less lucky because they were abandoned in the desert. But, fortunately, the helicopters arrived, otherwise they would have died anyway. Neither from the crash, so from the desert. Tian Dudu stopped her friend Yu Rong and said that maybe what they will do is fate, and they should value their lives more. Yu Damage agreed with her friend, said that yes, today she has a meeting with the organization of judges on behalf of Fanhai. We need to make a deal with them. She must be strong. A couple of days ago, an invitation letter arrived at their main office, and the senders turned out to be a member of the judges' organization, Mr. Yu Jai. She never thought that she would be chosen for this mission. God must have blessed her. It turns out that she will be able to see Mr. Yu Jai, who, as Tian Dodo says, is very handsome. Then Yongzai appeared behind her, unnoticed. Tian Dodo told her friend what was behind her. Yu Rong turned around and, very scared, asked who he was. Yongzai said what and why she was so surprised. Tian Du said that he looked very familiar. Is he a member of the judges' organization? Then Yu Damage whispered to her friend that she seemed to be a heroine. A rank from the second region, whose name is Swordswoman Blanche, said that in the organization of judges there is a man named Snake, whose peculiarity is a mask with the image of this animal. Tian Du came closer to him and asked what the snake was. Right. She is a friend of Mr. Yu Jai, who has recently been on the verge of life and death. Yongzai said it was understandable. Tian Du thought that they were both from the judges' organization, but for some reason he is so cold, she needs to be friendlier. So she started telling him that they had come here at his request of the organization to help him with the goods. But where is the product itself? Then Yongzai grabbed Yu Rong's hand and pulled her aside. Tian Du turned around and asked that why were they moving away. Yongzai grabbed the rope and said that didn't she ask where the goods were. After that, he pulled the rope and the floor under Tian Dodo opened, and she fell there. Yongzai thought that what kind of knife is one girl? Let her tease. Yu Ichron was very worried about his girlfriend and crawling up to this abyss asked if she was okay. Where is she? But there was only silence in response. Yongzai started the countdown. After that, Tian Du screamed that she was rich, and turning to his sister, Yu Ron said that she should come down soon, because she should take a look at it. She had never seen so many jewels in her life. She wants to live here forever. Yongzai said that these are the goods of the judges' organizations. For some reason, they hand them over to the care of Fanhai. Tian Du said that yes, they could definitely help them with these treasures. Don't let them worry about it. And turning to Sister Yu Rong, she said that how should one think, why did the judges need to transfer only the treasure of the Fanhai organization? Yu Rong said that Fanhai is the largest business agency. After trading, they will establish a basic trusting relationship that will help smooth future cooperation. Tian Dodo asked, what is cooperation? Yu Rong said that when raising the level, strong heroes rely not only on themselves, but they also need good weapons. Tian Dodo asked, does it really mean that they have people who are able to make weapons from monster materials? Yu Rong said that in the future, when he needs equipment or weapons, they will help him. Meanwhile, in the hospital room of Sister Yongzai, this bluish light was flying all over her, but he began to rise slowly, and then his sister Fei Fei woke up and told her brother that she was in pain. Yongzai had already returned to the city of Lugansk again and was now at its airport. Then Lin Na-su called out to him. She ran to him as fast as she could and said that she had just seen the news about the crash of the hijacked plane. She had already thought that she would never see him again. She hugged him and Yongzai told her that she was exaggerating too much. Lin Na-su said she was so worried about him. Yongzai said that everything was fine, he was fine. Lin Na-su said that the next time something like this happened, he should write to her that he was fine. Yongzai said that it was fine, but now he would send her home, and then he needed to meet his godson. Lin Na-su asked what godson. Young 11 realized that he had blurted out a little too much and said that he and his friends called each other that. Lin Na-su said that it was fine then, but he should return home as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Liu Yuan was drinking with the girls again. He kept complaining about his father and saying that this old man, after meeting his godfather, began to disappear somewhere in secret and he had no idea what was on his mind. It seems the godfather was just using him to get closer to his old man. And now that they've met, he doesn't need it anymore. Then Yongzai appeared in his apartment and used the psychic explosion ability to make the girls lose consciousness. Liu Yuan asked, what's going on here? What's wrong with them? Then Yongzai poured water on him. But since Liu Yuan had not yet realized that this was his godfather, he asked what kind of idiot dared to pour water on him. Does he really want him to beat him to death? Then Yongzai asked him why would he beat him up? Then Liu Yuan realized that it was his godfather and said that no, he would not dare for anything in his life, and if he allows it, someone will beat himself only to him. Yongzai patted him on the head and asked that didn't he just say that he was using it. Liu Yuan said that wasn't it. Yongzai told him not to judge himself like that, because he has potential and he trusts him. Liu Yuan was very touched by his words, and he asked if it was really true. He has never been able to get people's recognition. Yongzai said that, of course, to dispel all his doubts, he decided to arrange an expedition and give him a task as an official member of the organization, a spiritual contract, after which Lai Yuan passed out. He got into some strange place and saw a seal there. He asked what it was and touched her, after which the words sounded that the contracts were concluded. After that, he opened his eyes, found himself in some strange place. He asked that where is he now? Why does he feel as if he has found himself somewhere very far away? Then Yang Zai called out to him and told him that he had signed a contract with him in the spiritual and had overcome the gap between body and soul. Liu Yuan immediately asked his father in the neighborhood, "So where is his entire lower body?" Yang Zai told him not to be surprised, because they are in a space that is controlled by thoughts. Recently, Yang Zai has received many spiritual abilities and the same type of weapon, and during his research, he discovered that the space into which people who have signed a spiritual contract fall. Liu Yuan asked what was going on. Did they lock him up? Yang Zai said that, yes, and asked Liu Yuan to immerse himself in his gem. Liu Yuan said he would try to concentrate his consciousness. After that, he moved to another place. He saw his godfather sitting on the throne, who asked him what he was staring at. Should he approach him? Liu Yuan immediately rushed to him and said that the organization of judges is much stronger than his old man. It's too cool. Yang Zai told him that he had said he would give him an official membership, and the place where they are now is called the Heavenly Palace. This organization is used for information exchange, and the next time their meeting will take place here. Liu Yuan was just happy and could not gather his thoughts. He asked the godfather that what was his mission, and what place will he take. Yang Zai raised his hand and said that as he had said, he would be given official membership in the organization earlier. At the moment, the position of the rat is free and Liu Yuan was very happy and said that from now on he was in the position of a rat, and was about to go up to Yang Zai, but he ran into an invisible barrier and fell. He asked what for what. Yang Zai came down to him and said he was in too much of a hurry, who told him that it was within his authority to appoint him to this position. In the organization he occupies it, and does Liu Yuan still want to be on the same level with him? Liu Yuan said no, he thought the official membership he was talking about, but he was interrupted by Yang Zai, who told him to let him finish first. He said that the rat's position is free. This means that he can become a candidate for this position. Liu Yuan was very surprised, asked what the candidate was. Be one of them. Just don't let him say that there are other contenders in the person of his old man. Yang Zai said that Da Jai Zai Zhangxing he is also one of the candidates. The leader of the judge will determine who will take this place. And I thought that Liu Yuan is a very smart guy, isn't he? Liu Yuan was still in shock and said that father is too difficult. Is the godfather suggesting that he compete with his own father? To which Yang Zai replied that there was nothing he could do, because judges are an organization with strength in first place, and if Liu Yuan wants to take a high position, he must be capable and powerful. Liu Yuan told his godfather that he understood well, and he would not miss this chance. Let him send him on a mission sooner. Yang Zai told his godson that his father would never give him the glacier adventure, so he really wants Liu Yuan to figure out how to trap him, and then he will deal with him himself. Liu Yuan said that no problem, he promises that he will handle it. But he has a question for him. Yang Zai told him to ask. Liu Yuan asked that if he became a rat, would the godfather introduce him to Mao the rabbit? He saw her on TV, and she remained in his heart forever, and if he manages to marry her, then his life will not be lived in vain. Yang Zai only laughed through his teeth and thought that did he really want to marry his clone? After that, he kicked his godson and told him that it was enough to dream. He had to run and complete tasks. After that, Yang Zai returned to his home. He sat at the table and waited for Lin Naisu to bring dinner and watched TV at that time. It was said on TV that a financial company in 2 regions called the Knights of the Round Table imposed a fine on the heroine of the rank swordswoman of the Seal Blanche. Those who provide useful information about it will receive 500,000, and those who manage to catch it will be given 5 million. Yang Zai asked, "What is Blanche?" At this time, Lin Nasu came into the room and said that the barbecue chicken was ready. She was in her underwear and tied an apron on top. Seeing her, Yang Zai was very impressed. Lin Naisu came up to him to put his dinner and asked him what was the matter. Does she look bad? Yang Zai said no, she looks just fine. He meant something else, why is she on the card? But he was interrupted by Lin Naisu, who said that didn't she tell him that she would surprise him? And it consists not only in delicious food, but also. But after Lin Naisu was very confused and could not finish, and stuffing a chicken into Yang Zai's mouth, she said that about nothing, let him eat. During dinner, Lin Naisu asked him if he had watched what? News about the swordswoman Blanche. Yang Zai said yes, and asked what was the matter. Lin Naisu said that she heard from other reporters that the heroine of a rank Blanche was in collusion with one organization, and then disappeared after a mass attack in the 2nd region. Yang Zai asked what, but why? Isn't she a noble heroine with an excellent reputation? She is beautiful and strong. Lin Naisu said she didn't know, but she thought he was very worried about her. Yang 11 thought it was because they knew each other, and he knew that she wasn't the type to do something bad, because she was always desperate to save people. and he said that a person with such a unique charisma might have some secrets. But he asked her to wait and said that tomorrow he would find out everything. Lin Naisu wanted to say something, but Yang Zai interrupted her and said that she was very good at cooking each of her dishes just incomparably. Lin Naisu was dissatisfied with something and put it in the chopsticks, and putting the food aside, she got up and said that yes, he was right. She can't compare with her. If Na also helps others, then maybe he will pay more attention to her. Yang Zai also jumped up from his seat and ran over to Lin Naisu. He put his arm around her shoulders, then kissed her and told her that he was investigating this case, and not what she thought. Yang Zai told Lin Naisu that she was perfect for him, and Blanche was nothing compared to her. Lin Naisu said he said it wasn't what she thought, to which Yang Zai replied that he was a reporter, so it was important for him to know all the details of this case. Lin Naisu asked what is true. Yang Zai asked her that aren't all journalists like that. He is not interested in her in any other way. He only likes her. Lin Naisu hugged him again and said he was the best. Yang Zai mentally apologized to her, saying that sooner or later he would return her ability and apologize to her. The next day, Yang Zai was working at the computer. He asked, "What is it really so fast?" He opened the letter on the computer, and it was from Kyan to do. In it, she wrote to Mr. Yu Jai and said that she did not expect him to want to contact her himself, and they ask him that he is interested in Fanhai's information from the Darknet. She will provide it to him immediately. And in the letter Kyan Do attached links. Yang Zai clicked on this link. He was given information about heroes, such as the heroic messenger Sour Spicy Hero, Fury of the Earth Dragon, Princess Miao Mio, Glacial Adventurer. Yang 11, after reviewing all this, said that, as expected, everything is simple and straightforward from the Darknet. To begin with, he decided to check the information about the Sour Spicy Hero. Clicking on this link, an ad appeared that you first need to pay 100,000 in order to learn the information. I'm wearing asked what 100,000. It's better not to argue. He paid the money. He got all the information about the Sour Spicy Hero. The cat of his information is A526780. The real name of the Sour Spicy Hero is Li Jun. He graduated from the Hero faculty and Yanjin University. Now he works at the Red Abandoned Economic Enterprises of the city of Lugansk. The rank of this hero is B. He also participated in the invasion of the one-eyed jellyfish in a production on the business street of Lugansk. Recently, he has gained fame and popularity participating in various shows such as Running Hero and Funny Escape. He's probably interested in acting. According to a reliable source, the Sour Spicy Hero with his daughter Lai Tian was invited as guests of the new show of the season, where Daddy was hiding. Combat Skill Analytics, a rank potential recently fought a forest warrior. Apparently, he has gained a new ability, controls the power of his transformation. The names of skills and their strength are unknown, since Sour Spicy Heroes have never fought in public, can rise to a rank, thereby raising the annual hero rating. After reading all this information, Young 11 said that the Darknet is quite reliable, even recorded the time when they, together with the Sour Spicy Hero, taught a lesson to a forest warrior. But where did they get the information about the new ability? Therefore, Yang Zai decided to see what there is about Bing Chuan here. He opened the following link, but it said there was no information at the moment. Yang Zai asked, is there really nothing about him? Or was everything deliberately hidden? He decided to reveal information about Blanche and asked if they didn't have anything either. And the price of information is 700,000. But Yang Zai decided to pay such money. After that, all the information was revealed to him. Cat of information B245716. Swordswoman of the Seal. Real name is Dominique Blanche. She attached a financial company called Knights of the Round Table. The case is not solved. The incident began due to the fault of the hero rank, a masked boxer in the hotel. After a series of investigations, the financial company confirmed that Blanche, together with the organization of judges, had killed the masked boxer. In order to catch her and bring to justice, the Knights of the Round Table were united with the Association of Heroes. But one hero of a rank stopped his Blanche from escaping from Lugansk, as a result of which he was wounded. She was last seen at the port of the city of Shaju. There are reports that Blanche and a member of the judges' organization, Snake, are in a relationship. After reading this information, Yang Zai was shocked and asked, what is a masked boxer? Was he one of the heroes of the Knights of the Round Table? Didn't their company know that he was standing in the Saints organization? Or do they have something to hide? And what kind of relationship is that? If Lin Naisu saw this, she would get angry again. Well, we'll have to see if there's anything else. He decided to reveal information about himself. In the note it was written that information about the organization of judges such as Yu Jai, Snake, Rabbit Mao and others is already online, and Yu Jai's personal data is already on sale. You need to pay 30 million in order to find out the main secret of this powerful hero. Yancy was surprised and asked if the information about him was worth 30 million. So now Blanche is being stalked. Maybe it's mostly because of him. Meanwhile, the evil dragon was arguing with his mechanical hero father. The evil dragon asked why. After all, he is his son, why did he give Bing Chuan a chance to participate in the case of the white area? The mechanical hero asked his son if he really doubted his decision. The evil dragon said that he had promised that this place would be his. He promised that he would work with the heroine and explosive fist. They would go to the white area, where he would train. The mechanical hero could not stand it anymore and started shouting at his son that he had already changed his mind. He was no longer suitable for this role. The evil dragon asked why. Was it because he had lost to that Yu Jai that time? The mechanical hero slammed his fist on the table and told his son not to drag Yu Jai in here. How is it related to him at all? The mechanical hero got up and, putting his hand on his son's shoulder, said that his father has a head on his shoulders. He has no idea how dangerous this white area is. He is doing this for his son. The evil dragon pushed his father's hand away, and he said that he was saying that, but in fact he just didn't take him seriously. Then he went out and slammed the door. The mechanical hero thought he was stupid, because the white area is not just a territory with monsters, and those who were there also note that it is much more dangerous than they used to think about it. Come out of your father's office. The evil dragon saw his brother and asked him what he's doing here. Liu Yuan asked him what they are arguing about here. The evil dragon said that father wants to let Bing Chuan participate in the white area operation, and he is furious about it. Liu Yuan asked what? Doesn't the old man know that the white area is a great place to earn a lot of valuable materials from monsters? Passing by his brother, the evil dragon said that yes, if people find out, they will think that Lai Kangyong is Jai Zai Zhangsheng's biological son. When brother Shu Liu Yuan thought, why did the old man decide to send Lai Kangyong for surgery? What was he thinking? He needs to get to the heavenly palace as soon as possible and inform the godfather about everything. When you come to Yongzai Palace, ask your godson what brought him here at such an hour. Liu Yuan said he had something to tell. The old man sends Bing Chuan to the white area for surgery. Yongzai asked what he was up to. Liu Yuan said he didn't know, but his brother started arguing with him about it. It seems to him that he will not give Bing Chuan to him. Yongzai said that if he got rid of it, it would only alert people. Since Bing Chuan has a close relationship with Jai Zai Zhangsheng, then why don't you and him take part in this operation together? If something happens in the white area, then no one will be surprised. Liu Yuan asked that did his father really pursue such goals? Yongzai told him that then his task was to make sure that everything went according to his father's plan, and he and Bing Chuan took part in the operation together, and he should not worry about the rest. Liu Yuan said he understood, let him provide it. Yongzai returned to his apartment and said that while Lin Naizu was at work, he needed to improve his abilities in order to prepare for this operation. To begin with, he decided to upgrade transformation and cloning to B rank. After that, he received the ability to B rank. The name of this ability was transformation. Description: abilities, gives you the opportunity to transform in 0.01 seconds. 3 out of 9 costumes are available for transformation. You can change the parameters of the body, appearance, voice, personality, improves acting skills, and the owner of this ability should be careful when using it. Assessment of abilities. The owners of the ability definitely do not want to become a first-class actor. Yongzai also made another ability in rank. This ability was called cloning. Description of abilities. Creates a clone that has the abilities of the host. The lifespan is now 6 hours. Ability score, and the amount of energy is significantly increased. After that, Yongzai said that the dragon's ability was used to improve the spirit of the depths of the sea and fierce fire to a rank. After that, he received the ability of a rank. The name of the abilities was Water Leader. Ability description: 1 skill is Blood Rain, 2 skill is River Defense, and 3 skill is Water Steel Spear. Ability assessment: one day Bok said that he would get rain and he went. 2 A rank ability was called King of Fire. Description of abilities: 1 skill is a Phoenix Chick. 2 skill is the control of a territory that is engulfed in fire, which does not exceed the level of the owners of this ability. Yongzai said that the dragon sounds very cool. It suits my personal quality as arrogance. The next day, Blanche was on the ferry with a man. She gave him the money and said thank you for your help. The man said thank you to her and called her a beauty. But that's what interests him, because she is bathed in money and fame. So why would she be To which Blanche replied that the curious Varvara himself knows that if he wants to live, he should do what he should. And if anyone asks, then let him say that he knows nothing about it. The man said that he would keep the questions to himself. It was already evening and Blanche was walking around the city. She said it's only been a couple of days since she stopped in Shaju, but now she doesn't belong here. She's already turned from a superheroine into a criminal. Those who pursue and want to catch her are rank heroes, which is very problematic. She thought that a masked boxer could pretend to be a fighter for justice and a hero, but he was just a servant in the organization of saints. He must die. Why are companies not interested in her motives, but instead just chasing after her? When Snake used the identity of the masked boxer, he never managed to follow this hero in Shaju. He can only be found in Lugansk, where Yu-Jai constantly appears. The one who laughed and asked her if she really thought she could escape from them. Blanche immediately jumped up and saw that the man to whom she had given the money was already dead. She shouted that if they came for her, then why kill ordinary people? People remained circling around her at a fast speed and told her that, of course, they had come for her, but all her allies must also die. She remembers what she did to them then. It's time to take responsibility for your actions. Blanche said if he wants to fight, you should show up, not hide in the shadows. This man laughed and asked her if she was really angry. What difference does it make? Because his task is to kill her by any means. Then he wounded her. He said she was going to die today. Then Lin Nasu came up to her and asked if she was okay. She looked at her a little better and asked what had happened to her. But Blanche told her to get out of here as soon as possible. Lin Nasu started calling for help. Yang Zai came to the rescue in the form of a snake. He covered the girls with himself and told them not to be afraid, because he was already here. The man who attacked the girls asked, "What is a snake? Is he the man from the judge who defeated the Saints organization?" Yang Zai asked him that since they already knew each other, then why didn't he run away? This man laughed and said how much arrogance he did not expect to see him here. He really wants to see what he's capable of, and applied his Chrysanthemum Kai explosion ability. Young 11 was very surprised and covered this ability with himself so that she wouldn't get the girls. Then Blanche realized that the Chrysanthemum explosion, so he was Wang Shuxiang. Wang Shuxian came out of the shadows and said that do they still remember him? Blanche said that 2 years ago she caught him and put him behind bars. They even wanted to give him a life sentence. How did he manage to escape? Wang Shuxian laughed and said that, of course, he was helped with this. From now on, he is not that weakling Wang Shuxian, but already an S-rank user. Blanche had already taken out her sword and said that even if it cost her her life, she simply had to re-achieve his imprisonment. Yang Zai thought that his abilities were clearly above a rank, but if they didn't start fighting, Lin Naizu might get hurt. Now he can't fight with him, so we need to scare him away. Therefore, Yang Zai told him that he was certainly strong. But he was not alone here either. Yu-Jai, the S-rank hero from the judges organization, will arrive soon. Does he really think he can beat them? Wang Shuxian said what if he kills him before he shows up? Yang Zai told him to give it a try. Blanche shouted to the snake that no, he should run away soon, because she couldn't stop him. Lin Naisu at this time grabbed the phone and said that they would not leave them here to fend for themselves. She would call for reinforcements as soon as possible, because of the Hero Association. Wang Shuxian jumped on a lamppost and said that this time they had the numerical advantage, but one day he would come back for their lives. Then he disappeared. Lin Naixu said that they had succeeded in intimidating him, and the snake asked her that she hadn't called the Heroes Association. Had she? Lin Naix exhaled and said that she also just wanted to intimidate him, and Blanche is now wanted. It would cause her even more problems. Then Blanche said that she had a question for the snake. This is about the organization of judges. But the snake interrupted her and told her that first she had to be cured, and then he would come back for her when the time came. Then he left too. Lin Naisu asked that all these powerful heroes just love to disappear without a trace, don't they? Blanche said that tinsel is pure water, no one else does it like that. Lin Naixu asked her that she was sent, should she take her to the hospital? Blanche shook her head and said no, because it was too crowded. Lin Naisu has to go because she needs a secluded place to use her powers for regeneration. Then Lin Naixu suggested that she go to her house. She could rest there. Blanche asked what was going home. Then Yang Zai rushed over, and I asked Lin Naisu what she had been doing in the toilet for so long. But when he saw Blanche, he pretended to be very surprised and asked if it was really the famous heroine Blanche. What is she doing here? Blanche asked Lin Naisu who he was. Lin Naixu said it was her boyfriend. They went out for a run, and she suddenly wanted to go to the toilet. And already addressing Yang Zai, she told him that on the way she saw Blanche being attacked. Now she is injured, so she wants her to rest in our house. Does he mind? Yang Zai said fine, then let him carry her. The three of them were already approaching the house and Yang Zai was carrying Blanche on his back. Yang Zai asked Blanche if she was dating the man who was stalking her in Lunan. Blanche said that, and asked that how the two of them ended up in the port. Lin Naisu said she wouldn't believe it, but they actually just went out for a walk, and by chance they saw how this guy attacked her. Blanche thanked them again and said that she was a wanted criminal, so why did they need to attack her? Lin Naisu said that the Blanche she knows has always sacrificed herself to save others. She helped the children in Shaju, so she and Yang Zai do not consider her a bad person. Blanche said she didn't kill the masked boxer, and she also didn't work with the mysterious organization of judges. Yang Zai said that he had heard that the masked boxer had something to do with the saints in the city of Shaju. Even if Blanche had killed him, it would only be for the best. Blanche said it didn't matter how he died anymore. The main problem is that someone wants to use his death in order to get rid of it. And maybe also. But Yang Zai finished for her, saying that to involve judges in this organization, making them enemies number one. Blanche asked him if he really thought that too. Yang Zai said yes, because the rumors of the news are not so much against her as against the fact that she is cooperating with them. Lazy Naisu said that they have a good reputation because Yu Jai has saved the meadows many times, and now the snake has helped them. Blanche told them that maybe they didn't know, but lately heroes from all regions have become afraid of them. They even say that the organization of judges wants to take over 53 regions or even the whole world. Young 11 was very surprised and thought what? And Blanche went on to say that it made her realize that she was being hunted by people from all over the world. And judging by the reward that is promised for her, there are not so many people who want to get her. They are chasing her for information about her cooperation with the judges. Lin Naisu asked that how did it happen? Blanche said that since there are as many as 53 regions, the distribution of the number of superheroes and their abilities should be uniform in order to avoid the superiority of one region over others. These are the rules. That's why the Heroes Hour Association sends its members to another area. They call it a vacation. Lin Naisu said that clearly this information is confidential, so ordinary people like them won't really understand anything from this. And Yang Zai thought about it and thought that the heroine Explosive Fist had not been in Lugansk for a long time. And when the invasion occurred, I must say that she had only recently returned from vacation. It turns out that she fought in another region. Blanche said that there are too many strong heroes in the judges' organization, and the most powerful of them is Yu Jai. Because of their sudden appearance and uncontrolled enormous power, they have become a kind of lever of pressure on heroes from other areas. Someone wants to take this opportunity to bring all the superheroes together and destroy the judges. Yang Zai asked that are people really capable of spreading so much hatred with just rumors? Maybe they want to gather an army of heroes in order to resist the judges. Lin Naisu was shocked and said that they were encroaching on world peace. Yang Zai thought that the organization that trades blue pills is good at manipulating people's knowledge. I wonder if it has something to do with that attacker. Abilities appeared hundreds of years ago on a sky blue planet, which is now being watched by the white area. But there is also an organization that plans to destroy this place, and Fei Fei's problem with that blue light is still not solved. How tired he was. Young 11 asked Blanche that did she really come to Lugansk in order to confront the judges, to which Blanche replied to him that exactly the opposite. She came to find out everything and help them. Yang Zai was surprised and asked what could help the judges, to which Blanche replied that she was familiar with the snake and they had gone through fire and water together for the organization of judges, and now he miraculously showed up and saved her. She believes him, so she wants to ask about the true motives of the organization of judges. Yang Zai thought that miraculously, he just heard strange noises and overpaid hurried to Lin Naisu. Meanwhile, Lin Naisu asked Blanche that she thought Blanche liked a snake. Blanche shouted that no, he didn't like it. Meanwhile, in the main office of the Fanhai Chamber of Commerce, Tian Bukui said that he did not think that such a rich and powerful organization of judges would be born among the four great seas. He turned to his daughter Kayan Dodo and told her that if she managed to join there, the opposition of the Kayan family would be greatly strengthened. Tian Dodo said that she would like it very much too, but despite their close relationship with Mr. Yu Jai, he never asked her to join the organization. Maybe then they can bribe him with treasures. Yu Ran told Tian Du that she was so smart. Tian Bukui laughed and said that okay, then let her organize an exhibition of weapons from monsters, and let her invite him there and give S-rank weapons to their family. Let the judge know about the strength and sincere intentions of their Tian family. Tian Dodo hugged her grandfather and said she was fine and thanked him. She always knew that he would not refuse her. But, apparently, her friend, Yu-ron, was not very happy with this. She thought that the judges. The next day, Lin Nai-su was setting breakfast on the table. Yang Zai came up to her and hugged her from behind. Lin Nai-su said she got a message. It said a morning meeting, so he can't have breakfast with them. Yang Zai told her that then let him give her a lift. Lin Nai-su said that everything is fine, not worth it. He must go, wash and sit down, have breakfast, otherwise what she cooked with such difficulty will be in vain. Lin Nai-su said she had to go and, addressing Blanche, told her to stay with them and recover. Blanche thanked them for taking care of her, but she should be on her way. Yang Zai asked what for. After all, everyone outside only wants to catch her. Blanche said she had things to do and tasks to do. She must continue, no matter what. He should not worry about her so much, because the wounds have almost healed by the will of fate. They will meet again. Yang Zai thought that he had secretly treated her last night and not so that she would go to certain death. He wanted to say something to her, but she had already disappeared. After breakfast, Yang Zai headed to the sea. He was standing on a rock and said she was trying out dragon skills here. Yang Zai took the form of a dragon. He was in the sea. He noticed someone and said that he seemed to know those two. He headed for the boat. Tian Dodo was on the 100 with his girlfriend. She told them to get out because they are not welcome here. She was just talking to a dragon with a fiery iron, a dark sword master, and Jill. The dark sword master told her that was she really sure of that. Without the support of their organization, the Tian family will never get an S-rank weapon. Tian Dodo was not going to back down and said that even after so many years, they do not stop playing the role of a dog that chases her, and now they believe that they are strong enough to bark when stepping over her. The Dark Sword Master said that he just hates their 7 for impulsive decisions. Even if he is a dog, she will still be able to surpass her. Then Yu-ron came forward and told them not to embarrass themselves. The Dark Master of the Sword asked, "What is shameful? Let him better show her what a shame is." He ordered them to tear Jai Yu-rong's clothes into pieces, because he wants to see how the two among the 4 seas looks like a beautiful girl. He appeared to Yang Sim in the guise of a dragon and said that a beautiful lady. He can ask them in which country the city of Lugansk is located. Tian Dudu was very happy to see him and asked that, judging by his appearance, he was Yu Jai's partner, right? Yang Zai asked, "What's the partner?" Well, she compared, of course. He's a dragon from the judges' organization. The people who were on this ship ran out. Everyone started taking pictures of him. Someone said that they have a new member of the 12th zodiac sign on the Chinese calendar. It's going to be hot in here. Then someone said that he behaves like a teenager. I wonder what he's even capable of. Yu-rong came closer to this dragon and greeted him, saying that they were friends of Yu Jai. And I asked him if he could take them away from here. To which he replied that he could not, because it was they who had to leave. The Dark Sword Master didn't like it. He called him a brat and asked that how dare he provoke the organization of love. Then they began to step on him. Yang Zai began to raise the water vapor. Everyone was very surprised by this sight. Tian Dodo asked what kind of attack is used. Yang Zai applied the river protection ability. And grinning, he asked that this was all they were capable of. Can't they do anything else? Then now it's his turn. Gil decided to attack Yang Zai first. But it didn't work out as Yang Zai blocked his attack. Gil said he couldn't move at all. After that, Yang Zai injured him with a drop of water and Gil fell. He thought that even a drop of water could become a serious weapon and injure people because of the difference in their fighting skills. He had no chance to defeat him. Then a dragon with a fiery iron attacked him and said that it had already become clear that his element was water, and the force increases near the sea. But he can close that gap in strength. Let his fire dragon iron teach him a lesson. Yang Zai told him that he was weak, but so annoying, who said he could only use water, and he thought that by activating the Fire Lord, he would be able to control the flame, which is below his level, after which he used the Fire Lord ability. Yang Zai told the Fire Iron Dragon that now he would also show him what it was like to be chased by a fire dragon. The dragon with the fiery iron was very scared and ran away. He said that this guy has 2 types of abilities. They should get out of here as quickly as possible. And the people on the ship just enjoyed this spectacle and photographed Yang Zai. One of the men said that he owns both water and fire at such an early age. The strength of the judges' organization is truly incredible and frightening. There are a lot of powerful heroes gathered there, it's just a sensation. Yang Zai then landed on the same vessel. Yu-ron came up to him, to whom he told that Gil had left so quickly and he had just shouted, as if to save him, to beat him to death. Yu-rong thanked Yang Zai for saving her. Tian Dudu also ran up to him, who told him that since he was from the judges' organization, then could he help them find Mr. Yu Jai. They really wanted to invite him to the auction, which is arranged by Fan Hai. Yang Zai told her that he had a way to help them contact him. and then invite him personally. Tian Dodo asked, what kind of method is this? Yancy told them that if they signed a spiritual contract, they would become followers of the judge's organization. Tian Dodo's eyes even lit up, and she asked that it was really so easy to become their representative. Yancy said that he came at all on Yu Jai's orders. He hopes that they will be able to become representatives of their organization in order to continue to help them with goods. And he himself thought that the world is huge and he just needs to explore the territory of the four seas. Therefore, the Tian family would become a reliable ally. Tian Dodo said that she really wants to join. Yu Rong said that if it does not harm the Chamber of Commerce in any way, then it is also ready for it. After that, Yancy signed a spiritual contract with them. At this time, the evil dragon was training and watching TV. Then he saw on the news that a new dragon hero had appeared. Seeing this, he quickly dropped the dumbbells and ran to sort it out. In the evening at the auction of weapons, Chambers of Commerce, Fanhai, Yancy also came there in the guise of Yu Jai. When he got there, everyone started whispering. One of the men asked if Mr. Yu Jai was that famous and powerful hero there. Someone said that he had heard that he was cooperating with an organization that has an S-rank hero. And someone asked, isn't the Tian family in a state of decline lately? Why, then, are they still supported by such a large organization? Grandfather Tian Dodo came out to meet Yancy. He told him that he had heard a lot about him. Yancy said that he, too, finally managed to meet with the head of the Tian family. Grandpa Tian Dudu told him to sit down, because the auction will start soon. Then the Dark Sword Master came and ordered them all to stop. He said the important guest hadn't arrived yet. Where are they in such a hurry? Yancy thought that this jerk seemed to have prepared well. It looks like things won't go so smoothly now. The Dark Sword Master asked what was the matter. Isn't he welcome here? Doesn't he have an invitation too? Tian Dudu came up to him and told him not to think that she didn't know what he was up to. No one will bring their own weapons to the auction. The Dark Sword Master told her that it seemed that the situation of the Tian family was even worse than he thought, since they were so eager to find allies. The weapons of the Tian family have always been famous for their strength, however, the price for it is appropriate. And considering the recent events, the Dark One and the Sword Master brought their own weapons from the monster here in order to try them out. There's no problem in that, is there? Yu Rong couldn't stand it and said that he was publicly insulting the Tian family. Tian Bukui told her to take her time. Then Yancy came up to the Dark Master of the Sword and asked what he and the Uruk family were doing. The Dark Sword Master said yes and asked him if there is any problem. Yancy told him that he has some connections with the top of his family. The Dark Sword Master thought it was well done and asked him if he can ask who exactly he knows. Yancy began to think that, and how could he find out with whom exactly he was just bluffing now? He already knows him, and he will definitely understand if he lies now. In this case, in order to answer this question, he can only use. And then Yancy laughed and asked that why wouldn't he ask them about it in person when he gets home. After that, Yancy began to lay out the weapons on the table. The Dark Sword Master came up to him and asked if he really knew his aunt. Yancy said that he got this equipment from his friend's son, and it is awarded for its quality, and asked everyone to take their seats. Everyone took their seats and went out. The host said that welcome to the auction of weapons in the Fanhai Chamber of Commerce. An armor was rolled onto the stage, and the host said that the starting price of this armor is 3 million. People started offering their prices. Someone offered 3.6 million, someone is 4 million, and someone is 6 million at all. The Dark Sword Master called them all idiots and said that the same armor costs no more than 5. The Tian family must have exposed her in order to deceive people. Just don't let them tell him that they really don't have a really rare weapon. Then the presenter demonstrated the following lots, said that he believes each of them is related to this lot. One of the most outstanding works of the head of the Tian family. These are the Gloves of Light. The initial price of this lot is 200 million. The Dark Sword Master said that the old man deliberately laid out his main trump card in advance. The dragon with the fire iron said that it was a 2-star S-rank equipment. And Gil added that if an A-rank user has 3 gloves for a day, then he will be able to resist the power of S-rank. Yu Rong was also surprised and said that the price had increased to 300 million. Tian Dodo said that these gloves are with any collection of her father, and now they can just. Chan Bukui told Yu Jai that if he is interested, then why not try to put up his price. Yancy thought that the budget of the entire organization of judges is only 200 million. What other price? Tian Bukui patronized Zero to his hand and said that the Fanhai Chamber of Commerce intends to cooperate with the judges' organization, so he should accept this modest gift. Mr. Yu Jai should be shy. He is provided with the financial support of the Tian family. Then Yancy said that he would gratefully accept this gift. But then the Dark Sword Master offered his price and said that 310 million. The presenter said that 310 million and asked if someone could give more. Then Yancy said that 315 million. The dragon with the fiery iron asked the Master of the Dark Ball that they would really continue to raise this price, to which the Master of the Dark Sword said that no, he would give them to him. Meanwhile, the host said that they were congratulating Mr. Yujai on teaching the Gloves of Light. After that, 3 lots were put up, which was called the 1-star Jade Shield of S rank. Then the Dark Sword Master came on stage and interrupted the presenter. He grabbed the sword that Yancy was putting on the table at the time and said that if they were selling something, they had the right to try out the goods first, didn't they? Yancy thought he couldn't hold back, right? Yurong said that the Jade Shield is made on the conscience of using materials with a rank like the pattern Black Bee. But it is most effective against the spell, as it provides magical resistance. But in order to block physical attack, Azure Blue, Tian Dodo ran up to Yancy and asked him if he would lend her his Gloves of Light. She wants to destroy this sword. Yancy patted her on the head and told her to calm down and not worry about this. She should be patient and just watch. Meanwhile, the Master of the Dark Sword struck with the sword that he grabbed from the table and hit the armor with all his strength. He said it was simply impossible. Contrary to his expectations, the sword broke into small pieces and the armor remained intact. The participants of this auction were very surprised. The man asked if the Azure Blue sword was a fake. It can't be that a member of the Uruk family used a fake weapon. Apparently, he brought in a fake sword in order to ruin the auction. It's very ugly. Tian Dodo asked Mr. Yujai that did he know in advance that this sword would not be able to destroy the shield. In fact, Yancy used the stealing ability and switched the sword. The Master of the Dark Sword said that how could this be? The dragon with the fiery iron told the Master of the Dark Sword that Mr. Yujai touched all his weapons and after these touches they all lost their power. Tian Dodo told him not to dare to blame others. Isn't his weapon S rank? It can't, it will just collapse at a single touch. The dragon with the fiery iron told her not to forget that he also had S rank abilities. Maybe he can change the internal structure of objects. Then people thought about it and said that it was logical, because Yujai definitely touched each of their weapons. The Master of the Dark Ball said that if we are talking about deception, he believes that most likely it was done by the hand of the Tian family. Since such a dispute has arisen, they must find out the truth with the help of other weapons. Yancy said no problem. After that, the Master of the Dark Ball took another weapon and began to test it. But this time everything went well. The Master of the Dark Ball was shocked and said that the attack and defense of this equipment is at the level of S rank. The problem is not with them. Then she came up to him, pulled him to the milking, said that he had had enough. At first, he treats them cruelly, then throws mud at their clients. And he still has the nerve to show up here. A dragon with a fiery iron turned to the Master of the Dark Sword and told him that he thought there was a traitor in the family who knew what was going on. After that, the Master of the Dark Sword told his subjects that they were leaving here. Young 11 thought that fortunately, he interrupted him before he could remove the dark energy from another magic weapon. Then Yurong came up to Yancy and said that he deliberately spoke to him in order to. But she was also interrupted by Tan Bukui, who told the esteemed Mr. Yujai that he would also very much like to know what he did with that sword, and invited him to continue their conversation in the VIP room. Meanwhile, in the city of Lugansk, it was already late in the evening and Blanche was walking the streets. Then she turned her attention to the building and saw 5 elements there. One of the girls told her that hadn't she been taught that walking alone in the dark was very dangerous. Blanche snapped and said that no, they didn't teach her, but she would be one. The man told Blanche that she could not cope with their 5 elements, because today would be the date of her death. After the auction, they went to the reception. Tian Bukui told Mr. Yuzai that there are no outsiders here, and he hopes that he develops all his doubts. Yangjai said that whether it's a monster or a hero, both have ability genes in their bodies. And one day he discovered that weapons that are made of monsters also have these particles. Yurong said that the genes of abilities, it's like energy from alchemy as far as she understands it. Tian Bukui said that, but they masters can only feel and use it, but not extract it in any way. I wonder how Mr. Yujai does it. To which Yangjai honestly said that he was collecting it. It is his absorbing star ring tool that is able to extract the genes of abilities. Tian Dudu asked if he could really collect them with just a ring. Tian Bukui stood up and said that he had some achievements in alchemy, but he had never heard of collecting gene abilities. He showed Yangjai a brush and said it was a D-rank wolf brush. It accelerates healing, and I asked Mr. Yujai if he could demonstrate it to them. Yang Zai took this wolf brush and thought that with only 30 units of dark energy, it was better to leave everything as it is. After that, he used his stealing ability, and again he handed this wolf brush to Tianbu Kui, and I told him to check whether he was right or not. Tianbu Kui, taking this wolf brush, was very surprised and said that its energy had disappeared. It's just a huge breakthrough in alchemy. You wrong, asked Mr. Yu Zai that how does he use these received genes. Yang Zai thought that she had finally asked about it. If he told the Cayenne family about the production of the elixir, it would help improve their combat capability. And next time, Yang Zai won't have to fight alone in the territory of the Four Seas. After his thoughts, Yang Zai told her that they could be used to create special elixirs. It is thanks to them that all members of their organization have 2 or more abilities. Tian Dudu was insanely happy with these words and said that if the ability genes can be used to create equipment, then the 7 mythical S-rank weapons that exist only in theory can be made in practice. Yang Zai said it was a pity to disappoint her, but it was simply impossible. But in fact, he had been wanting to ask the head of the Chan family about something for a very long time. Tianbu Kui also said that, of course, he could ask him. Yang Zai said that the weapon is made from a certain part of the monster. Then why can this small part of the genes reach 30% of the total mass? Tianbu Kui said that after the death of the monster, a phenomenon occurs that is known in alchemy as a beam of energy. The energy is collected in a certain place, and they extract exactly this charged area, and then use special techniques in combination with an alchemical matrix to make a weapon out of a specific monster. And if Mr. Yu Zai is interested in alchemy, then he will be happy to demonstrate his years of accumulated experience. Yang Zai said yes, he would like to see it. Meanwhile, in the city of Lugansk, helicopters with reporters were flying there again. The formalists said that there were about 10 heroes gathered on Changkin Street in the city of Lugansk. The man, hearing this, asked what they were talking about, where did so much come from? But then I saw an evil dragon along with a lazy swordsman and a fiery fist. The evil dragon asked this man that it was his prey. How dare he encroach on it? The man said that he was the patron of dragons, but they were the first to find the seal swordswoman, 5 elements, and they are openly trying to take her away from them. 2 is not done, is it? The evil dragon was just furious and said that Blanche is a traitor, and they are 5 elements, because they are also from the Association of Heroes. Did they think he would just let them all go? Then he attacked this man. The journalist said that the patron of dragons can instantly kill a tiger with golden claws. Will his opponents in the face of 5 elements now be able to escape? A lot of comments poured in. Someone wrote that it's cool the patron saint of dragons is too beautiful. Today he will definitely commit a 5-fold murder. But the Red Lotus is also nothing such a great body. And someone asked, what kind of unscrupulousness? Will they really support the villain? To which he was told that what difference does it make if he's just his type? Why not then? Meanwhile, the Ice Fang and the Earth Bear and the Tree Man attacked the evil dragon from all sides. Seeing how the patron of dragons quickly dealt with the tiger with golden claws, the girl was very scared and thought that he had demonstrated his strength. If she did not want to die here, she should escape as soon as possible, so she will have a chance for retribution. But she didn't have time to do it, as the patron of dragons reached her. He told her she couldn't run away from him. And looking at Blanche, he said that now it was her turn. Liu Yuan watched them together with the fire butterfly through the TV. The fire butterfly calmed Yuan's people, telling him not to worry. After all, Blanche is not in the best shape right now. The defeat of his brother is almost impossible. Liu Yuan said yes, he wasn't worried about him, and he thought that he was worried about something else. Is Blanche a member of their organization of judges? And if her brother kills her, what will he say to his godfather? The fire butterfly told him that even though he says he's not worried, his face betrays the opposite. He and his brother are on very good terms. Liu Yuan headed for the exit and said yes, could she follow the broadcast while he was in the restroom? And he himself thought that no, he should immediately inform the godfather about it. He went to their palace, where Yang Zai asked him that why did he need him? Is it really something important? Liu Yuan said that this dragon lord today is just without pity. He is now going to kill Blanche, and asked the godfather that Blanche is a member of their organization. After all, this is all they talk about on the internet. They write that she is Mr. Snake's girlfriend. Yang Zai told him not to believe these silly rumors, the snake is too old. Liu Yuan pondered and thought that the old man and the young maiden, now everything is clear to him. So Blanche is actually his illegitimate daughter. It's a secret, so he'll pretend he doesn't know anything, so as not to give the godfather any more problems. Yang Zai said that okay, he would send reinforcements there. As he was leaving, Liu Yuan shouted to his godfather not to worry about it, because he would be watching the broadcast. and if something happens, he will immediately inform him about it. Yang Zai said it was fine. After Liu Yuan left, Yang Zai said fine. Now he can endow the dragon with 2 more types of abilities. It was an ability called Earth Control. Description of abilities: it can pick up ground vibrations and use sand to attack. This ability has 2 skills. 1 is a stone weight, and 2 skill is the power of the earth. The evaluation of this ability is a rank. 2 The ability was called Wind Control, and was also rated as a rank. Ability description: appeals to the forces of the wind spirit. And this ability already has 3 skills. 1 skill is Wind Blast, 2 skill is Levitation, and 3 skill is Flow Fusion. After that, Yang Zai endowed the dragon with these abilities and sent him to protect Blanche. Meanwhile, the patron of dragons told Blanche that he would give her time so that she could call Yu Jai here. Does she understand that he doesn't want to kill her, because they are on good terms when it comes to studying? To which Blanche replied that he should not waste time. If he wanted to fight, then go ahead. The patron of dragons told her that then let her show him what she was capable of. But Blanche did not allow herself to be attacked so easily. She managed to get her sword and an early patron of dragons. The journalist said that, unfortunately, their equipment was damaged and the image was missing, but he asks everyone to remain calm. Their reporter will arrive at the scene soon and continue this broadcast. The patron of dragons told Blanche that if she didn't call him, she would die now. Blanche told him to shut up. After that, the patron of dragons attacked her, but she managed to create a barrier around herself. The patron of dragons said it was just a warm-up. Lin Naisu arrived at this place. She started broadcasting live from said that they arrived at Changtin Street. Everything is very confusing here. The Dragon Lord and Blanche are still fighting each other. The Dragon Lord grabbed Blanche by the neck and said that he was asking her for the last time whether she would call him or not. Blanche said no. After that, the Dragon Lord threw her into a concrete wall. The journalist said that after such injuries Blanche may never get up again. People started writing a lot of comments again. Some of them were written that it was a pity. Someone asked what's wrong. The Dragon Lord is truly merciless. And someone didn't even know what to say, he was just in shock. And someone agreed with the Dragon Lord and wrote that she was a traitor. Her death was only for the best. And the last comment was written that they are all heartless creatures. She risked her life when she saved them. Did they forget about all her merits? The Dragon Lord began to approach Blanche to deliver the final blow. Then Firefist couldn't stand the scream, but the Dragon Lords wanted him to stop it. The lazy swordsman agreed with her and told his friend to control himself. After all, at this rate, he will leave her a colleague for life. These dragons turned to them and asked, what are they? Are they protecting a traitor? Then Blanche got up and asked them what? Are they done with the negotiations? If so, maybe they will continue. Lin Naisu said that Blanche in the past she sacrificed herself in the name of the safety of citizens. Her steadfastness is worthy of respect. The Dragon Lord swung and asked them if they had heard everything. She wants it herself. But then a dragon from the judges' organization appeared, and with the help of his ability, he stopped the Dragon Lord from striking. He used the River Keeper's ability. Yang Zai landed next to Blanche and asked her to apologize for the fact that their organization of judges was a little late. Hearing this, the commentators perked up again. They wrote that Blanche is a traitor and all this is true. Blanche shouted to the dragon that why was he saying she was a member of their organization. To which Yang Zai replied that if she wanted to stay alive, she had no other choice. After which, Yang Zai landed on the ground next to the Dragon Lord, and he said that it was fine, and now let him explain what their cutie Blanche had done to him. The Dragon Lord only asked that why didn't Yu Jai come instead, to which Yang Zai asked him why. Does he really think he can't handle it? If he overcomes him, then people who are much stronger than him will not keep him waiting long. After that, Yang Zai used his ability and 2 water hands began to squeeze the Dragon Lord. After which, Young 11 used his other ability, and a huge water palm struck directly at the Dragon Lord. There was a loud bang. Meanwhile, the real Yang Zai, hiding behind a tree, took out some kind of diary. This diary was given to him by Tian Bu Kui. He told him that the experience of a very respected alchemist, whose name is Damon, is described here, and something about his life. It's very valuable material. Yang Zai picked up this diary and opened it. He saw that the pages were shining and immediately closed the diary. Tian Bu Kui asked what happened to Mr. Yu Zai, and if he wants, he can lend it to him for a while. Yang Zai apologized and said that there were so many interesting things in this diary that he got a little carried away, but he is very grateful to him for his trust. Yang Zai opened this X diary again and said that there is a secret entry in the diary, which can only be read by people of the 3rd rank of spiritual power and above. Mr. Tian Bu Kui probably never seen her. Yancy started flipping through the diary and said that here, in the diary it was written that the daemon came from the far mainland of the planet Odysseus and is a member of the Afonso family. When he used the initial magic, he accidentally got here. He landed on one of the plains. I found the legendary hero stone there. The hero stone, even for losers without magic like it, appears as a treasure that can grant strength to those of them who comprehend its true essence. When he extracted only a small part of this stone, he surpassed the strength of his ancestors, quickly reached rank 4 and became one of the greatest gods. But it's time to come back. But before he left, the daemon helped a group of human beings become stronger by teaching them to open a portal to another world, the so-called White Area. The lucky person who found this diary must go in search of the hero stone that he hid on this planet. He gives it to people in order to demonstrate their imminent enslavement. After reading all this, Yancy saw what a white light you are and thought, is this white light really the key to the location of the hero stone? It seems that their civilization is much older than Earth's. This world holds many more secrets that he has to learn. Meanwhile, the slaughter was still going on. Lin Nixu said that at the moment, the Dragon Lords are still pinned against the wall after receiving some injuries. A new member of the organization, although they resemble a child, but he has incredible power. Their power is increasingly frightening. Then this dragon appeared in front of her and told her not to be afraid of him, calling her sister. He also said that his plant is a dragon, and he is one of the representatives of the zodiac signs of the Chinese horoscope. The organization of judges is designed to fight evil and only with it. Therefore, they all should not be afraid of them. There was a loud bang. It was the Dragon Lord who took the form of a dragon. Yancy said that, having entered the third phase of his reincarnation, he seems to have lost the human at once, which in itself is very dangerous. Lin Nixu should stay as far away from him as possible and see to the safety of the others. Yancy then left Changtin Street. Yancy tried to attack the new form of the evil dragon, but it didn't work out. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun Association, Liu Yuan and Fire Butterfly were still watching the live broadcast. Liu Yuan said it's a dragon, about his age, but already as strong as expected. The organization of the judges is amazing. The fiery butterfly asked him if he didn't think it was somehow colder. They looked up and saw that they no longer had a ceiling. The fire butterfly looked very worried and said that as befitted a young master, he had almost pulverized them. Meanwhile, Chen Qin is back on the street. Yancy was still fighting this evil dragon. The evil dragon pushed him away, and Yancy began to fall. He almost hit Lin Nixu, but at the last moment he managed to save her, and the girl thanked him. Yancy thought that the destructive power of this guy is much stronger. It seems that we need to finish this battle as soon as possible. But at that moment, a sword pierced him. It was a lazy swordsman who said that he had been waiting for a very long time for the moment when he would finally let down his guard. He used the ability to chase the wind ball. Meanwhile, in the broadcasting room, the journalist said that in order to crush the dragon, the wandering swordsman ignored all the consequences of the attack of chasing the ball winds, used an ability that reaches S rank in strength. Now the dragon is defenseless, another powerful attack and he is finished. However, the dragon acted very recklessly when he tried to protect an innocent reporter. This moment caused a contradictory reaction in society. At this moment, the commentators became animated again and wrote that since the dragon saves people before attacking him, it is not at all a noble cause, even in case of victory. And someone asked if anyone even understands who the heroes are fighting for, and can they not bring so much destruction to the city? And someone wrote that the Dragon Lord has a lot more people than the total number of words written by them, sofa experts. Back on Changqin Street, the lazy swordsman was joined by the fiery fist. She also started attacking Yancy, but she did not succeed, and she said that she had done everything in her power. And turning to the Dragon Lord, she said that she would leave the rest to him. Lin Nixu said that by joining forces, the three heroes managed to injure the river monster Lord Dragon. Now this place is turning into a swamp. Yancy used his flow fusion ability and tried to attack the Dragon Lord. He succeeded, and the Dragon Lord lost his balance and began to fall. Yancy used the Earth Force ability and attacked the Dragon Lord. He told him to give up sitting. This time he was definitely finished. He grabbed the dragon with a stone fist and threw it into the ground. After that, the Dragon Lord lost consciousness and assumed his normal appearance. Yancy grabbed all three heroes and, turning to the mechanical hero, asked him what. And he knows a lot about the choice, doesn't he? Meanwhile, in the meeting room, the mechanical hero also watched the live broadcast and saw this appeal to him. He was shaking very much from anger and squeezed the glass with such force that it broke into small pieces. Changqin Street, Lin Nixu said that he meant a choice between a Dragon Lord and a wandering swordsman. or he used 2 rank heroes for some kind of deal of his own. But wait, Jai Zai Zhangsheng really appeared. The mechanical hero arrived here together with the glacier adventurer. He remembered then his conversation with Mr. Yu Jai. He then asked him that after all this story, he was only asking him to investigate the case of the blue pills, to which Mr. Liuzi then replied that not only did he need his help in order to take part in the operation of the white area, but as a reward he would give him an elixir of rank A, which would allow him to become the owner of 2 abilities. The mechanical hero landed next to the dragon, which was actually Yang Zai. The mechanical hero suggested to him that they would carry out everything according to the original plan. The glacier adventurer turned noticeably pale and asked the mechanical hero that when did they manage to make a deal with them, to which the mechanical hero replied to him that a deal is a deal. At first, emotion possessed him, so he could not decide on it for a long time. But now, when the Dragon Lord and the Wandering Swordsman are involved in this, the sacrifice in the form of one subordinate does not cost him anything. The glacier adventurer was very scared and said that if we are talking about 2 heroes of a rank, then any sacrifice is justified. The mechanical hero patted him on the shoulder and said that since he also thinks so, he is much calmer. Yang Zai then chopped off the glacier adventurer's legs and arms. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun Association, Liu Yuan watched all this through binoculars and said that he should have done this a long time ago, instead of pulling the cat by the tail. He can already see the new elixir of ability waving to him in greeting. Chankin Street. The glacial adventurer was just terrified and asked why. Why did they attack him? The mechanical hero didn't answer him, just threw his body at Yang Zai's feet. Glacial adventurer asked them that he didn't do anything wrong to them. Why are they killing him? To which Yang Zai replied that didn't he already know what was going on? Isn't that right? Taking drugs, killing civilians is a kind of justice for a villain like him. After that, Yang Zai returned his son and the lazy swordsman to the mechanical hero. The mechanical hero told the dragon that he had already expelled the glacier adventurer from his organization. Now the rest is on him. Then they heard the glacier adventurer laughing viciously. He used some kind of ability, and he had icy hands and feet. Then he got up and, turning to everyone, asked them, "What now?" Let them tell him how he can take revenge on them for this. The glacier adventurer told everyone that they were destined to die here and now. The mechanical hero suggested that Yang Zai join forces and kill him. Yang Zai said no problem. After that, he used his Phoenix Bird ability. Glacier Adventurer says that the power of ice is quite enough to turn a fire monster into a servant of his Ice Eagle, and used freezing. The ice bullets flew straight at Yang Zai, and he managed to get through the barrier that Yang Zai created. Glacier Adventurer said it was too weak, and I turned to the mechanical hero. He told him to show him something new. The mechanical hero fired his bullets at him, and he said that it seems that under the influence of drugs, only quantity increases, not quality. After that, he used his ability and directed it directly into the eyes of the Glacier Adventurer, after which the Glacier Adventurer lost coordination and fell to the ground. Yang Zai asked, "Is it really that easy to kill him? Let's check it out now." The mechanical hero said that there was no need for this, because he had already completely figured it out. Then they noticed that something began to flow out of the body of the glacier bodybuilder. As this thing started to grow, and began to wrap around the mechanical hero and Yang Zai. The mechanical hero asked, "What the hell is this?" Yang Zai said he didn't know and asked him if he could fire a couple of shots in order to blow them up. Then they noticed the glacial thief, who laughed and said that what a strange feeling it seems, the rumors do not lie. The mechanical hero called him and said that he was yours, that only he had turned. Yang Zai said that this was probably the secret of Bing Chuan. And next to the building, the man who was selling these blue pills to the heroes was hiding. This mysterious man said that what a shame, because it almost turned out. Although number 52 has officially failed, however, its destructive power is much stronger than the previous ones. Was it because of his own desire? Undoubtedly, the more he studies spiritual power, the more magical it seems to him. And with each new detail he becomes more and more convinced of his own incompetence. You need to get the 3rd level of spiritual power in order to reach the level of a great commander as soon as possible. He decided to wait until the end, then he would take his dark blue fragment. He will let these 2 heroes exhaust him in order not to waste his strength. And he was watched by Yang Zai, who looked at him from the roof and said that he was not the only hunter here who was waiting for his prey. Lin Naixu said that no aircraft could approach the battle site, so they retreated to a safe area. From the current situation, it becomes obvious that this type of ability can subdue people with its power. But this, apparently, is only possible for a while. And as for the hero Bing Chuan, who knows a lot more, his reincarnation is more like an infection. The dragon used the ability to merge streams and thought that more and more tentacles were getting entangled. He and the mechanical hero somehow managed to cut all these tentacles in order to free themselves. Glacial adventurers laughed and, addressing the mechanical hero, asked him why is he behaving like this? Didn't he want him to join Kunlun? After he removes the mechanical hero, he intends to deal with his entire company entirely. But he does not feel disgusted when talking about eating people, because they are just squeaking for their dark blue race. But he didn't understand what he said and asked what kind of dark blue race. His head began to ache violently. He started screaming that it was all because of them. It was they who set his brain on fire when they made him feel such pain. But then he took another dose and, exhaling, said that after another dose he felt much better. Yancy in the dragon incarnation said that his body does not belong to a real glacier adventurer who was quartered. But he just hasn't figured it out yet. You need to find a real body and deal critical damage to it. The mechanical hero said that he can use exploding eggs in order to get rid of this stupid monster. But then the dragon has to figure out how to get him out of here. Yang 11 used the phoenix bird's ability again and said good. All these tentacles began to burn, and the mechanical hero was freed. That mechanical hero, addressing the dragon, said that he forgot to tell him something. This explosion extends to 500 meters. He won't have time to escape. And then there was an explosion. Yancy thought that Jai Zhixing was cunning, but it was good that his body was just his clone. Then they started writing in the comments again. Someone asked if the dragon really lost its legs. After all, this is the first time an organization suffers such enormous damage by a judge. Someone wrote that the mechanical hero simply had to warn him about it in advance. And another commenter wrote that if they could, they would unite for the sake of defeating monsters. Then they started writing comments about these giant tentacles. They wrote that similar tentacles are still alive. Let someone get rid of them already. And someone wrote that he is now going to the city of Lugansk. But if the situation gets out of control, he is very afraid that he will not be able to escape from there. They also wrote that even the exploding egg of the mechanical hero could not cope with this monster, all in vain. Then who are you in a panic at all, and wrote that the end of the world is already near. There was a sour spicy hero who said that how could he stay away when they guys were fighting such a monster. A fiery fist appeared next to him, who told him that she was also in business. Then others began to join them. They asked that they also want to help them. Lin Naisu said that today is perhaps the longest night in the history of this city. An unknown something invaded Lugansk, and his destructive power has caused them enormous damage, and they do not know how to cope with it. But they must not lose hope, because now numerous heroes have stepped into the battle. She believes that the dawn will come soon. The man who also hosted this broadcast was very impressed by her words, and he said that maybe it would be easier not to resist, but to nobly give his lives. As the reporter said, they will not stop believing in the best, but will continue to believe and wait for the sunrise. People in the comments began to write that Lugansk would not back down. They wrote that the city would not give up, and neither would the heroes. They should not lose hope. They are all waiting for the dawn. Yancy asked the heroes who came that did they really decide to become a feeding trough for a monster. The fiery fist asked him that did he really have a choice. Yancy said that, of course, and asked everyone to disperse, because he did not want to hurt someone. After that, he used the wind blast ability, and he thought that, fortunately, it's just a clone. He wouldn't want to die like that. Fire Fist asked what he was up to there. The sour spicy hero told her that, judging by the course of the battle, a long-range attack would not be able to harm this monster. His skeleton is hidden deep. Someone has to come closer and strike the decisive blow. Fire Fist asked, which is closer? Just don't let him say that he. But Yancy has already rushed into battle. There was an explosion, and the blue tentacles disappeared. From the surprise of the journalist, he even stood up and said that no one expected that the organization of judges would stand up to this. Their participant dragon lost both legs and could have died, but he is still eager to take revenge on the monster, even risking his own life. Lin Naik started crying from a young age and thought that thanks to the dragon that gave them all the light. Meanwhile, Jansenista yowled on the roof and said that now he is a new dragon. The abilities of a rank are still the same. It is the control of water, earth and air, as well as the king of fire. The new dragon said he understood. The mechanical hero landed on the ground and asked who was there. When the fog cleared, the mechanical hero saw a blue stone that was floating, and he decided to touch it. That mysterious man appeared behind him and said that he was an unreasonable person and he was not allowed to touch him, after which he pierced the mechanical hero. The mechanical hero thought that this could not be his armor because it was not broken, but he still received damage. He's so close to it, but the alarm system still hasn't worked. This mysterious man said that, as he thought, all the heroes rely on magical enlightenment. The journalist was also very shocked and asked what was going on here. The blue sword. Was he fighting on the side of a monster? The main character jumped away from him and asked who he was, and how did he manage to attack him. Our mysterious man told him that he had failed. He was just too weak himself, so he did not feel his attack. So let him watch as he drains his nervous system at a time when he can't do anything about it. This mysterious man was already reaching for this blue stone. But then Yu-Jai appeared, who grabbed this stone and said that he was very sorry to admit it. But this dark blue stone now belongs to the organization of judges. The journalist was very excited and said that Yu-Jai from the judges had appeared, and with his help, they will finally achieve a peaceful life. People in the comments perked up again and started writing that Mr. Yu-Jai dropped his bulletproof vest. They wrote that he should be much stronger than a mechanical hero. People really hope that he won't lose his temper from losing the dragon. After all, the hero they've all been waiting for has appeared. The mysterious man turned to Yu-Jai and said that the Yuan-Chu organization did not want to feud with the judges. He must return the dark blue stone to him, and he will pretend that nothing ever happened. Here the journalists had problems. The man who was filming all this asked why he couldn't shoot anymore. Did the equipment break down? Lin Naixu said she didn't think she was doing anything in technique. It looked like she was affected by some kind of spiritual type ability. They should inform everyone about it. At this time, Yang Zai thought that so the organization that trades with blue pills is called Yuan-Chu, and he deliberately disabled all the equipment in order not to shine himself and not show the world. He seems to be driven by a larger goal. And I asked him what if he wanted to declare them his enemies. The mysterious man wasted no time and attacked Yang Zai and said that since he longs for death, he will certainly fulfill his wish. But Yang Zai managed to use the spiritual explosion ability. The mysterious man said that the spiritual power of the third degree and the weapon in his hands had dissipated. Their leader reached the third stage 15 years ago, and now he claims that he will overcome human limits their dark blue trump card is capable of. He did not think that there were other holders of the third stage. Yang Zai thought that it looked like the spiritual particles of Fei Fei had something to do with the dark blue race, and that's why he just can't let them go. The mysterious man said that what a coincidence he originally wanted to fight with him, but the organization assigned him to one urgent task, and he will help him a lot in this if he cuts the dark blue stone until the next time. They would meet again, and then he would get it back. Yang Zai tried to stop him and said that who gave him the right to run away? Should he stand to the last? After which, he attacked him with his ability. The mysterious man turned around and thought that this spiritual explosion was too strong. His shield might not be able to withstand a few more blows. But he didn't have time to do anything, as Yang Zai was already stepping on him. He called him names, and then collapsed to the ground. And Yang Zai sent greetings to the representatives of the dark blue race and congratulated them on the fact that they are now prisoners of the organization of judges. The mysterious man said, Ian, that if you wanted to kill him, then let him kill. He admits defeat. Yang Zai came closer to him and asked what his feelings were from what was happening. Does he really want to taste it again? But if he is obedient to answer all his questions, then maybe he will even spare him. He should tell him how the Hero Glacier Adventurer is connected with this blue stuff. The mysterious man said that nothing would happen if he told about elementary particles. He began to tell me that usually the spiritual body of representatives is dark blue and contains a lot of these particles. With the beginning of the period of change, these blue elements gradually change the soul of the wearer. Their sprouts track the location of the participants of the light in order to get a soul from a representative of the race in the future. And the greater the spiritual force, the denser the particles are located in the body. Urban are cultivated, thereby increasing in size. The more stable these paints are, the more particles of power a person can absorb, revealing secret techniques or combat skills. The dark blue race actively trades blue pills in order to find a suitable body for their migration. Of course, everyone is able to stand when the particles begin to act, but once they fail, they lose their rank. This is the dark blue uniform. Yang Zai asked him that if a person gets infected with these particles, is there any way to cure him? The mysterious man asked him that why did he have such a question? Is there anyone among the test subjects who he values so much? Yang Zai did not tolerate this and asked him what he did not want to say, after which he pierced him with spiritual blades. Oh, strange things started happening. Some kind of creature came out of the mysterious man. After that, this man lost consciousness. His strength began to dissipate, and everyone saw who this mysterious man was. And everyone was in great shock from this. It was a woman, and she is the headmistress of Ouyang. She is the head of the Association of Heroes of the city of Lugansk. Yang Zai said that it seems that Yuan Chu's organization has already infiltrated the Heroes Association. The mechanical hero told him that as for the murder of the headmistress, he could release a witness in defense of the organization of judges. This will also serve as a reckoning, also for the non-industrial injury of the dragon. Yang Zai didn't like it. He started shouting at the mechanical hero, saying that he has any idea how difficult it is to cultivate the owners of 4 abilities. Is he just trying to hush it up with a couple of words? The mechanical hero asked him, then what does he want? Yang Zai told the mechanical hero to let Liu Yuan replace the dragon and become the successor of the Kunlun company. The mechanical hero said that, of course, but in order to make him a successor, he just needs to reach at least a rank. Otherwise, the others will simply not support his decision. Yang Zai said it was a deal. As soon as Liu Yuan becomes a rank hero, he will immediately be handed over to the Kunlun company. After which, Yang Zai rushed off. He told the snake that he had to deal with Blanche, and he himself would go to the hospital right away. Snake said it was good. Yang Zai rushed to the hospital and thought that a strange wave had formed after the death of the glacier adventurer. Yang Zai is confused right now, so he needs to check on Fei Fei as soon as possible. Kunlun Heroic Association, Main Hall, morning. The mechanical hero gathered all the heroes and told them that they had all seen that Headmistress Yang had been infected. Annette suggests that she was a spy of some secret organization, which is to blame for the mutation of the hero Bing Chuan. Therefore, he asks them to answer the questions of the Heroes Association honestly. The sour spicy hero said yes, of course, and Fire Fist said that if he had everything, then they would go. After that, everyone left, but the mechanical hero stopped Liu Yuan and told him to come here. Liu Yuan asked, "What's the matter?" The mechanical hero put his hand on his son's shoulder and said that he had made a deal with Yu Jai. He wants to make him the successor of the Kunlun company, so he will need a rank ability. He should not miss his chance. Liu Yuan asked that isn't the dragon holding this position? Why did he suddenly change his mind? And it's also very strong. It will spoil their relationship with their brother. And I thought that his goal is to become a member of the judge of one of the zodiac signs of the Chinese horoscope to fulfill the will of the dragon. He said that his godfather opened the way for him to a bright future, while his father forces him to run family errands. He will waste his talent. The mechanical hero thought that Yu Jai had done his best, but he underestimated his relationship with his sons. The mechanical hero walked up to Liu Yuan and hugged him, saying that he had finally grown up. Liu Yuan told his father to let him go, because he is already an adult. It's disgusting. City street, morning. Blanche was sitting all wounded. Then someone came up to her and held out his hand. It was the snake who told her that he would help her get up. Blanche was shaking all over, but she said she could handle it on her own. But when she tried to get up, she fell down again. Snake told her not to force herself. Blanche began to cry and begged him for forgiveness, saying that the dragon died because of her. Snake patted her on the head and said it was her fault. She should go with him. The judge's organization sent him to help her. Blanche took his hand and said that it was fine, as he said. Hospital, morning. Yang Zai was floating high in the sky and thought that he and the hospital thought a strange energy. The hospital is covered with a barrier of dark blue light. Yang Zai walked into the hospital corridor and said there was not a soul here. But then he saw how the portal opened, from which the monster got out. Yang Zhao stepped in and said that this wave turned all the victims of the incident in the department store into a dark blue uniform. Then a monster grabbed him from behind and shouted that he would eat him. Mutated people began to fill the corridors of the hospital. Yang Zai threw the monster that had grabbed him over his shoulder. After that, Wu killed him as he killed most of these monsters. He said that, fortunately, there were no fairies among them. Maybe she hasn't had time to transform yet. He went to her room, and he saw his sister hovering over the hospital bed. He wondered if his sister Fei Fei was mutating. Elementary particles gather on one side, her body and the other. She tries to defend herself with her willpower. She screamed, then fell on the bed. Yang Zai touched her. Fei Fei opened her eyes. She took the blade and presented it to Yang Zai's throat. And she asked who he was. Yang Zai told her that he was her older brother. Fei Fei said it was nonsense. He had a completely different voice. Yang Zai said that he just forgot to change it back, after which he assumed his true form and asked that this should be enough, right? But Fei Fei said that her brother should not be able to transform. Who the hell is he? Then Young 11 decided to tell her that at the age of 7 she described a sheet, and so that the parent would not find out, she lied to him and asked him to sleep with him, and then framed him when she blamed all the blame. Fei Fei immediately calmed down and asked him if he could really reincarnate. Yang Zai told her to get her out of here first. He would tell her everything on the way. After that, why they came to his apartment. Fei Fei, did you go to the bathroom to wash? Lin Naisu was cooking dinner. Yang Zai came up to her and hugged her from behind, saying that she had prepared so much today. Lin Naisu turned to him and said that Fei Fei had woken up. It was a miracle. That's why they should definitely celebrate it. Today, at work, she felt how weak a person can be in front of an unknown force, even someone as strong as a dragon too, so she learned to burn her love even more. Yang Zai, Lin and Su were about to kiss, but then Fei Fei came out of the bath, thereby preventing them from doing it. Fei Fei asked if lunch was ready. She's already showered. Lin Naisu pushed Yang Zai away and said that yes, everything is ready. Fei Fei looked at the table that Lin Naisu had set and said that yes, all her favorite food was here. And turning to Lin Naisu, she said that she adored her, calling her sister. After that, Fei Fei sat down at the table and said that she would start trying this food. She was joined by Yang Zai and Lin Naisu. Yang Zai said that he would give anything to have his dear people live peacefully and happily. After everyone had eaten, Yang Zai invited Fei Fei to his room. Fei Fei asked him if they really shouldn't tell their parents about her awakening. Yang Zai said no, because the Association of Heroes investigates cases of mutation in the hospital is better, let them consider her dead. The more they know, the more serious the danger they are exposed to. And you can't tell Lin Nice all about his abilities. Fei Fei said it was fine. From now on, let her brother not take everything on himself, but let her help too. Yang Zai said it was his own fault for not being able to protect her when he forced her to become part of another world. Fei Fei said that everything was fine, but she had learned a lot. For example, this blade directly attacks the enemy's mental power, and she asked her brother to try to apply human control on her, although she is completely healthy. But she is afraid that she can be controlled by the dark blue race. Yang Zai said that while her physical body is special, first you need to improve the ability to S rank. What he did, he took an ability called Control. A description that uses an illusion spell to destroy an S-rank opponent, can brainwash a rank targets in order to completely subdue her will for 30 years. Every day the spiritual body penetrates into the controlled one and takes 6 hours from him. Ability score S-rank. After that, Yang Zai applied the control ability on his sister. He thought that this feeling was different from the previous sensations. What is the solution to the mystery and what rules does it follow? Could what Yang Zai sees be true? And how can he overcome this? Being bound by all sorts of restrictions. Yang Zai was currently in Fei Fei's mind and asked, "Who is this saying?" After that, the earth began to suck in Yang Zai, and this voice said that what a sad find. Yang Zai woke up all pale and said that damn, they almost broke his spiritual power. Fei Fei asked her brother if he was okay. Yang Zai said that the control was completed, and now he has a much more important task for her. Then Lin Naisu came into the room and asked Yang Zai if he wanted fruit. Yang Zai said yes. After a while, the two of them were sitting in the living room and Lin Naisu was working on a laptop. Yang Zai asked her what does she do. Lin Naisu said that she was given a new position because she did well last time. Yang Zai asked if it would be dangerous there as well. Lin Naisu smiled at him and said that no, he wouldn't, he shouldn't worry so much. This time she was entrusted to broadcast from a special booth. Yang Zai raised Zai passing by Lin on Su inserted her ability. This ability was called the Green Snake Chain. Description of abilities: automatically activate the protective chain when the owner is in danger, turns into a green snake and attacks the enemy. The ability score is in the rank Y chain and not chain. This refers to the decoration. Meanwhile, Blanche, along with Cayenne Dodo and Yu-Rong, was at the springs. Yu-Rong told Miss Blanche that this source is very good for health. He will help her recover. Blanche asked what was true. Then she got up and said that the organization was looking for her, they could stay for her to pass. Then she lay down on the couch and thought, is this really a new task? Cayenne Dodo said that, as befits a long-time member of the organization, she is doing a very good job of laying low. Heavenly Palace. Young 11 asked Blanche if she had heard about the territory of the Four Seas. The organization sends her there in order to learn more about the dark blue race. If she can pass this test, she can become the 28th member of the organization. Blanche said she was going to take a membership test and head to the designated location right away. Yang Zai thought that his lie had finally succeeded in their little team. Researchers will appear to be a really strong participant. Yang Zai said that it was fine, but first she needed to go to the Cayenne family and replenish all her strength. Blanche bowed to him and said that it was fine. Then she disappeared. Now Rabbit appeared next to Yang Zai, who asked if she could say anything. Yang Zai told her to talk. Then Mao Rabbit burst out, and she said that it was Blanche from the Knights of the Round Table. She likes her very much. Can she get her autograph? Yancy said that, and he thought that she was so silent, but it turns out that she just met her idol. Rabbit Mao turned out to be his sister Fei Fei. He put his hand on her shoulder and said that from now on her name is Rabbit Mao. She should behave well and not let herself be revealed. Fei Fei said that they would definitely work together with her in the future, and she'll have a better chance of getting her autograph. Yancy thought, no, that's not the main thing at all. Fei Fei asked his older brother what he was going to do next. Yancy said he already has a plan. The Knights of the Round Table Company is closely related to the dark blue race. He will let the sour spicy hero and Lu Yuan investigate this case, and Blanche will go to explore the territory of the Four Seas. And Yu Fan is tasked with infiltrating the Association of Heroes and becoming one of the strongest there. Then he will become another black pawn in the hands of the organization of judges. And by the way, he still needs to visit his old friend. It was already evening and Yu Fan was sitting on a bench outside. Then Yancy appeared behind him, who said that he had been getting very tired lately. If he ran out of strength, then it's better for him to rest. Yu Fan stood up and turned around and said that they hadn't seen each other for a very long time. Yancy asked him how is his progress. Yu Fan said that he still can't fully awaken the force. His body surpasses an ordinary human by only 7 times. Yancy was very surprised and asked what is already 7 times. Usually, when this figure reaches 10, the hero is already approaching a rank. And I told him finally that it was a great job. Yu Fan will be the next winner in the World Championship of Heroes of this city. Yu Fan said that for the sake of organizations, he would do everything in his power. Yancy stopped and told him that the danger was already close. He will have to use the control skill on him before temporarily subjugating his body to himself. Yu Fan said it was fine. Yancy then applied his control ability. Meanwhile, some girl was running away from 2 guys. The man who chased this girl called his partner Bull a brat, telling him that he could have just gone about his business. But instead he intervened and destroyed the business. Their organizations, so they're the Fire Cloud Club, won't let him get away with it. This girl asked that since when is sending mail responses to ordinary people considered a business? Is their organization getting richer at the expense of imitation? The criminal code of the region. At that moment, one of the men attacked her with his ability, but the girl was able to dodge. She jumped and hurt the bull's horn. After that, the bull began to drain some purple liquid and said that she had used poison. Then there was an explosion. There was still one man she wanted to kill, but he was able to evade her attacks. The man asked her what kind of abilities she had. How can she master so many techniques at the same time? To which the girl answered him so that he guessed. If he can handle it, then maybe she will answer him. This man was about to say something to this girl, but Yu Fan intervened and kicked him in the face. And he said that if the girl creates another explosion, then this place is over, and I must say that it will still be useful to her in 5 days. The entrance tests of Beijing University will be held here. The girl was a little surprised and told him that he had handled the user with rank so easily. This means that he is in the rank or even higher. The girl said her name was Wang Ju. Who knows, maybe they will meet again at the entrance. And I asked him if they could work together. Yu Fan shook her hand and said that, of course, if in 5 days they would be on the same team. But then he noticed that the girl began to squeeze his hand very hard and looked at her. Wang Ju smiled at him and called him handsome, asking him if he wanted to have dinner together. Yu Fan mentally asked his teacher that how should he answer her. Yancy told him not to panic, he would help him. Yu Fan cleared his throat and said that he had something else to do at home, so he had to go. Yancy asked him what he understood now. Never need to molest girls, to him that sisters are not enough. And as soon as he's smart enough to be with other ladies. Yu Fan told the teacher that he understood everything now and thanked him. When Yu Fan left, Wang Ju said that it seemed there would be something to see at the trials this time. Yunhai Street. The day of this test has come. Everyone began to gather, both participants and spectators. The hosts of this event greeted everyone and said that she was a commentator on Bai. And pointing to Lin, Su said that here was her new partner, a very famous reporter Nai Nai. Lin Nai Su said that she welcomes everyone. Nabai said that now they are explaining to the audience the procedure for conducting the entrance tests of Beijing University in order to help understand what is happening. The rules are very simple. You just need to complete the task in a certain time, using any techniques. But let no one think that everything is so simple, because it's not like that at all. Now they will see which obstacles are traps. The organizers have prepared for the guys. Then a guy came up to Yu Fan and hugged him from behind, saying that he had no transport. Does he also have abilities that increase physical strength? Then why is he without windproof goggles? Yufan said that he doesn't use such abilities, he has very good speed, but he doesn't need glasses. The guy said that as he says, apparently, today will not do without miracles, and ask him what he's already heard. An S-rank user, a purple panther named Luo Quan, and Xingzai with a rank were also invited. Then Yufan called out to Wang Ju. She told him that they had met. It seems they will be on the same team. Last time they agreed to work together, he wouldn't break his promise. Yufan blushed and said that was fine. Then the whole guy turned between them and, turning to Kwang Ju, said that he had speed abilities. If they had been together, they would have easily coped with the task. Wang Ju said that he is a user with physical strength enhancement abilities, of which there are millions. How dare he flirt with her, he should fuck off. This guy was upset. Then it was announced that all participants need to get ready. Otherwise, the whole countdown. After that, the beginning was announced. The beginning of the tests was announced. Some participants used air transport. One man, who had already taken off, asked if he really expected to beat us in a carriage, those who fly. How naive is he? But even then the geese began to interfere with this man. The man started losing control and said what the hell was going on here. Nabai said that if it would be so easy to move through the air, then do they really think that everyone would bring melting apparatuses? And turning to Lin Nai, Su asked if she would recognize these monsters. Lin Nai Su said that for sure before them are summoned creatures in the rank, which are called a flock of brown swans. Then Nabai said that the flight team had already left the race. Now the participants in the sports cars are leading. Two men. They were driving at great speed in their cars. One of them said it was great. If there was a driving test, how difficult would it be? And turning to his partner, I asked him if he would like to speed up. His partner replied that yes, the speed limit is only 100 kilometers per hour, but no one forbade them to break the rules. But the policeman stopped them, who told them that heroes should save people, but they should not break the rules during the mission so that no one gets hurt. The man was asked to apologize. The guy who was talking to Yufan was running next to him. He laughed and said that he knew it would be too generous of them to allow transport. But then he noticed the old man, but did not have time to brake and knocked him down. This guy got up and was very surprised. He asked what? Where did he get such serious injuries? A man who passed by him said that some guy hit an old man. You need to go because it doesn't concern them either. Another told him that it seemed the old man was seriously injured and could take him to the hospital. This guy decided to crawl away quietly, but then this old man got up and started shouting that he hit the old man, now just leaves. And he wants to be a hero. Does he really have the conscience to run away after an elderly man was injured through his fault? And meanwhile Yufan was jumping on roofs. Then Wang Ju appeared next to him. Yufan told her that Beijing University had put a lot of effort into organizing this test. He even used the magic of illusion. Wang Ju told him that did he really want to say that the old man was just an illusion? That's not bad. Yufan told her to get ready because there are about 2 people on the horizon. Wang Chu said that it looks like this is the last check. She is on full alert. Lin Naisu said she doesn't know all 2 heroes. Who are they? Her partner at Bai said that according to the available information, this couple does not study at Beijing University, but mentors have already been sent after them in order to stop them if anything happens. The girl also decided to remind that the participants are subjected to various checks. Some time before the start of this exam, the headmaster thanked teacher Luo Chen for coming to him. Lashino said that the director should not worry, because he will take care of those 2 guys. He should already consider that he has prematurely assumed the duties of a class teacher, currently conducting an exam. One of the guys of this organization blocked the path of Yufan and Wang Ju. He told them that he would allow them both to see the true power of the hero in rank, after which he took his battle form. When Wang Tu saw him, she was delighted. She said what a cute kitten. Yufan said he would take it on himself, and she should deal with 2 for now. Yang Zai mentally told Yufan. What did he understand now? In order to control the force, you need to feel the movement of every muscle and bone. I often said that yes, he remembered. Then this guy told him that he was there mumbling to himself, after which Yufan hit him, and his silver is cracked. This guy thought that Black Arrow was a bull's head. This is his friend from the Fire Cloud Society. And have they ever met these crazy guys? Yufan said that he seems fast and agile, but resistance and endurance are very poorly developed, so it was worth killing him weaker. He held out his hand to this guy and asked if he was alright. He apologized for the fact that he had slightly miscalculated his strength. This guy was at a loss and said that he had beaten him too far and now he was mocking him. Then another man appeared next to Yufan, who attacked him with his fire ability. He was going to attack Wang Ju, but she used her ability and made herself a fire extinguisher, with which she extinguished this flame. Yu Fan wondered if her ability was to create items. Yang Zai told him that apparently it only allows him to generate his already existing technologies. If she manages to create equipment, then it will be just wonderful. Yu Fan looked in the direction of that guy, saw him that he was no longer there, and thought, did that guy really disappear? And then he saw how the guy who tried to kill him with fire grabbed the guy's cat and ran away from them. Lin Nixu said that according to their data, these two heroes from the Society of the Volga Cloud, that flying beast has the skills of reincarnation. He is a user in rank, and the one who defeated him is called Yu Fan, and that means. But she was interrupted by Na Bai, who said that everyone should notice him and send him a gift. Who knows, maybe in the future he will become a super strong hero. Those two from the Fire Cloud Society were trying to escape, but Luo Chen got in their way. He asked them that who dares to touch his disciples. Now they have to answer for their actions. Meanwhile, Yu Fan and Wang Ju had already crossed the finish line. Wang Ju looked at the scoreboard and was upset. She said that they only had 15 and 16 places. Yu Fan decided to support her and said that everything was fine. He hopes that that battle was enough for them to be noticed. Wang Ju said yes. Yang Zai told Yu Fan that he had to go, to which Yu Fan told him not to worry. Then he will cope on his own. Meanwhile, at night on some strange island, the tentacles that defeated the glacier adventurer entered the cave. They came to a meeting with some man. The man said, addressing Rhodes, that he knows he is still alive. These tentacles began to appear around him and told the gentleman that he had to tell him something very important. Yu Jai from the judge has reached the 3rd level of spiritual power. This man was very surprised and said that there was another fighter of the 3rd stage. Fei Fei told her older brother that she didn't know why, but a few dark blue sprouts woke up for a couple of seconds. Yang Zai asked her what, does this mean that she can see through other people's eyes? Fei Fei said that, yes, she had seen only 3 episodes, and all of them with the participation of other representatives of the dark blue race. Yang Zai asked her if she can remember where they were. He took his laptop and started typing in information there. Fei Fei said that one time it seems to be in the White Tower of the city of Loshi. In 2 regions. I've been to the clubhouse 2 times, and 3 times it's an inner mansion. Yang Zai said he had found a clubhouse. Fei Fei should take a look at whether it's the right one. Fei Fei said that yes, that's right, she saw people from the dark blue race coming there to do nails or hairstyle. Yang Zai asked what women. The management of the Knights of the Round Table Company definitely has a girl who owns half of their stock, but she doesn't even have the ability. Fei Fei said that in episode 3, she saw a lawn, a fountain and some antiques. There were no others there. She can't do it anymore, she doesn't understand the details. She asked her brother that why wouldn't he download her memory and check it himself. Meanwhile, the mechanical hero called a council of his sons. He told them that he had called them here today to tell them some news. He told the patron of dragons that he was entrusting the company into the hands of Liu Yuan, and the place in the hero club will be his. The patron of dragons told his father that he had finally seen Liu Yuan's talent. He's definitely a better fit for the role than he is, and he just wants to become the strongest hero. The mechanical hero told his eldest son that he knows he holds a grudge against the judges' organization for his defeat, but he has something to tell him. Does he know why all the members of the judges' organization are so strong? The patron of the dragons said that, of course, this is a consequence of their hard work, and they are also much more talented than the others. The mechanical hero said no, he was wrong. He said that they simply have the technology and equipment to create elixirs of abilities, and they are also helped by forces from another world. Yancy began to watch his sister's memoirs, and then he found what he needed. Meanwhile, there are firearms in the house. Yang Zai told Mao Rabbit to stand aside, do nothing. Fei Fei in the guise of Mao Rabbit was angry with him and said that at first he agreed to take her with him, but offered to be a decoration. Then Yang Zai took the form of a snake and asked her what is it. Fei Fei told him that she had learned about his strength not by his abilities at all, but by his acting skills. At this time, in the House of Firearms, the man asked why he had come without an invitation. It was Yang Zai who said he had to die and broke all his furniture. The man was shaking all over with fear and falling to his knees, said that he was actually interested. That's what he heard, that the organization of judges helps the dead and the Bernadotte family supports them in this. Yang Zai was a little confused and wondered where this rumor came from and how it spread so quickly. The man said that is it really true that they can return the soul to the body of a man who died many years ago? Yang Zai said that the dark blue race has achieved great heights in the study of the spiritual component. So why is he asking him about it? The man said that there seemed to be one answer. He took out a gun and told him that he didn't need it anymore. I've been using shadow cloning of snakes. I also thought that his weapon has a homing function. The The speed is not great, but throwing back and forth will take too much time. The man kept shooting at him and said that if they attack all at once, then it won't work to evade, will it? Then Yancy appeared behind him and said no. After that, the man started counting down, and an explosion followed. But Yancy wasn't hurt, and the man looked at his hand and screamed. Now the rabbit was watching all this at the top. The man said that they were right and kicked his ass. In order to meet him, they immediately sent a rabbit, Mao, and a snake. In that case, he called Helen and asked her to join them. A girl with a ball appeared, who immediately rushed to attack them. Yancy shouted to Fei Fei to be careful. Fei Fei was already ready to strike. She repelled Helen's attack. Helen jumped back and asked her if she was also from the dark blue race. This man shot and told the snake that if he came up, who would die. But Yancy didn't care. He licks, thinking that it's good that Fei Fei is fine. He needs to figure out how to hide with homing bullets. He opened his eyes and said he understood. At that moment, a bullet pierced the tree and it caught fire. The man did not understand what had happened, and he asked what. Had he already figured out how to counter his ability? After that, both sides rushed at each other to attack. This man was very angry and, cursing, asked that how they dared to hurt his wife. After which, he took a handful of these blue pills. Helena noticed this and shouted at him not to do it. She went down to him and touched his forehead with some kind of blue stick and said that his spiritual body was not able to cope with such a large number of particles. He will turn into a dark blue uniform. After which, she began to absorb this power. And at this moment, when they were vulnerable, Yancy decided to attack them. That man noticed it and turned so that his attack hit him in the back. Helen, calling this man a teacher, began to cry and asked him to wake up. The man was lying on her lap and asked if he was going to die soon. Finally, that day has come. He thanked those two people for helping him because he was so tired. When his wife died, his life became worse than death. He touched the hand of the woman he called Will and asked her to return that hairstyle because he wants to see the real Helen one last time. Representatives of Dark Blue once said that they would help bring back his wife, and in return he must betray humanity. If they were able to resurrect her, then this betrayal is just a trifle, isn't it? Helen said that she voluntarily joins the Dark Blue race in order to give her soul for the resurrection of the teacher's wife. The man said he ended up wallowing in his own veins. After all, Helen had already left him a long time ago. He turned to the snake and said that he could exchange the information for the life of Will. She is not to blame for anything, except that she fell in love with an idiot who does not reciprocate her. These people are somehow connected with the Posse Chamber of Commerce. After that, the man died. Vil started crying even louder and asked the teacher not to leave her alone. Fei Fei told her brother that they could get rid of the girl from the Dark Blue race. But Yancy stopped her and said that no, we need to wait for it. Vil said that when she decided to join the Dark Blue race, she was already ready to give anything for a teacher whom she loved very much. This is quite enough. After that, some kind of round blue ball fell out of it. Yancy picked it up. Fei Fei asked her brother if she would meet someone who would love her the same way. Yancy didn't say anything, just said that they had to go already. They got back on their boards and flew. Fei Fei asked Yancy what and where were they going now. And I thought, has he really reincarnated again? And she said admiringly that he was just a master of transformation. Meanwhile, at the stadium of Beijing University, the competitions were just ending there now. Yancy stopped nearby and watched Yifan, who was being awarded on stage. He said that he still seems to have managed to adapt. He even made friends. After that, they met in the living room at Yifan's house. Yancy told him that he had pumped his skill called training pretty well. He improved his ability to a rank, after which he gave this ability to him. This ability was called training. Her description stated that 5 senses, strength and speed get better through training. But she also had a limitation, in which it was said that the superiority over an ordinary person is 64 times more. This ability was evaluated at a rank. Few are able to reach this limit. Yancy told him that his next goal was the entrance tests. He should try hard, and he needed to go away for a while. A fan asked him that where was he going. Yancy said he was heading to the territory of the 4 seas. Meanwhile, in a heroic association called Kunlun headquarters, Dragon Lords, Liu Yuan was trying to figure out the password. He got up and asked what to let him, just not saying that it was his date of birth again. He entered his date of birth, opened it from the safe. There was a book on which it was written what it contained. Information about the territory of the 4 seas. Liu Yuan, seeing this book, sweated all over with fear and thought, oh my god, what's up? Why is he using his birthday as all passwords? After that, he took this book and was already heading for the exit. But he was spotted by his older brother, and I told him that although he doesn't know why he needed all this information, but he became happier when I got it. The Heavenly Palace. Liu Yuan delivered this book to Yancy. Yancy opened this book and saw a map there. He said that this is the territory of the four seas. From time immemorial, there have been two races on the planet, and they lived on different continents. After the war, creatures from another world invaded the southern land and enslaved 1/3 of the entire civilization. In order to redistribute forces, the territory was divided into four parts: the Association of Heroes, the Army of Iron Blood, and the Association of Trade Organizations. And all these four parts got their names, such as the Mixed Sea Territory, the Sea Territory of the Free Union, the Sea Territory of the Iron Blood Army, and the Sea Territory of Heroes. The Sea Territory of the Iron Blood Army is under its control. The territories of heroes are managed by the association of the same name, and the territory of the Free Union is subordinated to the Association of Trade Organizations. In mixed lands, all these forces exist for protection. It is provided by their agreement. Whatever relation the Dark Blue race has to the Bozai Organization or the Stone of Wisdom, everything points to a free sea territory. Yang He said that he would take his first step to the free maritime territory, and he told Liu Yuan that he had done a great job this time. It was an indicator of his growth. Liu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he folded his hands in a prayer request and said that then the Godfather could. But Yancy interrupted him and told him not to worry about it. Since he had passed his tests, the organization would not deprive him. He will receive such an elixir of ability that he has earned. Liu Yuan immediately started drinking the elixir and asked his godfather, "What is the rank of this elixir?" Yancy said that he was upset at Liu Yuan's rank. Yancy said that there are two types and two abilities of this rank. The ability was called a werewolf. In the description of the abilities, it was said that she confers a wolf bloodline. It also provides great physical strength and powerful regeneration. Skills: Berserker. When used, the ability to think is lost, but self-healing speed increases by 3 times. Rated at B in rank, Husky Evolution. 2 ability was called Terror Mask. The description said that she uses people's fear in order to increase her strength. The maximum possible value is 9-fold improvements. The lifetime of the energy of fear is 45 minutes. Rated at also in rank. You can instill terror without even being scary. Liu Yuan was very happy now and, hugging his godfather, he thanked him for it. He also thanked the entire organization, saying that he had done everything possible to meet their expectations. Yancy headed to his home. Now he and his girlfriend were sitting at the dinner table. They had a romantic candlelit dinner. Lin Naisu said that whatever it was great to get a job abroad for a whole year. Yancy told her that he could get the company to go with her. Lin Naisu shrugged her shoulders and said that she would take care of herself, and he would rather work for the sake of their common future. Yancy said fine. And I thought that when the situation in the world settles down, she will definitely be there. And he told her that then let her not forget to bring him a couple of souvenirs. He's going to miss her. Lin Naisu said she would miss it too. The door to the Cayenne family estate. Yancy and his sister came there just now. They knocked. The butler opened the door to them, who said that they must be from the organization of judges. He asks them to go inside. Yancy thanked him. They went to the office of the head of the Cayenne family. Everyone was already waiting for them there. The head of the family greeted them and said that he had already had a chance to communicate with the organization of judges. Cayenne Dodo said that she knows him. They were on the same flight at the time of the incident with the Star Cloak. Yancy said he was even embarrassed that Yu Jai had seen him that time. The master gave him an elixir of a rank ability and allowed him to join the organization. Cayenne Dodo asked, "Is it really that easy to get a rank elixir? And what kind of ability did he give him?" The head of the family shouted at his granddaughter and told her not to be so rude. "You can't interrogate other people about their abilities." Yancy told him that everything was fine. They were future allies. He doesn't mind telling them about his skill. It's called a plum-style folding navy suit. Cayenne daughter's friend asked, "What is a plum-style folding navy suit?" She had never heard of such a thing before. Yancy said that this is normal, because he combines both the martial arts of the underwater army and a plum-style suit. The description of this ability says that it has both the power of underwater martial arts and with a 6-step plum transformation. Plum transformation. You need to dodge enemy attacks like a plum flower. The dragon is an ancient dragon. It is said that he can defeat even a wyvern. Blast Wave allows you to divide the sea in half with 1 foot. It's an ability that's being evaluated, not a rank, but it's not that invincible. Sang Dudu said there was something else, and she asked what and what about her. Yancy said that this is the ward of Mao Rabbit, whose name is Han Yu. She is also a rank user. Fei Fei said that her skill is called Ice Control. Yang Zai said that Mr. Yu Jai told them to travel through the maritime territory of the Free Union under the name of the Cayenne family. He became very interested in what the head himself thinks about it. The head of the family said that, of course, it was time for the Cayenne family to return to the Free Union. It was already late at night. They headed to the port. Fei Fei was sitting on a crate and looking out to sea. Then her older brother came up to her and, touching her shoulder, asked her what was she thinking about. Then he sat down next to her. His sister replied that she was not worried about anything. She was just a little worried because tomorrow they would have to leave the city of Lugansk. Yang Zai told her that they weren't leaving forever. Fei Fei said yes, but she was thinking about spending the rest of her life in Lugansk, but did not suspect the existence of the territory of the Four Seas. Yang Zai said that it becomes clear why all three forces and the government do not want to spread about these lands. Once people have learned the territories of the Four Seas, they will get to the fact that the war with the other world has begun, which will create chaos and fear. Fei Fei exhaled and said that the locals have to be stressed every day, and their life is much better compared to them. Yang Zai patted his sister on the head and said that the situation inside the Free Union is quite tense. She will constantly have to defend herself. In my ferry, I told my brother not to worry so much about her. In the morning, a 6-star ship called the Sea Dolphin arrived at this port. The head of the Cayenne family told Yang Zai that the bottom of this ship is made of materials with a monster of another world and is protected by 4 different alchemical substances. It is only enough to apply spiritual force, and it will fly into the sky, shoot fire, create a protective barrier, or accelerate. Then he called his butler and said that they would need all these things in the territory of the Four Seas. These are marine clothing, light armor, and a bubble. They will allow them to walk on the surface of the sea, breathe underwater, and their appearance depends on a particular person. They can try them now. Fei Fei put on the armor and said it was great. Yang Zai asked what and where is everyone else. Then Cayenne Dudu came up and said that they were already here. The head of the family asked why all this noise. The butler said that there was a group of Bo Zai, a young master from the Ji Lin family, and Zai and Ji Lin himself. Yang Zai heard all this and turned around, thought that Bo Zai's group, they came here themselves. The head of the family asked what and why they make so much noise. The butler told him that he had originally planned to return on the 4-star ship Bo Zai, but when he heard that they had prepared a 6-star vessel, he immediately hurried to them. The head of the family said that then let him be allocated a room. The butler said yes, but young Master Zai doesn't want to occupy Mr. Young's 608 platinum room. Then one of the guys came up to Cayenne Dudu's girlfriend and said that she had researched what to expect from 2 beauties on the territory of 4 Seas. Here the head of the family coughed to this one. The guy paid attention to him. Master Zai told the head of the family that he was very glad to see them. For what? The head of the family replied that young Master Zai is their guest of honor, whom they are always very happy to see. And turning to his butler, he told him to take good care of their guests. After that, the butler turned directly to Master Zai and said that according to the instructions of the head of the Cayenne family, he could stay in the platinum room. Then Master Zai whispered to his man that as soon as they get on board, they need to find out who lives in room 608. This insignificant Cayenne family dared to go against his will. Everyone had already climbed aboard. Yang Zai was in his room when young Master Zai knocked on his door. He came to him with 2 of his bodyguards. Yang Zai was not very surprised to see him in his room and said that's how he came. Young Master Zai got angry at his words and asked what did he really know about his visit. Well, then let him, without further ado, pack all his things himself, or should he ask the guys to help him? Yang Zai moved closer to young Master Zai and whispered in his ear, I wonder if he will like Miss Yu Ran's personal photo album. Young Master Zai blushed and asked if he really had it. Yang Zai said that, of course, he would lie to the second master from the Ji Lin family. Young Master Zai whispered to him, what and what is the price? Yang Zai offered him and said that he should look at those photos first, and then he would announce the price to him. Young Master Zia told his guys to wait for him outside. After his people left, he said let him do it, rather he should show it to him. After that, Yang Zai used his ability called Control on him, and began to rummage through his memories. There he saw a man in the photo, whose name is Byron. He is the offspring of Ji Lin, someone who plays a secondary role in the family hierarchy and suddenly gains power and authority, becoming a key figure. Despite the attentiveness and caution of this man, he reveals himself to his nephew Zai, after which he told him to behave like a young master. He should interact more actively with Byron and the Nylin family, because they may belong to some organization. Young Master Zai bowed to him and said that it was good. He will surprise more attention to the events that occur in their family and report them. After that, he left his room, and his people met him there. who asked him if they should start taking out his things. Young Master Zai hit his bodyguard and asked what else was that for. The room doesn't suit him. He wishes to stay in the tan head room. The men were sweating all over and said that he understood him. And he told the young master that soon he would be able to enjoy life because he would arrive at an independent customs office. Young Master Zai asked him to spare him his instructions on what to do. Young Zai went on deck with his sister, Fei Fei. Who did you see in the sea, and tell your brother to look who was there? Young Zai said it was an independent customs office. Fei Fei asked what independent customs. 97 Soul Hunter arrived on board, who greeted everyone and said that he runs this place. Young Zai was very surprised and thought that he was so strong. He didn't even feel it coming. The head of the Cayenne family also came on board and told Mr. Hunter that he was very glad to meet them. The Soul Hunter shook his hand and said that when the head of the Cayenne family first arrived at their customs, he was sure that he would return to them one day. This time they even took young people with them, and he asked everyone to follow him because dinner is already ready. They entered a large hall where there were many people. Yang Zai was immediately surrounded by girls. One of them said what a handsome guy he was and asked him if they could exchange phone numbers. After all, this is his first time here, so someone has to keep him company. Another girl told him that he was just her type and offered him to be friends. Yang Zai was all embarrassed and blushed. Cayenne Dudu watched all this and said that she had no idea where these ugly women got so much confidence from. Next to her is Sister Yuran, and they dare to seduce Brother Yang. Yurong told her that she knew what kind of relationship she and Yang Zai were in. There is nothing between them, so let her not talk this nonsense. Then his sister came to Yang Zai's aid and asked everyone to step aside. She grabbed his arm and started pulling him away, saying that she was saving him. She saw that Kang Dudu and Yurong were just watching this and asked them what they were watching. They should help her get rid of these annoying people. Yurong asked that then why don't they go to the famous hotel called the Shell and have some fun. Sang Dudu said that she supports her special event. The Seashell Hotel is very popular among the 4 seas. Yang Zai asked, what's the special event? Then one of their people pointed to his cheek, which had a lipstick mark on it, and told him that he would come and see for himself. Then they came to this hotel. They were met by a girl and said that welcome to their Shell Hotel for a mermaid party. It will start very soon. Yang Zai said she was a mermaid, and he asked Yurong, what is this reincarnation ability? Yurong told him that he would find out soon. Cayenne Dudu shouted to him that he and the guys should stand here, and she would go and change her clothes. Then the water began to pour directly into the hall. Yang Zai asked what was going on. What's the matter? The hosts of this show said that Ruslan Recha the party is starting, and I asked everyone if they were ready to become a free mermaid. Cayenne Dodo swam up to him and asked him why didn't he turn? Has everyone turned into mermaids yet? After that, he took the guise of a mermaid. Then he noticed the shark, just like everyone else. Frightened, everyone rushed away. Everyone rushed away from fear. Only Yang Zai stayed and thought that this was a real monster or a transformed person. The system informed him that it was an ancient dragon. Yang Zai swam closer to him, grabbed him by the fin, which angered this ancient dragon very much. The ancient dragon hit him with its tail. Yang Zai thought that this killer whale must have been sent here to test his and Fei Fei's fighting power. But you can't show them too much strength. First you need to try to understand his habits, and then you need to figure out how to overcome him. But one of the girls has already rushed at this monster with a ball. But the ancient dragon bit this sword with its teeth. Yurong was scared and said that he was even able to bite the sword of Blanche. He must be from the rank or even a rank in the highest degree. After that, the monster also threw back the Blanche. Kang Dudu told her sister to take a look. Fei Fei froze this ancient dragon, and he fell into the depths of this ocean. One of the men asked, is this really the end? Another said they seemed to be saved. But it wasn't like that. After a while the ancient dragon jumped out of the water and attacked Yang Zai. Yang Zai used his skill called Plum Style, and he thought that with a rank ability called a Folding Navy Plum Style suit, he wouldn't be able to break through his defenses. He believes that he can only use her. The Glove of Light. He put on this glove and hit the ancient dragon. And I thought, is he really dead? But damn, if someone finds out that he will kill him instantly, then he will definitely be discovered. Therefore, he made the decision that he needed to strike more blows before everyone saw it. King Dudu and everyone else were watching him, and she said that for a second she thought that Brother Yang had already defeated him. Blanche said that a high-ranked monster is not so easy to deal with. Yurong asked if maybe they should help him, but everyone remained in their places. After that, Yang Zai appeared, who again assumed human form. He transformed back. Then he applied the skill to stealing the ability. The ability was called the Killer Whale. The description stated that it allows you to turn into a killer whale and increase physical characteristics, making the owners of this ability dangerous to marine predators. Skill, sliding, allows you to dodge attacks. Fei Fei approached her brother and asked if he was okay. Yancy said that everything is fine. These 4 seas are really very deep. Then Yu Damage appeared from behind and invited everyone to return to the shore. She's healing his wounds. It seems he was seriously injured in the battle. Blanche took Yancy in her arms and said that it was not worth risking her life. They could attack all together. He didn't have to take so much damage. Yancy blushed and thought that it looked like he could only pretend to be seriously injured. Yancy was taken to a medical center where doctors have already begun to monitor him. Yancy was approached by the head, the Cayenne family. Yancy told him that it was actually his wound. But the head of the Cayenne family understood everything without words and told him that he did not need to explain anything, because he understood the course of his thoughts. If people are trying to reveal his true power, then of course they can't let them do it. Yancy asked him what about the killer whale, does he know which side sent it? The head of the Cayenne family lit a pipe and said that many law enforcement agencies were watching them, so anyone could do this. When they reach the island of love, they will be under the control of the organization of the same name, which means that the Uruk family. Yancy thought that the Uruk family, this must be the family of the guy who caused a scandal at the auction. The head of the Cayenne family said that later their family would spread the information that Yancy was seriously injured, so he would have to pretend for a couple more days. Yancy thanked him. After a while, Yancy and his sister were lying on deck chairs on the deck. Then suddenly Fei Fei jumped up abruptly and said that she had seen them again. She had another vision from the dark blue race. Yancy also got up and asked, "What is it again?" This is the second time. They need to find the wisdom stone as soon as possible. Fei Fei told her brother that she remembered more details this time, and when she gets better, she'll even be able to find their base. Yancy shook his head negatively and told his sister that she had never even dreamed of helping him. He just wants her safety and health. Fei Fei clung to him and said she knew all this well. He has to read her memories, in case he can discover something new. Yancy agreed and began to read her memories. He found what he was looking for and realized that this time Fei Fei saw everything through the eyes of an old man from the dark blue race. Did he dissolve the powder in water in order to infect more people? Are those teenagers really subordinates? Meanwhile, the top 10 beauty of the territory of the 4 seas, whose name is Jima Uruk. I went to the guy in the pool, which was strewn with rose petals. She went into the water and, calling the guy cute, asked him that he missed her. She missed him so much, and handing him a berry, she offered to play. But then they were interrupted and told that young Master Jair wanted to see her. Jima Uruk came out of the water and told the guy to wait for her, and when she returns, they will play a very exciting game. She came and Jair was already waiting for her there. He told his aunt that did she know the owner of a spiritual ability named Ujai. Jima Uruk stretched out on the sofa and said that it was possible, and she asked if he had mentioned her. Is Ujai handsome? Jair told his aunt that how could he know about it? If they know each other, then let her help him lure Ujai away from the judge's organization. It won't be easy. Jima Uruk got up from the sofa and told him that he should give her time to remember, because in her travels she meets many different people. Then she decided to go back to her boyfriend, but what she saw there shocked her. The Rose Warrior arrived there while she was gone and killed the guy. He called his wife names and told her that they were engaged, and she dared to cheat on him. Now he's going to personally finish her off. The Warrior of Roses asked her if she was really silent. Jima Uruk told her husband that only he knows how to offend girls. I would have found her boyfriend first, killed him the first time, he's so brave. Although she herself was shaking with fear, the Rose Warrior chuckled and said that her Nido boyfriend had just died. Jima Uruk said it was just a lie because he wouldn't dare to attack her real partner while talking to her. The Warrior of Roses could not stand it and, calling his wife, he grabbed her by the neck and told her to tell who he was. Jima Uruk said that it was Ujai from the judge's organization. Every time he called her, they slept together and laughed at him. The Rose Warrior was coughing up blood and told her she had crossed the line. He swears that he will kill this Ujai. Meanwhile, Yancy was on deck and exhaling. He looked into the distance of the ocean and asked, "What's the matter?" Then Blanche came out and hailed him, saying that he needed to go to the captain's cabin as soon as possible. Pirates have captured a dolphin. The captain of the ship gathered everyone and said that the operation of the group that captured them is known as the Pirates of the Shooting Star. Their leader has an S rank, Mac, whose undead name is Fan Pei. He has 3 main subordinates, such as a charming fox, a monster of seaweed, and a tyrant of the depths of the sea. The protection will work in 3 minutes, so the ship and the passenger are safe, but he asks them to help them. The head of the family said that this time the pirates attacked in order to test the strength of the Cayenne family and the organization of judges, so they should be more careful. Yancy thought that he had never seen people so eager to teach him something, and he said that the captain of the pirates of the Shooting Star can leave him with Han Yu for now, and let them take care of the others themselves. Yu Rong stopped him and said that no, he had not fully recovered from the battle with the killer whale yet. The head of the family told the girl not to worry so much, because brother Yancy is almost healthy. That is why there should be no problems. Yu Rong insisted on her own and said that such severe wounds do not heal so quickly. Then Yancy intervened and said that we need to attack already because every second is precious. Just then the alarm went off. The pirates were already advancing. An undead mage named Fan Pei told his brothers that there was a ship called the Cayenne family dolphin in front of them, and I asked everyone to say what they want. Each in turn began to speak. One of them said that they wanted gold and jewelry, and also beautiful girls. Another said they wanted to kill. After that, everyone jumped off the ship and began to move on the water. Then the dolphin's ship jumped off and Yancy, who walked over their heads. A charming fox got in his way. She called him handsome and asked him, "What, is he really going to mock these poor devils?" Then he attacked him, but he deftly dodged her attack and jumped over. The charming fox was furious and told him not to be such a coward and behave like a man and not dodge her attacks. After that, she stood in front of him again and already used another attack. Yancy was not scared and was very determined. He wondered if she was using a spiritual skill to attack. Should she really show who has the third step here? Then he grabbed the charming fox by the throat. The charming fox said that to her surprise he is able to resist her spiritual attacks. But what a pity. Then Fei Fei shouted to him to be careful because there is a skeleton behind him. The skeleton was already charging at him, but Yancy was ready for this. He took and easily rearranged the charming fox, using it as a shield. He got her core and grinned, said that she would rest in the next world. In this life, she has killed a lot of people and maybe, suddenly, in the next one, she will become a good person. It was an ability called Fox Enchantment. The description said that she turns the owners of this ability into a fox, using spiritual power to stupefy enemies, increase her power by accumulating male energy, skill, charm, enchants opponents with the help of language and gestures, putting them into a trance. This is evaluated by the ability and a rank. This is not a bad and spiritual ability, there are also many ways to use it. Meanwhile, the Tyrant of the Deep Sea attacked Yu Rong. The Tyrant of the Deep Sea was very surprised and said that this girl was dodging the algae monster so quickly. Where is his trap there? The algae monster said she was ready. After that, Yu Rong was wrapped in seaweed. Now she couldn't even move. But Blanche came to her rescue. The algae monster said that no one could cut his algae. A fairy came to their aid, who used her ability to freeze all his algae. Meanwhile, the captain was watching all this from his cabin. He said Yancy had killed one of their leaders. Jai Yu Rong and Miss Han Yu will handle the other two. Cayenne Dudu said that she also wants to fight them, but unfortunately, she can only watch. The undead mage asked that he was leading Yancy, didn't he? He'll make a urinal out of his skull. After that, he began to use his black magic. He created a skeleton monkey. The undead mage told Yancy that it was a monkey skeleton and he was almost S rank, asking him what and how long he thought he would last. A minute or 30 seconds. Yancy grinned and said that they would believe it. The skeleton monkey attacked Yancy, but he instantly moved behind him and attacked him in the back. Yancy said that it seems if he doesn't get rid of his tail, then he won't be able to get to the spine. Therefore, he decided to put on the glove of light. After that, the skeleton easily neutralized this monkey. He dusted off his hands and asked the undead mage what he had said there recently. He just didn't hear if he could repeat it to him. The undead mage told him that since he wanted to die so badly, he would show him the real power of S rank. The undead mage said that because of his performance, he changed his mind. It would be better if he turned him into skeletons into knights, which he would use to defeat his friends. Then he used his magic again. A man who was on board a ship called Dolphin asked what was there. An undead mage created a dragon skeleton. The people who were fighting now were terrified. Someone started shouting that he didn't want to die. The other one started shouting that it was hurting him. What a cruel skill. Yancy asked him if these were really his aces up his sleeve. Then he will also be very happy to fight with someone stronger. The man on board said he was an S-rank undead mage, and Yancy decided to fight him with someone to whom none of the best superheroes of the four seas dare to climb. This dragon skeleton used his skill called Dead Dragon Breath, but Yancy easily dodged this blow. Then he decided to use his glove to hit him on the skull. Magnetics, watching all this, grinned. Wu called Yang 11 a coward, saying that it was pointless to evade. After that, the dragon's skeleton turned 180 degrees and applied its skill again. But Yancy managed to use the shield, so he wasn't hurt. He grabbed this skeleton dragon by the mouth. Magnesite could no longer stand aside and moved towards them, saying that it was also useless to grab. Now they'll see how he does this time. Then he used his power again. Yancy, grinning, turned to him and asked him that who knows what other countries of creatures he will summon. Why wouldn't he attack him directly then? Magnetite, apparently, was very scared and asked how could this be at all. Had he been his target from the very beginning? Then he took to his heels, but it was too late as Yancy caught up with him and with the help of his glove of light hit him through and through. The undead mage said it was simply impossible. He was overthrown before he could fish out one of the members of the judge's organization. One of the undead mage's subordinates said that their boss is dead and ordered everyone to stop fighting, they need to escape. After which they all took to their heels. Then Yancy noticed some guy who was swimming at high speed. He thought this guy was swimming so fast. There may be problems if he decides to destroy the dolphin. He created his copy and said that he would send clowns in order to scout the situation. Yancy's clone followed this man. After he plunged into the water, he realized that this person was not trying to escape, but on the contrary, he was trying to get to a certain place. After some time, this man sailed to some island. He came out of the water and headed into the cave. Yancy's clone did the same. He asked if this cave could be the lair of the shooting star pirates. This man went to the cave, where he reported what had happened in the sea. Another man grabbed him by the collar and asked him what he had just said. The Godfather is an S-rank hero and the A-rank user cannot defeat him in any way. This guy was very scared and said that their leader was together with an adorable fox, a tyrant of the deep sea and a monster of algae. All of them are dead and none of them have returned. The elderly man said that they got rid of all the strongest people in their gang. And why would the leader want to attack the Cayenne family? Then this man threw and said that his godfather had died like the others in battle, which means that they should become even stronger and avenge them. The guy got up and said that in that case he was suggesting they split up. An elderly man supported him and said that yes, they should all split up one by one and go to the sides. They worked for the shooting star pirates for a long time, so they deserved it. The man asked what guys. He hit this guy who delivered the information to him and told him that he now had the Godfather's remedy. Now they are all subject to him. Do they really want to split up? They're tired of living. If they don't want to end up like him, they have to obey him. And he promises them a good future. Since many pirates have died, those two beauties in the rank will be in their hands. And ask the others, what are they so afraid of? But everyone began to rejoice. One of them shouted that yes, they all agreed. The other one also supported and said that he was having fun with this girl. Meanwhile, two of these girls were sitting in their dungeon and shaking with fear. Then this bald guy came to them and, taking one of the girls, took her to his place. The girl tried to resist, saying that no, she didn't want to, and she screamed for help. She asked him to let her go, but the guy wasn't listening to her at all. The clown Yancy was watching all this. Then he couldn't stand it and threw a stone, so he neutralized all these people. The girl asked if he was really dead. Their chief asked, what is going on here? The guy he punished laughed and said that the heroes from the dolphin must have followed him and found this island. He turned to Luokai and said that nothing good was ever expected from him. If he dies, he will take him with him. Luokai started strangling him again and called him a beast, saying that it was all because of him. And why didn't he just die during the battle? After that, he began to head for the exit, saying that he wondered which of them had already brought him to the island. He will do him the greatest honor. If he is loyal to him, then he is ready to recognize him as his godfather and from now on do for him whatever he asks. But Yancy did not listen to his nonsense and killed him with his knife, said that he already has a godson, so goodbye. Lukai said that he tried so hard to become a famous hero of the four seas, after which he died. After that, he stole the abilities of this pirate. His ability was called Red Copper Armor. The description of the ability stated that this armor, which was created using red copper, after application increases strength, dexterity, resistance to physical damage, and elemental power. This ability was rated at B rank. If the owner of this ability is not strong enough, then he will not be better. The average person, Yancy asked if he wasn't strong enough. Well, they will see what happens after the improvement of this ability. After he improved this ability, it became known as the Golden Armor of the Fire God. The description of the ability said that it was as if it was made of an ancient spirit. After use, the owner gets incredible power, high speed, and almost impenetrable protection. One skill was called Flight. 2 skill, it was the Golden Eye of God that shoots fire. This ability was rated at S rank, very beautiful. After that, he opened all the dungeons and said that now everyone was saved, 1/3 of the treasure would be given to them, because this should be enough to survive. The girls were jubilant, they began to hug and shout that they were finally saved. It was already night. Yancy came out of the cave and said that in the territory of the Four Seas, even an S rank ability seems weak. Maybe he should try everything to improve some skill to SS rank, which he tried to do. The ability was now called the Golden Armor of the SS Demon God. It was written in the description that it was the protective armor of a demonic god. After the use of physical force exceeds the 3rd step, the speed will become incredibly fast. You will also become immune to normal attacks and abilities of the elements. 1 skill was flying at high speed. 2 skill was the Golden Eye Shard. It allows you to see through objects, also recognize illusions and use the power of the shard to attack the enemy. This is much more effective for attacking spiritual type creatures. 3. The skill was a weapon in a compressed form. It absorbs the attack and turns into a weapon of the appropriate type. But the type of weapon is not defined. He is now rated at SS rank level 3, weak against spiritual protection. Yancy said that it's not bad at all. When he returns, he will disassemble it and improve other abilities, and then he will test them. After that, he tried to steal the ability again, but he asked that why didn't it work out for him? Can the theft be of SS rank? No, other abilities should be better because her potential is much higher. He started reading the characteristics of this ability again and asked if it could have something to do with the 3rd step, or else the strength of the ability in the world is determined by it. But he didn't expect that after reaching stage 3, the ability ball couldn't be disassembled. Apparently, he would have to learn more about this armor. He created his clone again and told him that he was counting on him. His clone said he would help him. To begin with, he would like to try 3 skills. After that, he used the Golden Armor of the Demon God skill. Now he had another appearance. He said that his wife would see his demonic spear. This reincarnation of him was called a monkey. Yancy said that he uses physical, spiritual, and elemental attacks at the same time, which his clone did. On the armor began to collect all his attack. Yancy said that the armor absorbed another physical attack, and it happened again. The clone attacked him again. This time he used the wind element. But this attack, now a spear, completely absorbed. Yancy said that he also absorbed elements in the S rank winds, and this means that the 3 skill can be described as a sword against a sword. So now they need to try the power of the 3rd stage. A drunk man was sleeping in one of the ships. He woke up from a very strong shaking. Jumping up, he asked what was going on. Meanwhile, Yancy tried his ability, said that so that's what the power of the 3rd stage is. All the fish were lying on the surface. Now he needs, and it is very interesting to fight with a consecutive explosion and see which of them is stronger. Yancy has now decided to try his new flying skill. He plunged into the oceans, using his skill called the Golden Eye Shard. With his ability, he instantly burned the fish to the bone. The drunkard from the ship was watching it all through binoculars. He was shocked and said that, yes, what is the matter here? Was it because he had drunk so much? Was he already imagining it all? Morning came. The head of the Cayenne family told Yancy that there was one island of the archipelago ahead. He is called Bailu. Yancy asked that who is running it. The head of the family, the king, said that the association of Bailu and their leader number 39 Sewn Spring Sword, whose name is Liu. Their strength should not be underestimated. When the Cayenne family fell, they offered themselves in her place many times. They arrived at the port of Bailu Island. Liu and Lai Kai Wai met them at the port. Liu said he was very pleased to meet you. He shook hands with the head of the Cayenne family and said that the visit of the Fan Hai organization was a great honor for them. Lai Kai Wai was looking at Yancy very carefully. Yancy noticed this and thought that why was she staring at him like that? Liu, looking at Yancy, told the head of the San family that it seemed he had brought talented young people with him, and asked him if he would like to introduce them. The head of the Cayenne family said that they were his disciples, and the word talented is completely out of place here. Liu said that the young man standing in front of him looks pretty strong. In the future, it will definitely take its place on the territory of the Four Seas, and the girl next to him is called Lai Kai Wai. She has 43 rank 4 Cs. Young people should get to know each other. After that, they shook hands, and the girl greeted Young 11. Liu said that the Bailu Association had prepared banquets and a comfortable hotel for them and offered to bring them there. When they were brought to the hotel, they immediately began to drink and eat. Yancy was surrounded by 2 young men who began to congratulate him. They told him he got prettier from 99 to 30. He should drink more. Yancy thanked them for everything and said that but he really can't anymore. The man told him to knock out at least these 3 glasses. He respects them, doesn't he? After some time, when Yancy finally reached his room, he collapsed there. He must have had a lot to drink and was drunk right now. He said the liquor made him so hot. Someone heard us knocking on the door and got up, asked who else was there. He opened the door and saw Lai Kai there. The girl looked very confused and, after greeting him, said that there was a very beautiful place on their island and asked him if he wanted to go there with her. Yancy was also confused and asked if it was just her and him. Lai Kai said yes. Yancy did not like this idea very much and asked her for forgiveness. He said that he was very tired, and he suggested that she go some other day. After that, he was about to close the door, but the girl stopped him and shouted that wait. Night Spider came to her brother, who was Lai Yu. She told her brother that Kai had grown up before her eyes. She couldn't look at it like that. To which Lai Yu said that there would be no gain without sacrifice. If they didn't use Kai, then how else could they lure Yancy? He promised him to deprive the Kaiyan family of the support of the organizations of judges and make their Bailu Association an organization. For this, you can sacrifice Kai. Meanwhile, this girl stumbled into Yancy's room. She lay down in his bed and fell asleep there. Yancy asked that he didn't remember her drinking so much liquor, but why was she so drunk then? What the hell is going on here anyway? Why did he suddenly feel even hotter? He decided to take a shower, but in the shower, he thought that even the shower does not help him. It's too weird, there's clearly something wrong here. When he came out of the bath, it was very much surprised by something. Even when he was in the shower, Kai burst into him. It was obvious from her that she was a little out of her mind right now. She muttered to herself that she was hot. She's very hot. When Yancy saw her, he immediately grabbed a towel and covered her, saying that she shouldn't touch him more quietly. Kai clung to him more and more and said that his body was so cold. Yancy was angry at this situation. He said that okay, since everything has gone so far, then there is only one thing left for him. Then he took and knocked out the girl. He got dressed and tied the girl up so she wouldn't do anything else. He sat down next to her on a chair and began to reason. He said it seemed he was drugged and so was Lai Kai. Fortunately, his spiritual power of the 3rd stage can suppress the psychedelic effect. But Lai Kai, those who are behind this are most likely not from the dolphin. But the people from the Bailu Association also seem to be incapable of this. After all, Lai Kai is Lai Yu's own daughter. Meanwhile, Lai Yu burst into his room, calling Yancy a bastard. There was a black spider behind him, but when they saw the whole situation, they stood in a stupor. Black Spider immediately rushed to Lai Kai and began to untie her. She told her to get up. Yancy looked very worried and thought it meant they drugged them and waited outside. It's good that he's no pervert, otherwise he was cruelly framed. Meanwhile, Lai Kai came to her senses. She started crying and snuggled up to the black spider, told her aunt that she almost. Then she pulled away from her aunt and asked her what they were doing here. Aunt, confused, did not know what to answer this question. Lai Yu started shouting at his daughter, asking her was that really how she was taught to talk to her elders. Lai Kai also started shouting at her father, asking if adults should drug their children. She pointed her finger at Yancy and said that she had already promised to get closer to him, but she did not think that they would resort to drugs in order for them to have intimacy with him. Lai Yu shouted at her to shut up. She must not forget that he is her father. Lai Kai shouted to him, asking that what kind of father would send his own daughter to bed with a strange man. Black Spider hugged her niece and told her brother that enough was enough, it was all their fault. She promised her niece that in the future, if anyone wanted to use her for their own purposes, they would have to do it only over her dead body. Lai Kai hugged her aunt and started crying again. Lai Yu couldn't stand it and just left the room. After all this, Yancy turned to the women and asked them why wouldn't he leave them alone? In the meantime, he will settle in another room. The Black Spider told him that this was not necessary and asked him if he could go to the restroom for a while. In the meantime, she will dress Lai Kai and then they will talk. After a while, when the aunt had already put on her niece and Yancy came out of the restroom, Black Spider began to explain. She bowed to him and said that on behalf of the Bailu Association, she apologized for what had happened. Yancy told Mizzy that she didn't have to do it, because he hadn't suffered from their actions in any way. But in such things, the consent of both parties was needed. Black Spider asked him to keep what happened to Lai Kai at night a secret. She's just as much a victim as he is. Yancy said that, of course, she could count on him. He would not allow Miss Lai Kai's innocence to be desecrated. Black Spider said that in this case she really hopes that they got to know each other a little better. If this is, of course, possible, then she really hopes for their further interaction. Yang Zai thought that they had resorted to actions first, and now to words. That Lai Kai Wai could not stand it and, grabbing her aunt by the hand, led her to the door, saying that it was time for them to go. After the girls left, I told Yancy that tonight was really, but he was interrupted by another knock on the door. He turned around and asked what happened again. He opened the door and saw Lai Kai Wai there. Before he could say anything, the girl bowed to him and thanked him for protecting her, after which she ran away from embarrassment. Yang Zai said that, and she's pretty cute. The next morning they headed back to the port. Lai Yu saw them off again. He approached Yang 11 and, putting his hand on his shoulder, said that he could not accept the fact that he had to leave him like this, and asked him that why doesn't he stay here a little longer and become his son-in-law. Yang Zai thought that this guy was playing so plausibly that others did not suspect anything. Yes, he is a true professional in lying. And did he tell the head of the association that he must be just joking? After all, Ling Yuan didn't even come to see them off. Maybe she's not feeling well. Li averted his eyes and said that the time had probably already come. He even calculated everything on purpose. Now is the best time to send. Everyone has already started to come on board. But then someone shouted at Yu Jai and said that if he had balls, then let him show himself to him. This is the day of the Wars of the Roses. Everyone started talking to each other. One girl asked if it was really a warrior of roses. Why did he need Yu Jai from the judges' organization? The man said that he heard that there was a small conflict between them. Yang Zai was confused and thought that they were even familiar with him. The head of the Cayenne family whispered to him that he was number 72. His name was the Wars of the Roses. I wonder how he harbored a grudge against Yu Jai. Yang Zai said that he had not crossed paths with Mr. Yu Jai for a long time, which is why he does not know what the matter is here. The head of the Cayenne family turned to the Rose Warrior and said that he was somewhat familiar with him, and asked him what. Maybe he will tell you why he needed it so much. The Rose Warrior was clearly on edge. He started shouting that he did not want to be at enmity with the judges' organization, but he was left with no other choice. His fiancée Nai cheated on him with Yu Jai, and now he has come to restore justice here. After that, people began to whisper even more. Someone asked what does it mean that Yu Jai seduced the bride of the War of Roses, and this means that it turns out that his thirst for revenge is fully justified. Another said that yes, Yu Jai has an affair with the top 10 beauties in the territory of the 4 seas. It's all they've been talking about lately. Young Yancy thought that the damn Yurok family. What's going on here anyway? They should not spread this nonsense and not accuse him of something he did not commit. The Rose Warrior chuckled and asked that did Yu Jai not even dare to come out? Is the organization of judges just a bunch of cowards? Were they really so scared of his place in the ranking? If he doesn't want to go out, that's fine, but apparently today he will act rashly. His goal has already been accomplished, so it's time for him to go. Then Lai Yu couldn't stand it either, who asked him that he wanted to insult people, didn't he? Then let him ask permission from his stitched spring sword. The Rose Warrior snapped back and said it was just their business with Yu Jai. But Lai Yu did not listen to him and already rushed at him with his sword. The Growth Warrior had already taken out his sword and began to defend himself. He said that the sewn spring sword, and why did he just need to get into their conflict? Lai Yu told him that let him only dare to touch the organization of judges in the presence of the Bailu Association. He turned to the Cayenne family and told them to attack him and flee while they were alive. The Rose Warrior said that in that case. Then the Warrior of Roses remembered what the old man had said to him then. He said he didn't care. He wanted to see the spring sword and the antics of the other heroes of the Cayenne family. They must immediately call Yu Jai here, otherwise they will not escape the consequences. The Warrior of Roses said that this is the world. A high-ranking hero sided with these people. Then a snake began to wrap around Lai Yu's leg. While he was distracted by the snake, the Warrior of Roses rushed to attack Yang Zai. Yang Zai put on his glove and attacked the War of Roses, but the latter, using his sword, repelled his attack. Yang Zai thought, is this really the maximum power? It's time to show him. Then a monkey from the judges' organization suddenly appeared. He said if they weren't strong enough, they should die. The Warrior of Roses was now seriously scared and thought that now he had problems. After all, the members of the organization of judges really came here. He pushed Yang Zai away. And turning to this monkey, I thought that, but it doesn't matter. After all, he only wanted to lure the members of the judges to the side of the Dragon King. The Rose Warrior, calling him brother, told him that, judging by his mask, he was a monkey from the organization of judges, wasn't he? Let him introduce himself, he. But Yang Zai interrupted him and told him to shut up, because he had not fought for a long time and it was time for him to stretch his bones. The Rose Warrior was clearly scared and asked him to recover, saying that but that incident had nothing to do with him, so why didn't he call Yu Jai here? Yang Zai, in the guise of a monkey, said that he had defiled his brother's innocence with his words. And does he still want to see him? If he really wants to meet him, then he must fight him first. The Rose Warrior was enraged by this, but without answering him, decided to attack him. But the monkey beat him to it, pushed him so that the Warrior of Roses lost his balance and fell into the water. The Warrior Rose thought that this could not be. This jerk is not only fast, but also strong. How is that? The Rose Warrior had just surfaced, and turning around, he saw the monkey and said, "Is it really again?" The monkeys wanted to attack him again, but the Rose Warrior managed to get up and used his Rose Sword aura. But even this did not help him, as the monkey broke through his defense. Not only broke through his defenses, but also lowered him to the very bottom of the ocean. After getting out of the water, the monkey asked him if this was really all he was capable of. Is that his whole strength? He shouldn't make him laugh like that. The people who were watching their battles began to talk. One of the guys said that this new member from the organization of judges is much stronger. He even throws wars on roses from the country to the side, as if he were a sack of potatoes. Another guy said that he was starting to feel as if he had been replaced today. Liu, who was also watching the battle, thought that was it really the powers of the zodiac signs from the organization of judges. He will now never conflict with them again. Then number 25, the dragon Sang, showed up. This dragon thought that if all the signs of the zodiac are as strong as he is, then he definitely needs to be careful with them. He will just continue to watch what is happening once the life of a hero with a serial number is at stake. He cannot miss it. Yang Zai told the Rose Warrior to show him all his might. Maybe he will like it, and then he will pardon him. The Rose Warrior said that then he would show him a blade that would definitely surprise him. This dragon took human form and thought that this Rose Warrior was just an idiot. The Rose Warrior turned to this old man and told him that did he really want him to help him, while he would not do anything, but only extract all the benefits for himself. It doesn't seem like a good deal. This old man came down and stopped next to Yang Zai. He told him that his name was Ouyang Kanglu, and he was just passing by when he saw that he was offending the weak, so he wanted to teach him a lesson. But apparently he was already ahead of him. Yang Zai thought that, and who was he trying to deceive with this? Ouyang Kanglu turned around and looked at the Rose Warrior. Then he ordered his dragon Sam number 2 to kill him. Then this dragon appeared and aimed at the Warrior of Roses. But he was saved by a monkey, saying that it was his prey, who allowed him to touch her without his consent. Ouyang Kanglu asked the monkey, "What is he talking about? He's just helping the Kayan family get rid of this garbage." This is dragon number 2 left to gather all his strength. Yang Zai chuckled and said that it was quite interesting. The Rose Warrior pointed his sword at Ouyang Kanglu, called him an old man, and asked him what. How did he dare to attempt his life? Ouyang Kanglu gave a restrained grin and asked him what. So what? The Rose Warrior said he was so unlucky. He helped him lure people out of the judges' organization, and now it's time for him. But then something happened. The Rose Warrior was shaking all over and told him that he shouldn't even think about killing him. Someone was strangling him. The Rose Warrior took his sword and said he would stab him. But at the moment when he was about to do it, he missed and killed himself. Blanche asked what the thing was. Yurong said that this is 3, a summonable being called the Invisible Dragon. Yang Zai turned to Ouyang Kanglu and told him that he had killed a man with a serial number, thereby violating the law itself. Ouyang Kanglu laughed and asked him that when did he kill him. He killed himself. Yang Zai thought that he was wearing the same clothes that Fei Fei had seen from the dark blue race. Was he one of them? And I told him that he hoped that the fight with him would be more interesting than with the Warrior of Roses. Ouyang Kanglu chuckled and said that let him try to maintain his arrogance after crossing his path. Yang Zai asked him if he was really trying to use an invisible attack again. Then his dragon showed up. Yang Zai wasted no time and used his skill called Golden Eye Shard. This dragon disappeared and appeared next to Ouyang Kanglu. Ouyang Kanglu told his dragon that he was a good boy. He shouldn't be afraid because Ouyang Kanglu will avenge him. After that, he used virtual power on his dragon. After that, he moved into his dragon. The head of the Kayan family told Yang Zai that Dragon San is in 25th place. Will Master Monkey be able to handle him? Yang Zai told him not to worry about it so much. After all, Mr. Monkey has the best sense. He will not lose because of carelessness. A fight began between a dragon and a monkey. At one point, the dragon opened up to attack. The monkey hit this spot and the dragon growled in pain. After that, the dragon was defeated. Ouyang Kanglu told the monkey from the judges' organization that he had already killed 2 dragons. Now he's going to kill him for sure. After which, he created a huge seal, thereby summoning another huge, this time, dragon. Could this dragon talk? He told Ouyang Kanglu that it had been 10 years since he had summoned him. This time, he prepared an offering for him, didn't he? Ouyang Kanglu told him that let him give him 10 days, and then he would offer him 10% more loot than usual. But the dragon said 7 days and 20%. Ouyang Kanglu couldn't drag it out any longer, so he agreed to his terms and said okay. He should just kill him and he would give him plus 20% in 7 days. After that, the dragon, without uttering a single word, rushed to attack this monkey. He called him an ant and asked him if he really wanted to commit suicide and leave his corpse as a whole, or is it better for him to eat it himself? Yurong was very worried. She said that it was very bad, because Dragon Kang had summoned an ancient being. Fei Fei asked the head of the Cayenne family if there could be any problems with him. The head of the family said that yes, the last time he helped people in the battle with monsters, but then he ate more than a dozen heroes with abilities. If Mr. Monkey loses, he will eat everyone on the ship. Fei Fei, mentally turning to his brother, told him that he had to win no matter what. Yang Zai said to the ancient being that it is not yet clear who will eat whom here. Then he went on the attack. He hit the ancient creature on the head with a stick. The scales of this ancient creature began to crack, and he roared in pain. The ancient creature called him an ant again and told him that he would show him what happens when he is beaten like that. But the monkey hit him again with his stick. The ancient creature said it was going to kill him now. Yang Zai told him to attack already. Right now, he was in full combat readiness and was ready to repel any of his attacks. It's a dragon, about to squeeze it in his hands. But Yang 11 was more cunning. He put his stick between two of his palms, and the dragon could not close them. After which Yang Zai said that it was his turn now. He jumped up, and at that moment the dragon released its flame. But Yang Zai easily absorbed it. He asked the dragon what he had finished already. Isn't it his turn now? His stick increased in size and hit the dragon's head once more. He roared in pain again. Then he hit him on the paw with a stick. The dragon was not sweet at all, and turning to Ouyang Kanglu, he told him that he no longer needed his offerings. He should immediately recall it back. Yang Zai asked him if he was really leaving already. But is it too late? He should stand with Mona because he really wants to taste dragon meat. Yang Zai then pierced the dragon with his stick, and that dragon disappeared. He was defeated. After that, Yang Zai turned to Ouyang Kanglu, calling him the same old man, and asked him if he still had any tricks left. He should show them all to him, and he himself thought that they would see if he dared to use the skill of the dark blue race. After that, Ouyang Kanglu turned into a lot of small dragons and told the monkey to wait for him, because he would still take revenge. Yana Zai said that what kind of pathetic clones are they? But does he know if he asks him for mercy, then he won't kill him? And I asked him what was on the deal. Then he deftly grabbed one of these snakes with one hand, which turned out to be the true form of this old man. Ouyang Kanglu asked him that, how did he know where his true body was? What does he want from him? Yang Zai chuckled and told him that he knew not only his position, but also his identity. What does it feel like to be a traitor to all of humanity? Ouyang Kanglu transformed again and took on a human form. After that, Ouyang Kanglu started shouting at the monkey, telling her not to slander him. He is a man and fights for people. Why, then, does he call him a traitor? He's only saying that to justify killing him, but it won't work. He's so mean. The monkey grabbed him by the throat and said that he did not believe that even being on the verge of death, he did not use the ability of the dark blue race. Ouyang Kanglu said to kill him. Did he really want to achieve this by any means? The monkey asked him that wasn't he tired of pretending yet. Ouyang Sanlu said that he is from the Ouyang family. Is he not afraid of his nephew at all? He'll definitely kill him if anything happens to him. Fei Fei asked, is this really the super strong hero? Couldn't beat the opponent, he used the name of his relative, so what? Yurong said that his nephew has a 5 ordinal number, and his nickname is the God of Wind, and his name is Ouyang Guan. Under his influence is the defensive front of the territory of the 4 seas, as well as the commander-in-chief of the Free Army and the leader of the trade union. Fei Fei coughed and told her to forget about what she had just said. Just then, number 5 from the Ouyang family appeared, nephew of Ouyang King Lu, and asked the monkey if he really wants to kill him. The monkey asked him that didn't he see it himself. He's already strangling him with his hand, and he seriously thinks he's just pretending, doesn't he? The head of the Cayenne family said that monkeys are too unperturbed. The man who was standing next to the head said that yes, he was unperturbed. Ouyang Kanglu told his nephew to save him, he would owe him. His nephew said that when he left the island, didn't he claim that he would never ask for help again? And also the dragon who needed an offering. Will he be able to withstand a fight with the top 20? Ouyang Sanlu was already out of breath and asked his nephew that, jokes aside. He had already summoned Stark, but the monkey killed him. Then this nephew turned to the monkey and, calling him brother, asked him if he wanted to work for him. It will be very profitable for him. The monkey, without even thinking, said no. When he became a member of the judges' organization, he swore to be loyal to his leader. If he has nothing more to say, then step aside. The nephew said that it was fine, but let him remind him that he would be caught if he killed a person with a serial number without a good reason. Does he really think he can beat him? The monkey said that now it is, of course, unlikely, but in the future, who knows? The nephew burst out laughing and said that it was very interesting. Then let him kill him in the future, but for now he must let him go. But the monkey said no, because he had a reason for killing him. At that moment, Ouyang Kanglu changed his hair color, and throwing away the monkey with ease, I told him that he would kill him. His nephew was shocked and asked him if he was from a dark blue race. He had never thought that he would be able to disgrace their family like this. Ouyang Kanglu asked what about Ouyang's family. After all, he controls the positions of the head, if he even belongs in it. The nephew told his uncle that he had been using their name for the last couple of years to realize his goals, and now he is so quickly renouncing. Ouyang Kanglu said that it was because Ouyang's family had become useless to him. At that moment, a monkey emerged from the water and attacked Ouyang Kanglu. Now he flew off and fell into the water. The monkey turned around and, turning to his nephew, said that he had reasons, and asked him if they're weighty enough, aren't they? The nephew said that in that case he was offering him a deal. He will forget about everything that happened today, and they guys will take control of the 7th island of the defensive front. The monkey, without hesitation, said that it was okay. After all this, he landed on board the ship. He approached Yancy and told him that he had performed well and had passed the Star Trek. From now on, he names it the Moon Crows. The monkey said goodbye to everyone on board and went on his way. He said that, apparently, the organization needs to expand in order to further deal with the territory of the 4 seas. He will have to find new members. He headed to the Heavenly Palace. There, having already assumed the guise of Yancy, he said that the judges' organization was different from other forces. If other families resemble a traditional market, then the judges are online trading. The sale of the elixir, abilities, and the search for new members remains on it. And as a reward, no, it's better to try to improve the contract skill to the next rank first. The ability was called a spiritual contract. Description: I use spiritual power to distract enemies and communicate with a person at any distance. One skill of this seal: it holds special items. Whoever possesses this thing recognizes him as an accomplice to the contract. 2 skill is a spiritual space. It allows the force to stay in a special dimension for quite a long time. It was S rank. Yancy said that with the help of the seal, he would create new masks and force all members to wear them. And then they will get the right to enter the Heavenly Palace. They will have 12 zodiac signs and 28 constellations. Later, lower positions will appear, and now he will use heavenly spirits. He will send them all over the 4 seas, and those who want to get the elixir of ability and switch to the search for heavenly masks. The remaining fragments are enough to improve some ability. Which one should he choose? And he decided to improve the Superbrain. The ability was called Superbrain. Description: it increases the brain, improves 5 senses, gives 6 intuition and 7 knowledge. 1 skill is heart control, allows you to read the memory of targets with a lower rank, and it changes memories. 2 skill is penetration, creates a sharp spear of 200 meters, which attack the spiritual power of the enemy, provoking a long-term suppression of the psyche. 3 skill is a spiritual seal, paralyzes the spiritual body within a radius of 1000 meters, does not allow targets to escape, and prevents the invasion of other objects. 4 skill justice, having learned the real name, can analyze the criminal past of the enemy. Rating: level 3. Yancy said that, as befits a level 3 ability, she has as many as 4 skills. 6 he can still understand the feeling, but 7 what is it? He used an ability called knowledge and said that he would check it out now. He feels the thought in his head materialize. He will create a person. It should work 5 or 8 times. Then a girl appeared. Yancy thought, does it really completely recreate what a person has in mind? The girl greeted him, calling him an older brother. Yancy asked her why she called him that. There must have been a mistake in her mind. From now on, I must call him Master. Other people will be here soon, so the organization needs to be expanded. The fortress and the Green Dragon will control the sea territory of the Iron Blood. Phoenix will get the heroic lands. The White Tiger will occupy a free union. A mysterious turtle with mixed waters. 4 fortresses with 7 constellations in each. There are temporarily under 9 heavenly spirits. And I asked her what she wanted to be in. The girl said that she was a part of him. Her thoughts were his thoughts. So let him make her a phoenix. Yancy said it was fine. He will leave the phoenix design to her, and let her throw something in quickly. The girl said that as he wishes. Yancy looked at her and thought it was a pity that she was just a figment of his imagination. Such ideal girls do not exist in reality. And I told her, as I was leaving, that he was counting on her because someone was looking for him. The sister came to her brother and knocked on the door. She said that the dolphin was sailing soon, and the head of the family asked him to invite him to the sea ceremony. She pulled her brother out of the room and dragged him along. They need to run faster because everyone is waiting only for him. The captain announced the beginning of the naval ceremony. Yancy looked around and thought, why are they here again? Then Yun appeared with his daughter and, laughing, he greeted everyone present. He said that he had come here specifically to see them off. The head of the Cayenne family came out and greeted the head of the Lai Association and told him that he should let him thank him for his help. The head of the association Li said no. After all, Bai Lu is always ready to help in the battle against monsters. He showed his daughter again and said that this is his daughter. She wants to go with you in order to train. After that, everyone squinted at Jansen. Yancy thought, why is everyone looking at him like that? She went against the jigs. Why did she become a toy in his hands again? Lai Kangwai bowed to Yancy and asked him to take her under his wing. Yancy was a little surprised and thought that it seemed to him now. Did they really give you a drink on your own? He shook her hand and said welcome aboard. Kangwai thanked him. It's been a whole week. The head of the Kang family was on deck with Yancy. The head of the family said that there was Fan Chu Island ahead of them. Yancy thought that it was finally time to show the territories of the Four Seas what the organization of judges is capable of. And finally, we docked. The people who were on board the ship were also very happy. One of the guys even burst into tears and said that they were not waiting for this day. Another said that their Kaienshi family had gained strength and returned. As befits their leaders, he will find a way to deal with anything. The head of the family began to speak to them and said that he was sorry for the delay. Now they work together with the organization of judges. A bright future awaits them all. After that, everyone moved to the Cayenne family's estate. Yancy came to the head's office. Yancy told him that when a person from the organization arrives on Fan Hai Island, the judges will proceed to stage 1 of the plan. The head of the Cayenne family said that he wondered who would come to them, and asked him that the Cayenne family will need to prepare something for his visit, won't it? Yancy told him that Phoenix, she is higher in title than the zodiac signs and even the supreme judges. All the elixirs of the ability are her inventions. This time, they need the Cayenne family to find some journalists in order to make a statement. They should give the inhabitants of the Four Seas a chance to become stronger, and they call it the plan of the heavenly spirits. The head of the Cayenne family handed him the tea and thanked him, saying that he had conveyed his request. They will prepare an incredible press release. Meanwhile, in the White Tiger Palace, Yancy met Phoenix there. He told her that the location was quite good. And I asked her what about the system here. Phoenix told him that there are 3 types of buildings represented here, such as a regular mission, an information gathering mission, and a secret mission. The usual mission is to collect daily resources, somewhat similar to a group of activists who are fighting monsters. They will extract the spheres of abilities along with dark energy, and then convert 10% of the loot into points and use them to improve weapons. Yancy was impressed and said it sounded very impressive, to which Phoenix told him that her thoughts were just a reflection of his thoughts. Yancy, embarrassed, said that he needed to continue. Phoenix said that the task of collecting information about implies the exchange of collected information for points. And finally, these are secret missions. They consist of murder, espionage, and so on. And this type of task also needs an exact place and time. As soon as it starts, they will transmit the information using a spiritual tag. Then she showed him the mask. Yancy asked her then, what about the distribution of masks? After all, this is a great way to draw attention to the elixirs of abilities. Very soon there will be new weapons. Candy Island, a completely random pasture. There was a boy sleeping there who was crying in his sleep. He mumbled in his dream that he would definitely become stronger and save his sister from the demonic cave. Then thunder broke out, and the boy jumped up from the noise. He saw a mask next to him and asked what it was. Is it really a mask? What the hell is going on here? This boy got into the heavenly palace. Once there, he began to look around and asked what kind of place it was. Was he dead? That young 11 came out to him wearing a mask so that this boy wouldn't recognize him and asked that he was their one lucky guy. Wasn't he? He calmed the boy by stroking his head and told him that he was now a celestial star. If he cries, he may die. And he asked me to tell him what his name was. The boy said his name was August. Young 11 told him to put on his heavenly mask, and the next time he was asked about something, he should not answer them. August thanked him for his help. Yang Zai told him that they had to go, because first he had to bring him up to speed. An hour later, August was completely exhausted. Yang Zai told him that he had just joined the judges' organization. He should be more positive. August looked up at him and said that he had no abilities. He would not be able to cope with even the simplest task like killing a D rank. Yang Zai thought about it and said that the problem, and asked Phoenix what she thought about it. Then Phoenix stood next to him and said that it was possible to allow beginners without abilities to exchange the collected points for an elixir from the rank, but they will have to return these points within a month. Yang Zai said that with C rank, they could do D rank missions, and if calculated, he would have to kill 1 D rank monster per day. But this is just the beginning. Forcing him to fight, isn't it too unreasonable? Phoenix said she was just voicing his suggestion. Moreover, no one forces them to fight. They can perform resource collection tasks. Yang Zai grabbed his head and said that then everything was settled. They'll call it an aid loan, and let it be so. He approached the lottery and told August that as the one lucky person he had a chance to participate in their lottery. He spun the reels and won the ability and rank. Yang Zai said he was very lucky. He has to go back and wait, because soon he will receive a reward. He must not forget to get it. The next morning of this August, a man woke up by pouring a bucket of water on him. He was standing with a whip in his hands, and asked him if he saw how cheap he sold his sister, and he still dares to sleep here. He started hitting August. August began to ask him to stop. He asked me to stop hitting him, but the man did not stop, but on the contrary, began to beat him even harder, calling him a piece of shit. He laughed and said that, like his little sister, he does not understand anything without a whip. Having stopped beating him, he turned away from him and told him that he should immediately return to work. Left alone with himself, August took out this mask and asked himself, what are these other organizations of judges? And what other elixir is in the rank? Apparently, it was just a dream. But then his mask began to glow. A phoenix appeared in front of him and said that a heavenly star. His ability is delivered, he must drink it. August was surprised and asked if everything was really happening. It turns out that he just needs to drink it, doesn't it? He took the flask from Phoenix's hands and immediately drank it. Meanwhile, this man, who had recently beaten August, began to molest some woman. The woman started crying and shouting for him to stop, and asked him to let her go. There's this man, August noticed. Augustus came to him in this mask. The man came out to him and asked him if he really thought he could distract him. And does he also think that he won't recognize him in a mask? He wants a good beating, doesn't he? After which, he was about to kick Augustus with his foot. Well, August's love intercepted her and asked him what he had sold his sister to her. The man was confused, but said he was going to the Star Club. By asking him what and so what, August hit him and said that because of such a bastard like him, the territory of the Four Seas became like this. He burned down the man's house and went in search of his sister. Finding his sister, he stood up for her. The sister told August not to worry about her, but to run away from here as soon as possible. But Augustus resolutely said no, because he had come here to save her. The monster who bought his sister, calling him a fool, saying that he had already paid for his sister, and she's his property now. Was he going to kidnap his people? He's already tired of living. And grabbing him by the throat, he said he would finish him off. But in the blink of an eye, August had already taken down this monster. The people who were watching it were stunned by it. The guy was also very surprised and said that he had killed a user in rank. Who is he? He is wearing a mysterious mask, which suggests a mysterious organization that calls itself the Judges. Are they really connected somehow? Meanwhile, in the White Tiger Palace, Yang Zai, watching all this, said that the first stage of advertising was a great success. It was a good start. Meanwhile, in some strange and mysterious cave, a man dressed all in black stood in the center of the hall. He turned his mind to Ouyang Kanglu and told him that his death had forced the organization to change plans for the territory of the Four Seas. He is very disappointed in him. Ouyang Kanglu, who took the form of a blue flower, told the gentleman that he really wasn't to blame for this. He was tracked down by a man who should have been dead by now. The gentleman looked at him menacingly and asked him if he would really argue with him as well. Ouyang Kanglu said no and apologized. The gentleman said that since Ouyang Sanlu had lost his body, it was necessary to find a new manager for Moonlight Island. And besides, they have to show the strength of the sea territory. Ouyang Kanglu said that as long as their plan is progressing very well, they will definitely give everyone a surprise. The gentleman said that a press conference will be held soon while they continue to monitor the whole situation. In the palace of the White Tiger, Yang Zai was lying on a hammock and relaxing. He was drinking some kind of cocktail and thought that maybe he should ask Arthur about the castle that Fei Fei had seen. He activated his ability called Puppet Control. There are 3 posy chains on the island. Yancy was in touch with Arthur. He asked him to report on the current situation and the situation. Arthur said he was going to a family dinner right now. Yancy asked that who would be there to attend. Arthur said that his brother Chris Green, with the serial number 37, and his sister Victoria would be there. She is an experienced user in rank. Yancy said that it was fine, but first he had to look at the photo of the castle that he had already sent him. Arthur said it was fine. In the dining room, everyone was already quietly going to a dinner party. Arthur reported to Yancy that he did not know where it was, but if he tried a little, he could find it. Just then his sister Victoria came to the dining room. She greeted her older brother. Arthur reported to his boss Young 11 that this is his sister, whose name is Victoria, and asked him to kiss her on the forehead as a courtesy. Yancy and Arthur's body asked that where is she. Just then, his sister Victoria came up to him and called out to her brother. Yancy kissed her on the forehead. He asked Arthur to talk to his brother for now, and he will take the opportunity to study all the guests. Arthur accepted this order. After some time, when Young 11 analyzed everyone present in this dining room, he asked Arthur if Chris' strength could be higher than 3 steps. Chris Green may have noticed something and thought that is someone here using the magic of research. Yancy told Arthur to be careful with his brother, and he would leave him for now. Yancy headed back to the White Tiger Palace, where Phoenix was currently located. Phoenix stood next to him with a book in her hands and told him that it was time to wake up, because there was information about a new member of the White Tiger Palace. Yancy took this book and asked who would come to today's press conference. Phoenix said all the major media companies and news sites would be there, and besides, several other large organizations have sent their representatives. Only the Ouyang family didn't send their own people. Firstly, it's too far away from them, and secondly, they couldn't get an invitation. The press conference is about to start, so they need to hurry up. Yancy, after listening to her, said that well, now it was his turn to act. He was standing at the door to the Great Hall, and I asked the monkey that they were ready. The monkey said that today no organization in the world will be able to stop him. And the two of them opened the door. The two of them went to the press conference, where a whole crowd of people was already waiting for them. Yancy greeted everyone and told everyone that they were very happy to announce that the press conference had officially begun. The wife of the already murdered War of Roses was also present at this press conference. Her nephew was sitting next to her, who was clearly very scared of something. Jimmy Uruk had blue eyes. She asked her nephew what was the matter. Does he really feel so uncomfortable around his aunt? Or does he want to be like Walton? This Walton was sitting in front of them. He was the director of this family and an S-rank elemental ability user, and now he looked clearly out of his mind. Her nephew shrank even more and told her that she must be just joking. After all, it is a great honor and luck for him to sit next to her. Phoenix also arrived here. One of the men said that her body and energy are no worse than all the top beauties of the 4 seas. The man who was sitting next to her asked who she was. The man in front of him replied that, judging by her costume, she was most likely also from the organization of judges. Uruk thought what a familiar spiritual force. Phoenix landed next to Yancy. Yancy greeted her and said that he was welcome. Jima Uruk was clearly dissatisfied with something and asked, what is Mrs. Phoenix? Is she even higher than a monkey in the position of the zodiac sign? Then why didn't she know anything about her? Phoenix told the Moon Crow that he did a very good job this time. The organization of judges has prepared a reward for him to increase his rank. Yancy thought that the ability elixir was different from digital goods. He does not need any information technology. He exists only physically. He accepted this flask and, after drinking its filling, thought that well, let him demonstrate everything. The people who were sitting in the hall began to talk. One of them asked, is it really their vaunted elixir abilities that endow people with abilities? But he looks really impressive. The man who was sitting next to him asked, I wonder what it tastes like. After all, she looks like an ordinary fruit juice. This ability was called a plum-style naval combat suit. Description: possesses both the power of underwater martial arts and a 6-stage plum transformation. You need to dodge enemy attacks like a plum blossom. The ancient demonic dragon's power can easily overwhelm an opponent, making him heavier or smaller. Wyvern style, easy as pie. Explosive sea wave from the sword appears even faster. The force of the blow increases, having gained incredible power, even allowing you to push the seas apart. Rated at S rank. Yancy attracted everyone's attention and said that their organization of judges had heard that humanity was being attacked by monsters, which were quite dangerous, wasn't it? Therefore, they decided to present them with the plan of the heavenly spirits. The organization will open 36 vacant places for holders of heavenly spirits, which are presented in the form of masks. All of this is part of the aforementioned plan. People who were not there watched the live broadcast and wrote that the organization of judges is simply amazing. It is so generous. Are they willing to share even something as special as an elixir of abilities? Someone wrote that this year he will cast his vote for the organization of judges to vote for the most beloved organization. Now there were the most popular queries, such as 1. It was an elixir of abilities. 2. This was the plan of the heavenly spirits. 3. It's ordinary people who can become heroes. And 4. This press conference. Yancy said that only the Starry Sky mask remained. All the remaining 35 pieces will be sent today to different parts of the territory of the 4 seas. And this will be a special gift for someone who can win a number of fights in the arena. The man number 4 from King Hua Island, whose top 20 name is Jianing, stood up and said he was protesting. He asked how novices like them could overcome seasoned professionals. Yancy told him, calling him a young friend, not to rush to panic, because he is for them. I prepared a gift for everyone. Young people can get an elixir of abilities in a rank called the Star Cloak. Mr. Yurok asked Miss Tanya Tai which one of them would go first. Tan Tai said that no problem, he should stand here and watch. She was number 5 from Feng Yuan Island. Top 16, whose name was Tan Tai Yao. She volunteered for a duel against Yancy. She was the dream of the Rainflower Lyceum. She used her ability called Misty Steps, but Yancy easily stopped all her blades by applying his ability called the Collective Farm of an Ancient Demonic Dragon. Everyone was delighted. They say it's so cool. The effect of the elixir of abilities is simply incomparable. Someone shouted to everyone to be quiet and look at Tan Tai Yao. She hadn't finished yet. The girl fired her blades at Yancy with renewed vigor, but Yancy did not immediately attack her, but began to guess the moment. After that, he used a skill called Explosive Sea Wave. Tan Tai Yao thought that this guy was just a top 30, but after the elixir, he became so strong. Even if they use too much force and it affects her, she will still block his attack. Because of the sound wave, all the spectators plugged Yancy's ears. Standing on the blade of the girl, told Miss Tan Yao that he was grateful to her for the duel. Then a guy got up and told Yancy that defeating a girl is not a reason to be proud. Let him fight him. Let them check out his flying fire claw of the lightning god. The guy immediately rushed to the attack. The man watching the duel said that Jianing's technique called lightning heart attack is usually used to defeat S-rank monsters. The man sitting next to him said that his lightning power is so strong. It's just incredible. Yancy thought that he was really not bad. He will need immediate improvements. He stopped his attack with his palm. Jianing chuckled and asked him if he couldn't take it anymore. There is a lot of energy in his body and it will be enough to easily defeat him. But then Yancy began to gradually absorb his power. Jianing was confused and told him that was he hiding his true might. He's a liar. After which Yancy defeated him. After this fight, Yancy turned to Brother Green and asked him why wouldn't he try. Green said Victoria also wants to experience what it's like to fly. Therefore, the elder brother will do everything in order to win. Yancy thought that his spiritual power above the 3rd stage was clearly something wrong here. During the duel, you need to seal in the sphere of the ability in his body in order to track his location. Green had already entered the stage and was ready to start the fight. Yancy thought that Chris' ability was the Bloody Viscount. It is weak against garlic and holy light. He put on his gloves and hid the ability there. He thought he was going to put an F-rank sphere right into it. But Green, as if realizing his plan, jumped back. After a while, Yancy thought that all he was doing was avoiding him and not attacking him himself. He's definitely kind of weird. Although he was already breathing heavily, he activated an ability called Explosive Sea Wave. But Green used his ability to turn into a kind of slime, so he didn't suffer from his attack. After that, he used his human form again. But at this moment, when Green was distracted, Yancy struck him, placing an F-rank ability in him. She completely penetrated him. Young 11 thought that this jerk had a level 3 spiritual power, but chose to hide his true might. He won't let him. He is not used to being inferior to anyone in acting skills. He struck him a blow, but Green managed to block it by instinctively putting a block. After that, he struck Yancy himself so that he even flew away. Rising up, Yancy told Green that, as expected, from the strongest in the territory of the 4 seas. He convinced him that he was much stronger than the 2 who had fought him before. He handed him a flask and said that here was his promised elixir of abilities. He should drink it as soon as possible. Green looked scared and, turning to his sister Victoria, told her to try it then. Yancy thought that very soon the technology of organizing judges would become known all over the world. She will be the first person to drink the elixir without being a member of the judges. After Victoria drank this elixir, she was able to fly. The girl was very happy about it. The audience was also shocked. One of the guys said that she really mastered the limit. Another guy asked, what is interesting? What is better than an improved elixir of dexterity or an ordinary elixir of strength? What should he choose? Meanwhile, Yancy decided to sum up and said that they saw with their own eyes the effect of this elixir, so they'd better continue. He invited Nizio Guan from the Campbell family to the stage. Nizio Guan came on stage and, laughing, said that he would get this heavenly mask with a smile. Then some men intervened, asked them to wait 1 minute. He said let Walton from the Chamber of Commerce come over and meet him. Hearing this, people started whispering. One guy asked the other that didn't they say they had to get down on their knees for all this? How did they have the courage to come to Nizio Guan? Another guy told him that ordinary D-rank elixirs just suck compared to sequins. Yancy tensed up and thought that this guy was very strange, and he looked very intimidating. Jima Yurok said that with such a stupid expression on his face, he looks like a puppet. But it doesn't matter because he's definitely going to die soon. Then Nizio Guan attacked this guy, saying that then Putin would allow them to show his special reception. This guy flew off to the side for a very long distance. Yurok's nephew was horrified and thought what a horror it was too ridiculous. He just hit him with his palm. Nizio Guan was sure that the guy had already been defeated and was preparing for a new fight. But when he saw him alive and well, he was horrified and asked how is this even possible. This strange and scary guy said that's not all. Now he was holding a weapon in 2 hands. He approached Nizio Guan with great speed and attacked him. But the old man managed to dodge. After that, he again struck a lot of blows to that strange guy. This strange guy used his ability called Primal Scream. After that, he transformed and struck at Nizio Guan. The old man was horrified and said that he was covered with something blue. People were panicking and trying to run away from here. Some guy told him not to grab it. Phoenix was all standing on the stage motionless. Although that strange man, who has now turned into a blue mass, wanted to attack her. She was covered by a monkey. He took out his very stick, threw it right into the blue mass. Jima Yurok has already intervened here. She laughed and said that just let them see what position their organization was in. Are they capable of anything at all? How pathetic they all are. Then this man stepped around this stick and grabbed the monkey with his huge hand. Then I started pulling him down. Jima Yurok came on stage and said, addressing the Phoenix, that she was already satisfied. Let her taste her country of night ravens. After that, she applied her skill to the so-called side of the night ravens. She told Phoenix to wallow in the dream world she had built. There was only blackness around the Phoenix, and around her were the heads of skeletons, which started biting her body. But she destroyed this illusion and everything disappeared in an instant. Jima Yurok chuckled and said that even the elite of the 3rd stage could not resist her strength. Then she created a new world of dreams, where were the biting plants that immediately began to wrap around the Phoenix's body. Jima Yurok, watching all this, said that she knew that no one could escape from her country of night ravens. But Phoenix completely destroyed this illusion, too. The woman was very shocked and said that this simply could not be. Was she supposed to fall? 3. She created a dream world where the Phoenix was drowning in the abyss. But from there she was able to get out into the world of dreams. She was burning alive. In the 5th dream world, she was sealed in ice. Then Jima Yurok already thought that she had succeeded and she said that finally, she had succeeded. But here, too, the Phoenix broke the ice and came out alive. The woman was terrified. She screamed that no, she did not dare to do that. After all, she is already almost 3 steps. Who is she and what kind of monster is she? After that, Phoenix finally got out of her illusion. She approached the woman and asked her to tell her real name. The woman said her name was Mandana Pesi. Phoenix called her by name, said that then, let her trial begin. She committed a crime against honor. Now she has to go through the fiery torture. Then some blue creature jumped through with a cry that you need to run. As long as the head is here, even if the mission fails, he will not suffer heavy punishment. Yancy asked this creature that did it really want to escape. It was good that he had previously fenced the space around with the help of spiritual power. Green shouted that they would not let the enemy open up, and he covered this blue mass with his strength. Then he sealed it. He had already reached out to grab this lump, but it disappeared, appearing in Yancy's hands. Green told brother Yancy that he was so strong. 1 blow, and his opponent cannot escape. He's really very impressed. Has this creature already died? Yancy looked at Green and thought what a strange kid he was after all. He didn't use vampire energy to kill, so he had a lot of questions for him. I wonder if he tries to take the ability from the dark blue race, will it work or not? After that, he used his ability called Stealing Ability. Yang Zai still managed to steal his ability. The ability was called the Dark Blue Race. Its description stated that it originates from the dark blue mother plant and therefore has many attacks. 1. Her skill is the possession of a blade. 2. Skill is a black shield. 3. Skill was in the village of the soul. It turns the target into a zombie, giving the opportunity to control it like a doll. 4. Skill is the initial flash. It uses a large number of tiny particles that trigger the mutation process. 5. The skill of releasing light envelops the spiritual body extremely quickly and returns it to its origins. 6. Skill is the country of the night ravens. 5 levels there are. This ability was evaluated in S rank. Yang Zai, having received this ability, said that it was not bad this time, they had good prey. Meanwhile, Phoenix, after saying goodbye to him, said that the problems had been eliminated, so see you again. Then the monkey got out. She was all sticky and disgusting. Looking at herself, the monkey said that how sticky and disgusting it all was. Hugging Yang Zai, he told him that he would leave the rest to him. Meanwhile, Nai Xiao Guan was badly injured. Then Yang Zai came up to him and handed him a mask, saying that it was his mask, and they really hoped that he would use it for good purposes. Meanwhile, Yang Zai returned to the Heavenly Palace. He met Phoenix there again and asked her how many people had already received masks. Phoenix reported to him that there were as many as 6 people in the Union, and only 3 in the heroic lands. In the sea, iron blood and mixed territories for 2 people. Among the heroes of the 4 seas there is one of their acquaintances, whose name is the Dragon Lord. Yang Zai stopped and, turning to Phoenix, asked her what and when did this guy manage to move to the territory of the 4 seas. Phoenix asked him if he wanted to figure out how to get rid of him. But Yang Zai said no, they would let him work for them. Let him bring at least some benefit to the organization of judges. He still has some empty seats. They have collected enough S-rank spheres and can now upgrade a cube from a parallel world to SS rank. It was an ability called a cube from a parallel world. The description of the abilities stated that she could store things and move them around a parallel world. Skill 1. This was the Gate of Luck. He teleports people instead of meaning through the world vortex, but it doesn't work for other living beings. Skill 2 is a space scan. There are 5 out of 5. This skill is used to teleport other life forms. This ability was evaluated by the 3rd stage. Yang Zai said that living beings cannot enter the parallel world, which means that only inanimate ones can. Or those life forms that go there will die, won't they? He used the Luck Gate skill. A black sphere appeared, into which he threw a dead fish, after which, this sphere spat the fish back out. Yang Zai said he seems to have realized the parallel world is collecting vital energy. Then it is clear why he cannot move living beings. And if you try to attack them, what will happen then? He used the Gate of Luck again. And he said that the world vortex is a space-type skill, which means that it can absorb the enemy's attack. He will give this ability of this rank to a pig. It will provide good combat power. Then they will start creating an image. After a while, a pig appeared. Phoenix said that here's the latest news: the Heroes Association is seizing other measures in order to get intermediary status. Pig said that the dark blue race also came from another world, and not that they needed an intermediary. Then did they? After which he asked that did people from another dimension have dark blue times on either side? They have different ways of transmitting abilities. Phoenix said that in something else, Yang Fei, Jai Yu Rong and Kyan Dodo, along with Blanche, arrived at the Turtle Palace. The pig was very happy with this news and asked her why she didn't tell the evil ones about it right away. Meanwhile, in the Turtle Palace, Blanche said that there are so many missions and tasks to get the elixir of abilities. Kyan Dodo said that you will have to pay as much as 450 points for a D rank ability. According to the rules that points are awarded to Yu Ron's sister for killing a monster, she will have to fight 18 creatures in order to get an S-rank elixir. Yu Rong said that it wasn't too difficult. Fei said that's not a fact yet. There are also missions to collect resources, rescue and special purpose. They also give good rewards for them, but at the same time they are easier to kill monsters. Then Yu Jai appeared and told them that he had called them all in order to discuss the Zodiac Signs plan. They will receive a loan as a startup capital. Yu Rong asked what does this mean that they will be able to buy the ability elixirs now. Yu Jai said that's right, and he showed them a list of abilities, after which he said that they should choose one of them as soon as possible. And he himself thought that the stronger the key members, the faster they would gather all the information and membership would have a better chance of defeating civilization. From other worlds, the port of Banana Island, Yang Zai was walking with Uncle Fu. They were at the river now. Uncle Fu told him that this was the last island they could rest on before reaching the 5th defensive front. Yang Zai bent down to the water in order to take a closer look at it and said that what a picturesque pond. Uncle Fu said it was the Moon River, because of the largest water resource of Banana Island, and it is also said that those who drink its water will find good luck. Yancy took the water in his palm and asked if it really had such an interesting effect. Then he should try it too. And then he thought that there were some tiny particles in the water. The third episode in Fei Fei's vision took place here, didn't it? Then why did the people from the Dark Blue Times pour the blue powder into the Moon River? After that, he asked Uncle Fu, where is the source of the Moon River? Uncle Fu said that in the middle part of Jiakang Mountain on Banana Island. Yancy headed to the source of the Moon River on Jiakang Mountain. Arriving there, he thought that, given the concentration, an ordinary person would not be able to reincarnate or achieve mutation, even if he drank this water for half a year. He doesn't understand at all what is on the mind of the dark blue race. Then why not set up a secret headquarters on Jiakang Mountain? So it would be much more convenient for him to track all their actions. He summoned the snake and asked him to look after this place. Snake immediately appeared and said no problem. 7 Archipelago Island, 5 defensive front. The dolphin ship moored to the shore. There they were met by Du and Liban, accompanied by 2 guards. One who was younger was called the Keeper of the Stones, and the one who was older was called the Firefighter. Du and Liban asked Yancy if Mr. Monkey or Yu Jai came along with the respected organization of judges. Yancy said that the judges' organization sent him as one of the constellations in order to temporarily protect the 5th defensive front. Du and Liban was very surprised by this, and he asked if there was really none of the zodiac signs. Is he the only one? Yancy thought that well, he can't tell him that he is a monkey, Yu Jai and even a rabbit Mao in one person. So he told this gentleman that there were others. The 3 girls who are currently standing behind him are S-rank users. Du and Liban told Yancy that whether it was S-rank or not, such a person could not be taken at his word. The Guardian of the Stone said that, but whether they are really S-rank holders, they can find out on the tests. They will have to fight shoulder to shoulder on the battlefield, so it is better to avoid misunderstandings from the very beginning. The Firefighter immediately objected and said that he would not fight with these girls. They are so thin, if they break their limbs, then he will not be able to compensate for the damage. Yancy told him that he should choose one of them, and if he could defeat her, then she would give him the Gauntlet of Light. The Guardian of the Stones immediately chose Blanche and said that then he would fight her. And he told her that he would have immediately admitted defeat in her place. After all, if she gets hurt, it will be very bad. But don't let her worry too much, because he won't hit her in the face. Does she guess why? Because he's a real gentleman. Blanche took out her sword and told the Keeper of the Stones that if he knew what she had already been through, he would understand that his words did not affect her in any way. In a matter of minutes, she broke all his stones and approached him with great speed. The Keeper of the Stones was at a loss and sweated all over with fear. Du and Liban suggested that everyone finish the duel, and I asked them that, in that case, why don't they look into the commander's house? Yancy thought that in this world, it was necessary to have strength in order to negotiate. The Dragon Lord from the Heroes Association was on a quest right now. He was at sea now. He thought that if the information was correct, then people from another world should be hiding at the bottom of the sea. He could earn a lot of points if he captured what they look like. Meanwhile, the girl was sitting in a shell and said that what stupid creatures they were, they had so much power, and they were all running around with these pathetic people. If the city authorities hadn't sent someone like them to kill them, then they would have been killed by people with their own plans and strategies long ago. The shell answered her that yes, they should think about the crystal cave, and it will become much easier for her. The girl agreed and said that she just needed a very transparent crystal, and she would be able to reach rank 2. Crystal cave. They need to return back to the Ocid plane and sell, then they can earn unimaginable wealth. Here and at whom you noticed and shouted that someone was approaching them. We need to run immediately. The shell slammed shut, ran away. The black dragon stopped and asked them what. Do they really want to escape? It's too late. The girl jumped out of the shell and shot him, told him to die. The Dragon Lord easily dodged her arrow, but the arrow was unusual. She turned around and hit him right in the back. The black dragon clearly did not expect this and was very surprised. The girl asked him that did he really think that homing arrows were so easy to evade, and ordered the arrow to grow. After that, vines climbed out of the shoulder of the black dragon. The girl climbed into the shell again and asked that he didn't even own magic, but also wanted to fight with her on equal terms. He must have overestimated himself too much. Then she swam away in a shell. Yancy was currently viewing this recording in the Heavenly Palace. Phoenix told him that this record was sent to them by the Dragon Lord. Yancy said that, apparently, people also want to fight against the inhabitants of the Ocid Plain, but they need to get stronger first. They are better not only in the use of energy, but also in pumping abilities. Phoenix said that fortunately, there are a lot of people, and more geniuses continue to appear among them. Yang Zai asked her, what's the plan of the heavenly spirits? Has everyone already received masks? Phoenix said that 3 clans have already found their masks, and Nai Zio Guan's mask was stolen by people from the Ouyang family. Meanwhile, in the Ouyang family, Ouyang's nephew Kang Lun told Jingzhu that he would leave this mask on her. She must remember that it is impossible to cross the boundaries of the organization by a judge. Jingzhu said that it was they who took possession of the technology that allows you to create elixirs of ability. If they do not conquer them, then the organization of judges will get to the other 2 families. The man said that even so, because the judges will not be able to cope with the army of Iron Blood and the heroic association so easily. Jingzhu asked him if she could bring him the ability elixir she had exchanged. But the man said he didn't need to, because he always had something to do in the clan. Top 3 of the 4 Cs, Ouyang Xuan. He was currently meditating in his building. Then he noticed something, and I opened my eyes. Jingzhu appeared in front of him. She told her nephew that his dad left it to her, but she passes this mask to him before he verifies the authenticity of the elixir of abilities. He is forbidden to wear it, because he is the heir of a trade association, which is why he should not risk himself so much. Meanwhile, the commander-in-chief of the Iron Blood Army at the council said that as for the matter with the organization of judges, Tianyang should deal with it. Tianyang said that Commander Roger. Meanwhile, in the Heroes Association, 2 men were playing a board game. The bald man said that people from another world are increasing their strength, while their heroes are getting weaker every day. This is a very difficult situation. And suddenly, as the man said, the method of meditation is the only way to save all people. It is a pity that although they do not know the method of meditation, they cannot teach it to others. Then how do people from another world do it? A man with long hair asked him if he had heard about the elixir of abilities. He thinks he can replace their method. The bald man said that he had heard of him, but they still don't know if he can create masters equal to them in strength. A man with long hair beat him in the game, and all joyous told him that it would be better if they even happened. It will be a lesson on his conscience. The bald man said that he would leave the issue of the organization of judges to Yu Bei. The man with long hair said that it was good, because he was his student. Yang Zai watched and recorded with them. He said that it seems that instead of looking for the wisdom stone, they are trying to find out more about how people from another world are pumped, and they should be doing it too. Ouyang Xuan asked Ouyang Lan that he had already received his ability. Ouyang Lan said that yes, he chose an ability called Dragon Messenger. He never thought that, thanks to him, he would have such an opportunity. Then Phoenix came to them. Ouyang Xiang was puzzled, thinking that he couldn't even feel her. Phoenix turned to Ouyang Lan, calling him a heavenly star, and asked him if he was ready to take his elixir of abilities. Ouyang Lan took the flask with the ability and said yes, by asking him to do it right now. Then, without waiting for an answer, he drank the contents of the flask, after which he said that now he would try to summon the dragon. He created a seal, from where his dragon came out. Ouyang Lan was very happy, so much so that he even cried. He said it was a real dragon, and he really did it. Phoenix was about to leave when she was stopped by Ouyang Xuan. He told her that he wanted to ask her something. The task of the owners of masks of heavenly spirits is to kill monsters. He knows that some part of their corpses is an ingredient of the elixir of abilities. Surprised, he said that let them just not tell him that this is the very activator mentioned in alchemy. Phoenix asked him what they call his activator. In the judges' organization, they call it the ability gene. Ouyang Xuan asked what the ability gene is, didn't he? Yang Zai was watching the whole situation through Phoenix. He thought it was a very interesting guy. Does he want to make him his subordinate? Meanwhile, on Jai Kang Mountain, the judge's secret base, there was a snake resting on a chaise longue right now. Yang Zai came up to him and asked him what was convenient here, wasn't it? And holding out his hand to him, he said that he should take this SS rank plasma. This ability was called plasma. The description of this ability stated that it subdues plasma to fight enemies. 1. Her skill is Plasma Storm. 2. Her skill is a plasma worm that creates a primitive plasma worm. It has a self-destructive effect that deals a large amount of damage. 3. Skill is a Plasma Apocalypse. The evaluation of this ability is SS rank. After that, Yang Zai said that something had happened. The F rank ability sphere recorded activity in Chris' body on Banana Island. He's going to check it out now. After that, he used his skill called Control. He moved into the body of one of the Green family. It was their internal meeting just now. Chris Green swore and said that last time after the defeat of the Cayenne family in battle, the organization had a 2 chance to get the elite of the 3rd stage. He called all the members of the Green family and told them that he really hoped that they would become masters of the dark blue race. Only by sacrificing the body, they will be able to save all of humanity. Yancy thought that the betrayal of people is the betrayal of people. Why is he trying to put him in a noble light? Then someone from the Green family objected to him and said that he did not want to become a monster and asked to let him go home. Chris Green didn't like it very much, and he asked him who he was calling a monster here. The boy told his brother that he was not afraid of him. After that, Chris Green grabbed his younger brother by the hand and, dragging him in an unknown direction, said that he knew that not all family members supported his decision. The boy began to shout what he was doing. Did he really want to beat him up in front of so many people? Chris Green stopped and, sitting down to his brother, said that any sacrifice is worth it not to let the human flame go out. Then he strangled his younger brother, and turning to all of them, I asked them what they would say. Yancy, in the body of one of Chris Green's relatives, said that he would follow him for the sake of saving civilization. The man with glasses, who was sitting next to him, said that he too. Chris Green smiled and said it was great, and now they need to head to Banana Island. It is necessary to collect seasonal fruits. Yancy, in the body of one of the Green family, was in the VIP room of a hotel on Banana Island. He thought that he only had about 3 hours, and still he did not know what the people from the dark blue race were up to. At the moment, Chris Green was dealing with the number 68. It was an 8-handed fist fighter named Naipen Bosselin. Chris Green kidnapped him and tied him up. Naipen called them all names and asked him what is it they want to achieve by kidnapping him. Chris Green was twirling a knife in his hands and said that he had not invited him here out of bad intentions. He got up and, going to the window, said that one of the reasons he was here was to watch a grand show. Naipeng was surprised and asked what. There was an accident on the road. A truck crashed into a passenger car. The driver of the car was all angry, got out of the car and told him that he had changed the route and crashed into his car. He will still pay him, after which he sent this man. But when he got out of the car and saw the condition of the truck driver, this man was very scared. The truck driver had a broken leg. The driver of the car moved away from him and said that his leg, it's broken. But the truck driver kept getting closer to him, getting even more scared. The driver of the car said that he was warning him if he took another step, he would immediately call the police. After that, the truck driver turned into a terrible monster and attacked the man. Watching all this, Naipeng was horrified and told Chris Green that they were spreading the virus on Banana Island. To which Chris Green replied that they do not use such low methods, but use 3 driving forces for a dark blue mutation. Residents of Banana Island have been drinking water with the smallest particles for several months. The concentration is small, but there are 1,000 inhabitants on the island, and these 3 provoking factors will grow to rank 3. He just has to watch it. The monster killed the driver of the car and began to collect its particles. Yancy was watching this, thought he should figure out how to stop them. Then Naipen could not stand it either, who easily tore the ropes with which he was bound and asked him if they had really gone mad. How can they use living people to create a rank 3 elite? Now they have to prepare to die, because he will make any sacrifice. He won't let that happen. But with just one light movement of his hand, Chris Green wounded Naipen's arm. Naipen said it couldn't be. Chris Green told him to sit still now. After that, he pierced him several more times with his attack. Chris Green told him that he would cut off his limbs and interrupt the neural connection in the brain. He will become food for the dark blue race. After which, he turned to his uncle Beijong and told him that he was leaving it to him, and he would go and check on those 3. Naipen couldn't move and was just terrified. Yancy approached him and thought that he had been assigned to deal with an 8-handed fist fighter, which means helping him restore his nervous system along with his arms and legs. He turned to Uncle Beidong and told him that he was a hereditary master, and I asked him, what is he sure that they will do without rebinding? What's the uncle for? He was told that everything would be fine, because his brother had already injured him. Only the spiritual power of the 3rd stage is able to stabilize his condition. But Yancy still took the rope and said it was for safety. Naipen asked them, what, do they really consider themselves human? They watch as these monsters destroy their civilization. Yancy, the body of one of the Green family, asked him if he could still talk. Food must remain food. After which he took his hand and started splitting. Naipen must have guessed something. After this operation, Yancy turned to his uncle and told him to look, because he had already tied him up. Uncle, assessing his work, said that, frankly, it turned out really well. Chris Green was confused. He said, what's his? Was his uncle already dead? He came to their room and, after examining his uncle's body, said that this wound was definitely inflicted by Naipen. He remembers that he had to interrupt his neural connection and cut off his limbs, that he heard a sound and ducked. A fist flew over his head. Chris Green asked who's out there in the dark. Peng tried to stab him again and told him to die. Chris Green noticed his brother and said he never thought he would make a mistake again. Yancy asked him what was he talking about, and he said that the Phoenix has already felt his spiritual power 3 times. Chris Green said that when Yancy arrived on the island, was he already completely under their influence, wasn't he? But it's okay, because the leader wants to deal with the organization of judges and his death will be an important step on this path. Then he rushed to attack him. Yancy thought that the snake was sent to eliminate the 3 causes of mutation, and he just needed to detain him. After that, he pushed off and moved to another place, telling Chris Green that if he attacked him, his younger brother would die. But apparently Chris Green didn't care. He told him that he would die, but with honor. After that, he used his skill called the Country of the Night Ravens. But a phoenix appeared in front of Yancy and made his attack disappear completely. Peng rushed to run and shouted to Mrs. Phoenix that he was counting on her. In the meantime, he has to deal with the monsters outside. Chris Green asked him if he really wanted to escape, and rushing to attack him, he said that not so fast. Yancy thought that of those who are able to cope with the mutants on Banana Island, only he and Peng remained. After that, he took out his sword and stopped Chris Green's attack. But Chris had something else in mind and plunged his sword right into his younger brother, asking him if he liked it. He was his main target. Meanwhile, on Banana Island, the business district, one huge mutant was scaring people, intending to kill them all. One little boy was hiding in a shish around the corner, took out his phone and started filming everything. Told his viewers that he welcomed everyone with them again. He can die. As they were already able to see the Banana Island, monsters attacked. They kill everyone in their path. His brother, Sheriff Ferrero, is fighting them. And I asked the 8th fist fighter to come here faster. Sheriff Ferrero, shooting at this mutant, thought that he just needed to detain him until a fighter appeared who would kill him, and then that would be the end of it. But the monster was very agile. He avoided all his bullets. But the target of this mutant was not him, but his brother. After that, the entire broadcast ended. Kendai was terrified and started screaming for help. Then as many as 3 balls flew into this mutant, pinning him to the ground. The guy, looking at himself, asked if he was still alive. A snake appeared in front of him. He gathered all his strength in one hand and told the mutant to disappear. Then I stole his ability. It was a dark blue bloodline ability with a mutation. The description of the abilities stated that they were mutants from the dark blue race. 1 skill is a berserker. 2 skill is moving from collecting the smallest particles, as well as extracting them. This ability was rated S rank. Yancy thought that he wondered if this ability could rid Fei Fei's body of traces of the dark blue race. But in her spiritual body, the sprouts have already taken root, which is why the situation is not so simple. The fighter from the Cayenne family who lost consciousness is called Cayenne Bukwe, and he has a similar situation. So he decided it was worth trying it on him first. Kendai clung to the snake's leg and asked him who was he? Did he really save him? He wants to go with him. Yancy told him to let him go first. Meanwhile, in the castle, Yancy left Ozai's body, after which Chris Green's younger brother died from a wound inflicted by his older brother. Chris Green asked why he felt so angry. Then a voice told him that he would be his judge. Chris Green started looking around and asked who is this. Then Phoenix appeared in front of him and told him that he had committed the sin of greed. And I asked him if he would admit his guilt. Chris Green couldn't really tell her anything. He just said that he had. After that, Phoenix said that he would be tortured by lightning. 1,000 lightning bolts pierced him. Chris Green started screaming in pain. He said that if it continued like this, he would have to say goodbye to this body. But Phoenix, not paying any attention to this, leaving through a hole in the window, told Chris that he should repent in agony. Chris Green crawled up to his younger brother and calling him stupid. He picked him up and said that he had already given. Why was he so angry? Then, turning into a bat, he flew out of the hole in the window. Meanwhile, one of the mutants surrounded 4 people. The children, hugging each other, were shaking with fear. But Pen came to their aid. He hit this mutant on the back of the head, by imprinting it thereby into the ground. Peng cursed and shouted to the people that he couldn't hold back any longer, so they should run away from here as soon as possible. After that, this mutant got out of the ground and hit Pen. Pen flew into the building, breaking through the glass with him. But still he was able to get up and said that, apparently, he would have to use that skill in order to kill this monster in one go. Peng stood on the roof of the building and used his ability to let out a furious scream. Then he hit that mutant with all his might, punching a hole in it. People were very scared, but still watched this battle. The chubby guy said that this is the best attack of an 8-handed fist fighter called Confrontation. The guy who was standing next to him said that it was really very cool. Now they are finally all saved. but somehow not so. Then Chris Green arrived at this place and pierced Nai Peng's head with his sword. Nai Peng fell from the roof dead. Chris Green approached his mutant who was passed out and, calling him an idiot, told him that he had not even reached the 3rd stage in such a long time. He brought him the body of Nai Peng, and this mutant began to choose blue particles. Chris Green called him useless garbage and said that it was good that he would soon absorb him, because there was no point in wasting energy on his treatment. Here this mutant has fully recovered. Chris Green penetrated the head of this mutant with his fingers and said that what an unusual and pleasant feeling of energy gain. I wonder how much he surpasses the master now. Then the snake arrived and asked that he was a little late, right? Chris Green, apparently, was not very surprised to see him here, and asked that he was one of the zodiac signs of the judges' organization, wasn't he? He's just in time. He wants to test his new strength on him. And he asked the snake why didn't he attack him? He's getting stronger by the second, so what is he waiting for? Snake said he was waiting for him to finish. When the opponent is too weak, he becomes very bored. Chris Green said that, yes, it's really entertaining. Thanks to this, he will be able to cut his body into 3 parts. Sounds cool, doesn't it? Now he has the power of the 3rd stage, so he better get ready to die. After which, he pierced the snake's bodies with his hand. But the snake was not so simple. Chris Green asked him if he had really become a shadow. After that, a lot of black arrows flew at Chris Green. He tried to block them with his account. Having corrected himself with this task, he again rushed to the attack. This time he accurately predicted the location of the snakes. Snakes was even surprised by this and thought that could he really predict his position. Apparently, he can only stall for time in order to escape. After that, he used his skill called Plasma Storm. A lot of plasmas flew from the sky directly at Chris Green. But Chris Green did not lose his head and created a lot of bats, which just took the whole blow on themselves. Chris Green said that, as expected, the power of skills does not solve anything. In battle, tactics are needed with it. Even the weak are able to defeat the strong. And he asked the snake how much more time he would be able to use such a powerful attack. But then he was hit from behind with a big stick. Monkeys and a phoenix came to the snake's aid. After seeing them, Chris Green thought that there are 2 zodiac signs and one of them is the leader. How is it possible to fight here at all? After that, he escaped from this body. The monkey said that he ran and even with the spirit seal activated. Phoenix said that, but it came at a great cost to him. He spent a lot of tiny particles to open a hole in the seal to escape. After that, the 2 of them rushed off and decided to save the rest of the people first. After this hard night, which was full of battles, Yancy decided to meet the Phoenix. Phoenix told him that after the incident on Banana Island, their organization of judges became more famous in the territory of the 4 seas. Does this mean that more people now want to join them? However, the number of places in the position of heavenly spirits is limited to 36. That is why some have switched to the Cayenne family. The ability users who came to the Cayenne family would definitely send spies for their own purposes. To which Yancy replied that he thought the Cayenne family would sort it out somehow. The time has already come, so it's time for them to return to the city of Lugansk. Yancy finally returned to his city and said how much he missed the smell of the city. And now he wants to improve the control ability of S rank to SS rank. Now he has as many as 36 subordinates. He's getting richer every day. The sphere of the ability that he has upgraded to SS rank turns gray. The ability is called Iron Control. Its description stated that it extends to 30 meters and acts on a weight of up to 1 million tons. Skill, Divine Metal. A highly compressed metal that has incredible power. Evaluation of this ability, SS rank, Step 3, breaks the fundamental laws of nature. Yancy asked, what is the Divine Metal? That sounds cool. Then one of the monsters caught his attention, who broke the glass and tried to break into a large building. He, opening his mouth, wanted to eat the girl. It was an S-rank monster that everyone calls, starting with the demonic fox. The drone began to inform everyone that the city was attacked by an S-rank monster. Heroes of a rank and above are waiting on Orchid Street. An elderly man who was hiding behind a wall and asked if he was still alive. Then a red car drove to the scene. Liu Yuan and the lazy swordsman got out of the car. Liu Yuan said that we need to prepare for an attack. The lazy swordsman immediately rushed at this monster, and Liu Yuan turned into a werewolf. Meanwhile, on TV, the man went live and said that every time such a beast appears, the city is simply carrying enormous destruction. The hero, who has almost S rank, and whose name is Luo Quan, will need 2 hours to get here, but will the others be able to hold out until his arrival? The fox attacked the lazy swordsman, but he managed to evade her attack. He shouted to Liu Yuan that be careful, but Liu Yuan easily stopped her attack. He shouted to the lazy swordsman to hurry up, because this is a great chance. After that, the lazy swordsman rushed to attack this monster with renewed vigor. Then an arrow flew into the eye of this monster. It was Lu Zetian. Young 11 was still standing on the sidelines and watching the fight going on. He thought that this woman was hiding something. Her ability has improved to S rank and even reached the second step. And according to the spiritual scan, it happened in a very short time. It is interesting. Very interesting. Back on TV, the man reported that Orchid Street was still alive. According to eyewitnesses, a mysterious man used a metal attack in order to help them. A hero who uses metal. Is it really Mr. Yujai who has returned? A lot of comments poured in. One wrote that they missed him so much. The other asked if it really was him. Is Mr. Yujai really back? But at that moment, the sky was covered with something blue, like tentacles. Liu Yuan asked, "What else is this?" It was still the same fox. She had an ability activation. It was a night uprising. Lai Zetian pulled the bowstring again, but was confused. This beast easily jumped on buildings. People wrote in the comments. They wished luck to the archers of the icy mountain, calling her a goddess. They also asked her to attack this creature. One more time she has to fight. On the TV broadcast, the man said that starting from the demonic forest, she knows how to hide in the dark. She uses the night darkness to deftly evade any attack. This makes it harder for Lai Zetian to aim and hit her. Meanwhile, this monster jumped off the building again. At that moment, Liu Yuan grabbed this monster by its hind legs, and he shouted to the archer to shoot at him as soon as possible. At that moment, Lai Zetian fired an arrow and hit that monster in the eye. The monster roared again, and pushing Liu Yuan away with his hind legs, he began to trample on him. Liu Yuan was already very scared and turned to the Godfather. He asked his forgiveness for the fact that he was going to die soon, but they never met. Then someone called him an idiot. Liu Yuan was already shaking all over, either from pain or fear, and said that someone had called him names. It was Yujai who knocked out this monster with a single blow. Liu Yuan was very happy to see him and said that the Godfather, no, his dad came here to save him, after which Wu started crying with happiness. In the comments, people were also jubilant. They wrote that Mr. Yujai had returned. They are so happy to see him and missed him very much. Yang Zai approached Lai Zetian and asked her that her name was Lai Zetian, wasn't it? She did a very good job. After that, without saying a word, he left. Meanwhile, on the TV broadcast, the man told Xiao Lin that today's report about the metal savior was very important to them. Xiao Lin was clearly worried about something and walking back thanked the man for the praise and said that if nothing else was required of her, then she would go. But when the girl was about to leave, the men called out to her and asked her to stop. He told Lin Nasu that she has been doing well lately. He is sure that she will soon become the main reporter. Lin Nasu smiled at him and thanked him for these words. But the man told her that it was better not to thank her, let her have dinner with him. Lin Nasu, apologizing to him with an embarrassed, said that she. But then Yang Zai appeared, who hugged her, said for her that he was afraid she wouldn't be able to, because he had already promised his girlfriend a romantic dinner. Lin Nasu, all flushed, asked Yang Zai that why did he come here. Yang Zai said that in order to take her away, and now they should leave. Lin Nasu asked him why didn't he tell her that he had already returned. Yang Zai told her that he wanted to surprise her. Lin Nasu asked him what and how long he was with her this time. Yang Zai told her not to worry about it, because they would have quite a lot of time. Lin Nasu said that it was very cool and suggested that he go to a new Japanese store, because she wanted to go there together from the very opening. In fact, the real Yang Zai was now standing on the roof in the guise of Yujai and mentally told Lin Nasu that this clone would stay with her instead of him for the time being. Meanwhile in the office, Liu Yuan went into the study and saw his godfather there. He smiled at him and said that he missed him so much. Yujai immediately got down to business and asked him if he wanted to go with him to the territories of the Four Seas. Liu Yuan asked, "What are the Four Seas?" Yujai said yes to where all the masters and the elite live. Yang Zai asked Liu Yuan what he thought about this. Liu Yuan was so happy that he fell to his knees and began to bow at his feet, saying a big thank you to his godfather for his care. Yang Zai lifted him to his feet and asked him, what is there to thank for such a thing? But his current rank of ability may interfere with his formation. And I asked him what about it. He will lend him some of the points, thereby allowing him to exchange them for an elixir of S-rank abilities. They moved to Turtle Castle. There, Yang Zai asked Liu Yuan what kind of S-rank ability he already wants. Liu Yuan, without thinking, said that he wanted an S-rank werewolf bloodline. He decided that quality is more important than quantity, which is why it is better to develop his existing ability to the very limit. Yancy praised him and said that it was quite good. He is acting very wisely, and asked him what besides the elixir does he remember about the promise he made. Liu Yuan was even more delighted and thought that did the godfather really want to become his real father. Yancy laughed, showed him the mask and said that yes, this mask of the tree wolf constellation would now be his. Liu Yuan, of course, accepted this mask, but he looked very depressed because he was counting on something completely different. And I thought that, apparently, they can become father and son only when the organization of judges completes its formation. Then he thanked his godfather, and I told him not to worry because this day will come soon. I told NSI that I wonder what the kid was thinking about. The tree wolf belongs to the White Tiger Castle. He and another person will go to the west in a free union. He stepped back and told Liu Yuan that he had to sort things out, and then follow him to the territory of the Four Seas. Liu Yuan looked around and asked the godfather if he was really leaving already, and having put on his mask, he said that it seemed that a new adventure was waiting for him. He told his godfather not to worry, because the organization of judges will soon become theirs. Meanwhile, Yancy was already flying to the designated place and sneezed and asked who missed him so much. Meanwhile, it was already night. Yufan was training on the roof. Then he felt someone's presence and thought that he had the same aura as the teacher. After that, Yancy came down to him. Yufan greeted his teacher. Yancy told him that he heard that he took first place in the competition, didn't he? And I asked him if I had received an invitation from the Association of Heroes yet. Yufan said that yes, Lai Zitian, Luo Su, Aokeo and Wang Ju also received them. Yancy asked him how familiar they were with Lai Zitian. Yufan told his teacher that they ate together, but he doesn't know her much. Yancy asked him if she had any special habit. Yufan said that she likes to meditate. Yancy asked what to meditate on, and he himself thought that let him just not tell him that Lai Zitian independently mastered the method of meditation. He has to meet her in person, and as he was leaving, he told Yufan that he still had things to do, so he would go, and he should continue to train further. Yufan, following his teacher with his eyes, thought that sooner or later he would become the most powerful weapon in the hands of the teacher. Then Yancy sneezed again and asked, what kind of business is this? Did he really get sick? Yujai said that as part of the deal, he could offer to make her an SS rank hero. Also, will she be under the protection of the judges organization all her life, or will he give her endless luck that will never run out? Lai Zitian asked that the next level after S rank is SS rank. Yujai added that it is also known as the third step. Lai Zitian said that since the organization of judges has a method that will make people users of S-rank abilities, then why does it need their secret in order to become stronger? Yujai told her that ability elixirs can only strengthen a limited number of people, but their main purpose is to increase the overall combat readiness of humanity. Lai Zitian asked him if he was telling the truth. Yujai said that of course. Lai Zitian said that it was fine then. She had discovered quite by accident that her spiritual skill called meditation could increase human strength in a very short time. But her ability called hunting magic meditation is not universal. It only suits her abilities. Yujai asked her what she wanted to say, that she was only helping to develop her unique skills, right? Lai Zitian said that yes, it seems that this is exactly the case. Yujai said that this was not a problem, but he himself thought that with the meditation of hunting magic and copies of Lai Zitian's abilities, a powerful army could be created. Lai Zitian asked him that his offer was still valid. Then she chooses lifelong protection. Yujai gave her a mask and said that, of course, she should take this Phoenix Castle constellation, Moon Deer. In case of danger, Lady Phoenix will save her. Lai Zitian accepted the mask and said that yes, she repeats that her meditation method is not universal, it only works for her. Yujai said that he only needed to take a sample of her ability gene and turn it into an elixir, then give others her magic hunting bow skill, and the problem is solved. Lai Zitian asked what to take a sample of her gene. Will it affect her body in any way? UCCI said that of course not, it would only take him 2 or 3 minutes. But she must remember that there is no mental resistance. The girl lay down on the ground and said that it was fine. After a few minutes, or even less, Yujai said that it was ready. The girl was surprised and asked what already. He's very fast. Yancy thought that the way she said it sounded strange. After the castle of the Black Turtle, Yancy read the papers and said that Kai energy, activity, magic power and the name are different, but the essence is the same. He was watching an archery scroll, and he asked if that would really work, too. After that, he began to introduce spiritual power. He said that okay, they would see how meditation would gather dark energy. In the front world, there was a war there now. There were giant monsters and one guy with a bow shot at them. He told them to disappear and become ashes from the fire. Then he fired. Back in the castle of the Black Turtle, Yancy woke up and said he understood. This meditation helps the F rank to quickly break through to the D rank. He is used to large-scale absorption of dark energy. Meditation works worse for him. The flow of meditation spiritual force the body enters and exits by its movement. They conserve dark energy. Usually people can meditate and collect cubes of dark energy and then use them. But how much are they able to save? So that's the limit of hunting magic meditation. Then where does the power of meditation come from? People from another world. All this translates into a huge problem. He will be able to get answers to all questions only when he has mastered the meditation of another world and conducts research on the Ocid plane. Lands of the Four Seas. Liu Yuan told his godfather that there are so many professionals here, and he asked what it means that this is what Four Seas look like. Yu Jai told him that they were in the territory of the Free Union, in the 7th island of the archipelago of the 5th Defensive Front. Not so long ago, their organization undertook to protect this place. Liu Yuan couldn't stand it and hugged his godfather. Yu Jai told him to pull himself together because they were going to a meeting with other members. They reached Port 7 of the island from Archipelago 5 of the Defensive Front. There they were met by the Moon Raven. He greeted Mr. Yu Jai. Yu Jai told everyone present that he had brought a tree wolf here today. From that moment on, he asks to take care of his godson. Liu Yuan also greeted everyone and said that he was a tree wolf and really hoped to get along with all of them. Moon thieves called him by name and said welcome to the Four Seas. Liu Yuan looked worried. He turned to the godfather and asked him that he had revealed his name, so how should it be? Yu Jai told him not to worry so much because he personally trained the Moon Crow, and whispered to him that before their arrival he had given him some information about him. Moon Thieves is responsible for the defense of the 5th Front. That is why the organization of judges sent him here to learn from him. Liu Yuan thought that perhaps the godfather was not on the best of terms with the Moon Crow. Is he so arrogant because his father can't control him? Now he understands why his father sent him here. He is afraid that the so-called pawn will get out of control. As he thought, he trusts only him. And I told my godfather not to worry because they will return the territory back. He understood everything. Then he went to cuddle with the Moon Raven. Looking at the whole picture, Yu Jai asked that he was sure he understood everything correctly. Is he sure he doesn't need to worry about him? And turning to the head of the Cayenne family, he invited him to talk. They went to the reception room. They sat opposite each other at the table. Yu Jai told him that the organization wanted to conduct an experiment, and I asked him if their family was interested in participating. The head of the Cayenne family asked to explain the essence of this experiment first. Yu Jai asked him if he had ever heard of meditation. The head of the Cayenne family asked what the organization really owns in this method. Yu Jai asked him what it meant that he understood what he was talking about, didn't he? The head of the Cayenne family said that he learned about the meditation method from his son Cayenne Yuquel. Only a real expert can master it, and their method of meditation is very different from that used by people from another world. Their method is just an incomplete version. Yu Jai said that the judges' organization now has a hunting magic meditation. With its help, ordinary people can develop and acquire new skills. And in order to speed up this development process, they still plan to use low-ranked elixirs. The head of the Cayenne family said that judges help all people, and he asked that he was very interested. How could he help him? Yu Jai said that for one experiment they will need 100 boys and girls better than the most stable ones who are able to endure heavy loads. The head of the Cayenne family told him to worry. Because he had some work to do, it would take them a week to throw out the best students, and I offered him to arrange a place. Yu Jai immediately said it would be Banana Island. When the time comes, they will meet there. After this conversation, Yu Jing headed to the Heavenly Palace. Phoenix told Yancy that she had found out something about the archery scroll. Yancy told her to report to him. Phoenix said that she learned that during meditation, spiritual power also changes, and this change is caused by the absorption of dark energy by the body. However, its collection in its true form in the form of cubes is different. They decided they would call it magical energy for now. When this magical energy penetrates into the body, it begins to flow through a special stream. As the abilities increase, most of it disintegrates, turning into the dark energy of the true form. The archery scroll can not only regulate the process of collecting dark energy, but also use it for individual skills requested by the corresponding abilities. Yancy said that means this scroll has an irreplaceable effect. From the spiritual power of Lai Zetian and the scroll, he must create his own. After that, he began to concentrate his spiritual power. He asked Phoenix that moving into the space of the Heavenly Palace and visualization makes everything easier, doesn't it? He told all his recruits to experience this feeling. Phoenix said that the group of people that belongs to the Black Turtle Castle is called. But Yancy interrupted and finished, saying that the hunting magic squad. The Dragon Lord headed to the island where his people were waiting for her. He also wore the mask that Yancy had given him. He asked everyone present that they had all come here to donate their gene abilities, didn't they? The Dragon Lord stopped in front of one guy and thought that such a powerful killing energy was coming from him, as if he had just returned from a fight. Then Yancy showed up, who asked the Dragon Lord that he was from the organization of judges, right? Behind him was his relative, whose name was Lan. He was wearing a mask that Phoenix had given him. Noticing these two, people began to talk. Someone asked who he was. His assistant is wearing a mask. The guy who was standing next to him asked that wasn't that the mask that Nizio Guan stole. Then Yancy himself showed up. He said that everyone was already assembled. The Dragon Lord asked him if the judges had sent him to take samples of ability genes. Yancy called the Dragon Lord his old friend, and I told him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The Dragon Lord chuckled and told him that he was now in no way inferior to him. One day he will even defeat him. Yancy thought that this was a very good attitude for a puppet, and he said he was looking forward to it. He put his hand on his shoulder and said that then they would start with him. The Dragon Lord was very worried. Yancy asked him to relax his muscles and not try to resist with his spiritual power. Yancy stood nearby and watched everything that was happening. He thought he should figure out how the ability gene is extracted. After a couple of seconds, Yancy lowered his hand to the Dragon Lord's, said he was done. The Dragon Lord was dumbfounded and asked, "Is that really all?" Yancy asked him that did he really think that he would have to be skinned to extract it. Yancy watched them closely and thought, what is going on here? He also extracted the ability gene. Why didn't he feel anything? Well, next time he will definitely succeed. Yancy said what's next. It was already evening. By this time Yancy had just finished. I'm about to leave. He said that their mission was perfectly accomplished. The organization of judges will make elixirs with improvements for them and send them to a parallel world. Everyone started to disperse. Only Yancy and his relative asked Mr. Yancy to wait. He told him that he wanted to ask about his ability gene research. Yancy called him a young disciple of the storm god and told him that he had to refuse him. Since the genes are linked to elixirs, he cannot divulge this information. Yancy swore on the honor of his Yang family that he would not tell anyone about this. He came closer to Mr. Yancy and whispered in his ear that he had secret information. And I asked him what about the exchange. Yancy asked him that why did he need information about ability genes. Yancy asked him if he knew that the top heroes of the Four Seas use something similar, be it Blast or Tongshan, or even his father, the god of storms. They all use a technique similar to meditation. The strongest call it the way, and these paths are different for different heroes. Yancy asked him that this is how he wants to use the information from the judges' organization in order to find his own way, right? If he is so willing to advance a little in meditation, then he can help him. In a few days, the judges' organization will conduct an experiment on Banana Island called Hunting Magic Meditation. Yancy immediately perked up and thanked Mr. Yancy. He said that if the judges needed any information he had, he would be happy to share it. Yancy called him Yancy's brother and told him that it was better to find a place where they could discuss everything over a cup of tea. Yancy asked him that since he was inviting him, could he refuse? Lan was watching and standing behind them. He was in a misunderstanding and asked them to stop. But it was too late as they flew away together. Lan asked that why didn't they take him with them. Banana Island. The girl approached the guy and told him to wake up because they had already arrived on Banana Island. After which she immediately rushed about her business. The guy immediately jumped up and asked her to stop and wait for him. He said his name was Yancy Chen. I asked her what her name was, saying that they had been on the same ship for so long, and he didn't even know her name. The girl said that they had been together for so long, but he remembered about the acquaintance only when he had to go out. And she said her name was Yang Chu-yu, and it is likely that she is a relative of the well-known Yancy. Yancy Chen whispered to her that maybe she was brother Yancy's aunt. Yang Chu-yu laughed and told him that if he called Yancy brother and she was his aunt, what should she call him? A grandson or something? And she asked him to quickly call her grandmother. Yancy Chen said it was fine, but grandma always gives him pocket money when they meet, so. Well, then they noticed Yancy in the crowd. Yancy Chen thought that he could he hear everything from afar, after which Yancy returned. Yang Chu-yu said he scared her. She already thought he could hear everything. Yancy Chen said that there was no need to be afraid, because they were only joking about brother Yancy. It has nothing to do with him. In fact, Yancy can hear everything and grinning. thought that he would remember this couple, his so-called aunt, and the arrogant kid. After some time, he began his performance. He asked everyone gathered that they wanted to become stronger. Everyone immediately agreed and started shouting that yes. The fat guy asked Mr. Yujai to choose him. He will do everything to become stronger. The girl next to them, who was standing with them, said yes, and she wants it too. Yujai said that he was fine, after which he used his skill called Spiritual Force Wave. Everyone began to feel dizzy and they fell to the ground. The guy who was still conscious but was about to pass out asked what was going on here. Kai and Wai-Chi reached out to Yang Chu-yu but also lost consciousness and fell. Yang-Yuan said that he never thought that the judges would conduct the selection by such harsh methods. After that, Yu said that the 18 people who fell last are being tested. One day later, the Heavenly Palace, the pinnacle of knowledge. Yujai gathered all those who passed his selection and congratulated everyone who passed. He said that this is the pinnacle of the judges' organization's knowledge. The future of humanity literally depends on the experiment in which they take part. As they already know, the ability awakens completely by accident. But now the organization of judges has meditation. It helps them to receive and develop their abilities. The method they will try to develop is called meditation. Hunting magic. Kai and Wai Chen asked what it means that ordinary people will be able to gain super abilities, right? Yujai said yes, and in order to understand how effective meditation is in different conditions, they will be divided into 2 teams. 9 people will receive an F-rank ability called a magic hunting bow, and others will have to awaken the ability from nothing. He asks those who can cultivate an unknown ability and want to practice hunting magic meditation to take a step forward. He noticed that people started talking and milling around, not knowing what to choose. Then Yujai decided to use mind control. Kai and Wai Chen and Yang Chu-yu came forward and simultaneously said that for the sake of the future of the human race, they choose meditation. Yuzai said it was great, they could start already. After that, everyone who chose meditation has already begun to perform it. Yujai, watching them, thought that the universality of this meditation was too small. Anyone could develop it, the situation would be completely different. It seems that the chain of islands in the southern continent simultaneously call him, and didn't what he was talking about happen too quickly. On the island where the Moon Raven was now, monsters began to rise from the water. Moon Raven, having gathered his army, told everyone to follow the commands and get ready for battle. Liu Yuan rushed into battle, but the monster attacked him first. Getting angry at him, Liu Yuan asked him how dare he attack him? Does he really think he has the right to do this? Moon Crow was watching the battle and thought that so far the battle is going well, so you need to pick up suitable animals. But then a monster hit him. The Moon Crows did not expect this, so they flew away. He said that this monster suddenly attacked him. He fell into the water and saw a crocodile there, telling him that he was choosing it. After some time, the girl came out of the shell and swam up to the crocodile. She asked him if he really wanted to hide here and rest. Young 11 thought that he had originally planned to pretend to be a being from another world and go to the back front, but he managed to find people from another world. Laughing, he thought that yes, he was a real lucky guy, and now he will make her his puppet and then teach her meditation. He used an ability called Control. The description stated that this ability can create illusions to SS rank targets, distract them, brainwash them, rank and below, inclusive, completely subordinate the object to actions for 50 years. And moreover, it makes it possible to move into the body of a controlled person for 9 hours a day. The number is 3 out of 9. The girl stepped on this crocodile with her foot and asked what was wrong with this fighting crocodile. He doesn't have a single wound on his body. Is he pretending to be dead? Where is he staring at? At this moment, Yang Zai applied his control ability. He entered her memories and said that they would see if he could find any episode in her memory that was related to meditation. After a while, he found what he was looking for, but then apparently something went wrong, and he asked what was going on. When he tried to interact with the memory of meditation, it seems that some kind of magical seal worked. In order to protect the knowledge about it, the body of a person from another world burns to the ground. It's good that Yang Zai fixed everything quickly, otherwise he is afraid to imagine how it could end. Meanwhile, on land, the Moon Crow squad won. They shouted that they had won, but they'll see if they come back again. This girl sailed away on a sea creature and thought she was temporarily leaving this place, so see you soon. 9 island of the archipelago of the Red Frost Islands. This girl came ashore and thought that this is how things are on the captured islands. It's even hard to breathe here. Apparently, the other world did not exhibit these territories. They allowed the city to become a collection of various creatures. Only the guild building, 2 more administrations, and a military fleet were built in the center. But this is only a small part of the entire colony of the new continent. After that, she headed to the guild building. A girl greeted her there, and I asked Mrs. Anastas if she really wanted to receive a reward for the mission. Mrs. Anastas said yes. Then the girl handed her a cloth on which the crystals were lying. She said that there are 10 gamma rank magic crystals here. She asks to take them. Mrs. Anastas looked at them and thought that about 100 units of dark energy. But she has no idea how to reveal all their power, how to use them at all. Okay, she'd better find the wisdom stone. She already feels its energy. Mrs. Anastas flew to the next cave. A huge snake hung over the cave. Mrs. Anastas menacingly told her to shut up. After that, the snake, frightened by her, crawled away. Yancy said that if he could only understand how she makes animals from another world obey her, then they would easily be able to defeat their army. Mrs. Anastas went inside and Yancy thought that, as expected, people have been living here for a very long time. But will there be a master daemon inside this mountain cave? He went inside the laboratory. Mrs. Anastas did something, and Yancy asked what was going on. A map began to appear on the wall. After that, they completely coincided. The next door opened, behind which there was some kind of strange, large and brown box. Mrs. Anastas came closer to begin. It's interesting to look at her. Then an elderly man got out from behind this box and asked her if she had really found his gift. What a lucky girl she is. Is she for the Cecil family too? Did the colonists from the Ossid Plain manage to get through the defensive front of the islands thanks to the alchemical handbook? What a pity. But he hoped that the blue star would work a miracle. Then Yancy assumed his true form and told Master Daemon that he was the one who found the reference book he left. He's from the Blue Star race. The Daemon laughed and said how interesting it was, and he asked what his name was. Yancy said that Liu Yuan. At that moment, the real Liu Yuan sneezed, and he asked who remembers him. The Daemon told the so-called Liu Yuan that before receiving the Wisdom Stone, he should talk to him. Yancy thought that, after all, it would seem that this is just an ordinary projection, and that just to chat. And I asked the master what he wanted to talk about. The Daemon asked to tell him about how things are with the Blue Star race. An hour later, Yancy told him everything. Afterward, he told the Wisdom Master what about the Wisdom Stone. The Daemon told him not to hurry, because in order to get a magic crystal, you need to pass several tests. Well, he thinks he can handle it. Then let him prepare to see the great wonder of the plain. After that, he started to open this big brown chest. The master said that he is filled with magic, life. Everything is constantly changing, not obeying any rules. That box finally opened and there was an oval pink crystal lying there. Yancy reached out to take it, but his fingers went through. The master asked him what was he waiting for. He must act faster. Yancy thought it was so strange, he couldn't take it in any way. He tried again, but the fingers still passed through this stone as well. The master said that the situation in which he sees this stone, but cannot touch it. Just don't let him say that this stone hates him. Then Yancy shouted to the master that someone was coming, he should hide soon. But the master said that he would not do it, because he had been waiting for it for too long. And he doesn't intend to hide, he won't, that's all. Then Yancy acted differently. He ran out of this room, and the doors began to close. The master looked out from behind the closing doors and told him that he could not do this to him. Then the doors slammed shut. Yancy transformed again and became Mrs. Anastas. The person who came in here asked Miss Anastas what she was doing here. He was the son of the city lord of Bright City. His name was Duran Keith. He asked Mrs. Anastas what she was doing here. Yancy realized that he was one of her suitors. He wants to marry her because of her noble bloodline. Therefore, he told Mrs. Anastas that it was none of his business. But Duran Keith blocked her way and said that he had already done so much for her. How much longer will she turn up her nose? She should have already given up and become his wife in the name of procreation. After which he transformed. Mistress Anasta took her bow and shot Blythe's arrow. Duran Keith released his flame, where the arrow of Mrs. Anastas burned down. He asked her to think again. If she listens to him, he will be more gentle. But Mrs. Anastas did not plan to give up. She said that she would not give in to him even if she died, after which she jumped right into his flames. Duran Keith was confused, and asked her what she's doing. She's just crazy. Why did she jump? She's going to die like that. Then he jumped after her. He said he had to save her. After some time, Duran Keith returned to his people and, calling the lady, Anastas said that there was nothing left of her. The bald man asked that this could not be. Did she just run away? The man told the young gentleman that there were still important people in New Freyland. They just need to track them down. Young 11 had already taken over Duran Kate's body and thought it was better to come early than to be late. And it's much more convenient to disguise yourself as Duran than as Anasta. Then Duran Keith got up and said that it was enough to waste time here. We have to go. Then a man stood in their way and said that he did not expect the young master to fail in love affairs, and even kill Anasta. Duran Keith asked who he was, and it's none of his business anyway. The man asked who he was. He's just usually a mercenary. Yang Zai thought that according to Duran's memories, this man is a wanted man in the Bright City, a criminal whose hand was cut off by his father. The man came out of the darkness and said that the return of the hand was given to him at a very high price, and he swore to return this pain to him and his father. The man with glasses told the young gentleman that when he was hunting for his father, he was close to rank 3, and now, most likely, he is already rank 3. But at that moment that man disappeared. After that, he appeared next to Duran Tate and tried to chop off his head, but the latter noticed his movement and managed to dodge. The man asked him if he could really see his movement. Duran Keith said he just predicted them. Then they heard what a sound it was. It was that master who broke through the wall. He laughed and said that this alchemical matrix could really be used. Then he approached Duran Keith and winked at him. This man told the master that he had the philosopher's stone, so let him not expect mercy. The bald man told the young gentleman that he would stay and detain him, and he should inform his father about everything, and as soon as possible. But a man with glasses stood in front of him and told the bald man to take the young gentleman away, and he would stay here. After all, his fiancée Tom is waiting for him to return. Yang Zai thought that these two also had their joys and sorrows. There is no difference between good and evil in this world. There is only a difference between strong and weak. The master thought that this was not enough. 2 third level and 2 second level would not be able to stop him. You need to hit faster, because only by allowing the matrix to absorb enough energy, he will be able to move faster. The man said that this philosopher's stone belongs to him. He was already reaching out to grab it, but the stone didn't let him do it either. His fingers went through it. The man did not understand and asked what was going on. Duran Keith said it means the philosopher's stone didn't choose him. He won't be able to touch it. He has to come back. After that, 2 Duran Keith guards reincarnated and attacked this man. He severely wounded the bald man. The man with glasses shouted at the young master to burn him to ashes with dragon breath. Some kind of yellow light came out of this yellow box. Even Duran Keith's people were shaking with fear. The master absorbed the aura. After that, he pointed his finger at the sky, and this light, like a pillar, rushed straight into the sky, by making a hole in the cave. After all this, the master said that he had not seen the sky for a long time, and turning to this man, he told him to come back soon, calling him a greedy strong man, and the sooner the better. Meanwhile, the Moon Crow people were flying across the sky. They were following a huge blue bird. This pink ray of light was seen by all of them. One guy said that here's the deal. What is this pink ray of light that caused so many terrifying animals to fall out? Another guy said that if they are so strong, they are trusted, there is some kind of treasure there, and animals are much more sensitive to magical energy than they are. The master turned to Duran Keith, who told him to listen to him carefully, otherwise he would reveal his true appearance. Yang Zai guessed and said what the wisdom stone meant. It was his handiwork, wasn't it? The master asked him that when did he manage to expose him. Yang Zai told him that he could benefit, and I asked him what he should tell him, what he could do for him. The master said it was simple enough, he had to make them fight. The more people die, the happier he will be. Yang Zai thought that with his cursed stone, he wanted to collect the energy that comes from them during the battle in order to escape later. But it suits him. The bald man turned to the young master and asked him to wait until Mr. Snake comes. A murderer with a 2-armed dagger will definitely die, because Mr. Snake is an expert of almost 4 steps. This man, who attacked them, began to move away and, grinning, said that this time they were just lucky. But if he stayed alive, he would not leave them so easily. After which, he wanted to rush away, but he was stopped by this pink ray of light. The man with glasses asked if he was really dead, and he asked the master what they could do to approach him and check it out. Yang Zai thought it was very strange. Why did the stone kill him? It would be more logical to subdue him. And he said that something doesn't add up here, so they'll see what happens next. Then this man got up and laughed again and asked, is this the ability of infinite recovery? The master and Yang Zai exchanged glances. The master winked at him. The man started shouting that now he is immortal, and nothing is scary to him. He turned to the young gentleman and said that today he would say goodbye to his life. Duran Keith took the knife out of his subordinate's palm. After that, he took and threw this knife and hit the bird directly, and then this knife got into the hand of that man, and then the light of this bird hit this man. Everyone else stood and watched it. The bald man asked if he would survive it all. Duran Keith said he wasn't sure about that, but they're going to find out now. The man shouted that, unfortunately, he was invulnerable here. Here the white serpent, the master of the sword, announced himself, and he asked if his nephew Durant was really there. What kind of jerk dared to offend his nephew? Duran Keith greeted his uncle and said that this killer did not have the courage to go to his father, and he decided to finish him off. The white snake told his nephew not to worry, because his uncle is already here, now no one will harm him. This killer poked his finger at everyone and told them to attack together, and he will kill them all at once. He will show them who the real expert is. The white serpent turned to his army and said that they would not have to attack him. He will cut this scumbag apart with his white snake sword. The white serpent said they would see how long they would last after his sword attacks. After that, a white snake appeared from his ball, which let out a mist. The killer thought that what kind of infection is this fog confusing him. He took his knife and stuck it in his leg, but he was shocked and said that as such, even the pain does not help him to recover. It was the snake that wrapped around him and started strangling him. The white serpent asked his nephew if that purple crystal was the legendary stone of wisdom. Durant Keith said he didn't know for sure, but anyway, he belongs to Uncle White Snake. White Snakes laughed and told his nephew not to worry. When he gets it, he will definitely share it with him. Durant Keith thanked his uncle. The master was hiding around the corner and thought that assassin with daggers was still useless even after receiving infinite regeneration. Was he tired of suffering pain? He gave him a chance, but it's no use, so he'll have to act on his own. He separated this killer with another force. Now he has an eye. Laser beams were coming out. He told the white snake to die at last, after which he cut it with his 2 knives, thereby freeing himself. He laughed out loud and asked, "Is that really all?" White Snake said he was just lucky. He will show him what a real decisive blow is. And he applied his skill called Snake Waterfall. After that, a lot of his white snakes appeared, which spread across the cave. The dog man, frightened, said that no, the final attack of the white snake has an uncontrolled range of action. He told the hero to watch where he was hitting. His snakes are already everywhere. Outside of this place was a huge whale. He used his attack called Destructive Light Ray. He burned all the snakes and even half of them. Men with glasses. Now he was dead. The bald man, angry at this, reincarnated and said that he would kill this jerk. Durant Keith tried to stop him, who asked him what, did he really want to die? He promises him that he will deal with the blue hit and avenge him. Then someone shouted for them to look, because the corpses, they disappear. Some alchemical patterns appeared on the ground. The people who died here began to decompose into pink particles, and someone began to rise at all. One of the guys was very happy, and he said that this thing, it seems she can improve her combat ability. The other guy said he had just reached step 2. Yang Zai thought that the death of one makes everyone else stronger. So that's what the cultivation of the wisdom stone is. The white snake approached his nephew and told him to stay close to him, because the situation got a little out of control. Each deceased fighter releases energy that strengthens those who are still alive. This means that the skills of the experts of the first and second stages have greatly increased. At the third stage, the gain is less effective, which means that if they let these people become stronger, then the explosion between them will shrink and shrink, and then it will be unclear who will have the advantage. Meanwhile, the master was watching them. He overheard their conversation and giggled, said that now they have no reason to stand aside and not interfere, right? They have to fight and kill each other, the more deaths, the better. The white snake killed one of the people present. Seeing this, many people were so scared that they decided to run away from here. The white snake turned to his nephew and told him to follow his uncle and he would guarantee that he would be completely safe. Durant Keith told his uncle that he probably had his reasons for doing so, but he wants to remind him that he never killed him. He just hopes his uncle can take down this jerk. The white snake said that he did not expect such devotion from him. It seems that Kate's family has an heir. What did you call out to them? That killer who killed another person. He asked them what? Do they really have sawdust instead of brains? They shouldn't immediately kill all the people of the second stage. This will allow them to close the gap. Otherwise, if he attacked them, they wouldn't have a chance for mercy. After that, he began to collect the particles of dead people. People who were still alive fled from here out of fear. One man shouted that they should run as soon as possible, because they wanted to kill them and eat them. But then a wall appeared in front of them, through which they could not pass. People began to beat her with their fists, asking to be rescued. They asked to be released from here. Then the queen of the plucked lotus appeared. She grinned and asked them where they were going to run to. Mr. Yam Mad followed her. The queen of the plucked lotus of lies was going to kill them, but a white snake stood up to protect these people. He told them that he knew they would commit such a baseness as mass murder, and turning to the people, he told them that they should not be afraid, because he is here, and he will not allow them to exterminate innocent residents. Yancy said that if he had been in their place, he would have acted much more ruthlessly. Meanwhile, the master was still watching them. He grinned and called them a bunch of idiots. He said that they all continue to kill each other, but it only makes him feel better. The dead people began to decompose again, and Yancy began to absorb these pink particles. He turned to the white snake and said that their plan was this: soon they would reach the third stage, and then they would fight. But White Change began to wait and using his power, told them to explode. The fog rose. The queen of the plucked lotus was badly injured, and Yancy lost his left arm. He said that was there really something wrong with his head? What the hell is he doing? White Snake said that in general he has his own plans. He himself was badly injured now and lost his right arm. Then the killer suddenly attacked him. The White Snake was able to react in time and plunged his sword into him, but the killers also managed to injure him. The killer laughed and asked him if he had really forgotten, or what. After all, he has infinite regeneration. White Snakes asked that yes, really. Then the killer turned his attention to his wounds and realized that they were not healing. He said it just couldn't be. His wounds are not healing. The white serpent told him that, apparently, the stone of wisdom preferred him. Then his right arm was restored. The killer was terrified and said no, because the stone of wisdom chose him. Then the white snake pushed him away. And turning to everyone else, he said that even though their powers are equal, but now he is immortal, so they are not his rivals. Yancy commanded that the young master of the Kate family should be captured. Swordsman White Snake is on good terms with their head, so you need to take Durant Keith hostage. Then Durant Keith appeared and grinned, said that down with this circus. They have to watch carefully. After that, he turned into a fire dragon. Yancy was sweating with fear and said that he also had the ability of 3 steps. Durant grabbed one of the people with his mouth and crushed him. After that, he began to push the rest of the people, crushing them with his paws or waving his tail. He told everyone that they should become at least the 3rd step, but he is from a noble family, and can some pathetic 2 steps really grab him? Pink particles appeared again. Durant turned to his uncle White Snake and told him that if they worked, they reported, they would easily overcome these 5 freaks. Uncle and the White Snake began to doubt and thought that he had managed to kill 3 people of the 3rd stage at one time. He has enough power without it. Maybe he doesn't know that the 3rd stage, having lost its combat capability, gives him the greatest advantage. Does this guy really want to kill more people in order to increase his power? That master was watching them. The White Snake, laughing, told his nephew that it was okay. They will unite and crush them. The master thought that, and Yancy is useful. One of his attacks, and there are no 3 users of the 3rd stage. Here Yancy used a surprise attack. He tied up the queen of the plucked lotus. The queen of the plucked lotus couldn't move anymore and told him that he had secretly attacked her. What does he need? He began to pull her tighter, thereby strangling her to death. After that, he tied up the rest of his team members. The white serpent told Mr. Yancy that he had run away with her with him. Then turning to his nephew, he suggested that he first take Yancy under his control together. Durant Keith agreed with his uncle. Yancy thought that Yancy is still a cunning jerk. If he continues to strengthen, it's not even clear who will be able to win in the end. At the moment, the new continent has lost 90% of its troops, but at the same time it has gained 3 users of the 3rd stage. Yancy told the white snake that only they and this monster were left, and asked them that they are 3 by 3. Why don't they join forces against those 3 beasts? Yancy thought that this gentleman was very treacherous and shameless. He does not think that he will rely on luck alone in the matter of his survival. White Snakes told his nephew not to listen to him, but rather to attack. Meanwhile, Yancy rushed to attack the huge whale and told them that they were slow-witted. He didn't have time for this. The whale also attacked him. The white serpent said that this is the 4th step. An opponent of the 4th stage appeared. Yancy was shocked. Then the master of the light eclipse appeared. Yancy said that this is a stage 4 user from the Alfonso family. This is the master of the light eclipse. He and the white snake greeted him. The master of the light eclipse said that the daemon did not lie to him. He really found the stone of wisdom here. After that, the man laughed and said that he would finally be able to revive her, his beloved daughter. The daemon may not be satisfied with that plan, but he will do everything to resurrect his dear daughter, even if the whole world loses hope because of it. The master asked that why, like a daemon, does he make people hate him with his smell? Yes, his body has absolutely identical energy that can remove the seals of a daemon. The master of the light eclipse laughed and said that even God is his companion if he uses his full potential, Then perhaps he will be able to free himself. Then he went through the fence. Yancy thought, so that's what the power of the 4th stage is. He easily passed through the barrier that no one could cross. After that, he told all the survivors that they should listen to him. He would give them all triple healing, and they should attack the master of the light eclipse of the 4th stage. Otherwise, he will take all the accumulated power for himself. Yancy thought that he still had an ace up his sleeve, but he wanted to feel the full power of the 4th step, and she told her uncle the white snake that he would fight on his side. Yancy said that it would also not hurt for him to experience the power of the 4th stage. The master of the light eclipse said that it was interesting. Then he would play with them, but first he would do a little warm-up. They are fully aware of their level, but they still go against it, right? Apparently, they don't know the difference between the 3rd and 4th step at all. He only needs one finger to repel all their resistance. He was attacked by a white snake. The light eclipse master snapped his fingers, and a small bubble was directed at this white snake, which the snake swallowed. After that, the master of the light eclipse said that he would destroy it, and the white serpent began to disintegrate into particles. Uncle White Snake said no, it couldn't be. His arm was missing again, but with the help of pink particles, she recovered again. After that, the master of the light eclipse attacked Yancy. He divided his powers of this man in half. Yancy shouted and called the master of the light eclipse. He said that it was not necessary to fight against a master of the 4th stage in a team with these dumbasses. Meanwhile, this light ball was chasing Yancy. Yancy thought, is his balloon really so scary after that? This ball of light touched up to his tail, and his tail began to collapse. The master, observing all this, said that even after his complete cleansing, he could easily wipe them off the face of the earth. It seems that only the truth of the 4th stage fighter can defeat the master of the light eclipse, stop the complete extermination, and weaken the seal. Uncle White Snake had snake scales on his face. He shouted out that he didn't believe he was stronger than him. He confidently tried to block his attack. The master of the light eclipse said it was entertaining, but he will never succeed. The master asked that he should reach a new stage very soon, didn't he? Uncle White Snake didn't move in the air. He exhaled and said that again. What a strange but pleasant feeling. He became even stronger, and he called many of his white snakes. The master also supported him, said that he should use more strength and break through this seal. The light eclipse master cursed and said that he had almost raised his level. Durant Keith transformed back and thought that swordsman White Snake had reached a new stage. This unstable wave makes him feel vulnerable in the skill of stealing abilities. Then can it split up, or melt, or will it turn into energy? The master of the light eclipse said that once he received the wisdom stone, he would be able to resurrect his daughter. They should forgive him. If they want to throw accusations like that, then they should blame their luck. The master said that you need to give a little more. The seal has already weakened, it remains just a little bit. Then he was surprised and asked if the master of the cellular eclipse was using a hidden attack. Giggling, he said he wouldn't let him do it. After that, the master of the light eclipse pointed his blade at the white snake, but the master made it so that the pink barrier began to rise. He laughed and said that thanks to his barrier, these arrows became weaker. The last layer was enough to stop them. The master of the light eclipse said that a stone is a stone. He's too naive. After that, his arrows broke the pink barrier. Several of his arrows pierced the body of the white snake. The white snake said that it hurt. It's very painful. He's almost there. How does it hurt? He raised his hand up and said he could see him. He sees. Then there was an explosion. Now the white snake has become a user of level 4 abilities. The master of the light eclipse said that, apparently, his attacks were a little late, allowing him to successfully reach a new stage. The white snake said that yes, without his pressure and ridicule, he would never have been able to do this. And he asked that how should he pay now? Maybe cause 2 times more than he experienced himself. But first he has to do something else. Then he turned his attention to Yancy and thought that this bastard wanted to attack him. But his snake swallowed him up. The white serpent told his nephew to look carefully, because after he overcame the master of the light eclipse, he would share the wisdom stone with him. The master of the light eclipse told him to take his time. They both feel it. 2 more will be coming here soon, very soon. The white snake began to look around and thought that he felt the approach of 2 strong energy fields. 2 men showed up here. One was called Dark Blue Gentleman, and 2 it was number 3 called the Wind God, whose name was Ouyang Guanghai. Ouyang Guanghai said that there is a stone of wisdom there. With his help, he will be able to become a noble. But he was interrupted by the master of the garden eclipse and said that he was afraid that these 2 had also come for the stone. But since Alfonso's family had a lot of money, how about a deal? They give him the wisdom stone, and he will give them to them. The dark blue gentleman looked at him and asked what must be. He's just joking, isn't he? Alfonso's family are rich aristocrats on the Osid plane, but they also want to take the treasures of the planet. The Master of the Light Eclipse said that they did not need the opinion of a dirty, dark blue bug regarding their affairs. Ouyang Wanghai got into their argument, who asked what were they talking about here. The Wisdom Stone should belong to them. The Master, looking at them and watching their argument, thought that these four were all talking and talking. It would be better if they just fought. After that, he told Mr. Ouyang Wanghai to just think about how much damage that guy from the Osid plane had done. He should deal with him as soon as possible. Ouyang Wanghai thought that then he would use his pure wind to eliminate this threat, after which he rushed to attack the white snake. But the upper part of the white snake crumbled into tiny pieces. Meanwhile, grinning at the Master of the Light Eclipse, he applied his skill called the Shield of Righteous Light. Meanwhile, the white serpent had already recovered and said that these two forces had absorbed each other. He called the Master of the Light Eclipse his brother and asked that why don't they forget past grievances. He can do him a favor. But then a dark blue gentleman appeared behind him, who pierced him with his weapon. Uncle White Snake dropped dead. Duran Keith was confused and exclaimed that his uncle told him to run away from here. Yang Zai thought that okay, he had been trying his uncle for half a day now. He would kill the dark blue gentleman in the future in order to avenge him. The blue vibration started, and the Stone of Wisdom laughed out loud. The Stone of Wisdom began to glow brightly and laugh loudly. Yangshi was surprised and thought it was a demonic letter. The Stone of Wisdom jumped out of the box, laughing, said that he was finally free. All three men rushed after this Stone of Wisdom. The Master of the Light Eclipse said that it belongs to him. Dark blue. The gentleman said that whoever takes the stone will get it. Ouyang Wanghai said that he belongs to the planet Azura. They shouldn't force him. Then someone called out to them and giggled and said that, in fact, the Stone of Wisdom belongs to the Organization of Judges. It was a pig from the organization, and he ordered the Stone of Wisdom to quickly go to him. The Stone of Wisdom began to approach him slowly and told the daemon that he had tricked him again. After that, the pig from the judge's organization tied up the stone and took it for himself. He was surrounded. The Master of the Light Eclipse asked him who he was. He should show wisdom and calmly give him this stone. The dark blue gentleman asked that he was one of the zodiac signs of the judge's organization, wasn't he? Ouyang Wanghai said that he is with the judge's organization in a business relationship. If he promises to share this stone with him, then he will help him escape. And I asked him if he agreed. Pig apologized to him, calling him a wind god, but said he was afraid he would have to back out of the deal. This Stone of Wisdom is very necessary for his organization. Ouyang Wanghai asked that what do they want to use it for. The pig asked him what he remembered about what happened to the dragon. Right. They need the Stone of Wisdom in order to revive it. Mr. Ouyang Wanghai asked if this cursed Stone of Wisdom could resurrect people. The dark blue gentleman said that it could be used in many places, and initially this magical artifact of the plane could bring a person back to life. Their conversation was interrupted by the Master of the Light Eclipse and said that enough was enough. It is better that they give this Stone of Wisdom to him, otherwise he will destroy their entire organization. The dark blue gentleman told him that they were a dark blue race, and they will help Alfonso's family. Since the organization of judges is their sworn enemies, then he does not mind killing one of the zodiac signs at all. Ouyang Wanghai told him that the artifact belongs to all of humanity. And I asked him, how can he behave like this? Do they really want to steal it? The pig told this gentleman that he appreciated his offer very much, but 2 miserable 4 steps won't do anything to him. Mr. Ouyang Wanghai was confused and asked, what are 2 measly 4 steps? If he is so confident in himself, then he will just look. The 2 of them can do whatever they want. The Master of the Light Eclipse and the dark blue gentleman silently exchanged glances. The pig broke their silence and said that if they were not going to attack him, then he would probably go. But that Light Eclipse Master attacked him. But the pig turned out to be unharmed, and he told the Master of the Light Eclipse that he had demonstrated quite good strength. It's a pity that she was harmless to him. After that, he used his skill called teleportation. At parting, he said that the organization of judges was waiting for them to visit. Then he disappeared. Mr. Ouyang Wanghai asked that this guy, didn't he die? The dark blue gentleman asked if they were really that strong. But he's just a sign of the zodiac of a pig. The real Yang Zai was now behind them in Durant Keith's body. He could barely restrain himself and thought that if only he wouldn't laugh now. The pig has moved to the commander's mission number 5. Falling to the floor, he said that the wisdom stone remained in a virtual cube. Yang Zai thought that after so many trials, after many deaths of the ability holders, he finally received the wisdom stone. But now he will be able to use it to the fullest. After the pig left, Mr. Ouyang Wanghai said that since the Stone of Wisdom was now in the hands of the judges' organization, he would probably go. Then he flew away. The Master of the Light Eclipse stood in a stupor and thought that this stone of wisdom was his only hope for the resurrection of his daughter. And he won't give up so easily. The dark blue gentleman told him that if he wanted to go to the territory of the four seas and find an organization of judges, then he could help him with this. The Master of the Light Eclipse told him that he hates dark blue insects even more than this organization of judges. After that, he began to gradually disappear. The dark blue gentleman shook his head and said how rash. He whirled around and saw Durant Keith. Yancy tensed up and thought, what if suddenly this scumbag can predict the future? But the dark blue gentleman told him to remove the corpse of his relative. They should bury him with dignity as a user of the fourth step. Of the countless people, only a few can comprehend the true deep meaning, and the accidental receipt of the fourth step is just the tip of the iceberg, nothing more. After which he also left. Meanwhile, in the castle of the mysterious turtle, Yancy communicated with the master. He called him an old man and said that it was enough to pretend to be dead. He has to answer his question. But the master did not move in this stone of wisdom. Yancy grinned and asked him if he was still pretending. Then the stone of wisdom, frightened, said that let him stop. He gives up. He must untie him, or he will strangle him to death. He got out of the stone and said that he collected this energy mainly for the regeneration of their bodies, and only a small part became a source of energy. Yancy asked, what is the energy source? What is it for? The master told him to give him access to oxygen first, and then he would tell him everything. When Yancy untied him, the master said that he had turned into a magic stone because he had imbued himself with all kinds of energy and turned them into internal sources. To put it more simply, the energy source allows you to fulfill desires to some extent. After that, he moved closer to Young 11 and secretly told him that the boy named Damon, using 1/3 of his resource, received incredible magical power. He can give him 1/3 of his energy in order to fulfill his will, and in return he will let him go. And I asked him if he agreed. Yancy said that okay, then let him fulfill his little wish first. The master laughed and told him to speak at least strengthening magic. Although an increase in the speed of learning, it will help him completely. Yancy Stern told him that he wanted to become the strongest on the plane. The master was silent, not knowing what to say to him. Then Yancy said that he or let him then change the Ossid so that no one could get to the Azure plane. From this, the master was petrified at all. Then Young 11 began to list the options. He asked, what can world peace do then? Or let him be the strongest in the Azure plane. Then, a few hours later, Yancy said that okay, he just wanted to make fun of him a little. And now he's going to be serious. He must give Yancy what he says, otherwise he will grind him into powder and brew tea from it, after which he will drink. After some time, Fei Fei came to her brother. Yancy told the master to turn his little sister back into a normal person. The master winked at him and said that it was fine. Fei Fei looked a little scared. Yancy told his younger sister not to worry, because she would be back to normal very soon. And he thought that this time he definitely needs to make sure that nothing bad happens. Yancy escorted his sister to her room and, left alone with the master, told him that now that they were alone together, they could finally sort everything out. Then an angry master came out of the stone and called Yancy a little brat. He told him that he had sucked all the power out of his relatives. Let him prepare for death now. Yancy told the old man that if he didn't want to disappear, then his consciousness had to be transferred. As long as Yancy is alive, he himself will be alive. After that, he touched his index finger to his forehead and the liberation of consciousness began. The wisdom stone was broken. Now the legendary wisdom stone has been destroyed. Yancy told the master that well, he brought his consciousness into this world. Now he can live a free life. The master looked around and asked what, but how. Yancy told him that he could choose any union. He will find a way to give him a normal body. The master asked him in a trembling voice that is it really true. Yancy told him sternly that he was talking to him now as the head of the organization. There was no need for him to joke. The master was shocked and said that the leader of the organization. Now Yancy is becoming more majestic in his eyes. He thought that with his cunning, guile and a lot of tricks, he was definitely going to be a great success. Therefore, perhaps he will follow him. And he said, Yancy, that from now on there is no more wisdom stone in the world. And he chooses the black turtle. Yancy said it was time for the turtle to return to its place. The master, laughing, said that he would be the first. After that, reincarnated as a black turtle, he flew away on business. Yancy exhaled and said that he would finally be able to get down to business. He went to the white snake, whose corpse was still in that place. He asked the white snake if he didn't mind if he ate, if he used his body for scientific research. Is it for the good of all mankind? He may be able to help a lot. He is confident that his selfless spirit will agree with him. If he has no objections, then he will assume that he agrees. After that, he applied his skill called cleaning. He asked if it was really a level 4 power vessel. No, apparently it's something else. Yancy was shocked and asked that he had the power of a white snake in him, didn't he? Is she capable of weakening other skills? It somehow reminds him of a genetic chain. He decided to try to absorb it. All the knowledge that is stored in it will pass to him now. To absorb this chain means to force yourself to accept an experience that goes beyond human knowledge. After absorbing this sphere, Yancy said that it would not be so easy to absorb the power of level 4, and he asked that why wouldn't he split it up and see what would happen. The chain began to disintegrate. Yancy said that this chain is not amenable to dark energy. She split, even though she should have split into parts, so he decided to absorb her fragments. He has a feeling that he has become closer to understanding the world. Just incredible. He grabbed the void cube and said that the last time he used copying was in front of the light eater. Therefore, to begin with, it was necessary to bring the copy up to level 4. Now that Yancy has understood what the power of emptiness is, he can try to transform the realm of emptiness itself, right? Yancy decided to see what this world is capable of. He entered another world and said that there was a completely different space here. He feels an unknown force that is trying to tear him apart, greedily absorbing his vital energy. It turns out that because of this, all living things cannot exist here, right? He continued to fly through the unknown world and said that, fortunately, the rights of the Kingdom of Emptiness protects him. Otherwise he would have been dead long ago. It's too empty here, as if something is missing. He brought all the necessary tools into this world, and after a while, he said that he was finally done. He created for himself here a small island with a castle. When he entered this island, he had fun on the grass and said that this was the safest place in the world. What a pity that only he can use the right of the Kingdom of Emptiness. Ordinary people can't even breathe in this space. He's so lonely now. But wait, what if you put a strong ability user here? Then it will be possible to achieve the highest skill. He decided to find someone to test his guess. Meanwhile, on a random island of mixed seas, the warrior Wang Pei Ning was fighting a rank creature called the North Sea Toad. The toad tried to attack the warrior. But why? Then Ning put up her shield in time. The girl was already sweaty and very tired. Exhaling, she said that this creature is so stubborn. If everything continues like this, then her energy will be completely depleted. She needed to get it over with as soon as possible. But the toad wasn't going to give up either. She wrapped her tongue around the girl's waist. Then she began to unwind the girl. Wang Pei Ning was completely exhausted and asked if she was really going to die. She thought that this was probably destined to happen, but she wondered who would get this mask. A portal of emptiness was formed here. Where did the pig come from? From the organization of judges. He told the girl that she had tried very hard, so let her leave the rest to him. Wei Peng Ning was very happy to see him. The pig snapped his fingers, and the toad's tongue broke off. The girl began to fall into the water. She shouted to the gentleman to save her. The pig managed to catch the girl in time. Wei Peng Ning, embarrassed, thanked him. The pig lowered her to the island. The girl, all flushed, said to the gentleman. But the pig interrupted her and said that okay, she should have a mask on her diet before anyone saw them and get out of here as soon as possible. And I asked her that she didn't want all the inhabitants of the territory of the Four Seas to know her real identity. Did she? Wei Peng Ning said yes, she would leave right away. After that, the girl took off and told the gentleman that they would meet him again. The pig was left alone with this toad. Being in the air and observing the behavior of this creature, he thought that compared to monsters of the same rank on the defensive front, there was something wrong with this toad. She is even more aggressive and seems to want to tear him to pieces, as if someone is controlling her. The toad attacked him again with its power. The pig smiled and, describing a circle, used his skill called the Portal of Emptiness, where this toad's power got to. After that, this black portal suddenly appeared behind the toad's back and its power hit her. Pig said yes, these are his usual uses, and now he wants to try the latest type. The toad jumped high. Yancy apparently did not expect this and said that it was not his race. But still I got into this portal of emptiness. Once inside this portal, she tried to resist. Yancy was sitting on a chaise longue with a cocktail, watching her in a relaxed manner. After some time, this toad died. Yancy looked at her watch and said 3 minutes. The Void Realm takes 3 minutes to kill a rank monster. It's so boring here alone. Maybe then he should try to change the palace so that at least there was oxygen in it, and he could invite guests here. Then he remembered something, said that he seemed to have forgotten. He forgot something very important. He agrees to the black turtle. It's time to help him find a physical body. Yancy headed towards Yufan again. Yufan went out to his teacher and bowed to him in greeting. Yancy asked him if he was already used to a new life on the territory of the Four Seas. Yufan said that a little. he and Wang Ju plan to settle here. Yancy said that yes, he knows in general terms about what is between them, and asked him where is his girlfriend? Will he give it away for a while? Yu Fan looked at him questioningly and was sweating all over. Yancy got nervous and said he wasn't in that sense. He just needs to extract the ability gene from her body. He shouldn't worry so much, it absolutely won't hurt her. Yu Fan said that okay, now he will call her here. The girl came to the roof and asked Yu Fan that he was looking for her. Noticing a man she didn't know on the roof, she asked what and who is this? Yancy greeted her and said that he was Yu Fan's teacher, and he is very pleased to meet Wang Ju. Wang Ju asked, what is the teacher? Is this really the head of the organization of judges in which he is a member? Yu Fan apologized to her and said that he could not divulge such information. But Yancy told him that it was fine, he could tell her, and I asked them if they could talk in a quieter place. Passing by the girl, he said that as Yu Fan's girlfriend, she had the right to know some of his secrets. Wang Ju asked, what are the secrets of Izai? The three of them moved into the realm of the void with a low survival threshold. Wang Ju asked, so what's Yu Fan's secret? Yu Sfagnum felt embarrassed. He apologized to Wang Ju and said that he had been hiding something from her. Wang Qianchella shouted that this could not just be her Yu Fan. How is it? She doesn't even know. She looked at Yancy Yu Fan who were standing nearby, and I thought they looked very similar. Yu Fan thought that he really hoped that Wang Ju wouldn't misunderstand them. Then someone appeared behind her and said that welcome to the kingdom of emptiness. It was Yu Jai. Wang Ju was surprised and asked, what is he, Mr. Yu Jai? Yu Jai said that Yu Fan's secret is that he is in the organization of judges. Wang Ju looked at Yu Fan and asked, what does it mean that he is one of the judges' organization? Yu Fan apologized profusely to Wang Ju and said that he didn't want to hide it from her. But unexpectedly for him, his girlfriend was very happy. Her eyes even lit up, and she said how great it was. I should have told her earlier, she's a fan of the judges' organization. Yu Jai said, Wang Ju, that he called her here because he had a request for her. Wang Ju asked what kind of request. Yu Jai said that her abilities are very unique and the judges' organization wants to get their gene for research. Of course, it won't be free, of course. They will provide her with a vial of the elixir of abilities. He will allow her to rise to S rank. Wang Ju shook her head negatively. Mr. Eucesius asked, is that really not enough? Yancy thought that if a fan's girlfriend is so greedy, then he might have some problems. I wonder what conditions she will put up. Wang Ju turned to Mr. Yu Jai and told him that she did not need the elixir of ability. She only wanted to join the organization of judges and perform missions together with Yi Fan. She took his hand, and together they began to look at Mr. Yu Jai and smile. Mr. Yu Jai did not expect this, and it was not part of his plans. After some time, Yancy returned to this place again. He said that he finally got rid of this sweet couple, and now it's time for him to study the ability that he recently received. Tizu's skill is transformation. As long as the owner understands the structure of the object, he can transform it. He concentrated, and he had several items. One magazine appeared. Yancy, who was confused, said that this was not the case. He began to concentrate again, and he began to have a silhouette of a weapon. Yancy said that the more complex the item, the higher its power. Therefore, it will not be easy for him. But if so, then he will try to raise it to 3 steps first. After a while, he said that he was trying to create this thing again. In some ways it resembles a 3D printer. Accuracy depends entirely on the quantity and quality of dark energy. All this began to merge together. Then the master appeared. Yancy said that yes, it's quite good, it's just right for a black turtle. He touched his forehead and a crystal appeared there. Yancy said that the next step would be to strengthen the spiritual appearance and allow the black turtle to quietly penetrate human flesh through spiritual contact. Now he just has to wait until he tries out his new body. Yancy arrived at the heavenly palace. There was a black turtle waiting for him. The black turtle asked him if he could try it out. Yancy told him that, of course. Then the black turtle took action. Then the man opened his eyes, and also joyful, got up and began to hug Yancy. He told him that he finally had his own body, and he asked me to give him a hug. Yancy tried to push him away and told him not to come over, and let him get dressed already. After some time, the master was fully dressed. Yancy asked him how did he like his new body. The man asked why he was crying, or why does his nose hurt. Yancy told him that he had endowed him with a water-type ability, and partly with the legacy of the fire dragon. It is much stronger and should suit his character. The master said that after such an incredible rebirth, he could call him his father. Yancy told him that it was too early to rejoice. The organization of judges had another assignment for him. The master immediately became more serious and told him that then let him tell him. Yancy said that he knows something about the people from the Osid plane. They are not united, and he wants to understand their difference from the inside. The judges' organization is going to use this opportunity to invest in the development of 72 Earth dragons. He should go to the territory of the Mixed Seas as a Star Diku, and then start promoting the Diku project. Starry Diku creates waves in a mixed sea. She is still one of the 3 most influential figures whose influence is enough for the outside world to become even more confused about the division of the ruling forces. Meanwhile, the master was looking at a magazine called Cosmopolitan Fashion Magazine. He asked Yancy that he wanted him to go to the Mixed Seas territory, didn't he? Yancy looked surprised and asked him what's wrong. But the master was obviously very happy and said that everything was so he swears that he will complete his task. He had heard that the local girls were very hot. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Free Union, there was a master light eclipse raging right now. He had already interrupted a lot of people and now, lifting one of the men by the throat, called them arrogant freaks and told them that they should die. After that, he dumped this man into a pile of corpses. Monsters came running to these people. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the military headquarters, Ouyang Guanghai was watching this whole situation, and he said he never would have thought it would be that jerk. The girl who was standing at the back said that the 22nd front line fell when a huge crowd of monsters were haggling in populated areas. Many are dead or injured. Mr. Ouyang Guanghai said that he is a user of the ability of the 4th stage. An ordinary hero cannot cope with him. But, fortunately, he knows in general terms where he is going now. The girl asked him what the front line was, wasn't it his goal? Mr. Ouyang Guanghai said that he is aiming at the 5 defensive front and the organization of judges. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Palace, Phoenix said, Yancy, that according to the rebirth clause, if a member is on the verge of death, then he can request help, which will cost 100,000 points. Yancy was now lying on a chaise longue and told her that yes, it's not bad. And I asked, what are there cheaper options? Phoenix said that a member can send his spiritual body directly to the Heavenly Palace. It will cost 90,000 points. However, if they want to be reborn as the Black Turtle did, then their spiritual power must reach at least 2 steps. Yancy said it was nothing to worry about, the lower level members wouldn't need it anyway. And addressing them directly, he said that they should be obedient little spirits and behave nicely, and do housework. The 3 little spirits were now doing their best and putting the Heavenly Palace in order. After that, Yancy told Phoenix that it was therefore possible to let them slowly accumulate points. Maybe he will be able to find a way to strengthen their spiritual body in the future. Phoenix coughed to let Yancy know that she was still healthy, and asked him if there would be any more amendments to the rebirth clause. Yancy resolutely got up from the chaise longue and sternly told Phoenix that the most important thing was the resurrection of the dragon. Yancy was flying to Banana Island. He thought that in order to resurrect the dragon, he needed to spread new information. Such things are best left in the Cayenne family, as they are the best to handle it. He arrived at Banana Island in the training center of the team of magicians hunters. People were all sitting there and meditating. Yancy watched them from the sky. But most of all, he paid attention to Yang Chuyu and Cayenne Wai Chen. Yancy thought it was good, those two had done well. In such a short time, they managed to surpass those who used the ability spheres. Apparently, talent plays a major role. After that, he went to the head of the Cayenne family. He stood up from behind and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The head of the Cayenne family turned around and said, Mr. Yancy, come quickly. They entered the house and started drinking tea again. The head of the Cayenne family asked Yancy that he came here for something specific, didn't he? Yancy said that this time he came because he needed his help. The head of the Cayenne family smiled at him and said that without any problems, he should only say how he could be useful to the organization of judges. Yancy said that the judges' organization is going to resurrect one of the zodiac signs, a dragon. The head of the Cayenne family even choked on his tea in surprise. He asked what? Resurrect the dragon? Mr. Yancy must be just joking. How can one resurrect someone who has been dead for a long time? Yancy said that over the past few days, this task has been key for the organization of judges, because he was elected heir. The head of the Cayenne family still couldn't believe it and asked if it was really true. Is it really possible to bring people back to life? Yancy said yes, he understood his thoughts. However, the resurrection of the dragon will cost the depletion of the only treasure on the whole planet. The head of the Cayenne family calmed down a bit and said that he had shown excessive greed. Of course, only those who are really lucky can return. And he told Mr. Yancy not to worry. He would certainly tell everything about it. Yancy thanked him. At the moment, the most frequent search was the resurrection of the dragon, and the combat power of the judges' organization was also often Googled. There were such requests as a 17-year-old superhero returns. Such questions were asked, how to enter the organization of judges. But still, the most striking thing was the resurrection of the dragon. Reading this, people wondered, what, is this a real resurrection? Another man asked if they had heard that the judges' organization wanted to bring back the dragon. Another man was surprised and said that yes, he had heard it, but he could not believe it. Meanwhile, the master of the light eclipse was resting. The girl brought him coffee with milk and wished him a pleasant appetite. The master of light eclipse said that, and it tastes great. Then they heard screams. The man ran and shouted that the monster has come, they have to run away. It was a watermelon warrior. He was with 2 swords and, laughing, told people that he would chop them all up. The girl who brought the master of the light eclipse coffee thought that she had just taken the elixir of transformation, and with this tale she would not run far. And I told the master to leave faster. But the master of the light eclipse was very calm and remained in place. The girl fell to the ground, took out her phone, and began to write her suicide letter. She said that a monster had invaded Cloud Island. No one will save her. If after 5 days the organization of judges manages to resurrect the dragon, then it begs to bring her back to life. The watermelon warrior was already advancing, but he was blocked by the master of light shading, who asked the girl what she had just said to the organization of judges. The girl told him that he could read it himself in the tutor. It's a parody of Twitter. The master of the light eclipse also said that he was annoying. The girl was surprised by something and asked what really. With just one blow, the master of the light eclipse made this watermelon warrior begin to melt. He turned to the girl and said that now they will return to where they left off. One day before the press conference, Yancy was lying on a chaise longue and relaxing. Then he suddenly woke up and thought that why did he feel the approach of 2 footsteps? It was Guang and another one with stronger energy. Yancy himself changed into He created a clone pig and a moon raven, and went to meet the uninvited guests. He greeted them. Guan he arrived, along with a man named Babel. Guan he told Yujai that they had the courage to come and watch the ceremony, and he really hopes that he will not be offended by this. Yujai turned to Mr. Windlord and said that they were very happy to welcome the most elite heroes of the rating here. Yufan watched them from the ground and said that this was the scene. Mr. Babel, the Lord of the Wind and the top of the organization of judges. I wonder what they're talking about there. Wang Ju told him that they were most likely discussing the latest developments. The Dragon Lord was standing behind them and calling Yujai thought that how dare he talk to Mr. Babel, and the Wind Lord is his fighting power. Then a fiery fist appeared next to him and, interrupting his reasoning, said that the organization of judges knows how to inspire fear. But in Luhansk they still behave like weaklings. The dragon was much better. He sacrificed himself to save their city. And tomorrow the organization of judges is going to resurrect him. It sounds incredible, but she hopes that they will succeed. Yujai told the Wind Lord that the resurrection ceremony was still 1 day away. Why did they come today? Mr. Wind Lord said he wanted to tell him something. The pig is probably familiar with the master of the light eclipse of the 4th stage. Yujai asked what from where. Lord Windlord said that he had already invaded the territories of the 4 seas once in order to get the wisdom stone, and now they had a chance to kill him. Mr. Babel said that he could help them, but with one condition: he wants to resurrect someone, which is why he will need the stone for a while. Yancy thought, did he really come here to create problems? Does this Babel even have a brain in place? Didn't they discuss anything in advance at all? Therefore, he told Mr. Babel that they simply needed the wisdom stone, so they could not agree. Mr. Babel did not object, just left them and finally said that he hoped they would not regret it. At night, there is a dark blue camp on Moonlight Island. The dark blue gentleman said that the plan, which was developed by the camp leadership, is designed to make the dark blue race even stronger. All this time, they have been stimulating their spiritual power in order to increase their power point by point. Today they will all be tested. They will have to fight with others for their body. If they fall, their soul will be absorbed and they will make an addition from it. But if they manage to win, they will become completely new representatives of the dark blue race with great potential. He pointed at some strange creatures that were flying and told Chris, Ouyang, Kanlu and Ross to pick anyone. After which, these 3 creatures rushed forward. They moved into 3 people. Now Chris has occupied the body of one of the guys, said that his fighting power is a needle of the 3-stage limit. The other guy said that he is now Ouyang Kanglu and his strength has also grown. The guy said he was Bruno. Ouyang Kanglu asked if Ross was really lost. The dark blue gentleman told them that he was giving them exactly 1 day to get used to the body, and tomorrow they will go to the 5th Defensive Front in order to meet with the Organization of Judges. The Master of the Light Eclipse was rushing somewhere and holding that girl in his arms. She was rummaging through her phone and then stopped him, saying that they flew a little to the right. A little more, and they will arrive at the press conference of the organization as a judge. The resurrection scene. Such a solemn event was opened by Kyan Dodo. She first attracted attention and said that since the plan of the heavenly spirits had gained great popularity, the organization of judges decided to launch another program called the Plan of the Earthly Devils. And today 5 masks of earthly devils will find their owners. B ranks, A ranks of 4 C's and ordinal numbers. Each of them can get a mask by defeating all the representatives of their group. And for complimenting, strong, no need to fight anyone, it's enough to win in the prize draw. She took out 1 ticket and said that so, and their first lucky owner of the mask is number 4396. It was a girl named Euphemia. She said it was her number. The girl started crying with happiness and, turning to her brother, Jiang said that she had received it. Kyan Dodo said that the next battle is in the ranks. You just need to win 3 fights in a row. The mask can also be left to this person automatically if no one else decides to challenge him. Victoria Green volunteered and said she would challenge one. People were shouting. The man was surprised, said it was her, a girl from the Green family. The older man said, as far as he remembers, she got the ability thanks to the elixir. Lu Yongkanglu asked Chris what he thought his little sister would be able to win. Bruno asked that this beautiful creature is Chris' younger sister. A huge big man came out against Victoria Green. Calling her a baby, said that she would lose. Victoria Green told herself that she shouldn't cry. She no longer has any older brothers who could protect her. Therefore, she needs to be strong. Chris Green was watching his sister closely. Meanwhile, the battle of the ranks for the mask was taking place. The girl defeated the man and thanked him for the battle. The Moon Raven came up to her and, holding out the mask, said that she had done a great job. It was Lai Kai Wai, and she thanked the Moon Raven for the mask. Moon Crow said welcome to the judges organization. Lai Kai Wai said she would try her best. Then they shook hands. Lai Yu said that maybe he should support her, but without her finding out. The Lord of the Wind said that yes, the future belongs to the young. He turned around and said that the jerk really came. It was Mr. Babel, who said that if they agreed to give him the wisdom stone, he would help them. Yu, in connection, told the others to save their strength, because he only pressed 4 steps. They will easily cope with it. Then the Master of the Light Eclipse appeared. He landed next to the pig and told him to fight him. The pig turned to Yu Jai and told him that he had called him, he should go. Mr. Lord of the Wind told the pig that let's race. But they came running at the same time. Pig said it seemed they had already dealt with it on the island during the battle for the Wisdom Stone. And she asked him that he had come to the 4 Seas. Isn't he afraid to die here at all? The Master of the Light Eclipse said that he would do everything to resurrect his daughter. The Wind Lord told him that if he wanted to fight, then go ahead. His end will come today. The people who were present here were terrified. The guy said no, the experts would fight, how unlucky they were. Another guy said what kind of energy is this? He already has a headache from just 1 wave. Mr. Babel grinned and said that this is the sword of immortality, it can change endlessly. It's very convenient for them to kill, but now he's using it to save people. After making some movements with their hands, the shadows of the sword scattered in different directions. The Master of the Light Eclipse said that the guy on top was probably an expert too. Mr. Babel formed a shield in order to save people. The Master of the Light Eclipse asked if the 4th stage expert really decided to protect a bunch of bugs. How funny is that? The Wind Lord said that if he joined them, it would be much easier. The pig told him to look at it from a different angle. For that now they can fight without worrying about anything. The Master of the Light Eclipse told them to prepare to die. The Master of the Light Eclipse attacked one, but the pig absorbed his attack, and I told him to look carefully now. This is called using an opponent's technique in order to defeat him. A bunch of craters appeared around the Master of the Light Eclipse, from which his arrows began to fly out. He called a pig. The Wind Lord said he never thought it would end so quickly, but then people started calling for help. A dark blue gentleman arrived, who began to kill ordinary people. He told the Master of the Light Eclipse that he would help him. He has to kill the pig first, and then he will deal with Yu Jai. And turning to the pig, I told him that let him see his lifeline. After scanning it, he shouted that the incision. After that, he darted and cut this line. The Wind Lord shouted to him cautiously. The dark blue gentleman cut the pig into pieces. The people who watched it were surprised. Someone asked if they would really see another zodiac sign fall. Another person was surprised and asked why his body was cut up, but no one cut him. The pig thought, what does this move of his mean? He created a funnel into which he fell. The dark blue gentleman laughed and said that the organization of judges is worthless. The Wind Lords was worried and asked that did he really die. The dark blue gentleman told him that the pig was definitely dead. Now he should think better about himself, or rather about his death. The master of the light eclipse asked the dark blue gentleman that did he really learn the secret technique of the lifeline. Yancy thought, what else is the secret technique of the lifeline? Because of this attack, there is a deep wound in his body. Apparently, his secret technique can determine the end of the victim's life. Then, if you stop his attack or change the direction, will he be able to easily defeat him? The dark blue gentleman turned to Yancy and said that the expert of the 4 levels of judges was already dead. He should give him the wisdom stone already. Otherwise, he will kill all the members of his organization. Yancy asked him if he was threatening him. Then Mr. Babel appeared behind Yancy, who told him that he was not his equal. He should not resist. He should allow him to use the wisdom stone in order to resurrect a person, and he will help him. And I asked him what? Well, Yancy told him that he was able to handle a few pathetic ability holders without anyone's help. He flew closer to the master of the light eclipse and the dark blue gentleman, and he told them that they could start begging him for mercy before he started. Otherwise it would be too late later. The master of the light eclipse asked what to beg for mercy. Was he completely numb with despair after the pig's death? The dark blue gentleman said that he did not think that Yancy from the organization of judges would turn out to be such a stupid idiot who is not even able to accept reality. It would probably be too boring to kill him now. The master of the light eclipse told him that they didn't hold grudges. He should just give the wisdom stone and they would spare him. Yancy didn't move. He took out the wisdom stone and said that this was what they needed. If they have the guts, then let them come and take it away. Mr. Babel thought, is this really the stone that is able to resurrect people? Is it really possible to return Amin with his help? Yancy thought that perfectly everyone mistook the fake stone for the real one. The master of the light dawn immediately rushed to take away this stone and told Yancy to give it to him. Yancy used an ability called metal making. The master of the light eclipse asked him if he really wanted to stop him with a level 3 skill. Doesn't he know that everyone below the 4th step is pathetic bugs? The dark blue gentleman laughed and asked, is that all? He behaved so arrogantly and pretended to be cool, and she actually used a 3-step skill. Yancy thought that well, he should feel the power of the secret technique of creating metal with 1% control, followed by the following, his strong attack. The light eclipse master stopped in confusion and asked what? The dark blue gentleman also stopped laughing and called Yancy a bastard, saying that he pretended to be weak in order to weaken their vigilance. The master of the light eclipse tried to stop his attack and said that Yancy was a fucking monster. A pig showed up here. Yancy said that when the dragon returns, he will not escape anywhere. Seeing the pig, the dark blue gentleman was horrified and said that this simply could not be. He thought he had cut his only lifeline. At this moment, when everyone was distracted by the resurrected pig, Yancy took out a real wisdom stone and told the dragon to resurrect. The stone began to crack. The master of the light eclipse did not lose hope and rushed into battle, saying that this stone was his, the stone of wisdom belonged to him. But then he stopped abruptly and found a portal of emptiness. A dark blue gentleman jumped on top of Yancy and told him to die, but Yancy easily neutralized him as well. Meanwhile, the dragon was resurrected. A black silhouette has already appeared. The master of the light eclipse let out a tear and said that he was late. And releasing his power, he told them to die, all of them, calling them scum. He will destroy everything he sees. The Lord of the Wind said that he wants to be destroyed himself. If they stand like this, then the 5th defensive front will disappear entirely. Only the experts of the 4th stage will survive. He rushed to try to stop the master of the light eclipse and summon the spirit of the Lord of the Wind. Their forces merged. The spirit of the Wind Lord began to suppress the power of the light eclipse master, and in the end he did it. The master of the light eclipse began to split. The Lord of the Wind exhaled and said that his goal was accomplished. He approached the master of the light eclipse, said that he would never be able to break through the barrier again, no matter how hard he tried. Meanwhile, the dragon from the judges' organization appeared. His heart began to beat. Yancy threw him a cloak to get dressed and told him that the dragon had risen. At that moment, the dragon opened his eyes. He began to look around with a frightened look. He asked that wasn't he dead? Is he in hell? He saw Yancy and the pig and asked them, what, are they here too? Has the organization of judges been wiped off the face of the earth? Yancy told him that he really died, but this territory is the 4 seas, not hell. The pig told the dragon that let him not act recklessly next time. He generally knows what his resurrection costs. Mr. Windlord ordered the master of the light eclipse to surrender, and they will send him to the Supreme Court. and he will receive the punishment he deserved. Master Light Eclipse said that they really used him, they killed his last hope. He got angry and started shouting that if he died, he would take them all with him. After that, he began to do what he had done before, deciding to finish his job. Mr. Wind Lord was at a loss and said that he was now self-destructing. The Master of the Light Eclipse shouted that no one would stop him now, but his plans were ruined by Mr. Babel. He took out his huge dagger and said that he needed to kill the Master of the Light Eclipse before he did it. People started to panic. One young man shouted that they should run. If they get hit, they are finished. If they run so slowly, they will definitely die. But Chris Green started killing them. Then he noticed a monster behind him. Turning around, he called him useless trash. He said the old man didn't think he was still alive. This monster asked him if he was really Chris. Victoria was next to him. Hearing this, she rushed to hug her brother. She hugged him and said that he was finally back. They missed him very much, but she was so tired. Chris Green pushed her away from him and told her that she must have confused him with someone else. Victoria Green started crying and told her brother that she would recognize him from 1000. But then her brother plunged his hand right into her body. Victoria asked why he was doing this. Chris Green whispered to Victoria that she should remember that only one person can be trusted in this world. To myself. Then Victoria Green fell. Then Chris Green killed that monster, too. Victoria was getting weaker by the second. She whispered to her brother, "What for what is he so?" Yu-Jai watched all this carefully and thought that with their help he had learned the true plan. Now he can get the golden substance from his blood. His eyes, like electron microscopes, his golden substance spread out before him all the cards that he has. Then he said it was time to finish. The energy of the Master of the Light Eclipse has returned. He looked at his hands and thought, can't he destroy himself? Mr. Babel asked Yu-Jai that he had mastered the true plan. Hadn't he? In this world, energy is worth nothing compared to it. The Master of the Light Eclipse looked at Yu-Jai and asked him, what kind of monster is he? Yu-Jai thanked him for the praise and said that, but he was just an ordinary person. The Master of the Light Eclipse said that he takes back his words if he manages to free himself from the shackles of the blue planet. Then the rumors about him will spread all over the plains. He's no match for him. After that, his power began to dissipate. He lost consciousness and fell. The Lord of the Wind, watching all this, asked, what does it mean that the Acid Plane expert just fell on the blue planet? Yu-Jai scooped up the Light Eclipse Master on her board and stole his ability. Yu-Jai said that this sphere of ability is level 4. He needs to deliver it safely and thoroughly examine it. Then the Wind Lord came up to Yu-Jai from behind and, putting his hand on his shoulder, said that the body of a person from another world is very valuable, especially for research. Maybe he will give it away. Yu-Jai turned to the Wind Lord and said that, of course, he should pay the Wind Lord for his service, and then let him keep an eye on their organization in the territory of the Free Union. And I thought that he had already extracted the sphere of abilities. Then why does he need a body? He'd rather be in his debt. The Lord of the Wind grabbed him by 2 shoulders and, laughing, said that they had been fighting shoulder to shoulder for so long, and the age difference between them is small. And I asked him that maybe they would call each other brothers. Yu-Jai said that since he was so insistent, then fine, and called him Brother Uyong. After that, Yu-Jai approached Victoria, who was now unconscious. He took her to a palace in the realm of the void. Now he was lying on his chaise long again and resting. Then Victoria Green ran out of the palace and began to call Mr. Yu-Jai. Yu-Jai asked Victoria without getting up that she was already awake. He got up and, turning to face her, said that when he found her, she was unconscious from blood loss, so he brought her here in order to cure her. And during the operation on her stomach, he found this inside. He handed her the mask of his organization and said that it meant that she was now outwardly a member of the organization of judges. Victoria Green remembered her older brother and began to cry. She knelt in front of Mr. UCCI, said that she saw with her own eyes how her older brother killed their grandfather. She really hopes that Mr. Yu-Jai will be able to catch him, and after which she took off her dress and said that she was willing to pay any price. He can do whatever he wants with her. Yu-Jai quickly turned away from her and told her to get dressed immediately. Her brother is from the dark blue times, and therefore he is so an enemy of the judges' organization. But now the influence of the Green family has sunk to the bottom. Now it is better for Victoria to strengthen her position, and the judges will help her in this. Meanwhile, Victoria had already put her dress back on and told Mr. Yu-Jai that he could turn around. If the judges help her family, then she will do whatever is necessary for them. Yu-Jai extended his hand to shake hers and said that he was happy to cooperate then. Now Blanche, Kai and Dodo, Yu Ron, and Fei Fei were swimming together. Fei Fei looked at Yu carefully. Ron thought that the next time they bathed together, she should use the ability called shape-shifting and wipe the nose of Ron's sister with the others. Then a crystal appeared on her forehead, drawing attention to it. She thought that her older brother was looking for her. After some time, she burst into her brother's room and asked him that he was looking for her. Then, without waiting for an answer, she hugged him. Yancy told his younger sister that she was already a big girl, so it was time to behave accordingly. Fei Fei joyfully told him that she was still young, but Sister Ron and the others were already adults. Yancy shoved his sister so that she fell on his bed and told her that it seemed like it was time for him to teach her a lesson. Fei Fei started screaming that no, don't. She admits she was wrong. Yancy said that he came to her on a very serious matter. Fei Fei asked him, "What, can the energy reach the 4th stage?" Yancy patted her on the head and said that the crystal only helps her to comprehend the new laws easier, but it does not give 100% guarantee that she will become the 4th step. Fei Fei resentfully said that she was sure she would and should not underestimate her. After the meditation, Fei Fei stuck out her tongue to her older brother and said that, fortunately, everything worked out. Yancy asked her what law or true plan she had mastered and at what level. Fei Fei said that 2% of the law is in resurrection. Yancy asked what the law of resurrection is. Right. It's almost like healing, quite good. Fei Fei got mad at him and said it wasn't just healing. She feels that resurrection has a huge potential if used when she is angry. Young 11 did not argue with her and said that okay, then she needs to practice more, and then she will be able to reach step 4. After that, he went back to the realm of emptiness. Was he looking at the sphere again? And he said that this time he had studied the magic law. Then he noticed and said that there were some waves. Meanwhile, in some cave, Chris Green, who dealt with all the monsters, came to his master. "Sir, I was also without my body right now." He asked Chris Green, "What the hell is he doing here?" Chris Green remained unperturbed and told the gentleman that he had finally returned, but he had to wait a long time. After which, his mouth stretched out and approached the gentleman. The gentleman said that apparently he had discovered a new absorption skill, but he had completely forgotten the difference between the 3rd and 4th step, hadn't he? Who gave him the right to do so? Chris Green asked that how could he forget, but he had waited too long for this day. The gentleman said he couldn't get it out. Where did he get the power to suppress him? He shouldn't eat it. But, of course, Chris Green didn't listen to him and absorb him. A crystal was flying from his forehead. He took it in his hand and said that it had become lighter, let it lie better as a last resort, until it was used. And now there's a lot more in his brain. Yu Jing went to meet Mr. Babel and the Lord of the Wind. He was greeted by the Lord of the Wind and said that he thought a pig would come to the meeting and did not expect to meet Brother Yu Jai here at all. Yu Jai landed next to them and said that the pig was busy right now. He helps the dragon regain its shape. And I asked them what happened here. The Wind Lord had told him that they had actually arrived here before him, but they had not found any new tracks. However, he and Tong Tian suspect that someone has broken through to the 4th step in this place. Yu Jai asked him if they were sure the expert was human. The Wind Lord shook his head negatively and said no, and he asked that it was someone from their organization of judges, wasn't it? Yu Jai said that in the organization of judges, no one has recently risen above the 3rd step. Mr. Babel said that well, who knows? The Lord of the Wind became uncomfortable, and he offered to go together to sort everything out. Meanwhile, on the new hot continent of a bright city, the head of the mercenary guild asked, "So, does anyone have any thoughts about the planned retaliatory strike from humanity? According to the available data, their counteroffensive will take place soon. And if they do not prepare in advance, then all their plans for the territory of the Free Union will collapse." A member of the animal union named Purple Crystal Python said that they keep these people in check. Even if they risk a retaliatory attack, they will still not be able to break through their line of defense. A member from the Federal Alliance of the City of Bay under the name Platinum Deacon Occam told Mr. Crystal Python that the Free Union is not what it used to be. If the manifested leading forces take the side of people, then they will have more than 4 steps than they have. The Crystal Python said that all those monsters they send them have the stamp of rage on their foreheads. This spell affects them, so that they stop being afraid of death, are ready to risk their lives to attack. With an army of such monsters, they will be invincible, but if they really worry so much that the humans will be able to fight them back, then it is better to ensure security during the technical blockade. The head of the Mercenary Guild said that any highly developed civilization will crack sooner or later. Since the Mercenary Guild has a secret seal, this time is greatly reduced. The organization of judges has become an unforeseen factor, and asked the rest of the members of this council, what about sending one expert 4 steps on each side? A member from the Bernadotte Empire named General Tower said that the Lord of the Red Empire said that they would participate in the cause of a free alliance. Deacon Occam asked what the Bernadotte Empire was up to. The Crystal Python asked that if they sent forces, then their beast army could retreat, right? General. The Towers said that honestly he doesn't know, they should try to ask his lord. From today's dialogue, he only became aware that he would not participate in this. The head of the mercenary guild thought that the Lord of the Red Empire had sent this dumbass on purpose. It seems that Bernadotte's participation cannot be counted on, and he said that everything was fine. There was no need to quarrel, let the Bernadotte Empire stay on the sidelines. They should let him introduce them to someone. Then Chris came into the hall and greeted everyone, said that his name was Chris. Deacon Occam asked if it was really a dirty litter of the dark blue race. Crystal Python asked the head of the mercenary guild that why did he drag the dark blues here? He doesn't want them to steal the bodies of his subordinates. The head of the mercenary guild asked everyone to calm down and said that since the Bernadotte Empire did not want to help, their friend from the dark blue race could take their place, and this young man will be faithful to them. He already has the seal of the alliance in his brain, so it would never occur to him to betray them. Deacon Occam smiled and said that okay, then everything is fine. If he has the seal of the alliance on him, then he is their brother. So welcome to their big family. The Crystal Python said that it should have been said earlier. There are good and bad people in all races, and he thinks that brother Chris is a good person. In fact, Chris understood everything, and he thought that how stupid they were, if he wanted to, he could easily get rid of this seal. And he told everyone that he would help them, but first he would play a little. The head of the mercenary guild said that then it was necessary to discuss their plan, if no one had any objections. The Lord of the Wind has arranged a meeting. The corpses of monsters were displayed on the screen. The Wind Lord said they came too late. Judging by the current situation, it is not difficult to guess that a change has occurred. The time has come for humanity to strike back. If everything goes like this, it will only be more profitable for them. The elderly man said that he thought that he also needed to attract the forces of the defensive front on the island of Red Frost and attack calmly. Another man objected and said that it was necessary to gather more people and use the island as a breakthrough point in order to defeat the forces of other worlds. An elderly man told him that he was not really familiar with the enemy, but he dared to risk the lives of all mankind. The man got angry and, getting up, hit the table and said that even if they didn't know a lot about them, but do they really offer to stand still and wait for them to attack without doing anything? The Lord of the Wind said that all the problems are from the fact that they do not understand enough people from another world. They cannot even predict whether they will send a couple of experts of the 4th stage or much more. He showed up to Ujai and said that maybe the judges would help them. The Lords of the Wind told his brother Euceasius that really the judges. But Ujai interrupted him and said that the organization of judges would send a pick. He would infiltrate the base of the enemies and gather the necessary information about them. The Lord of the Wind was very happy and thought that in such a difficult time, you can always rely on the organization of the judge. That's what it's like to have allies. He's finally not alone. After this meeting, young Zai and the body of Durant Kate went to the island of Red Frost. He thought he was back again. Then suddenly 2 people showed up for him. One of them was named Huda, who said that they had found him. He knew that the head of Kate's family would not die so easily. Next to him was a girl whose name was Zulai Kate. Durant Keith told his uncle and Zulai what it meant to be the 2 of them. Not only did he not die, but he also received the combat power of the 3rd stage. Losing weight said it's not bad, their family no longer has 3 steps, it's just great news. Zu just laughed. Durant Keith came up to her and said he thought she wasn't strong enough yet, so she needed to try harder. Zulai told him not to worry, because she would definitely get a speech step, and it would happen at an earlier age than his. Huda came up to the 2 of them and told Durant Keith that it was okay. He's been through a lot, he should go and rest. And he asked his nephew what, and where is Tao Ti with the others. Durant Keith said they died during the fight. Uncle Huda said they were heroes to their family. He shouldn't blame himself. He, the head of the family. And now we need to go home. Yang Zai thought that it seemed that people compared Osid are slowly getting into the culture of the blue planet. But when it comes to resources, there is no avoiding a battle. Their battles will end only after the death of one of the parties. Meanwhile, at the port, the little boy was being chased by 2 men. One of them shouted that it was not impossible to let them escape. We need to grab them at all costs. Another man said that a guy with the awakened lightning ability is another big reward. Yang Zai thought that, apparently, this boy had awakened the ability quite a long time ago. He probably planned this escape for a long time, but he must soon become a victim of slavers. He needs to save him. Then one of these men caught this boy, and I told him that now they would see where he would run away. Then Durant Keith showed up, turning into a dragon. This man let go of the boy and began to bow to him, shaking all over. He asked the gentleman what he could do for him. The dragon said that catching a human child takes him so much time. He's just useless. How dare he keep him waiting? The man apologized and said that he should not have caused her so much inconvenience to him. Now they will kill him before begging for his forgiveness. But Durant Keith just shoved them and told them to get out of here. Then he leaned over to this guy and asked him if he wanted to die in his mouth or inside his stomach. Kate asked Durant Keith that how long can we wait for him? He should get this jerk faster and go home. Durant Keith asked her what was she telling him. Kate asked what, and if so what? He stinks terribly, he should kill him sooner. Durant Keith grabbed this kid in his paw, and he said, Kate, that he had changed his mind about joining the team. He needed someone to do the dirty work, and he was perfectly suited for this. Kate asked Durant to stop, but naturally, he didn't listen to her. After some time, he again assumed his human form, which immediately surrounded a lot of girls. One girl told him that he was finally back. Another asked young Master Durant that he must have missed her very much. Another girl asked that he probably missed her, but Durant Keith paid no attention to them. He just pointed his finger at this boy and asked him what was his name. But the boy only stared at him intently and did not say anything to him. Durant Keith told him that he should think more about the consequences of his actions. If he goes against him because of something like that, then he shouldn't at least die. It's also necessary to save the family, isn't it? The guy said his name was Yan. Durant Keith came closer to him and said that it was good, since he was now under his power, then he should work tirelessly. Who knows, if he likes it, he will let him go. Then Humphrey the butler came and told the young master that the patriarch was looking for him. Durant Keith came to a man whose name is Tramp Keith. He told him that in the end, Uncle White Snake died because he was attacked by the holders of the abilities of the 4th stage. He handed him the snake scales and said that he knew that his father and uncle were inextricably linked with each other and decided to bring this. The Tramp Keith he took this snake scale and said that when he first met his uncle, the White Snake, they were convinced that they would become stage 4 experts. He turned to Durant Keith and told him that this position of the head of the Bright City was most important for them right now. He grabbed the guy by the shoulder and said that not so long ago a meeting of 4 associations took place in the Bright City. The next post will be occupied by the commander-in-chief of the forces of the new coalition, and he will have access to all key processes. They have to take this position. Yang Zai thought that he had been thinking how to get the information, but he didn't expect it to fall into his hands so easily. Then the Tramp Kata added that yes, Kata complained to him that Durant Kata had brought a prisoner here on purpose in order to annoy her. Durant Keith told his father that he got it all wrong. He only saw talent in him, and it has nothing to do with Zulai. The Tramp Kate turned away from his son again and said that he was just a slave. He should not upset his sister so much. He should go and kill this kid, then Zulai Kate will be happy. Durant Keith was very angry at these words of his father and said that yes, this guy is just a miserable slave. Meanwhile, his sister Zulai was having fun in her room with some guy. Then Durant Keith burst into her room with Yan and the butler. Zulai asked what he was doing here. Had he come to mock her again? Durant Keith said in his dear sister that is he capable of offending her. Wasn't she the one who complained to their father today? Zulai wrapped herself in a blanket and said that she had only told her father the truth. Durant Keith pointed at Yan with his sword and told his sister that even now her father wants him to make her happy by killing this kid. So he came to her. Zulai chuckled and told him that then let him kill him faster, and she will tell her uncle that this matter is settled. Durant Keith told his sweet cousin that he was going to kill him now. Yan, terrified, closed his eyes and thought that, apparently, his end had come. But then Kate screamed. Durant Keith killed her boyfriend, and he said menacingly to his cousin that she should remember to touch this slave is to hit him in the face. Everyone who does this will die the same way as this brat. Kate asked him if he was crazy. He only knows how to hurt her. Durant Keith approached his cousin and, grabbing her by the hand, told her that if she was not satisfied with something, then she should put more effort in order to reach step 3. He's been through it too. The butler reported the whole situation to Durant Keith's father. Tramp Kate looked very surprised and asked if Durant really did it. Did he really kill Zulai's servant? His butler followed the rule and said that, to be more precise, Miss Zulai's favorite servant. The Tramp Keith asked the butler if he didn't think Durant had changed since his return. The butler said that in his opinion young Master Durant had become somewhat more violent. Earlier, if he had ordered him, he would have killed that prisoner contrary to his own opinion. The Tramp Keith laughed and said that he also noticed it after that large-scale battle. His son finally matured. After that, he told the butler to leave now and let him not forget to find a new servant for Zulai as compensation. The butlers bowed to their master, said yes. Meanwhile, Duran Keith was lying on his bed in his room. He thought that only the representative of the 4 main forces who is responsible for this has the information. They all have 4 steps. If he does anything, they'll know about it right away. And he sees only one way here. This will allow Kate's family to take the position of the head of the Bright City, and then, thanks to his so-called father, he will be able to get information so that no one will notice it. He got out of bed and said that the damn secrecy stamp would take him a long time to deal with it. If only he could understand how the people of the Osid plane use this method of meditation. Then the butler knocked on his door and told the young master that dinner was ready. Duran Keith said it was fine, let him serve it. And he himself thought that this Humphrey was really very fast. The butler Humphrey came to him with dinner and asked the young master if he needed to call someone else for him during dinner. But then Yancy used his skill called control, subjugating butler Humphrey to himself. Now Yancy had entered his mind and was digging into his memories. Some time later, he found what he was looking for. Yancy said that this is the moment when Kate's family rewarded Humphrey's butler with the Kangyan Dragon meditation method. During the meditation, they handed him a magic crystal with a gold engraving. They call it the Ancestral Stone. It has an image of cards that circulate the flow in meditation poses. It is different from the hunting magic meditation method that Yancy received from Lai Zai-Tian. After reviewing all the information, Yancy was disappointed and asked, "Is that really all?" He started squandering all those memories again. Tramp Kate then told butler Humphrey that this is the essence of blood that was left by the founder of the Kate family. Now he will give him 1 drop. Yancy said that this is how people from the Osid plane convey the meditation method. This is the key to everything. But the essence of blood, judging by his memories, the ancient ancestor of the family and Kate created 433 pieces of them. Humphrey's butler alone had a lot more people killed. There must be another way to restore the spiritual flow in the human body. After that, Yancy began to quickly scroll through the memories. After briefly dripping into the memories of butler Humphrey, Yancy said that he had found a method to activate a magic crystal. First, you need to stimulate the body with the help of crystals, and then there will be a chance to get the same safe effect as from the essence of blood. The higher the quality of the magic crystal, the better the effect will be. If it is an alpha rank crystal, then it is possible to restore spiritual flows in the body without difficulty. What an important task this is for people from the Blue Planet. It is clearly a necessary step in order to unlock the knowledge of the inhabitants of Osid. Maybe Yonxis can create a meditation method by making a deal with 3 powers. And then the day will come closer when the organization of judges will take over the entire Blue Planet. But then he broke off and said that the ancestral stone could not be bought on the new hot mainland. Humphrey the butler bowed to the young gentleman. Duran Keith told the butler to behave as usual, because he did not want to be exposed. Humphrey the butler said he understood the young master. Duran Keith told him to let him walk now. When the butler Humphrey left, Duran Keith tensed and thought what a strange aura appeared in that office. The Clark family. The whole Kate family came to the Clark family for the holiday. There, a woman began to molest Duran Keith. She asked him what she had heard, that in battle he was on the verge of life and death. Is it really true? It was a girl whose name was Joe Clark. Then Zulai boldly intervened in their conversation, who told her brother to tell Sister Joe about it in more detail as soon as possible. Duran Keith said, John Clark, that there really isn't much to talk about. Meanwhile, their fathers were already saying goodbye. The tramp Keith told the head of the Clark family that it was already late. He and his brother Huda would probably go. The head of the Clark family said that it was good. He would see them off. Duran Keith told Joe Clark that it looks like they're already leaving, and he suggested that she finish their conversation already. Joe Clark said it was a pity, but she was so interested. Zulai told her friend that they would continue another time. Duran just loves talking to her the most. Joe Clark said that then she would come to visit him if she got the chance, and then he could finish his story. Duran Keith was obviously very happy about this outcome of events, but said that it was fine. Everyone has already got into their cars. Duran Keith got into the same car with Zulai. He asked Zio, Zulai's cousin, what kind of arrogant is she? Was she looking for a fight again? Zulai asked him what was he talking about? Compared to the murder of her beloved servant, this is nothing special. There was a huge explosion in front of them. There were some mysterious people from another world who were wearing cloaks, so their faces could not be seen. These people from another world turned to Walker and said that this was the day of his death. Duran Keith's father was paralyzed. He asked them who were they, and how dare they attack Kate's family. After that, he turned into a dragon. Uncle Doohy told Durant to take SB Lee and run away from here as soon as possible and further. After that, he turned into a dragon himself and told his brother that he would help him. Durant Keith grabbed his cousin by the shoulders and said that his father is a great uncle, they are not rivals. He should help them, and she should go to the family for help. Sully said that okay, she would call someone, but Durant, he just got the third step. He doesn't dare to die now. If he dies, she won't be able to take revenge, and then she will become the head of Kate's family. Durant Keith patted his cousin on the head and told her not to worry so much, because he wouldn't die no matter what happened. After that, he turned into a dragon himself and went to help his father and uncle. Lisa got into the car and crying, thought that her father, uncle and hated Durant. She wouldn't let anything happen to them. The tramp Kate was almost wounded, but Durant managed to repel the attack. Durant asked his father for forgiveness and said he came too late. The father asked his son what he was doing here. Doohy told his brother that now was not the time for bickering. If Durant hadn't helped them now, the situation would have been much worse. The father said that he was very mistaken, because he did not think that they would be so crazy to attack right in the city. Durant Keith asked his father if he knew where they came from. Father said he had no idea, but the families that sent the experts to the 3rd and 4th stages must be very strong. Doohy asked that maybe they are the defenders of the Bright City. While the head has not yet been elected, the commander of the city army automatically becomes the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces in his place before the expiration of the term. But my father said no, and the Murphy's family, and the Herald, and even Clark could give them. Otherwise, how would they have managed to choose the right moment for such a sudden attack? Then the father noticed the sudden attack and shouted to his son to be careful. Durant Keith repelled their attack and, calling them freaks, said that if they wanted to kill his father, they should first ask his permission. The father was very surprised and asked if his son had really moved to a new level. Durant Keith thought they made him. A man from another world said that he should not be left alive. They have to kill him. After that, Durant Keith was surrounded from all sides. But Yancy was ready for this and thought that maybe they would move on to the next act. They should just wait and they will see the birth of the Fire Super Dragon. Durant Keith was attacked from all sides. The father rushed to help his son. He attacked people from another world with his flame and shouted to Durant to leave soon, because they could handle them together. But Durant Keith did not think to back down. He disobeyed his father and rushed into battle. Uncle Doohy and his father couldn't leave him alone. They also rushed into battle. The father told Durant that they would have to fight them together. He doesn't think they'll be able to escape from here alive. Uncle Ghost laughed and said he would help him too. A man from another world told his people not to pay any attention to them and focus only on Durant. Durant is supposed to die today. Durant Keith said it was great. He turned to his father and uncle and told them to look very carefully, because they would not defeat him. After that, there was an explosion of energy. People from another world got scared. One of them asked, "What is it? For what else?" He was told that it was a fire super dragon. They need to retreat immediately. They can't kill Durant. But, fortunately, at least their identities remained a secret. Another person from another world asked that should they just take and retreat. What about their reputation? To which he was told that people from Kate's family would appear soon. What kind of honors are there? It will already be good if they are not punished. After that, Durant Keith turned back into a human. He looked at his father and uncle and thought that he hadn't come up with it yet. How to explain your sudden breakthrough to them? They're on their way, well. So he decided to pretend that he fainted in order for them to forget about everything. Uncle Doohy immediately ran up to Durant Keith. He grabbed his nephew and said he was fine. Probably, it's because of the first breakthrough in his life. He didn't know how to use the force properly, so he lost consciousness. But Durant will definitely come to his senses when he has had enough rest. After a while, he opened his eyes. He was already lying in his bed. His father was sitting next to him. The father was very proud of his son. He said that, as expected from the genius of Kate's family. And he asked his son that how did he manage to make a breakthrough. Durant Keith said it's all thanks to the clash of times. My father said he thought so too. But there's something he didn't tell his uncle about, but he needs to know about it now. Durant Keith told his father that he was listening to him carefully. His father began to tell him that 4 clans were fighting for the position of the head of Bright Mountain, and they were really just pawns. The real battle takes place between these 4 forces. These forces are called as follows: the Guild of Warriors, the Bernadotte Empire, the Beast Alliance, and the Federation of Hundreds of Cities. Initially, the Bright City was supposed to go to the Federation of Hundreds of Cities, but the rest of its forces did not want to give this important position to the new army commander. Even the defenders of the Bright City were involved in this. He trusts his son Durant the most, because he tells him this. Those who supported them were from the Warrior Guild. Durant Keith asked what the warrior guilds are. My father said that, yes, they are only temporary allies. They should help him become the head of a bright city, and in exchange he will give them what they need. He is very confident about the outcome of this battle. When the full colonization is completed, they will have enough resources to return back to the Ossid Plain. Durant Keith turned away from his father and, grinning, thought that with him in the role of a spy, victory would definitely be on their side. Then he turned to his father and, smiling at him, said that he was right. Under his leadership, Kate's family will definitely succeed. After all this, a meeting of Kate's family took place. Uncle Du-hai disagreed. He shouted furiously that he did not agree, and let him walk next to him, or had he already forgotten about the previous attack? The tramp Keith told his brother not to worry so much, because he is sure that now is not the right time to take a lot of people with him to visit the Platinum Dragon. After that, the father, without saying a word, left the meeting. Durant Keith thought that it seemed the warrior guild had given Walker something, and he was going to use it. And that is why he is so confident of an easy victory. 3 hours later, Durant Keith met with Zhu Lai. He grabbed her cheek, and Zhu Lai asked him what he was doing. Durant Keith said he was very bored and asked his cousin if he couldn't pinch her a couple of times. Zhu Lai shouted to Durant that if he continued like this, then let him not expect mercy. Uncle Du-he was restless. He walked up and down the office, saying that a lot of time had passed, and he was still not there. Then they heard the dragon roar. Uncle Du-he immediately rushed to help his brother, because he realized that something was wrong. He gathered a whole team, and they headed to the building of the city head of Sangwoo Avenue. But Durant Keith's father was already dead. Uncle Du-he was furious. He asked who could have done it. If he had insisted on going together, then maybe his brother would be alive now. I also thought that Walker is a stage 3 expert at the limit. He was killed either by a group of stage 3 experts, or he was attacked by a stage 4 expert. He went to meet the Platinum Dragon, and he just has the 4th step. That's why his strength would be enough to kill Walker at this moment. Did people run out to Mr. Walker's corpse? Yancy paid attention to them and thought that from the expressions on their faces, they didn't look much like murderers. Does this mean that the killer is the one who stands on the roof of the building? If that's the case, then it means that Kate's entire family was killed by his hands. General Kai Feng arrived and told Huda that they had nothing to do with his brother's death. But Huda didn't believe him and said that it was enough to lie, because they were the only ones there. General Kai Feng told him that he repeats that they are not connected with this in any way. Huda pointed at the man who was standing on the roof of the building and said that if they were not involved, does that mean that he was killed by that person? This man shouted that how dare he accuse him. Then he emitted an ultrasonic wave. Gurren said that because of his father's death, his uncle's emotional state is unstable now, and he asked Deacon to fight him. This guy said he wouldn't kill him, at least in memory of Walker. And yes, his father's death has nothing to do with him. Yancy thought that maybe Walker had died because of the item that the Warrior Guild had sent. But to let the Federation of hundreds of cities take the risk by killing Walker, is this even possible? Zhu Lai asked her cousin what should they do now. The other dragons also turned to him and told him to give them an order. Will they listen to him? Durant Keith apologized to General Kai Feng for the actions of his uncle Huda. He will take his father's aid, and they, along with the others, will leave here right now. People who came out to the noise began to talk. They said it was a pity that Kate's family was leaving. Apparently, Durant is good at settling conflicts. Someone asked what they think, which faction is to blame for this. Someone suggested that the Guild of Warriors or the Bernadotte Empire, or maybe the Animal Alliance. Each of them could do it. Kate's family built a coffin for Walker. Uncle Huda walked up to his brother's corpse and said that only he was left now. Zhu Lai contradicted him and told her father that he also had her and a cousin. Uncle Huda turned to Durant and said that his brother had died and Kate's family needed a new leader. From now on, he will take his father's position. Durant Keith objected to his uncle and said no. After all, the main thing should be the uncle, not him. Yancy was also taken aback by this situation and thought that he was only pretending to be his son, and now he needs to lead the family. So that's why they say it's hard to be. But Uncle Huda shook his head negatively and said that no, he should be the leader. He is very capable and reasonable. He has the potential to use the power of a fire super dragon. Durant Keith told his uncle that he swears to him that as long as he is alive, their family will be stronger and stronger. Uncle Huda punched him in the chest and said it was great. That's theirs. Zhu Lai was confused and asked her cousin what should she call his brother head from now on. It's kind of very strange. Uncle Huda told Durant that he had to go. He would take him to his ancestors. After some time, Uncle Huda and Durant Kate came to the temple of the ancestors of the Kate family. They began to pray, and Uncle Huda said that for the entire existence of the Kate family, 1,000 warriors gave their lives. But only those who have reached the third stage can enter the ancestral temple and enjoy the immortalized heroes. Evans came out to them. He turned to Mr. Huda and young Master Durant. Uncle Huda told his nephew that he should get acquainted. This is the personal butler of the previous chapter, and his name is Evans. Now he is in charge of the ancestral temple. And already turning to Evans, he told him that he were the only ones who knew about the location of the hereditary stone and the essence of blood, and that was why he had brought Durant here in advance just in case. Evans asked him if he really felt something strange. Mr. Duhai said that it seems that Kate's family has become the target of some powerful force, and they can only plan ahead. Evans turned to young Master Durant and told him to follow him. He needs to find out where the ancestral stone and the essence of blood lies right now. Young Zai surprised Zai and thought that they would really tell him their main secret so quickly. He didn't even have to waste any energy at all. Evans led them into another room. He said that Kate's family has the ancestral stone and the essence of the expert's blood here. He told young Master Durant that he should remember he should not touch the stones and essences with his bare hands until he reaches the fourth step. And he began to put on gloves himself. He touched the crystal and said that it was the original form of the legacy, figures, and steps. And I asked the young master if he remembered them. And sighing, he said that they had a rather poor past compared to other families. In some families, the essence is created by several ancestors. Evans was holding a filling bottle in her hands. Young Zai thought that this was the essence of an expert. Evans told the young master that the ceremony of handing over the title of head would take place after the funeral. In the meantime, he must carefully study all the subtleties of etiquette in order not to embarrass Kate's family at such an important event. Durant told Evans not to worry so much. The day of the funeral came. It was a rainy day. Young Zai thought, why do people from another world like to hold funerals at night so much? A man, whose name was Daiki, approached Uncle Duhi and he asked to receive him with condolences. He said that on behalf of Deacon, Lord Occam, he once again expresses his deepest regret. Uncle Duhai thanked Lord Occam for his concern, and he told them that he asked them not to hesitate to convey to him the thanks of their family Kate. Meanwhile, Durant decided to follow someone. He thought that this secretive guest seemed to be up to something. He started counting the people and said that the four main forces are very lively here, and it seems that all four are familiar with Kate's family much closer than he, the heir. General Kai Feng was also there. Young Zai thought, why does he look so familiar? But then it dawned on him, and he thought that it was General Kai Feng. He also claimed that he had nothing to do with Walker's death, but maybe he came for that very thing, and his aura is very familiar to him. This is the Guild of Warriors. As for the two-person, he is definitely a member of the Beast Alliance or the Bernadotte Empire. Then his cousin came up to him. Zhu Lai asked him what he was doing here. Durant Keith stiffened a little. He turned to face her and said that he just had a stomach ache. Zhu Lai didn't believe him and said it was nonsense. Obviously, the toilet is in. But Durant Kate didn't let her finish, covering her mouth with his palm. And he told her to be quiet, because someone had infiltrated Kate's family and he was spying on them. And I asked her if she understood the whole situation now. Zhu Lai pushed his hand away as she was having difficulty breathing and asked him why didn't he tell her father about it? Couldn't he use their family's power and defeat them? Durant explained to his cousin that there are 4 people on 4 steps, so Uncle Calls here is useless. The best thing now is to warn him and tell him to prepare quickly and come. Zhu Lai immediately rushed to run to her father and told Durant to be careful here. Durant told her he knew, and he himself thought that what she was doing, she should not stop him from taking her family's secret safe for the snake from his organization of judges and all the people of the Blue Planet. Meanwhile, those people from another world came to Evans. There were 3 of them. They asked him if he was really helping his master to restore order here. One of them showed his face, and he said he was here solely out of personal interest in Kate's family property. But judging by the tone of his voice, he's here to destroy all the evidence, isn't he? It is very important that Walker made a deal with Lord Occam, and in order to ensure his own protection, he gave several orders regarding this subject. He had to pick it up before Walker's order could be carried out. He advises them not to stand at his 5, because in the end it is not so easy to develop to the limit of 3 orders. The man told him that he was trying to intimidate someone here. He will pick up the item himself. Evans interrupted them, who asked them how did the 3 of them dare to set foot on the territory of Kate's family and meekly surrender before the arrival of his family members. But one of the people of the other world, without a single word, rushed to attack him. Evans transformed into a dragon. The man called him stupid trash. The man who showed his face shouted that this jerk could compress the lightning element to its size. Evans just stood there silently and waited. These three people attacked Evans from all sides, but Duran came to his aid. Since Evans was still wounded, he transformed back into a human. Duran called them a bunch of idiots and told them not to embarrass themselves, but to take an elderly man three together. The man with glasses thought, what is going on here? If you were at least 100 times talented, it is impossible to gain such great strength in a short time. Duran told Evans to rely on him and let them hide those things. Evans told the young master that it was good. After that, the four of them remained. Duran called out to them all and told them that even though he did not know what terrible things he kept with his father, nothing was more important to him than family. If they promise him not to touch Kate's family members, he will personally open the secret safe and let them search it. The man with glasses laughed and told him that he was not bad. He really underestimated him. Duran said there was one subject, and there were three of them, and General Kaifeng was outside. As many as 4 people want to get it. He is even very pleased with this thought. The 3 people exchanged glances. Meanwhile, General Kaifeng was watching their conversation. Duran told them that they shouldn't be so nervous, because first everyone should look, and then decide who gets what. People agreed with him and said that okay, they agree to his deal. Duran said that then you 3 know 4 behind him. Just then, General Kaifeng came around the corner. They came to the designated place, saw that sphere. Everyone immediately pounced on her and conspired that he belonged to them. One of them said that whoever takes it, then he will get it. Yang Zai was attentive to them, watched and thought, are they really all hunting for a crystal ball? People from the Osid plane invented a crystal ball in order to record the picture and sound. But why do they need it? That one of them took the crystal ball in his hands and said that no, it wasn't him. 2, the man said that he was not here either. Then one of them approached Durant and, grabbing him by the collar, said that, yes, he probably just hid it. Durant told them that he had opened his family's secret safe to the 4 of them. He had been too kind. But in return, he gets suspicions from them, doesn't he? The man let him go and asked for forgiveness, said that he just lost his head. He apologized again to Master Durant. Another man told him that he had only come to try his luck. But since Kate's family did not have this item, he was also leaving. 2, the man said the same thing. Evans approached the young master and said that they would definitely not give up. Durant said that the last word for the Force is the most important thing for Kate's family right now to survive this storm. And he asked Evans if he knew where his father had hidden that very object. Evans said he didn't know that, but Chief Walker definitely couldn't have put him in a secret room. Durant said that means, but I stopped and thought that what was to be expected, these 4 will definitely not leave this island. A man from the Warriors Guild is heading to the study, but decided to follow them. Meanwhile, one of those people who lived in another world went into the office and found that crystal ball. He exhaled, said that he had finally found it. Then the man with glasses appeared in the doorway and, grinning, he said that he thought that the Guild of Warriors was covering Walker. He told Harvey to give it to him in a good way, otherwise he would anger Mr. Occam, which means that he would not survive. Harvey said that now that he has the item, he will make a deal with him and ask him to kill him. He won't refuse, therefore he does not have a chance. After that, he took off his robe and showed his true appearance. Harvey turned out to be a centaur. He was called Toxic Shooter Harvey. He took out his bow and said that first let him try his poisonous arrows. Then he fired. He laughed, but it was too early. He got his hooves stuck in the floor. He asked what the hell was going on here. Meanwhile, his crystal ball rolled away, and someone caught him. It was Durant, who, apologizing to those 2, said that he was taking him away. Toxic Shooter Harvey rushed at him, calling him a bastard. Durant remained as calm as ever and said they would take a look. What kind of object did they try to steal? After that, he easily took down this huge Toxic Shooter Harvey. He put the ball on the floor and he began to show him a picture. It showed the man who was standing on the roof of that building on the day of his father's death. He took out his little knife and killed 2 people. Then he took the blue bag and left. Durant looked a little upset, but he wasn't surprised. He thought, what's all that? Did so many fighters fight for a pathetic video? Then Mr. Kaifeng appeared. Behind him stood another man in a raincoat. Clapping his hands, he said that it was very entertaining. It turns out that the man who killed the wife, son and son-in-law of the chairman of the Federation of 100 Cities was a subordinate of the Platinum Decon, Mr. Occam. Then he laughed. Toxic Shooter Harvey and the man with glasses stood in disbelief. The man with glasses said that Mr. Occam. Just then the same Mr. Occam arrived. He asked to be allowed to sincerely ask them all for forgiveness, and he said it was because they were all going to die here today. The man with glasses was confused. He told Mr. Occam that he must be just joking, because he was so loyal to him. Toxic shooter Harvey told him that he was too naive, because only the dead know how to keep secrets. Mr. Occam laughed and told Harvey that had he forgotten to ask, why did the Guild of Warriors do this? Maybe for the sake of the position of the head of a bright city. Toxic shooter Harvey told the gentleman that he didn't understand his question. Yancy stood aside and thought that he understood everything now. The Warriors Guild wanted to see Mr. Occam's reaction after watching this video. If they could make him their doll, it would be worth it. But Walker died suddenly, and so that the video would not be made public, they instructed Harvey to pick up the crystal ball. Meanwhile, Mr. Occam took out his pipe and asked what really. Since the Warrior Guild is innocent, then he can kill him. He began to play on his pipe, from which sound waves began to emanate. Toxic shooter Harvey shouted that no, he can't do that. He obeys the law. The head of the mercenary guild showed up here. He sighed and created a defense around the toxic shooter Harvey. He told Mr. Occam that he was too cruel. Toxic shooter Harvey lied to him with a crystal ball. This is exactly the case of the doom of the Guild of Warriors. He's the one who told Walker to make a deal with him. Mr. Occam asked him what was he talking about? The head of the mercenary guild asked him if he had really killed Walker. Mr. Occam asked him if he really thought he was that desperate. His killer probably has the fourth step. In a bright city there are not so many fighters of the fourth stage. If it's not them, then the circle of suspects is already greatly reduced. Then Deacon Occam also appeared, who asked Mr. Occam if he really suspected him. He works for the Warrior Guild. What's his motive for killing his Walker? Yancy was surprised by his appearance and thought, what is he doing in a bright city? And when did he manage to become the owner of the fourth stage? The head of the mercenary guild told Mr. Occam that Chris would not kill Walker, and I asked him that he also said that the killer is either amethyst concrete or an iron tower, right? If that's the case, then they need to talk about the crystal ball. And I asked him if he didn't want everyone to know about this case, so he should let his spies infiltrate the federation of hundreds of cities and occupy high positions there. How does he like the plan? Mr. Occam said he was not willing to pay such a high price. He can offer only 10 extremely valuable pieces of information, but no more. The head of the mercenary guild said that okay, then it's a deal. But then a huge fiery fist almost grabbed Mr. Occam. Mr. Occam managed to jump back in time and asked what was going on here. It was the chairman of the Federation of 100 Cities, whose name is Norton. He turned to Mr. Occam and said that he had heard that he had killed his son, didn't he? Sir. Occam was shaking all over with fear, and he told the chairman of the Federation of 100 Cities that no, of course not. He asked the chairman of the Federation of 100 Cities, named Norton, to listen to him. But the chairman of the Federation, Norton, did not pay any attention to his words, because he is absorbed in his grief. Chairman Norton withstood and, letting out a tear, turned to his dead son and told him that now his father would avenge him, which is why he would be able to rest in peace. The chairman of the Federation, Norton, attacked Mr. Occam. Mr. Occam did not have time to dodge the blow, and was therefore wounded. He fell on the roof of the building, destroying it by himself. He was in despair, asking for someone to save him. He turned to those three and said that if the three of them united, they would definitely defeat him. Federation Chairman Norton asked the head of the Mercenary Guild if the Warrior Guild really wanted to get in his way. The head of the Mercenary Guild asked Federation Chairman Norton that why wouldn't he let Mr. Occam go. He himself knows how difficult it is to develop the power of the fourth stage. But the chairman of the Federation was adamant. He told him to get out of the way, otherwise he would get hurt too. The head of the Mercenary Guild asked him if he really wanted to fight with him today. Federation Chairman Norton said he would finish him off here and now. The head of the Mercenary Guild said that he had made his choice. The people who were watching their battle started talking. The Shaggy Man asked, where did these two come from? The Bald Man told him to run, because they shouldn't get involved in this. The chairman of the Federation, but that she was the current head of the Mercenary Guild, and ask him if this is really the weapon of the Guild of Warriors. Don't they have the courage to fight him face to face? Mr. Occam asked the chairman of the Federation that he uses his power to humiliate the weak, isn't that right? How many years has it been since he reached the fourth step? Yancy looked at Deacon Occam and thought that he was the only holder of the fourth step who did not get involved in the battle, although he could have greatly influenced the situation. Mr. Occam asked Deacon Occam why he was standing rooted to the spot. Isn't he working for the Warrior Guild? Deacon Occam said that he was very sorry, but he could not interfere in battles without a direct decree from his patron. Yancy, hearing this, thought that from the point of view of the information gathering mission, Norton's presence would greatly help Kate's family. But for his personal interests, it is necessary for the owner of the fourth stage to die so that he can get the genetic chain. Most likely, Mr. Occam will die, and then he secretly attacks him. It should all work out very well. Mr. Occam used his pipe against the chairman of the Federation, Norton, by releasing a sound wave. But the chairman of the Federation was not going to give up so easily. He tried to attack this gentleman with renewed vigor, but the head of the mercenary guild created a shield around Mr. Occam. Mr. Occam laughed and asked the chairman of the Federation that is really all he is capable of. Yu Jai thought that he needed to increase his strength first. But no, it's too much of a blow. Did he break through the unknown during the fight? The head of the mercenary guild shouted that carefully, because his fist had strengthened. The chairman of the Federation broke through the shield created by the head of the mercenary guild. There was an explosion. Mr. Occam was unconscious. The chairman of the Federation looked at his fist and thought no. It was as if he was under the influence of some law. He looked at Yu Jai and thought, did he really help him? What kind of law did he use? The head of the mercenary guild thought that without Occam's help, he would only become a laughingstock if he stayed here. Then, together with Harvey, they left, leaving the body of Mr. Occam. Deacon Occam decided to follow Yu Jai. He thought what a familiar feeling it was. Is that the same jerk Yu Jai? If he followed him, he would be able to make sure of it. Then the chairman of the Federation, Norton, approached Durant. He asked him that he was Walker's son, wasn't he? Durant nodded at him and said yes. The chairman of the Federation put his hand on his shoulder and praised him, saying that he was a great fellow. He reached stage 3 at such an early age. Surely in the future he will be able to break through to the 4th step. He raised his hand up and shouted that from now on Durant Keith was becoming the new head of the Bright City. And he says it quite seriously. Durant Keith showed up for a meeting in another world. The head of the mercenary guild was waiting for him there, along with a purple crystal python and some other man. The head of the mercenary guild also praised him and said that he was a great fellow. So, today he would like to introduce 2 young people to him. This is the new mayor of the Bright City, Durant Keith, and the Platinum Deacon, His Holiness the Thunderer. Violet Crystal Python invited everyone to discuss the main topic as soon as possible. He said that with every wasted day their front line loses some fighters. The head of the mercenary guild asked what is the ratio of people sent to the battlefield from their 3 forces. Thunderer said that their federation of hundreds of cities has sent 5,000 elite ability users. The military guild should have sent no fewer people. The Crystal Purple Python said he didn't agree with that. The Animal Union has sacrificed its members for hundreds of years, and he demands to send even more to this suicidal attack. Or what? After that, a furious dispute broke out between these 3. Yang Jai noticed this and thought that they had a rather serious internal division. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Wind was also sitting at the meeting. He asked those present that they had already familiarized themselves with the information that had been received from the organization of judges. On the Osid plane there are 4 holders, 4 stages and 30 fighters of the 3rd stage. How are they going to fight them at all? He turned to Tong Tian and asked if the Hero Association would be able to send reinforcements. Tong Tian said that the situation at sea leaves much to be desired, but they have already helped them so much. And he asked if their armed forces could not connect the troops of the younger brother. The Lord of the Wind asked him to forget about it and said that it was better to ask for help from the organization of judges than from anyone else. And he himself thought that if you look at it that way, then they really are fighting with people from another world, and they are the many who can resist them as the organization of judges. Yes, because only judges are able to fight with them on equal terms. At that moment Durant sneezed, and I thought, who is there remembering him? Now he has become the mayor of the city. A man came to him and fell on his knees in front of him. Durant told him to get up. He called him as the commercial director who is in charge of the slave trade. He thinks there's no need to explain the reason, right? The man said that everything had been reported to him, and he should not worry about it, because the order would be executed no later than tonight. They will deliver to his estate the most beautiful slave. Yang Zai thought, how far have the rumors spread that Durant is a pervert? And she asked the man that did he really think that he had called him for this. The man got scared and started bowing to him. He asked for his forgiveness and asked to be spared. He asked the man to tell the merchants to watch their behavior. Let them stop bullying slaves. The man was still sitting on his knees and told the mayor of the city not to worry. He would certainly pass it on to the merchants. Durant said okay, now let him get lost. And by the way, let him ask the inspector to bring the recently captured leader of the rebel army. The man ran away and shouted that it was good. Yang Zai thought that, apparently, there are survivors in another world who organized resistance. Only he doesn't know how much they deserve his support. Then a girl came into his office. Durant asked her what her name was, but the girl just turned away from him and didn't say anything to him. Durant told her that if she didn't want to, then let her not say, but he already knew. Lu Ruo, isn't it? That man was standing under the door and, eavesdropping, giggled, thinking that he thought so, that the gentleman was crazy about girls, and ordered his man to double the number of beautiful slaves for Mr. Durant. And that one was better than the other. Durant invited Lu Ruo to sit next to him. He asked her that he could see that she had been tortured and now one of her legs wasn't working, wasn't it? Lu Ruo sat down on a chair and asked him what he was trying to achieve. Durant handed her a glass of water, told her to drink it. He knows not only her name, but also the location of her rebel army, its number of fighters and resources. He knows absolutely everything. Lu Ruo shouted that it was simply impossible. This can't be happening. Yang Zai thought how young she was. We need to continue testing her loyalty to her army. And he told her that nothing was impossible. If she didn't believe him, he could tell her. Her pure and bright rebel army is hiding on Gamma 59 miles, which has been abandoned for many years. It's 50 miles from the bright city, and the total number of its members is 678. As for resources, they have 1 warrior, 3 stages and 7 people of 2 stages. Lu Ruo refused to listen to him and said not a word more. She grabbed him by the collar and asked who gave them away. What kind of bastard did this? Durant told the girl that her deputy, named Chen King, hails from a bright city. Some of the failed rebel operations over the past few years are directly related to him. Lu Ruo asked him that did he really think that she would climb him. Durant shrugged his shoulders and told her that if he wanted to, let him believe, if not, then no. After that, he used his skill called will suppression, and told Lu Ruo to prepare for the test. She must obey him or she will die. Lu Ruo shouted that no, she would never join the people of the Ocid Plain, even if she had to die. After which she lost consciousness. Durant picked her up and thought that this girl had a pretty strong will. It's time for him and Xiao Yan to take care of her. Durant came to Xiao Yan's room. He told him he was leaving, so he had to clean up the office. Xiao Yan said it was fine. When Durant left, Xiao Yan found papers on the table that said it was top secret. Durant was watching him from around the corner and thought that even if he thought he was doing it in secret from him, he would not deliberately expose him. It's time to try it out. Xiao Yan went down to the dungeon. There he was stopped by a monster who told him that this was no place for people like him. Idlers are not allowed to enter. Xiao Yan asked him, "What, do we really have years? How dare he not let people from Kate's family through?" The monster immediately changed, and he said that since he was a gentleman from the Kate family, okay, and asked why he had come to the territory of the Western Dungeon. Xiao Yan told him to move away, because he had come for a girl for the head. Or is he trying to get in his way again? The monster told him to stop, because he would guide him. They came to the appointed place, and the monster told him that even though this girl has the second step, she can't do anything while she's wearing a collar. Xiao Yan said that yes, the head asked to bring the key to the collar, so he should give it faster. The monster was taken aback and said that after her release she would be able to fight at full strength. Xiao Yan asked him if there were too many questions. Does he really think that the head is afraid of the second step? The monster handed him the key and said he was right. And he asked, "What is interesting? How is Gabriel from Kate's family? He's a friend of their boss." Xiao Yan took the key and immediately began to unfasten Lu Ruo's collar. He told the monster that Gabriel was busy, but he would give him his best wishes when he returned. But the monster caught him and said that there was no one in Kate's family with that name. That's the name of their boss. And he asked who he was. Xiao Yang grabbed Lu Ruo's hand and told her to run. The monster started screaming that someone had invaded the dungeon. Xiao Yan told the girl to run away with him. If they manage to get into the secret passage, then they will be able to escape from them. Lu Yuzhou asked him if he wasn't from Kate's family. Xiao Yan told her what she was saying, of course not, and asked the girl not to ask him questions. He will answer everything when they escape. Then Lu Yuzhou shouted to him stop. Their boss got in their way, who laughed and said that he had not practiced for a long time. Great, he's just going to play with them. Lu Ruo used her skill called Stream of Flying Blades. The boss just laughed and said what a weakling she was. Lu Ruo told Xiao Yan to run ahead. Xiao Yan told her that he was only at step 1. Any guard would stop him. Therefore, she can run alone. She still has hope for a successful escape if she gets into a secret passage. Lu Ruo told him harshly and sternly that she was from the rebel army, and she was not used to abandoning her teammates. The boss said that it was touching and unbearable. But don't let them worry, he will turn them both into a perfect meatball. The boss said that he would destroy them and turn them into cutlets. Then a pig appeared behind Xiao Yan and Lu Ruo. The boss asked who he was. The pig raised his hand and told him to shut up, because he annoys him very much. After that, he opened the portal of the void, where the boss got. Lu Ruo turned around and, looking at the pig, asked that who is he. But the pig didn't answer her. Then Liu Yuruo said that if he did not intend to talk to them, then they would leave. And she asked Xiao Yan, what about the secret passage? Where should I hit? Xiao Yan pointed his finger in the right direction and said this way. Liu Yuruo, using her ability, hit the specified place. But she asked what was the matter. There's only a stone wall and no passage. Xiao Yang was also confused. He said it was simply impossible. He just couldn't read it wrong. That's right, here it is, the secret passage of the Kate family. Everything is marked on the map. Liu Yuruo asked him if he thought the card might be a fake. Xiao Yan dropped the card from the bow and said it was fake from the beginning. Of course, there were too many coincidences today. Liu Yuang's tried to comfort him and told him not to blame himself, because he was still too young. Let it be a lesson to him. He shouldn't worry so much, because even if he dies, she will take him away from here. Yang Zai thought that he had done his best to arrange this operation and test Xiao Yan. He never had any secrets. He has a huge potential in bravery and acting skills, which is necessary for a permanent member of the judges' organization. But he is too young and careless. He walked up to the two and called out to them. After that, he opened the portal of the void, which began to suck them inside. He moved them to his kingdom. Xiao Yan stood up and asked, did they really manage to escape? Liu Yuruo was still very upset and, laughing, asked what if that's the case? The bright and clean rebel army is just a toy for the mayor of the city, which he can break and throw away at any moment. What is the point of living without principles? The pig appeared behind them and asked them what? Have they rested already? Liu Puzhou asked him who is he, and why did he save them? The pig asked them for permission so that he introduced himself to them and said that he was a pig and came from the territory of the Four Seas. Xiao Yan was very shocked and asked which of the Four Seas. It's their defensive front that's winning now. Pig said that yes, they had managed to gain some advantage. He had secretly infiltrated this continent in order to gather information for a counterattack. And I asked the two of them if they wanted the rebel army to join the rest of the occupied territories. Liu Yuruo told him not to dream about it. There is no way to achieve this. The pig asked her what if he could do it. Liu Yuruo started screaming and said that fantasies aside, even if he didn't even try to trick her by promising mountains of gold, he's too naive. The pig did not pay any attention to her screams and, turning to Xiao Yan, asked what? And does he want the army to unite with the occupiers? Does he want to help his companions get out of slavery? Xiao Yan said that if he wasn't lying, then he would agree at any cost. The pig put his hand on his shoulder and said that it was great. He shouldn't worry so much, because you can always rely on the organization of the judge. Xiao Yan and Liu Yuruo were very surprised and said that the judges. The pig opened the portal again and, already leaving, told them that he was giving them 3 days, which would be enough for them to have time to return to the rebel army. That's where they'll meet. Xiao Yan and Liu Yuruo arrived at the rebel camp. Xiao Yan said that there was a rebel army base in front of them. He looked at the children and said they looked like they were lacking nutrients. Liu Yuruo chuckled and said that the nutrients. It's good if you can fill your stomach with anything at all. Then a pig appeared behind them and said that they were just in time. Xiao Yan bowed to the pig and greeted him. Liu Yuruo didn't tell him anything. The pig handed them a steak with abilities and told them to drink, and then they would immediately become the owners of the 3rd stage. And then they should immediately start performing the operation. Xiao Yan drank the contents of the flask and immediately felt a surge of energy. The pig asked him what and how it was. Does he already feel the 3rd step? Xiao Yan was happy and said that so this is what it feels like when the whole thing is filled with energy, and thanked him for it. Liu Yuruo thought that the judge organization also had such elixirs. If she knew, then. The pig handed them a list and said that here was a list of all those who had betrayed the rebel army. He recommends that they kill them frequently. Liu Yuruo started reading the list and said that they were the same. The pig did not let her finish and said that if they did not give them, then how did the army lose 50% of its combat power in just 10 years? Aren't those dead people their companions? He threw them masks and told them to put them on and start the task. After that, the 3 of them rushed to kill those who were on that list. The pig used his portals to kill them. Xiao Yan and Liu Yuruo turned their backs on each other. Xiao Yang asked her how many more traitors were left. Liu Yu said harshly that there was only one with stage 3 abilities and his name was Chen Kai. Just then, the deputy commander of the rebel army came out of the ward, all bandaged up. By the name of Chen Kai, he called out to the 3 of them and asked them what. Did they think he was from the King Hui resistance army? Then he rushed into battle. Xiao Yan attacked him from the front. Then Evans arrived and attacked him from behind. Chen Kai was on fire, and he asked what for what, the leader. The leader said that he knows that a few years ago he betrayed the King Hui organization, but unfortunately he became a big shot, so he couldn't just attack him. Along the way, these three split up with all his henchmen, but they didn't touch the rest. Let him believe that this was a purge of the traitors of the King Huey rebel army. After that, she returned to the three and said that welcome home. Liu Yuruo burst into tears. The leader told them that they had greatly helped their army to get rid of the rats. He really doesn't know how to thank them for it. Pig said it's just really, he should just hand over his post. There were angry shouts. The man shouted that this could not be, because leader Zai is respected, and they recognize only his primacy. But the leader laughed and said that, of course, he would resign from the position of leader. But the pig interrupted him and said that no, not for him, but for Xiao Yan. Pig asked Xiao Yan to take off his mask. Xiao Yan fulfilled the pig's request. Seeing the face of their new leader, people became dissatisfied. They started shouting that no, they were protesting. They are ready to fight to the death. The leader shouted at them to be quiet. Their organization needs a young and energetic leader. From now on, Xiao Yu will not lead the rebel army, and Liu Yuanruo is appointed deputy instead of Chen Kai. People exchanged glances, and then said that long live the new leader. The pig opened his portal and told the people that he thought they would need food. After that, a box fell out of the portal. He asked them what are they waiting for? Should they pick her up soon? After that, people began to pull out more and more boxes. The guy said there were so many things. The pig approached Xiao Yan and said that there was enough food and water to support the entire army for 3 months. He really hopes they use them wisely. Xiao Yan asked Mr. Pig, "What's next on the plan?" The pig said he was going back to 4 Seas. They have been preparing for this war for a very long time, and it should start soon. Meanwhile, on Banana Island, the head of the Cayenne family looked at the crystal through a magnifying glass and said that the alchemical matrix was just perfect. Yu Jai asked him what he thought. Would he be able to take it off? The head of the Cayenne family told Yu Jai that he thought too highly of him. In addition to the fact that it is necessary to simultaneously control a significant number of alchemical particles, the work is also complicated by their small size. Yu Jai asked him, is there really no other way? The head of the Cayenne family said that of course it is possible. You can announce such a find and call alchemists from all over the world for conducting joint research. However, this is definitely a secret matter. Yu Jai said that the judges' organization has never thought about the long-term consequences, so they should follow the advice of the head of the Cayenne family and call the best experts in alchemy from all 4 seas. No, let everyone who wants to work on the creation of people from the Ocid Plain come and try. After that, Yu Jai handed him a golden stone and told him to try to find out more about the device of this hereditary stone. The head of the Cayenne family took this stone in his hands and said that it was simply incredible. And I asked him, what kind of stone is this? Yu Jai said that it was an alchemical artifact that was found by Heiju in the occupied territory of the southern continent. The head of the Cayenne family was very surprised and asked what. Yu Jai said that the crown stone is one of the greatest achievements of the Ossidian civilization. One could even say that it contains the technological gap between them. The head of the Cayenne family asked if it was worth announcing it to everyone in this case. With these 2 artifacts, they will be able to master the whole world without any problems. Eusebius said he was leaving it up to him. Then a man burst into the office of the Lord of the Wind and said that he was reporting that in addition to new information, they had also received an invitation letter from the judges' organization. The Wind Lord said there was a war coming, and he asked if the organization of judges had a new idea again. Tong Tian said he was afraid there was nothing good about her. The Lord of the Wind said that he would not jinx without the support of the judges' organizations. The probability of their victory would drop by 30%. Upon opening this letter, the Wind Lord was very surprised. He said that Mr. Pig is just a wonderful spy. He is a born spy. Did he really find out everything about the meditation method so soon? Thanks to the organization of the judges, they will be able to reduce the gap between them and the inhabitants of the Ocid Plain by 100 years. Tong Tian told him that he was glad. What if he's just bluffing? He didn't see these artifacts with his own eyes. The Lord of the Wind was very serious, told Brother Tong Tian that this letter of invasion was an official appeal from the Organization of Judges to the Association of Heroes, the Trade Union and the Iron Blood Army with a request to accept a general agreement on the method of meditation, and ask what he was saying. The Organization of Judges is much more far-sighted than they are. Tong Tian was also very shocked and thought that he had never thought that they would go so far by resorting to such a thing. 3 days later, Yu Jai arrived at Banana Island for a conference with the Lord of the Winds. Yu Jai said that it was decided to make the information that was received from people from the Ocid Plain publicly available, but on one condition. The Wind Lords, addressing Yu Jai, calling him brother, said that they were not strangers. He should tell them what he wanted. Yu Jai said it was very simple. The organization of judges wants to settle on the territory of the Mixed Sea. The Lord of the Wind hesitated and could not say anything for him. Tun Chan, that well, the appetites of their organization of judges. And I asked him that did they really want to take over another sea. The Lord of the Wind said, the brother of the communication judge, that their commercial association is ready to transfer 15 islands that are owned by him to the judges. And I asked Tong Tian and Jinyan what they would say about it. Zhao Jinyan said they could temporarily hand over control of the Mixed Sea. But the time of domination of the organization of judges in this territory must necessarily be limited. Otherwise, it will take years, which will undoubtedly be a huge loss for the entire race. Yu Jai asked her what and how much time, in her opinion, should be allocated for this. Tong Tian asked, what about 1 year? With this Lord of Chaos, it will be difficult for the judges to take over the Mixed Sea. A man like him doesn't care about saving people. He cares more about girls, wealth, and entertainment. According to him, humanity will never defeat people by comparing acid, and he is not in danger of death because he is at the 4th stage. Which means that he must take everything from life. Zhao Xinyan said that yes, of course, there are really strong people, but they have to see what has become of the Mixed Sea under his command. Yu Jai asked that it turns out that the countdown has already started. Isn't it? The Wind Lord said he was starting too rashly now. Wouldn't it be better to wait for the battle to end? Zhao Xinyan asked, what if it drags on forever? Then Yu Jai laughed and said that the year would be too much. He thinks that the organization of judges will be enough for his half. Tong Tian said that 1 year, so 1 year they will start counting down after the War of the 4 Steps. Zhao Xinyan said that they would not be able to cope with the Lord of Chaos so easily anyway. And she asked what about now, wouldn't it be time to talk to them about payment? Yu Jai showed them the essence and told them that in front of them was the essence of the blood of a strong ability holder that the pig had brought from the southern continent. It can help to master the method of meditation at the initial stage, and it is possible to send everyone a drop of essence as a sample, and he will also tell you how to develop a method of meditation. And ask them what's pretty fair, isn't it? Zhao Jinyan turned to the head of Ouyang and asked that he had asked her for help in the battle last time. Didn't he? The head of Ouyang asked her if she really agreed. Zhao Jinyan said that of course, but in return he should give her a few drops of this essence. The Lord of the Wind told her that it was impossible to treat foreigners like that. At that time, he promised to pay out of his own pocket, presenting them with Master Dai's latest alchemical accessories. Zhao Jinyan told him to use his tricks to fool girls with big breasts and small brains, and she only needs the blood of the strongest. Tong Tian turned to Mr. Ouyang and said that it was necessary to redistribute the blood sensation, and asked that why wouldn't the head of Ouyang give him and Captain Zhao 1 drop each as a reward. The Wind Lords called Tong Tian and asked that he had learned to take advantage of his fire, hadn't he? Yu Jing was watching. I was watching their argument. I thought that, apparently, the race for profit is inevitable, whether it's foreigners or people. The Lord of the Wind said how ruthless they were and gave them a drop each. After some time, Yang Zai returned to the Heavenly Palace. He said that after improving the spiritual contract to the 3rd stage, he discovered a new skill called Summoning the Spirit. It allows you to make a spiritual body immaterial in space and temporarily move it to the real world for attack. But it sounds like something useless. But wait, the phoenix can be attributed to spiritual bodies, right? Maybe then he should try it out on her. Then Phoenix appeared and asked him why he was looking for her. Yang Zai immediately applied an ability called Spirit Summoning into his own. After that, the phoenix shrank in size. Phoenix took off so that she was at Yang Zai's eye level. Yang Zai blushed all over and said that although she had shrunk in size, her appearance had not changed. A pretty useless ability, however. Phoenix told him that she felt that her body could still be modified, after which she demonstrated it. She's back to normal size. Yang Zai looked away, said that, yes, apparently the transformation still drains spiritual power. Well, enough of the transformation, let her turn back. And he said to himself that this is the fruit of his own subconscious. He should not go crazy. But the battle looks big, he needs to come and see. He's taken over Durant's body again. They were on the ship now, watching the battle. Mr. Kai Feng told him that the battle had reached a dead end. The people from the Warriors Guild asked if the opponents wanted to continue. Yang Zai thought that the purpose of his new introduction to the enemies was to increase Acid's losses on the battlefield. And ask your subordinates that isn't it a shame to disrupt their marching rhythm because of some low-level fighters. He must give the order for both armies to continue moving at the same speed. The Warrior Guild also wants to save its people. The mayor of the city allows them to send an elite rescue team. Mr. Kai Feng said he would make arrangements immediately. Yang Zai thought that a strong member of the military guild, he should go to Red Frost Island and die there, where it is on the battlefield. One of the Red Demon clan named Grantham said that he heard that as soon as this trash met the monsters, it took him 3 times the numerical advantage in order to achieve a draw. How weak it is. The Lord of the Green Flame element named Patrick turned to his master, said that when they arrived on the battlefield, they would immediately slaughter them all, and he shouted to everyone else to speed up. He can't wait to get rid of these idiots. Whoever is the last to reach the island of Red Frost will be burned by its wonderful light. He will leave a lovely mark on his back. Yujai came to the Wind Lord's council again. Now all 4 of them were looking at the map. The Wind Lords turned to Zhao Jinyan and said that he was the commander-in-chief of this counterattack, and she, not the Iron Blood territory. Zhao Jinyan told him to stop fooling around already. If they wanted to land on Red Frost Island, they should use crowd tactics. The Lord of the Wind said that the Free Army will be divided into 4 detachments, which will go to the island in different directions. Then the Osid people will not escape. The Heroes Association also sent people there under the guise of an elite team. Why, then, are they nowhere to be seen? Zhao Xinyan was very angry and turned to Tong Tian, told him that it was enough to pretend. He must go to the island of Red Frost and fight them. Newcomers like his soldiers will not survive there. Tong Tian calmly replied to her that he shared the concerns of the Wind King. She needs to go there. This is a great opportunity to train. Zhao Jinyan didn't know what to say anymore, so she decided to attack Yu Jai and asked him that he was willing to sacrifice those important people from his leading organization. Right. Yu Jai shrugged his shoulders and said that he was also for option 2. The Lord of the Wind laughed and asked Zhao Xinyan, what is she convinced of now? 3 against 1. Now we need to immediately send an elite team to the island. Yu Jai said he had a restless feeling, but he would tell them later. On the island of Red Frost, 2 hours later, Liu Yuan said he had heard that 10 elite teams had been dispatched, and the Association of Heroes is coming to them from the west. But for some reason he doesn't see anyone here. Here they met with other detachments. Moon Crow said they are the Sandwich Nori team from the judges' organization. Liu Yuan thought that, of course, they had chosen the name. There was Yu Fan in one of the squads. He thought it was a familiar aura. Is it really the teacher? And said that they are the Dark Knight team, the Association of Heroes. Blanche said that as far as she knows, they sent 3 people with a high rank. The weakest of them has a rank. Yu Rong asked the captain, what are they doing here? Moon Raven said that yes, even though there were a couple of weaklings left on the island, but they should still be on their guard. And he himself thought that they did not yet know that Asuda's strong army was coming here to help. A fierce battle would simply be inevitable. Here he ordered to stop. There is a military guild ahead, they must prepare for battle. Liu Yuan assumed his animal form of Blanche. She readied her sword. Sanwai was also ready to attack. Association of Companies, the Wolf Fan team. Birdsea commanded everyone that they should wait outside and leave it to their team. A girl from the Iron Blood Army, the Bright Energy team, objected and, calling him a bird's head, said that he should shut up before he was fried and eaten. The bird was very angry with these words, and he asked what she had just said. Would she dare to repeat it? The girl took her gun and told him to fight her. After that, a dispute began between their teams. They were watched by the Lord of the Wind, Yu Jai, Zhu Jinyan and Tong Tian. The Moon Raven stood in front of them and said that then he asked them if they could get in, and then the strangers ran away. After that, the birds attacked one of the girls. The girl rushed away. The bird asked her what, did she really want to escape? After that, he caught up with her and grabbed her, told her not to worry, because she wouldn't die so easily. Patrick, I am the Lord of the Element of Green Flame, burst in here and, calling everyone freaks, asked that where are they climbing with their own hands? How dare they touch Miss YYN? And if not, then he is the great Patrick, using the most secure method in order to turn him into ashes. The bird asked them what? Do they really want this girl? Then let them come and get her. YYN was very scared and said she was going to die. Patrick started screaming and said that he would kill them all today. Bird rushed to attack them and said he didn't understand where they got so much courage to call them freaks. He was about to attack Patrick, but he was hit in the side. It was Grantham. He laughed and asked that he hadn't even used all his might, and he had already flown away. The Wind Lord said that the situation on Red Frost Island had changed. These Asuda people are difficult to handle. There are owners of 3 stages on the island. Every death is a huge loss for them. Zhu Jinyan said she would think of something. After that, she teleported to the battlefield. Yu Jai said that was to be expected from the owner of the 4th step. If she comes, they will deal with them in 2 accounts. Patrick called him a pathetic brat and said it was not too late to fall on his knees and beg for mercy. And if he was in a good mood, maybe he would spare them. Bird called him names and rushed into battle. This time he managed to attack Patrick. Patrick himself was confused and asked what? Grantham laughed and told him that he had just been beaten by that brat. He's so weak. Patrick said he never thought she seemed so strong. He will honor him with being eaten by him. Now he has to kill him. Then the fight started. Eventually, Patrick caught this bird by the scruff of the neck. He told him that he was a strong warrior, but the gap in their fighting power was too big. It cannot be reduced by willpower alone. And if he lost, then you're welcome. He was going to eat it. But then he was interrupted. It was that girl. She shot him with her cannon. She called him names and asked that how dare he eat their people azure stars. Isn't he afraid of losing his teeth? His men ran up to the bird, the captain of their team. Their commander has already lost all his strength. He told them that maybe, but also that he would change the course of things. The girl asked him if he was still able to speak. She'll find a way herself. Then she started shooting those two creatures. There was a huge explosion and exhaling. The girl said that he was finally dead. But it wasn't like that. When the fog cleared on the ground, the eye of this monster lay. Grantham lifted his eye and put it back in place. He chuckled and said it was close. He was too reckless. And if that's the case, isn't it time for them all to die? But then Yufan came up behind him and attacked him. Grantham was dead. Patrick was very shocked. He asked if Grantham was really dead. He really didn't think that not all of them were complete garbage. Grantham died at the hands of such stupid warriors because of his own arrogance. If they don't learn from their mistakes, then today they will smash the Ossids to smithereens. One of his subordinates turned to Patrick and asked that how could they ignore the honor of the people from Ossida. They're all waiting for his orders. Patrick thought for a while and said that okay, now they have absolute superiority in strength, and they have to kill them all and not leave a single one alive. All his subordinates accepted his order and hurried to execute it. The guy was very scared and said that they had 9 owners of the 3rd stage. Moonraven said it was their turn now. Liu Yuan said he was Mu's wolf from the judges' organization, and he asked which one of them would dare to attack him. Patrick said he didn't expect this meat grinder to turn into anything interesting. But when 3 owners of the 3rd stage appeared, it became more fun. Liu Yuan called Patrick a green-haired freak and told him not to be arrogant. And I asked him that at least he knows who his godfather is. Patrick asked what and who. Liu Yuan chuckled and told him not to be scared. This is Mr. Yu Jai from the judges' organization. And I asked him that, well, he's already scared, isn't he? But Patrick only asked that who is Yu Jai. He had never heard of him. He will chop off his wolf's head and make a barbecue out of it. Liu Yuan was very angry at him and started shouting that his godfather, Mr. Yu Jai, the head of the judges' organization, he is a very strong user of the 4th level abilities. Patrick said that this way he has the 4th step. He should visit him about him, he'll sort it out later. Liu Yuan shouted to him that he thought he was the same. He stabbed himself in the arm right in the chest and said he wasn't a man if he screamed in pain. He took his heart out of his chest, told Patrick to watch, because he can fight even without a heart. Does he still expect to kill him? Let him look at himself in the mirror first. Patrick was shocked and thought that he was normal at all. Mooncrow watched all this and thought that Liu Yuan was a fool. He cannot allow him to disgrace the entire organization of judges. Therefore, he used his ability called Plum Blossom Steps, and he rushed to Patrick with lightning speed. Patrick was shocked and said he didn't think there would be someone so strong here. His subordinate came to the aid of Mr. Patrick. He repulsed the attack of the Moonraven and told Mr. Patrick that he would cover him and let him prepare for his decisive blow. Patrick began to prepare hard. The Moonraven got scared and shouted to everyone to stop him from completing his training. Yurong has trapped him in her net. Patrick asked what the hell, is this a non-verbal attack? He called them all infestations and shouted that it should not be allowed to continue like this. After that, he used his skill called the Green Lotus. Yurong rushed to attack him, but his skill called Green Lotus hit her right in the face. The girl lost her balance, but the Moonraven picked her up. He told her not to be afraid, because he would heal her. Yurong now had a large scar on her face. Meanwhile, Zhu Jinyan was watching everything from around the corner. She was very surprised and thought, is this really a deep penetration of light? The organization of judges has as many as 3 users of 4 stages. It seems she is really undervalued. His mysterious organization. Yufan awakened the village of an ancient saint. Mooncrow watched Yufan carefully and thought that who would have thought that this boy would grow up so much. Patrick told Yufan that what a shame. If he wasn't his opponent, he would have pardoned him and made him his own guard. But now he's going to be the first one he kills. And here is his reward for his bravery. He must remember that it was Mr. Patrick who killed him. Yufan was very determined and told him that he was talking too much. After that, he rushed to the attack. There was a huge explosion. Patrick was very shocked and said that this simply could not be. How did he manage to block his kick? It's just not possible. He must die. According to the degree, he will try. Let's see what he will do now. Now it's so extended to all people. All the people who were within its close range were in great danger. The guy ran from his attack and shouted to be rescued as soon as possible, because he does not want to die. Yufan began to save ordinary mortals. Patrick watched him closely and said that he was very strong and could block his flames. He laughed and said that now they would see how many of them would be able to escape. People were in a panic, they were running in different directions. Yufan shouted to Mr. Patrick that he hated him. Zhu Xinyan, who had been following their actions all this time, said that it seemed like the time had come for her to intervene. Moongate was still standing to the side and watching Yufan's actions. He thought that he couldn't wait to see how he would get out of such a situation. Yufan again furiously rushed into battle. Liu Yuan shouted to him, which worked great. He has to teach this lotus a lesson, and then it's over. Moon Crow told Liu Yuan that everything is not as simple as it seems. From the outside, it seems that the lotus does not surround anything, but in fact, there is a dense fire protection around him. The faster the opponent moves, the stronger it is. Liu Yuan asked, what does it mean that he is going to certain death? Your smart raven said he trusts his decisions. Mr. Patrick said that, nevertheless, they are all ordinary blockheads. They all have little combat experience, they are naive and stupid. But Yufan was much stronger than Patrick could have imagined. Patrick was very surprised and asked what's what. What kind of monster is he? Even if the advantage is now on his country, but he still won't be able to get to it. He attacked him with his green flame, and, calling him trash, he said that and what would he do now? But Yufan easily dispelled his green flame. Then he attacked him. There was an explosion. Mr. Patrick was defeated. He lay exhausted and said that he recognized that he was the strongest warrior. No, the owner of the abilities he met. To be defeated by them is not so shameful. He turned to the woman who was lying next to him and calling her Miss Vivian, asked her for forgiveness. He couldn't thank her enough. But fate is always cruel. The fight continued anyway. Yufan commanded his army to move forward and kill them all. The army of Mr. Patrick commanded forward. They will not allow the scum to overcome themselves. They must hold on, and when reinforcements arrive, they will still have a chance to return. On the boundless plain, powerful forces are trying to drown it out. The so-called good and evil, truth and falsehood come to red results if they choose opposite guidelines. Zhu Xinyan was rushing to help her people. She ran as fast as she could and said that she could not believe that the owner of the fourth step from the Osid Plain could calmly stand and watch their hundreds of people die. Where are they all hiding? Then someone said that he had found it. He really didn't think that the owner of the fourth step would be a girl. Zhu Xinyan flew into the sky and asked who he was. It was the head of the mercenary guild. He asked what the light type abilities were, didn't he? It looks very interesting. Then he snapped his fingers and an explosion occurred. Zhu Xinyan was attacked. How other people suffered and were attacked. Blanche fell and was badly hurt. Moon Crows ran up to her, said that he would heal her. Blanche thanked him. Moon Crow turned to Kai Wai and told her that she was putting Blanche on her, and he needs to find Yuan. The Moon Crow arrived at Liu Yuan. Only his head was lying on the ground now. Liu Yuan shouted that he should get him out as quickly as possible. What the hell is going on here? Why is there only one head left of him? Moon Crow asked him what. How would he get it out if he didn't even have hands? Liu Yuan started shouting that soon. After that, his body began to recover again. Moon Raven picked him up by his restored arm. And I told him that the enemy of the fourth stage attacked Lady Zhao Xinyan. They need to retreat now, otherwise they will be drawn into a battle from which they may well not get out alive. Zhu Xinyan called the head of the mercenary guild a vile rat. She asked him if he really only knows how to use his dirty tricks. The head of the mercenary guild chuckled and said that he just attacked her first. If she were in his position, he's willing to bet that her attack would be where his would run with her. Zhu Xinyan demanded that he tell her his name. She introduced herself and said that her head teacher Zhao Jinyan, and she would kill him. The head of the mercenary guild grinned again and asked her if she was really trying to buy time. Did she think he had come here alone? After which, he snapped his fingers and sealed all of Mr. Patrick's monsters into balls. He laughed and said see you soon. Zhu Jinyan asked him if he really wanted to escape. The head of the mercenary guild shouted to his squad that why were they idling? They have to attack. After that, when he left, he told the girl that it was so easy to deceive them. They will probably let them stay on this island for another 3 days. Zhu Jinyan. She swore and said that he had tricked her. There are no 4 steps nearby. Just then, the Lords of the Wind, Tong Tian and Yu Jai, appeared. Tong Tian asked if they would let him escape, or should they follow him. The Lord of the Wind said that it was not necessary. They should act very carefully, because there could be an ambush hiding here. Ms. Zhao Jinying said that he said he would give them the island for 3 days, and she asked if this meant that they would attack again only after that time. The Wind Lord said he could have lied to them. They still need to be on their guard. Yu-Jai said that Brother Uyang was right. One should not be distracted by the words of the opponent. The Wind Lord said yes, they should clear the battlefield first. Yu-Jai decided to go to Lung Yuan, and when he saw what condition he was in, he asked what had happened to him. Liu Yuan is to blame for saying that he was injured by the owner of the fourth step. He asked his godfather for forgiveness and said that he had let him down. Yu-Jai said that everything is fine. Falling in battle with the fourth step is not at all shameful. He must try hard, because he knows that he has the proper potential and talent. Liu Yuan was very happy to hear that. He burst into tears and started hugging his godfather. He told him not to worry so much, even if it would cost him his life. But he will glorify the Yu-Jai group and the organization of judges. Yang 11 thought it felt like human nature was supplanting the divine essence. Isn't this what is needed to become the fourth step? After such a massacre, Yang Zai was relaxing on the beach. Then Yu Rong came up to him and asked him that he hadn't slept at all. Had he? She sat down next to him. Yang Zai said that he couldn't sleep, so he came to refresh himself. And I asked her what and why is she here? Couldn't she sleep too? Yu Rong said that yes, she went out for a walk, but she did not expect to meet him here. Yang Zai told her that if it wasn't for her today, the fire monster from Asada would have caused much more destruction. Yu Rong started crying and said that it was because she was on the end. I didn't save anyone. And even when Blanche got hurt, she couldn't help her. Yang Zai put his hand on her shoulder, hugged her, said that Blanche was fighting with the owner of the fourth step. No one could help her, and asked her what, so what could she have done? Yu Rong, embarrassed, got to her feet, asked for forgiveness, said that she was still in dirty clothes. Yang Zai said it was okay. He would then wash her clothes in the washing machine. Yu Rong was even more embarrassed. Yang Zai asked her if she was okay. Yu Rong ran away and said that yes, she was fine. She apologized to him and added that they would see each other tomorrow. Then Yang Zai noticed that Kang Wai was standing behind him. Kang Wai also started crying and ran away. Yang Zai thought she was crying for something. Durant was on his island now. He said that yes, it's hard to be beautiful. His subordinate reported that high-ranking guests wished to meet him in the roof garden. Durant said he understood, and he himself thought that a sudden meeting was it somehow connected with a recently returned member of the judges. He went up to the roof of the building, where everyone was already waiting for him. Durant greeted 4 gentlemen. The head of the mercenary guild said that on the island of Red Frost, he encountered the owner of the fourth step. The Thunderer asked what is she like? The same as Chris described her. The head of the mercenary guild said that he was very lucky that she had the element of light, and in battle she turned out to be quite weak. As for the other 3 and 4 steps, he has only seen from afar, but he thinks they should be wary of them. Yang Zai thought that he had run away like the last coward, but decided to embellish his experience a lot. The head of the mercenary guild added that the pig-nosed Chris was talking about never showed up. The purple python asked if it was worth worrying about at all, even if they have the owners of the fourth stage, but they will never surpass them in comprehending the deep meaning. The head of the mercenary guild said that it was they who would attack them in 2 days. They will aim at the leaders, killing the fighters of the fourth stage. The Thunderer shouted that it was fine. It will be possible to capture even more slaves. Yu-Jai flew through the sky at night and thought that cloning opens up many prospects for obtaining information. The number of enemies, strategy and timing, it all depends on him. But the human race on the blue planet is not in the best position. There are forces on the Osid plane that surpass even the fourth stage. There are more advanced power structures there. For example, a level 5 heavenly position. From the point of view of these inhabitants, the fourth stage of the human race from the blue planet is not the fourth stage in the full sense. They don't know too many basic things about accidentally these laws can't be comprehended. Then Tong Tian appeared and told him that he seemed completely calm. They have a difficult task. With his vast military experience, he is still nervous before the war. Yu-Jai chuckled and said that maybe it's because there are more wars behind his back than behind his. The Wind Lord called out to brother Yu-Jai and told him to let him thank him for his help. Yu-Jai said it wasn't worth it. After all, they were all fighting in the name of humanity. It was their duty. The Wind Lord hugged Yu-Jai and laughed, saying that he thought that if everyone shared his views, they would have a much better chance of winning. Yang Zai thought that Ouyang Xuan was very open, but then why was his father so cunning? A ship was sailing along one of the seas. The man looked through binoculars and said that he wondered when these people from Asada would come. Every day they stand on duty and out of fear of them. There were 2 guys walking around in both of them. One of them suggested that maybe they would drink a little after the shift. His friend agreed, but said that in the same place, but let him pay. Then this friend of his grabbed tentacles and dragged into the sea. The guy started shouting to the captain to save him. The captain immediately rushed to save him, but then he saw many different sea monsters. Their leader told them what kind of scum they were. They couldn't figure out even such a simple trick. Is he really a level 1 fighter? Okay, even though he is weak, but even in a mosquito there is meat, and ordered his subordinates to kill him. A huge shark pounced on their captain. Then I ate it. Their boss said what a pathetic scum he was. He would hit her back, he couldn't. He will stand and wait until he is eaten. But then the Lord of the Wind came to their aid. He said that they had finally come, now let them prepare for death. The people on deck began to cheer. The guy said that this is the owner of the 4th stage. The war should start soon. But the Lord came with the 4th step, which means that they have nothing to fear anymore. They've been waiting for this day for so long. Now they have to show them all. The head of the mercenary guild said that their army needs talented heroes, if they ask for them. Then they will have a much brighter future than death in the middle of the ocean. The Thunderer said that the Federation of hundreds of cities is interested in cooperation, and she invited them to work for the benefit of each other. Zhu Jinyan said it was a very funny joke. Do they really think that they will stoop to their level? Will he abandon their own race and run like dogs with their tails between their legs to the enemies? So what? The Lord of the Wind told them that he did not expect such naivety and stupidity from them. Do they really prefer to get rid of their opponents with chatter? He is not going to waste time on them today. Either they will die or they will survive. The Thunderer did not understand him and asked what it meant. Either they would die or they would survive. Do they always talk like that? Why did it sound like they were being used? The head of the mercenary guild said that he intended to confuse them. The Thunderer could not stand it and, using his strength, told the scum to die. The Lord of the Wind created a protective shield around himself and, laughing, asked him if he really thought he could win. So they will look after the battle. Zhu Jinyan attacked the head of the mercenary guild. She called him names and said that he had run away last time. But today they came face to face. He had to show her his skills. Tong Tian was fighting with a purple python. Deacon Occam told Yu Jai that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Yu Jai asked him what, well, are they ready to get from them again? Deacon Occam asked Yu Jai to look back. He said an old friend of his was there. Behind Yu Jai stood Kyan Yu Kue. Eusebius was very surprised, asked if it was really Kyan Yu Kue. Wasn't he swallowed by a dark blue plant, then turned into a vegetable? And he himself thought that it looked like someone was controlling Kyan Dodo's father. We need to check it by getting into his mind. Having penetrated into his inner world, Yu Jai asked, is this really his inner world? No, where is he? Then he saw a huge blue plant, which called Yu Jai an interesting bug. Yang Zai was scared and thought that he should not get inside. This is very bad. Why did he have to try it all? Use your abilities to test such things. This plant grabbed him, and she said that strength, power, talent are all this. Dark blue knowledge can give him everything he so desires. After that, all the young 11 clones fell into a stupor. None of them could move. Uncle Du, he called out to Durant. He asked what happened. After that, I started shouting at my subordinates and asking them if they were worth something. They should get back to their work faster. The commander worked too hard and now feels unwell. He needs rest. And he himself thought that in the battle commanded by Kate's family, everything should go according to plan, no matter what. He told his daughter Zhu Lai to take her older brother to his room. Let him rest there. Zhu Lai said it was fine. Meanwhile, Liu Yuan was fighting alongside the Moon Crow back to back. Liu Yuan asked, what is the matter with the Moon Crow? Why is it not moving? Just then, a man attacked him, who told the Moon Raven to burn in hell. Liu Yuan shouted to Blanche to come here soon, because Yang Zai's psyche was attacked by some supernatural being. Blanche created a huge shield around them. She said that they should form a formation, because first of all they need to protect the captain. The pig also fell into a stupor. Fei Fei came up to him and began to pull him. She asked her older brother what happened. He shouldn't scare her like that. Yu Jai also froze in place, not moving. Deacon Occam laughed and said that Yu Jai acted like a complete idiot when he tried to get into his mind. And now his awareness has absorbed the dark blue knowledge. Zhu Jinying shouted at Yu Jai that did he do it on purpose. Deacon Occam decided to attack Yus and said that he really did not think that the famous Yu Jai would die today. But he was attacked by Yu Fan, who came to the aid of his teacher. Occam asked Deacon that the pitiful third step is eager to fight with 4. Is he really looking for death? Yu Fan said that the owner of the 4th step is the most valuable thing they have. Even if they have to die, they still won't let Mr. Yu Jai get hurt. There was a whole army behind him, which also supported him. They shouted that they would save Mr. Yu Jai. They cannot win without the organization of judges. For the sake of all mankind, Deacon Occam was surprised, said that there were so many desperate fighters here. Liu Yuan also arrived here, who rushed at him and asked him that, how dare he put his godfather in danger without asking his permission. But Deacon Occam cut off his hand. He called Liu Yuan a name and asked him who he thought he was. He is highly respected, the owner of the 4th stage, and it's time to end it. But Liu Yuan wasn't going to back down. He grabbed his blade and told him that if he wanted to kill his godfather, he had to kill him first. Deacon Occam told him not to test his patience, otherwise they would die in agony. Meanwhile, young Zai was still in his mind. He thought that when a person is absorbed by a dark blue essence, his mind becomes the same as Cayenne Yuque's, and he loses his independence. But young Zai wasn't going to give up. The mother dark blue plant is too advanced, and in order to get out of its captivity, it will have to use a force that surpasses it in level. Having searched all the planes and other places, is it possible to find something more advanced than the true meaning of the law? Deacon Occam asked Liu Yuan that why risk for the sake of saving someone who is already doomed to death. Yu Fan replied to him that he would be doomed or not. It depends only on Yu Jai, and his task is to protect him in battle. Liu Yuan said that he could only truly touch the godfather over the corpse of young Master Liu Yuan. Deacon Occam rushed to attack them and said that alright, he would fulfill his wish. But laughing, he said that first he would not kill him, but this stupid wolf. Liu Yuan called him names and told him not to underestimate him. After that, he struck at his attack. Turning to Yu Fan, he said that he suddenly felt terribly sleepy. Super fast regeneration has its limit, and his energy is almost running out. He will leave it to Yu Fan. Yu Fan said that he too. Deacon Occam laughed and asked if he could no longer maintain his former body. Finally, he can lead the case to the end. But all the same, these two of the last forces came to the defense of Mr. Yu Jai. Deacon Occam told Yu Fan that he was a brave man, as he looked. But then Yu Jai hit him. He apologized to his comrades for being late. Deacon Occam was confused and said that this simply could not be. How did he escape from the influence of the dark blue entity? Yu Jai told him to thank him for it. If he hadn't relaxed, he would most likely have already died. He put his hand on Yu Fan's shoulder and told him that he should have a good rest. Now he owed him. The head of the mercenary guild shouted to the Deacon Occam. What is he waiting for? He has to kill this bastard. Or has he not played enough yet? Deacon Occam said that his spiritual power. He turned to Mr. Supreme Judge and said that he was afraid that he was not their opponent. This is where he ends his struggle. The head of the mercenary guild was horrified and asked what. Deacon Occam told Yu Jai, calling him a rooster, that he was surrendering for the good of their human race. He thinks he won't refuse. The head of the mercenary guild started shouting that he did not expect betrayal from him at such and such a moment. He thought that he, a dark blue insect, would stay on his side much longer. Zhu Xin and Ian, calling the head of the mercenary guild a creature, asked him how dare he distract himself from the battle with her. Does he really think she's good for nothing? Light is not only a wave, but also a stream of particles, and today she will be baptized with light. And she used her skill called the explosion of destructive particles. The head of the mercenary guild created a protective field around himself. There was an explosion. When the dust settled a little, Zhu Xinyan saw that the head of the mercenary guild had no lower body. She said that means that the people from Osada are quite tenacious. The head of the mercenary guild said that garbage will forever remain only garbage. Did she really not understand it? No matter how effective her decisive strike is, it will only work if it hits the target. Then another head of the mercenary guild appeared behind her. Zhu Xinyan said that it was simply impossible, because she had already used spiritual power many times. She attacked the flesh itself. The head of the mercenary guild grinned and asked her if it had occurred to her that he wasn't real. Water can refract light. Zhu Xinyan braced herself for the next attack and said she didn't believe him. Yu Jai turned to Chris and told him that they had known each other for a long time. He treated him so generously, and it would be very rude not to reciprocate. This attack seriously injured his leader, and now let him show him how much stronger he has become. Nothing, he launched his attack at him. Chris didn't have time to realize what had happened, and he was already pierced by Yu Jai's spear. Yu Jai turned to Cayenne Yuque and told him that he was giving him one last chance. If he surrenders now, he will spare him. But Cayenne Yuque said to attack. After that, none of Yu Sija's squad could move. Zhu Xinyan asked, what is going on? The Wind Lord said he couldn't move. A dark blue creature began to penetrate into their mouth. The head of the mercenary guild was very happy and said that he did not think that their allies from the dark blue race would be another person. The head of the mercenary guild told his brothers to follow him. They must save Lu Xiaoyu. And already turning to Zhu, Jinyan told her not to worry, because he kills people instantly. She won't even feel any pain. Usually people watch their battle. One guy said it was Mr. Chief Justice's signature whirlwind hell. Once inside, he heard that the man would feel terrible pain because he would turn his body into rotten flesh. Another guy said that Mr. Judge is just ruthless. He wants to use such a cruel method in order to torture a beautiful girl to death. And ask your friend that didn't he know that for girls this is the favorite occupation of the gentleman. He's heard that he's ruthless in bed. Zhu Xinyan's subordinates rushed to her aid. The girl said they should fight him for Commander Zhao's sake. Should they kill him? Zhao Jinyan shouted at them to go back. They should not approach, because she does not need senseless self-sacrifice. The head of the mercenary guild told her that he even envied her very much, because she had such loyal subordinates. But before he kills her, he wants to try dessert first. Zhao Jinyan called him a shameless bastard and told him to attack her, if he has the courage. The head of the mercenary guild laughed and said that what kind of loyal ants they were. They must die. Ms. Zhao's subordinate froze in place in fright. She asked that so that's what the power of the fourth stage is. She can't even resist. Then a black portal appeared in front of her, which sucked in the attack of the head of the mercenary guild. They began to rejoice, because a pig from the judge's organization had arrived. The pig turned to the head of the mercenary guild and asked him if he was overreacting, mocking those who are weaker than him, and called him a weird dude with a white armband. The head of the mercenary guild asked him what it means that he is another holder of the fourth step from the organization of judges. A pig, isn't it? The pig created a black funnel over him, said that there was no one else with that name. He pronounced his name. The head of the mercenary guild rushed away from him and asked him if he was really trying to disgrace him by defeating him with his own attacks. Let him not even think about it. He attacked him and, laughing, told him to see the power of his vortex hell. Then a pig appeared behind him, grabbing him by the throat, said that he was checking him out. But it was very boring. Then behind him, the head of the mercenary guild asked, so that's what his methods are. It is very difficult to resist them. Pig turned around and saw the head of the mercenary guild in the protective dome. The pig said that this was another clone. What a coward he was. The head of the mercenary guild said that it was fine and turning to Cayenne Yuque, told him to kill them. Cayenne Yuque said that not now, because the fruits are not ripe for harvesting yet, but they certainly cannot wait for them. And he added that the force is a new force. The Thunderer told the Lord of the Wind that he was very sorry that he could not attack him directly, but war is war. And after saying goodbye to him, he called him a weakling. The Wind Lord said he didn't think he would ever find himself in a similar situation. It's the first time he feels so helpless after becoming strong. Whoever he is, if he dares to attack, then he should be ready to experience all his anger. After that, he attacked the Thunderer. Thunderer did not expect this, so he did not have time to dodge his attacks. He called him names and thought, why did his attacks become stronger after the seal was applied? He landed more than 100 blows on it in 1 second. The Lords of the Wind, saying that now it's not so important. He will now release all his anger, even if it costs him a lot. The Thunderer was very scared and rushed to the leak. He said that he did not intend to play with someone who was destined to die. The Lord of the Wind rushed to Yu Jai and the pig and told them that maybe then they would unite and kill Cayenne Yuque first. Yang Zai thought that Yang Xuan, but he's a great resource for getting energy quickly. The Lord of the Wind said that he needed to act sooner because he had very little time left. Yu Jai told him not to panic like that, because he has other ways. The Wind Lord was embarrassed and told brother Yu Jai that his artifact was probably very expensive, but he had spent almost all of his fortune on this battle. Did he? Yu Jai told him to think it was his reward, but they would talk about it later. They will see if it will be possible to stop the flow of his vital energy. After that, the Wind Lord began to meditate. Yang Zai is watching him. I will think that Yang Xuan is not in the best position right now. Once an energy source ignites like a flame, it will immediately spread everywhere. He told U's brother, Yang, to give him some time and he would find a way out. Meanwhile, Tong Tian was fighting with the purple python. He easily pierced the purple python in several places with his blade. Yu Jai, watching him, thought that Tong Tian would not miss, just like that, to kill the main enemy force. He will need to send a clone to steal later. Then Tong Tian appeared behind Yu Jai and said that that expert with the elements, they say, should not be in as their chief, and the Supreme Judge does not look like the owner of those clones, does he? Yu Jai said there was nothing to think about. He was definitely not their boss. Tong Tian suggested to Yu Jai that in that case, he should kill this traitor first. Cayenne Yuque said that he was their only healer now. Would they really continue to stand and watch him being killed? The Thunderer said that there was common sense in his words. The head of the mercenary guild said that he had a feeling that he could not leave, as if they were missing something. Cayenne Yuque chuckled and asked if, instead of dying alone, the two of them would sacrifice themselves for him. The Thunderer shouted that this could not be. When did he manage to attack them? The Wind Lord said that he didn't expect this jerk to be able to find his main body. Yujai said that according to his calculations, the organization of judges should be in another place right now, or is he wrong? They mean that the head of the mercenary guild, he has the ability to clone, and they are now trying to determine which of his bodies is the real one. Yancy thought that the longer he looked at it, the more he felt that it wasn't real. Kyan Yukwe said that they are stupid and arrogant people from Osada. They have not yet succeeded in having Dark Blue once involved in their schemes. Meanwhile, he was surrounded. The Lord of the Wind commanded that everyone attack. Kyan Yukwe called them stupid scum. Then all four of them rushed to attack him. Tongtian said they had exhausted him enough, and he asked Yujai if it wasn't time for them to send a pig so that he could kill those two opponents first. If Kang Yukaio dies, then maybe those two with the fourth and the step will just run away. Yujai said so be it. But then he saw a strange picture. The head of the mercenary guild killed the Thunderer. The Thunderer was furious and asked him what he was doing. Does he really think that if he kills him, then this dark blue infection will not touch him? The head of the mercenary guild said that he had his own reasons for doing so, but it was none of his business. It's his own fault. After all, he chose the wrong side. And turning to his subordinates, he asked them what? Has the attack not been carried out yet? The dark-skinned men, turning to Yujai, said that because of him, he had to stay underwater for ages. Zhu Jinyan was surprised. She said it couldn't be. Didn't Yujai kill Chris? The man told them that they had been messing with him for so long. Chris told his brother Tita not to blame him, because he was sure he was doing everything possible to fulfill the task of Lord Fairmond. The Thunderer said that it means that the military alliance has long made the decision to join the Bernadotte Empire. The head of the mercenary guild said that the Federation of 100 cities had done too many things. A little more and their lord would make a breakthrough. Then Norden will be in trouble. The Thunderer asked if their lord really wanted to break through. The head of the mercenary guild said that after the lord was presented with a gift in the form of a level 4 soul essence, he would surely be able to reach the 5th step. Tita said that it should be an honor for him to help the lord in his breakthrough to the 5th step. Zhu Xinyan said that the situation is developing too fast. And who is this lord of theirs they're talking about? Yujai said that in the depths of the southern continent there is a so-called Bernadotte Empire, and this lord leads it. The Lord of the Wind asked that is there a way that allows you to increase someone's strength by absorbing the energy of others. Yujai said that he probably comprehended some of the true laws that makes it possible to collect souls. It's just an amazing idea. And I thought that if he wants to turn the power of others to his advantage, then he is more suitable for this than anyone else. The Wind Lords commanded that everyone should take their positions. Even if they have to die, they should never give up their energy.